First, starting with Dr. Clark. I understand that Dr. Clark was very close to you in the sense that his influence was with you very heavy. Perhaps you would just talk about Dr. Clark and how he kind of guided your career.
Sure. I first met Professor Clark when I was in the June of my 7th grade. I was graduating, I was leaving 7th grade going to 8th grade. And at the end of the month, sometimes there's nothing to do in the community. Some of the young brothers are just hanging out, just like they are in many of our communities. Well, I was one of those young brothers that was taken different places by some of what we call the old heads. Old heads were the brothers and sisters, basically, when we were 11 and 12, they would have been maybe 17, 18, 19, brothers and sisters. And they would sometimes take us by bike. We would get on the bike and they would pedal us somewhere, a bread factory, or maybe in this particular case it was to Harlem, and it was to listen to Professor John Henry Clark. And this was my first time being exposed to him, not my first time being exposed to information of this level, because my family pretty much always made us aware of our culture. But it was the first time being introduced to it the way in which he did it. And when I look back on Professor Clark's impact on who I am, I can see a direct relationship between some of the things I learned that very first day, although I was not aware of it then. I was able to start to pin it down, his impact on me, when I began to do research in William Leo Hansberry, who had a great impact on Professor Clark. And one of the things that Professor Clark told me that William Leo Hansberry had done for him was to bring him to a level of a philosophical understanding of what role culture plays. He emphasized the difference between studying African history and being an African. And in my development, I've often said, and I always say, because sometimes when you have someone that you consider a hero, a master teacher, you tend to want to say more than what's really the truth. And the truth is, I would really like to say that I spent a great deal of time with him, almost with him every day, but that wasn't true. However, his importance and my being with him grew as my consciousness grew, so that by the time I was in my early 20s, there was a working relationship with him, and there was a number of things that I had done in conjunction with him. And one area that sometimes is not emphasized with Professor Clark was his military career and the role that the military played in his life. And I've not really spoken about the role that my military background and his military background and his knowledge came together. And one of the things I remember was his insistence on the importance of the role that a military mind plays. And he used to always tell us, and I remember him telling me when I was in high school, that if you want to go to war, study your enemy. And I thought about that, and I wondered, how to develop this kind of a concept. And so in the fall of 1971, I applied to the United States Military Academy and the United States Air Force Academy. I wanted to become a pilot, so I chose to go to the Air Force Academy. So for the school year 72-73, I was a cadet at the United States Air Force Academy in Colorado. The funny thing that happened was that the way in which they can get brothers and sisters out of becoming a pilot is by giving you glasses. And my first eye exam, unbeknownst to me, they found out I had 20/25 vision, which meant that the only way that I could become a pilot was if I were to be given a waiver after I graduated from the United States Air Force Academy. And if given a waiver, because I didn't have 20/20, I then could go on a limited concept of what a pilot would be. But this wasn't good enough. So in speaking to Professor Clark, he said, well, if this is how you feel, the next best thing to do is to go to the United States Military Academy, which I did. And I went to the Military Academy. And one of the things I did while at the Military Academy was to spend a great deal of time in the military library. Because again, with Professor Clark's discussion of if you want to go to war, know your enemy. One of the things I came away from the experience, well, there were a couple of things, but one thing I did was a very strong research in the military tactics of Shaka. They have quite a collection of Shaka's military exploits. His ability to transform warfare, his ability to go from one kind of warfare to another according to the conditions, in other words, situations, alter cases. So I shared with Professor Clark a lot of information that I had gained from there. But the other thing that I came to realize is exactly who it was that we were fighting and what it was that we were fighting. And this can come out at a later time, but I wanted to focus on Professor Clark because it was he who encouraged me to look at going into the military, to look at the life of a military strategist, of which he was one of the finest military minds that has ever lived. Had he been the kind to go in, he would have been a great strategist in terms of his military background. And one of the greatest things was that he fought a great war, and he fought the greatest revolution because his revolution was a bloodless revolution. His enemy that he attacked was ignorance. And he did a phenomenal amount of work looking at it, what ignorance was and how to fight it. And it was out of that that he was able to touch the kinds of lives, because he created soldiers all over the world, men and women, in every continent that exists. And he was able to do that because of his strategy. And that's what the military does. It helps you become a strategist. It makes you think 2, 3, 4 steps ahead, so that if someone is trying to pull you back 2, you've already advanced 4, so you're 2 steps ahead of the game. This is how we have to think. We have to think in steps. And this is what Professor Clark assisted me in doing. And just about every strategy that I could apply as a physical warrior on the battlefield, you can apply in a classroom if you understand who your enemy is. And the key that we have to do as a people in looking at Professor Clark is look at his multi-genius mind and the way in which he used his mind, not just as a person, but as a strategist that was planning emancipation and liberation.
Thank you very much. There's another towering figure that you spoke about that I'd really like for you to talk about in depth, and that is Brother George Washington Kaba, who was a genius. That what did he do? Why was he so wonderful? Who was this great man?
Probably
George Washington Carver.
One of the things I see about George Washington Carver is that although he had his advanced degrees, almost everything that he will ever be known for came out of something he could never have learned in school. It was something that he was born with. He probably was one of the finest alchemists that has ever existed. He would have out-Merlined Merlin. The whole story of the Excalibur and all of these different stories of how great Merlin the magician was in balancing this concept of being a human with a naturalist. And a naturalist can be defined in many different ways, but the way in which I'd like to look at a naturalist in order to look at George Washington Carver was to look at a person who could be in a garden and who could come up with 52 inventions and not have a book or a teacher. That to me is a naturalist. George Washington Carver went into the field one day and he spent 6, 7 days in the field. And he returned back and he had 53 inventions, major and minor inventions. And he was asked by people, where did he learn these, where did he get these inventions from? And he told them that the plants taught them. And they laughed at him. Being of the mindset that they were, not being able to understand the gift that this brother had, they laughed at the concept that plants would talk. But we as an African folk, we as a natural people know that essences in nature can talk to you, but they don't have to be vocal. You can look at a plant and you can perceive that the structure of the plant might be good for a headache. Now that plant, on one level, spoke to you, but on another level, you weren't looking for a voice. But there was something about it that told George Washington Carver, this would be good for arthritis, or this would be good for a color dye, or this might bring forward a special color that you're trying to work with. There's a number of things that nature can do if you're one with nature, and of course we're talking about Ma'at. George Washington Carver, and I don't want to say this because he might have had a great knowledge of Egypt, but we do know that he was the first person in modern history to bring back to color lapis lazuli, which is that unique blue-greenish color that many of the Egyptian pharaohs wore within royalty. This was the first time that it was able to be brought back in its pure form as lapis lazuli. This brother was one. Now, how could he have been the one to do it with all the inventions and all the greatness that they are? Why is this man in the South who has been denied in many ways his personhood, how could he come forward from generations of pain to be able to be so great? there has to be a divine intervention. Now, it's according to how you perceive divinity and how you perceive intervention. But it is obvious, and this is what George Washington Carver asked them. He said, well, okay, you laugh at me for telling you that the plants told me this. He said, now let me ask you, who do you think taught me? And that quieted the whole room. Because the question is, I can ask you, who did teach him? He says the plants. He came with 52 inventions that he didn't have before he came. He didn't have any books. There was no instructor. How did he learn these 52 inventions within 6-7 days?
What were some of the inventions that he did?
Well, two of the major, he's done so many things in terms of the peanut and the soy. Let's just begin with what happened in the South during the period of the Ma'afa, or the so-called slavery, the enslaved period of African peoples. What actually happened was that the Western mind, the ice mind, doesn't have an agricultural mind. It has a greedy mind, but it doesn't have an agricultural mind. Therefore, when the European came to America, they began to exploit the land by only growing one kind of crop. And in growing only one kind of crop to make the money that they were making, they were literally suffocating the land. Because, you know, you need to change up what you're growing on the land to revitalize it. And what George Washington did in touring the South, again in one of his great revelations, he came to realize that if you were to plant something in the ground, it could compensate for the dryness of the South. So he began to plant peanut. And in planting of the peanut, it brought back nourishment to the soil, and he saved the southern lands. Because his concept was replicated throughout the South. So that's one thing he did. He saved the South. He saved the land, because he understood that to bring the nourishment back from having grown so much cotton, you should grow something else. And what he grew was a product that was exactly what the land needed. My question is, how did this brilliant brother know this? How did he understand that it was the peanut that was needed? Why didn't he grow something else? He knew. Now, another thing that he did, of course, now all of these different colors we wear, have all these different clothes that we have different dyes. George Washington Carver was the one that invented different ways to make different color dyes. In terms of peanut butter, peanut oil, anything dealing with the peanut, you can thank Dr. George Washington Carver. I'm not going to say every single thing, but the basic foundation of the role that the peanut plays in America and in the world today, as we know it in the modern world, comes from the work that he did. The soy, this whole health food explosion, everybody having soy milk, soy food, soy this, soy that. Soy comes directly out of the work of Professor George Washington Carver. I'm not saying he did it all, but he brought it back to its focus so that we now use it. Now, the other piece that he did was that he was the true hero of World War II, because a lot of the rubber plantations of the world were in the hands of the Axis powers, and to us, the Axis powers was Japan, Italy, and Germany. Rubber being used extensively in wheels, in particular for jeeps and for planes, during the war came to a point where we could not get the rubber that we needed. George Washington Carver found a way, in his brilliance, to be able to actually replicate and make artificial rubber, which Henry Ford then put on the jeeps, put on the tires of the airplanes that it went over and won World War II. This little man that lived in a small apartment on Tuskegee Institute grounds, that refused a $162,000 a year salary from Henry Ford, refused a lab of his choice. He could have the staff that he wanted. All he had to do was relocate in this laboratory and begin to work for Henry Ford. He turned it down so that he could continue to teach African children in Tuskegee Institute. When Tuskegee Institute themselves offered him a raise, he turned it down. Some of the major inventions that exist today, he gave to people for only the price of a stamp, because he said that he could not charge others what God gave him free. You see, that mind built pyramids, but that mind also got us into projects. This is the dilemma that we face as a people. The Creator and the forces around us will use us as great tools, but you have to have a Ma'atian heart. But to be able to deal with this world, it is not easy. There is a Native American proverb that says, we began to beat the pale face when we learned how to lie. Which tells you by the nature of dealing with the issues we're facing, it is hard to be on the road to Ma'at unless it's on a righteous cause. So for as long as we're having to deal with all of this other negativity, it is very difficult for us to be able to deal with positivity. So George Washington Carver today would own Crayola crayons. He would own the health food industry. He would own the military industrial complex, by the way, if he had the heart that they had. But because he had the heart, he was able to make the inventions, but had he had their heart, he wouldn't have been able to do it. So we're caught. Because we have the ability to do it, but you have to be of a pure heart, which George Washington Carver was. But of being of that heart, people will exploit you. We could be on top of the world. Just look at Lotto alone. If we stayed in control of Lotto, we'd be in charge of the world today. Because most things work. Powerball and all this would be us. We invented the numbers. Of course, we exploited them because the numbers we sought were more for astronomical, cosmological reasons. We got more into the money thing when we started needing money. When we were back in Africa, we wanted divine information. So numbers had a divine reason for us to want to play them. Now, we're living in a situation where we're trying to get money, so we place numbers on a level of getting material gain as opposed to spiritual gain, because numbers can unfold your spirituality. George Washington Carver clearly was a pharaoh. He was an alchemist supreme. He could take a base metal, he could take anything of a base nature and bring it up to its higher form. And that's what alchemy was about. And if we study George Washington Carver, we will understand that no matter what happens, whether you're talking about Y2K, or you're talking about white supremacy or racism or whatever, the key is power is the ability to feed yourself when Pathmark closes. And if we listen to our brother, George Washington Carver, we would not be in the position we're in today. We would not be picketing stores because they don't treat us right, because we would be owning the vegetable and fruit stores. Because we would have our own land. We've got to get back to the land. That's one of the things that in our emancipation and liberation, we are going to have to get back to. Myself growing up in a project, growing up in a city, but having a father from Alabama has implanted in me an understanding of the importance of agriculture. But we've got to get back. We've got to get out of the cities. We've got to start relationships with the southern universities. That George Washington Carver was a part of. All of the agricultural schools, and begin to learn how to create a relationship with the land again. Because in creating a relationship with land, you create a relationship with nature. When you create a relationship with nature, it is with the cosmos, and with the cosmos is with yourself. So there's a cycle that we have to get back into. And when many people talk about the conditions we're in today as opposed to before, one of the conditions about before was that we were very much tied to the land of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Alabama. We now have come up into the concrete jungle. And we now find ourselves in a situation that we have to work out of. And one way is that if you have a little garden in your house and you can grow your tomatoes and your cucumbers and your bell peppers or whatever it is, if Pathmark closes on the corner, if your major food store closes, you may not have delicacies, but you will be able to feed yourself. And the bottom line is, you can't eat gold.
Thank you very much. Now, with that wonderful insight to one of the most famous, most dynamic scientists that America has ever produced, I'd like for you now, if you could just segue on into the Moors. You did say something that I found very important. You said something about numbers. We invented the numbers, but the Europeans always say that the Arabs invented the numbers. Isn't that what they say?
Well,
Chinese? Or what?
Sure, yeah, we've heard that. But the reality of it is that numbers have always been around us. And when you go into the most ancient of civilizations, numbers play a very important role in the development of the civilization. And numbers are used for a lot of different things, and then mathematics becomes the manipulation of numbers. But numbers are a very spiritual essence if you understand them and if you bring them into consciousness a certain way. When we look at the Moors and we look at history, when we look at ourselves as a people, one of the things that I try to do is find as we said about Professor Clark, giving us an understanding of the philosophical underpinnings is, how did we get here? There are three questions that I always ask that we should be able to answer. Who are we in this world? Where are we in this world? And how in the world did we get here? And if you can answer these three questions, that will cover, and there are other questions to ask, but these three questions fundamentally will get you at least to the point of consciousness. As an African people in 1999, as this is being done, August, it is important for us to understand, how is it that I am standing where I am and you are where you are? How did this happen? And it makes no difference what background you are. But as an African person with Native American ancestry, I ask myself this question. And what I come to realize is that for me to understand where I am today, I have to understand what happened in October of 1492 in the Caribbean area, this area here. But for me to understand what happened here, I've got to understand what happened in Spain, January 2nd, 1492. If I may come over to the larger piece, this is a map of Europe. This again is a relief map. I purposely have this slanted because this is a larger version of Al-Andalusia, or Spain and Portugal, but this is it on the map here.
Let me see that again. This version here.
This version here is this here. The Pyrenees are here, the Pyrenees are here. So the top of this right here is basically right here. And then here come the Pyrenees, and then here comes Spain, and Portugal is over here. As you can see, this is the same place. There's no reason why this should be different. But because of the nature of what happened in this part of the world, there are different changes, but the language structurally is basically the same, but there are differences basically also. To understand what happened here, January 2nd, 1492, you have to understand the Crusades. And to understand the Crusades, you have to understand the Moors. So to look at the whole thing, backtracking it, to understand who we are, where we are, and how did we get here, you have to understand the Moors. Because from 710 AD, there comes an event that changes history. Because had Africans not traveled from the northern part of Africa into Spain and Portugal, bringing with them first and foremost, they brought soap. Second of all, they brought what we today call alcohol, which, well, they called it alcohol, we today call it alcohol. Because Europe was dying at large numbers through the Black Plague, or the bubonic plague. I didn't tell you why they call it the Black Plague. And what the Moors did, what Africans did over a period of a couple of centuries, was brought the remedy, the prescription, that would heal them, and then set them on a path to destroy the world that came in and save them. And it's important that this make a step-by-step common sense, and that there is no emotion tagged into what it is that I'm saying, that this be, it can be passionate but not emotional. Because there are things that I'm going to say that some people are not going to like. But it's important to say it so that we can understand the predicament that we are in today. And I encourage you, first of all, let us look at certain books that might be of great interest to you. The first book that I'd like to draw your attention to is the book that was edited by Dr. Ivan van Sertima, a brilliant book called The Golden Age of the Moor. It's a very good book. It's a very important book because what I like about Dr. van Sertima is that he brings the greatest minds together and forms essays on themes and topics. This one happens to be the Moors, where he's brought a great deal of talent. And there's a lot of talent here, but there's one particular brother that I tend to quote a lot. And I want that to be understood, that much of my quotations come from Dr. Jose Pimento Bay, who is a brilliant brother and who has brought a lot of knowledge of the Moor to us. And much of what I have studied comes out of many of the pieces that he has developed. Because before we get into other books, we really have to start with our own. Because once you're grounded in an African perspective, then whatever they say about you is understandable. Because from this book, I then would encourage you to get the book that Dr. Joseph Ben Yikkinen is always talking about, by a Dr. Stanley Lane Poole called The Story of the Moors in Spain. This is a very good book. This picture, by the way, is the one that stands in the Philadelphia Museum. This is the one that you may see a lot of pictures of. This is a Moor, and this painting was done in Spain. So this brother, if you want to really get to it, he is Spanish. Spanish in the original sense of the word. He is a descendant of the Moors. And that's what the Moors look like. I know so many brothers look like that. The next book that helps you understand the vast trade and understand the underpinning of the Moors. The Moors had to have had a working knowledge of the world for them to be able to create the kind of trade that they created. You cannot be trading in materials from distant parts of the world if you've not been to those parts of the world. You can say that it was brought in, but chances are, if you're dealing with it, chances are you brought them back or somehow bought them from someone, but the trade obviously was being done by the Moors. So the Moors obviously had a golden trade. They were not just a people, they were a people with a civilization and a trade in place. And it's important that once that's grounded, then you can understand why they would have done the things that they did. And then, of course, the next book that I found very interesting was a book entitled Spain, A Land Blighted by Religion, by Joseph Lewis. That's another very interesting book that will give you some more information on the Moors. Now, from these 4 books, just in the golden age of the Moor alone, there's such a large encyclopedic reference library that if you wanted more information on whatever area you wanted, you'd find it here. So these 4 books are a strong foundation for us understanding who the Moors were, where that word comes from, and all of the confusion in terms of Arabs. There's no such thing. Arabs don't really exist as a people. The Arab people are a combination. In fact, I don't even call them Arabs. I call them Afrabs, because the nature of being an Arab means you have to be African. Just like in terms of being Jewish, in the sense of the ancient word Jewish, the word Semite. There's no such thing as a Semite. I'm a Semite. African American's a Semite. Semite means mixture. Semi meaning the mixture, the semi. Not only that, but the word Semite is not used as a people, it's used as a language. It's a Semitic language, which meant that in this part of the world, and this information gathering and coming up through this area here, then the Romans, again, we have, and now that we have the map of Europe, what we have here is that coming out of all these areas here, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Germany, particularly Germany, up in this area here, you've got these barbarian tribes coming down. And the Roman Empire talks about this. The Roman Empire talks about these northern blondes that coming down, they're dirty, they're ill, but they're very violent. They have no culture, they are offering nothing. These Germans, these northern Germans, are the ones that come down beyond the mountains, go through all this area here and start taking over. This is when the lighter complexions start coming, because even here you don't have so many people who are that light complexion. So you have all these people coming across, and then finally they come down into this area. The Visigoths and Vandals are traveling west. The Ostrogoths travel east into Italy. So the Ostrogoths are who the so-called Othello is doing battle with in Venice.
What period are we talking?
Well, right now we're talking about anywhere between 332 and 525 AD. We're talking in the 500s now. This is when Spain is being taken over by the Visigoths. The 525s, the 530s, going even further, beyond, give or take, decades. I'm afraid of dates because of the nature of the politics of dates. But we do know it's after 332 AD, and we know that it is the cause of the so-called fall of the Roman Empire. Not only because of its own internal destruction, but because of barbarians coming through and destroying everything that are in there, that's in the line of sight.
Now,
and then they find themselves down here in Spain.
Now, point out the areas that had civilizations, in Europe at this time, that had buildings and culture and religion.
You really don't have too much of that. We're talking about European Dark Ages. And the Dark Ages is the ages that Europeans don't like to look at. They don't like to remember. that when the Moors in 710 crossed over into Spain, 99.8% of was illiterate. They had no books, didn't have anything. Because remember what's happening, the Roman Empire is destroying all of the Kemetic knowledge, first of all. The Catholic Church is destroying all sorts of documents. They're destroying the fundamental civilizations in the places that they come to.
How are they destroying them and why?
Well, they're afraid of them. The Catholic Church is deathly afraid of a number of things that's coming out of Africa, particularly the Amen priesthood. Because, see, the Catholic Church wasn't what it was. The Catholic Church changed with Constantine in 332 AD. He's the one that changes the whole feeling of who Christ was. But in this time, 332, he's also doing battle with other parts of the world, and he's trying to consolidate the Catholic Church. He's really trying to consolidate a force that will become a major force of the world. So what he does is, since he knows he can't beat Christianity, he overtakes it, he usurps it, and he changes the definition of its central cult figure, Jesus the Christ. And he changes Jesus the Christ from a supernatural, extraordinary human being into a human being that is God. The African priesthood, the Orthodox Egyptian Coptic Church, and the Ethiopians don't want any part of this because they know that this is not the way in which their spirituality is. So he calls a meeting. From the moment that the Africans move away from the Roman Empire, that's when Rome starts having problems, but people don't want to talk about that. The barbarians come down and overtake it. But what Constantine attempts to do is he sidesteps the Roman Empire into the Roman Catholic Church, and the emperor becomes pope. Therefore, the Roman Empire doesn't fall, it sidesteps, but it loses its state power in a sense because it becomes more spiritual. However, that's not enough to fight these barbarians who don't care anything about God. So they come down and they kill off and they destroy whatever has already been developed, which is not much, but there's just a little bit of something left over from the Roman Empire that was left over from what they learned from the Greeks, or what the Greeks learned from the ancient Kemites.
Now, just one thing, and I hate to interrupt, but these Visigoths and these Aryans that are coming down after the mouth, who are they? What are their history?
They are basically coming out of these Germanic areas. All this area here, remember the 51st parallel that we talked about? The 51st parallel being basically right here. It cuts Europe in half. When you look at it, it just cuts it right across when you look at the 51st parallel. And everything north of this is cut off. So you have these people coming like Hamburg and Denmark. That's why you have, the closer you get here, the blonder, the lighter, the more blue eye you get.
So those were the ice people.
These were ice people coming down after the ice mountains had begun to melt during a warming period that began to melt the ice that had started from Greenland. And Greenland is right here. This is Iceland, this is Greenland. Greenland on this map would be more over here. But it is out of this area because this was the last place for the ice to melt. Because remember, the Ice Age always started in Greenland and then covered the globe coming down this way. So that as the waters and the ice receded, the further north you got was the later in the period that the ice melted. So by the time the ice melted up in this time, these Norway, Sweden, Finland, all this area here coming down, these are all the people because they are not indigenous to this land. They've only been hiding out in the caves while it was cold. Then they start coming down, so none of them are really Germans or Poland. That just happened to be the land they were in prior to their coming further south. So that by the time they get down into this area, these individuals have just totally destroyed the whole conceptual framework, so then you have the whole history of what occurs at that point. With people coming down and the Vikings and all the rest of that. They didn't do anything. The Vikings didn't have anything. And the key of it is that the few things that they did have probably were borrowed or stolen from lands that they had gone to. So we have in this area here, if we can move to this 500, 600 year mark, we have Visigoths and Vandals who have come down and plundered this land. They are just living and just abusing the people in this area. constantly just raiding them and stealing from them. And what happens is that word here gets to the people here that in Morocco and in Africa, that Spain is a very interesting place and that it has land there. They already know this because they're there, but in 710, Tarif, T-A-R-I-F, is sent across to look at the prospects of going into Spain. He comes back down, and in 711, he comes back, he speaks to his general Tariq, and in 711, Tariq and groups of Africans with some Arab translators move across and take Spain. And for the next couple centuries, battles ensue where Moors are literally going across this area into France and even impacting other parts of Europe, but not in large numbers. What's interesting is that we see that by the 1200s, we see Africans coming back, and again, a lot of this has to be researched, this is not written in stone, but what we find is that Al-Andalusia, or Moorish Spain, is bounded by certain things. And again, I encourage you, in The Moors in Spain is where Dr. Stanley Lane Poole talks about the boundaries of what would become the African Europe. And what he looks at is he looks at what is known as the northern boundaries is what is known as the Montañas or Sierra de Guadarrama, in this area right here. Going across to what is known as Coimbra. That's the northern boundaries of Al-Andalusia. And then they use what is known as the Ebro River to be their northeast boundary. And they come down the coast, across all this area here, come across, and that becomes Moorish Spain. Right there. This is Moorish, this is Spain. All of this is what would be considered Spain, let's say. You see? Now here would be the dismantling. Aragon, Castile. Ferdinand and Isabella, they married and then come down into Spain. Come down where the Moors are. Now, why is it like this? Why would these mighty Moors travel so far through Europe and then come down and settle here? Europeans will tell you that it's because of Charles Martel, who was a relative of Charlemagne, who was a warrior, and he was quite a warrior. Charles Martel, no question, he was a fantastic warrior, there's no question. Didn't have morals, but he was quite a warrior. But the key is that when you look at the topography, the land of Europe and Spain, you'll come to realize that here would be most natural why you would have this like that. Look at these mountains. See, this is what the relief map does. It allows you to see. Here's the river, there's the Ebro. At the same time, here are the mountains. These mountains that are in flat form, these are the mountains right here. You see? So you could see easily. These are the this is a river right here. This is a valley. This was very fertile. This is where a lot of the different kinds of the olives, the Valencia oranges, are not Spanish. They came from Africa. All kinds of fruit and vegetables that we today think come from Spain. The olive oils and all of this, they come directly out of the African impact, the Moorish impact on Spain. And so throughout all of this area here, you have, and you can see why the mountains, because these become boundaries. These mountains down here, these mountains are known as Sierra Morena, Black Mountains. And more, of course, Morena, more, of course, comes from the concept of black. But this is what eventually, and you can see why. There's a natural reason why this would become a very important area. And that is because this is where fruits and vegetables grow. When you get up into this area here, this mountainous area here, all this area here, you can't grow too much here. It's very cold, very damp. When you get down out these mountains, it's beautiful. They describe the weather here in its greatest times as wonderful, where you could grow things. So actually, the reasons why they say Africans retreated. Africans did not retreat to this area. This was the area that was reminiscent of home. And who would want to live in the cold and in the mountains and in the damp? Why would you want to live in a place you can't grow the kinds of things that you can grow in here? So it's important that here and in Italy, look at the olive oil. Everything that Spain is known for, Italy is known for. Grapes, wine, champagne, the Toledo, Wilkinson, razors, swords, steel making, all comes out of the Moorish impact in Spain. So this area here eventually becomes the final piece for the Moors. From 710 until 1492, Africans rule this part of the world and bring civilization to this part of the world.
What are some of the things they bring?
Well, for one thing, in some of the areas that they bring hot and cold running water. One of the most important things that they brought a number of things, but one thing they brought was corral, where they taught Europeans how to put animals in corrals instead of having them run through their homes. That's why we have chicken pox today. Because Europeans used to have chickens running in and out of their homes. The Africans say, you don't have animals in your home. Animals stay outside. They're in a corral or they're in a chicken coop. But that's where animals belong. And so the Moors brought the concept of separating humans from animals. They also brought ideas of building. There was actually a city in Cordova that ran for miles, lit by lamps. So this is some of the things. They brought all sorts of different kinds of technology to this part of the world where Europe for the first time began to eat foods that they never ate before, to see people that they never saw before, to learn languages they never knew existed, but most importantly, there were pathways of the world that they learned through the Moors. These same paths that the Moors took to leave this part of the world were the same roads that the Europeans took to conquer it.
Before the universities, talk about what they taught in those universities and how that impacted Europe.
One of the keys that they taught was that they broke knowledge up into different areas. For instance, in our schools today, when we study math in high school, we study algebra, which by the way is Moor. That's what the Moor brought. Algebra. Algebra is the manipulation of numbers. They brought algebra, and then you study geometry, and then you study trigonometry. What they brought was a sequence of knowledge that one built on the other. In other words, you can't study algebra and then trigonometry, because the principles of geometry lead you to understand trigonometry. When you understand the sequence from algebra to geometry to trigonometry, it then allows you to calculate numbers, which then takes you to the differentiations of the calculuses that you study. Because calculus basically means calculation, but it means manipulation of numbers, which shows you the differentiation and the other kinds of things that you do in math. The Moors brought this into Europe. Every Gothic cathedral that you see is built on the premise of how Moors built the Alhambra and the other kinds of structures in Africa. Every cathedral, every choir situates itself the same way choirs in African choirs would be. They sat at the feet of these Moors, and they learned so much information that they came up here into England, and they started a university. In fact, they started two. One was Oxford, and the other was Cambridge. Some of these
those are patterned after the Moors?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, much of the work was studied in Arabic and then translated into another language. There were kings in Spain. The Alfonso kings were very good at translating. In fact, many of them converted to Islam just to get the information so that they could move up in terms of understanding the intellectual capacity of the Moors. Every university, whether it be Salamanca, whether it be the University of Coimbra, whether it be a university in France, anywhere in the world, it would have been scholars that sat at the feet of Moors that then went to that part of the world, because Europe had no schools.
Oh, Europe had no schools?
No, had no school. Not only that, but they were not literate. They could not read. There were no books. Everything that had any sense of intellectual growth had been burned or destroyed because the Catholic Church was against knowledge.
Now, wait a minute. Hold on. They had no schools. The Catholic Church was against knowledge.
Yes, well, that's why Copernicus couldn't talk about what he had done until he was dying. Because he was afraid that if he would have dared tell the world that, in fact, it wasn't the Earth that was the center of the solar system and that it was the sun, he would have been murdered. The same way when you look at the way in which you know that Greeks, the Aristotles and the Platos and the Socrates were teaching an African wisdom is because each of them were either murdered, exiled, or beat up for teaching a foreign doctrine in Greece or by Greeks. Now, if this information was indigenous to Greeks, they wouldn't have been accused of teaching a foreign doctrine. Mm-hmm. So by the nature of the Greeks being against these scholars, they were against information. Well, the Catholic Church played the same role with Copernicus and Galileo and others who had a fixation on spirituality. Even today, if we speak of us and the role that we play in the evolution of life on earth, there would be people who would doom my soul to hell if I were to say that God did not create Adam and Eve. Mm-hmm. There are those that would have very serious problems with some of the perceptions I have of their faith system because they are so ingrained in their faith system that any information that goes against that bothers them. Well, the same was true with the Catholic Church back then. They did not want schools. They wanted two things, CC, same thing they want today, control and containment of the masses of the people. That's all they've ever wanted. So basically, the Catholic Church wanted to suffocate intellectual growth so that for you to look at astronomy and to look at the sky and begin to fathom the sky, then threaten the spiritual power of the Pope. Mm-hmm. So that Europe, 99.8%, I'm not sure what I said, but over 99% of not even the kings and queens could read. At the time I'm talking about here, the kings and queens of Europe lived in barns. The castles that you see are not their castles. They did not build those castles. And for you to put an alligator or a crocodile in a moat tells you there are no alligators and crocodiles in Europe. So where did the alligators and crocodiles come from? The same way when you see a lion outside the library, or you see a lion on the shield of a crusader, like Richard the Lionheart, there are no lions in England. So your even reference to the lion has to be an African thing. This is why Medina Terre is so important for us to understand the Africanness of Medina Terre, because most of the symbols in Medina Terre are indigenous to Africa. Why are people like Professor Clark always told us, why are they going to come here with nothing, come here and build everything, and never even think to go back there? And build back. Even if you didn't do it in your own land, but you got to do it in another land, why didn't you bring back the knowledge of your land? But you're not going to find the things they said they built. If they were smart enough to come down and build pyramids, why didn't they build the pyramids in Europe? Why don't you see the movement towards intellectual growth? Why is there a dark age? Mm-hmm. There is a dark age because African knowledge is stuffed out by the Catholic Church. Mm-hmm. The so-called Renaissance comes at the same time that the Moors are in Europe. Like, for instance, Leonardo da Vinci is 1505. You're dealing with Copernicus. You're dealing with Galileo. You're dealing with Johannes Kepler, coming directly out of the Moorish impact in this part of the world. You look at so-called classical music. I start my day every day with classical music, so-called European classical music. And people say, I'm surprised because out of that, I'll play a little Olatunji. Mm-hmm. And people say, it's funny that you go from Bach and Beethoven to Olatunji. And they say, what a change. I say, there's no change at all. It's the same thing because Europe didn't have classical music. Europe didn't have music. The Moors brought music into Europe. So the piano is nothing but a harp turned sideways, encased in wood. That's why the piano is shaped just like a harp. Well, the harp is African. There's no harps in Europe. And so it's important that when we look at the things that are in Europe, we have to look at what existed in Africa and what existed in Europe prior to the Moors. As I've said before, I think that to have a Renaissance is the greatest miracle that I've ever seen. Forget the Greek miracle. I think the Renaissance is a miracle because how can you be reborn when you've never been born? For the European to say they went through a Renaissance is like saying you've been reborn, but you've never been born. Europe never had a naissance.
What's the naissance?
A naissance is a birth. Mm-hmm. Renaissance is a rebirth. That's a French word. Renaissance means rebirth.
Well, perhaps you can tell us what would have been the culture, the lifestyle, and the economics of Europe at this particular time so that one can kind of get a true picture of what life in Europe was like. I mean, what are we talking about in terms of serfdom and
Okay.
that kind of stuff? How the Europeans actually carried on a culture, an economy, and a religious system.
Okay. From Spartan Rome to the Greek city-states, from the Greek city-states to the warrior Roman class, to the Visigoths and the Vandals, Europe has nothing but a succession of wars.
Nothing but a succession of wars?
Exactly. You see, the pharaonic period of Egypt is a timeline, and what we do in the timeline is that we can measure technological advancement according to pharaonic Egypt.
Right.
When you deal with Europe, the timeline, the notches that are on the European timeline are the wars.
Mm-hmm.
Europe has had no technological advancement.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't really done the kinds of things with what they know that Africans have done. Therefore, there's nothing but constant wars. The feudal system, and see, this is why, again, looking at this honestly, Europe, in this area here, like I said before, if you were a stronger so-called lord, even when you look at what they call themselves, a lord, if you were a lord and your posse was big, and you came upon a group of people that their posse wasn't that big, you could literally, and it was within your right, it was law, not a written law, but just law, because remember, people couldn't write in Europe at this time. It meant that you could overtake that individual's land, you could take his wife, his daughters, everybody, and take over, and they become your slaves. And what you do is you superimpose on that land an unorganized slave system, which becomes a fundamental way of life or a law, that you have a right to do this.
Now, when you say an unorganized slave system, explain that.
I mean, there is no written law that you can actually say, this is why I can own you. This is why I can tell you. What says that you can say it is that I'll kill you.
So,
The bottom line is only the strong survive.
mm-hmm.
And now if a stronger lord came upon that lord, they would take the land. And then pretty soon this constant taking over of the land is, and individuals to safeguard their valuables would keep their valuables in the castle with the lord, which became their bank.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty soon the lord would give them a paper receipt telling them that they had a certain amount of valuable, and that's what became money.
Mm-hmm.
In their mindset, you see, Africans use practical things for money, things that you could use. But paper is just a receipt. So the Lord would get your valuables and merely give you a receipt.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality was he was protecting your wealth against the other people that were coming in.
Mm-hmm.
That was the concept of banking.
And so how were the people?
The people were mistreated. They were abused, raped, male and female. They could do whatever they wanted to with whomever they wanted to, and it was the strongest. And then, of course, the generals and the sergeants and all the people within the ranks of the Lord's structure, they could do what they wanted to also. There was no law that protected you. That is why when the Moors came through, the great majority, including the Sephardic Jews, gave arms, told them where the Visigoths were, in fact, aided the Africans to defeat the Visigoths and the Vandals. And I needn't tell you how they conducted themselves when you just look up the word Vandal. They were called Vandals, and we call criminals Vandals, so that's who these were. The Moors, remember now, they have disorganized slavery. The Moors have organized servitude. In other words, when you were in working force of someone that was above you, you were not a slave, you were a servant. It was not a legal system, it was a social status.
Mm-hmm.
You were a human being. You were allowed the right to a hearing if you had been transgressed against, even if it was by the so-called person that was over you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When the Moors came into Europe, what occurred, which we would really have a problem with later on, is that the first slavery was white slavery.
Talk about that.
White folks sold their people to the Moors the moment they saw Moors coming. It was of great pride to be able to have a black face on your family shield. It was an honor for you to have a name like Moore or Morrison. Saint Maurice was the patron saint of Germany, who was, by the way, a Chemite or an Egyptian. When the Moors came over, they were literally welcomed into the community for what they brought, because they brought fairness. In Al-Andalusia, if you were Jewish, you were tried by a Jewish court. If you were Christian, you were tried by a Christian court. The only people that the Moors could try were other Moors. There was a universal way that everybody could live in peace. What the Visigoths and Vandals did in terms of religion no longer existed. Their attacks on Jews no longer occurred. This is why the people that were expelled from Spain immediately after the Moors were the Jews. Because after the Moors, the Jews were hated the most in Spain. And there was a great relationship between the Sephardic Jews and the Moors. The Moors controlled Europe, and the Sephardic Jews controlled the business. Together, they ruled Spain, and they ruled in peace from 710 to 1492, with skirmishes. And of course, in the 1400s, you have the beginnings of what has been our unfolding from the beginning. You have little principalities fighting each other. And one of the ones that brought down Boabdil was that he was fighting his uncle. His uncle and even his mother didn't have much. They thought that he was in cahoots with with Ferdinand and Isabella. Didn't have too much respect for him, and there was infighting, and the infighting led to the destruction of the Moorish Empire. And that happens everywhere. Egypt, wherever we go in the world, they do not have the powers or the number to overtake us. They exploit us fighting each other. And that's been their history. They don't have the power. We give them the power. In fact, the more powerful they become is the more power that we give them. Because if we really analyze them for what they really were, we would know they are not what they pretend to be. But the Moors bringing in this civilization brought in concepts of an organized servitude that Europeans took advantage of, and they took Moorish organized servitude and superimposed it over unorganized slavery. And the end result was organized slavery. That's how they were able to write into law. See, they already had the framework in place. What they needed was organization. The Moors helped organize them. They became better, and they traded in their own people for hundreds of years. Before Africans. Yes, white slavery was it. Selling particularly their daughters. They would sell them all over the world. See, we don't know this because they are so focused on us in the newspaper nowadays, it seems like we are the ones that are so perverse and depraved. But the reality of it is that it began here. See, we don't have a history of this.
But when you say soul slave, how you mean literally? Kind of explain how, and where they sold them to, and what did they
sold to Moorish princes, and you know, in many families, the wives and the children reportedly were so relieved when they were sold. They were better treated by Moors as servants than they were as wives to their European husbands.
Now, generally you hear that the Arabs bought whites and sold them into all over Europe. But what would be the difference now between Arabs and Moors? Are we talking about the same people?
Well, we're talking about the same racial problem because Islam really broke along racial lines, which people don't like to talk about. The reason why Islam went the way it did was because when the Prophet Muhammad was transcending, a black man inherited Islam. And the lighter complexion Eurasians who had come into Islam were very offended. And so the split was along racial lines. It was not along, it was along who would inherit Islam, but it was along the lines of what culture would inherit Islam. And again, this is why we have to be careful. Because it's important to understand that in this part of the world, all up in here, today we call it Israel. Yesterday it was called Palestine, but the day before it was called Canaan. The Palestinians, who are Proto-Aryans mixed with Africans, traveling across this area, coming down into Israel, they murdered African Canaanites the same way Israel is treating them. It's important that when we look at the history of this, that much of
of, and I'm not even going to say Islam because it's important to separate the faith from the people. Every Arab isn't a Muslim. It's important for us to know that. Arab doesn't mean a religion. It is a mixture of people. And Arab is equivalent to African American, to Puerto Rican, to Jamaican, to Haitian. What makes you what you are is the fact that you're mixed with something. That's what makes you an Arab. That's what makes you a Jew. A Jew is not a culture. A Jew is a faith system. It is a learned pattern of behavior that people learn to behave in a certain manner. The evidence that it is not a culture is that Muhammad Ali was born a Christian. He now is a Muslim. Sammy Davis Jr. was born a Christian. He became a Jew. Anything that you can change can't be culture. Culture is something that no matter what you do, you will be it no matter what. So that when you can change your religion, it's obvious that that's not your culture, that that is a learned pattern of behavior. You learn how to pray. Just like you learn how to say Christian prayers, you learn how to say Muslim prayers, you learn how to say Jewish prayers. Everything has its relationship according to the learned pattern of behavior. If you could change your pattern of behavior, it cannot be culture. So as we develop this philosophical underpinning, it's important that we be grounded in a common sense approach to this. I am a Muslim, I am a Jew, I am a Christian. And the reason why I am all of these is because I know there is a oneness of spirituality that comes out of an African reality. There is no, the two things that Professor Clark always taught us, there are two things that black folk don't need. We don't need another religion, and we don't need another organization. And I support that concept in that I encourage us to become grounded in whatever we are, become grounded in the Africanity of what that is. So if you're a Democrat, look at your Africanity of being a Democrat. If you are a Christian, whatever organization or religion you belong to, believe me, it started in Africa. Ground yourself in that reality and then make your reactions to how you live be a part of that living reality. But there is nothing out here. Everything that is out here is still the same thing. It's your depth perception of what you're looking at. We are looking at a perceptual world of what Europeans have superimposed over us. What we have to do as a people is to go back to our rich tradition and begin to look at the world through our eyes. What I'm looking at right now will not change in terms of its structure, but what I receive from it will change because of my depth perception of what I'm looking at. Therefore, an African statue becomes far more than just an African statue when I know that when the knees are bent, it means that that statue is in motion, as opposed to it being the legs being still or straight. It means that it is standing still. It could even mean mummification. But with the African view towards that statue, it changes from a statue with bent knees to a statue that's in motion. European eye says it's bent knee. African perception says that that is a living, moving statue. Then you look at what the statue represents, and that's what is living and moving. We have to do this perception with everything that is around us, because everything that is around us we will never be able to react to as a European, because the first step is your perception of your senses, but the next is the images you create. Our images are different from their images. Our senses is different from their senses. When they superimpose, it is like what Dr. Sadie says, they transplant you. It's like taking a plant from Africa and putting it in the middle of Brooklyn. Brooklyn is a beautiful place, but that's not where that plant belongs. It belongs in Africa. The same way if you took a pine tree and put it in Uganda, a pine tree doesn't belong in Uganda. The nature of the climate creates a certain situation, and the organic family comes out of the same thing. So we are a transplanted people. We are a people who have been moved from our natural habitat into an unfamiliar habitat. We then act a certain way that they accuse us of being crabs in a basket. However, if you were to go back to the water where the crabs came from, you would notice they don't pull each other down. A crab in its natural surroundings acts like a crab should act. An African in his or her natural surroundings acts as an African should act. We act unnaturally because we are out of our natural environment. If we return back into our natural environment, if you go to Africa, you will not hear Africans calling their women bitch or an African equivalent to that word. You will not hear African sisters calling that man down the block under the baobab tree, my nigger, or a word equivalent to that kind of mindset, because in natural surroundings, they are who they should be. In this surroundings, unnatural to us, we are who we should not be. In fact, in acting the way we act, we are being very natural. If we acted any differently, it would be unnatural, because we're in unnatural surroundings. What we have got to do is ground ourselves in our Africanity and view the world from that perspective. When we look at the role that the Moors played, we clearly can see that another piece that comes out very interesting in this piece when he talks about the different civilizations is that Western civilization prides itself on being built on Aristotle's model of democracy. Of course, they don't tell you that in Aristotle's model of democracy, 85% of the population was enslaved, but they don't talk about that. He wrote slavery into his democracy. Who really had democracy were the ruling elders and the Senate and all the rest of that nonsense. They were the ones that were equal. Everybody else in Greece was slaves, but they don't talk about this. Aristotle's model, there were a number of philosophers, African philosophers. Again, you'll find it in this book. Ibn Sina, who is known as Avicenna, and Ibn Rushd, who I believe is known as Averroes. These two philosophers and others, but these two, if I can point out, they were the ones that introduced Aristotle to Europe, because Europeans couldn't read Greek. It was the African Moors with their wealth that traveled across the globe for centuries, collecting ancient Sanskrit or Indian writings, Kemetic writings. And there's a book by Thomas Goodwin and Rafiq Balal. It's called Egyptian Sacred Science and Al-Islam. That book itself is such a profound book. What it does, it compares Kemetic legacy with Islam. And it will make comparisons like, for instance, with Hagar to Hathor or Heteru. It'll make comparisons between Ma'at in Islam, M-A'-A-D, with Ma'at in Kemetic legacy. It will make relationships with netures. Like, for instance, one thing I found out was about Rabs. Rabs in Islam are like the netures in ancient Egypt. They're like the Orishas. And this comes out of the African concept of the intermediary between God and humanity. The Rabs, of course, is where the word rabbi came from. Rabbi itself, of course, is meant to be, you have to understand, Ra-Ba. Rabbi, Ra-Ba. Ra being the energy of the sun and Ba being the spirit of breath. The Ra-Ba was a combination of both, which brought life, but encapsulated in the human, made you a divine person, which made you rabbi, which created the rab. All coming out of the African tradition. This is our history. This is why I say when we look at the world through our tradition, if you're Muslim, stay Muslim. But just understand your Moorish impact. Understand that Islam came out of Africa, came out of the Moors, came out of the rich tradition of Africa. And if you want to, and forget about what I'm saying. What I encourage you to do, go back in history and look at life at the time we're talking about here. Look at life in the East, Persia, which was Iran, Iraq, coming down to Saudi Arabia. Read the book, by the way, The African Presence in Early Asia. Read the book, The African Presence in Early Europe, again by the dynamic scholar, Dr. Ivan Francesco, who brings essays together, which gives you a lot of perspectives towards a theme, which allows you to see it much larger in his perspective. I'm sure he could edit everybody's book, but because he makes essays, he gets right to the point. So all of his books in terms of the African presence all around the world, you'll see the relationship and how the Moors had to have been what brought the Renaissance in place, because it is here that bringing the knowledge of all around the world, Sanskrit, Medu-Neter, ancient America, going into all sorts of parts of Africa, bringing this information here and then bringing it into Europe, developing the universities, and then it's spreading across the world. The Aristotle model of democracy was introduced by African people. So even the democracy, the conceptual democracy of Europe, because mind you, there's nothing but kings and queens in Europe. There's still kings and queens in Europe. In fact, we've lived to see the King of Spain. in Europe. So they're still kings and queens. So where all of a sudden is democracy? And America, by the way, is not a true democracy. The fact that we have a president is the last throw that they just couldn't get rid of that king concept. So the president is there. If America was a true democracy, we'd be run by Congress. But because we have a president, that's the throwback to the Europeans' inability to get rid of the king.
Okay, so the Moors stay and education of Europe at a time when Europe was selling its own people in the Dark Ages, enslaved, only about the women, and then move on to the Moors being the Inquisition. But women played a role, European women. I mean, there was so many of them burnt to the stake, but tie that in with the church and
Sure. And you know, there's one other thing that I'd like to add about this. Another thing that the Moors brought was a sewer system. In other words, when Europeans went to the bathroom, they went right there. They might have segregated themselves into a corner of the room, but they dug a little hole and they went to the bathroom there. When the Moors got there, they said, no man, you got to run that stuff out of your house. So what they did is they started the sewer system that would run drainage through the house down into a segregated area of the community, that all of the waste, all of the garbage, everything was channeled down in that area so that it was not within the compound. So think of the structure of the mind of the African, understanding, okay, you put animals in corrals and coops, you put your waste in a sewer system, you have hot and cold running water. They had air conditioning in Europe. By the way in which they built their house, they understood waves and the way in which the earth was structured, so that, you know, there are some places in a house that you go that you might say, I always go in there because a cool breeze runs through there. Well, the reason why is that if you had studied the way in which your house, where your house was built, you would know that by the nature of your surrounding environment, a cool wind passes through a certain way. If you open up one window and a door, the wind will go at a particular time. The Moors understood this direction, and that's what air conditioning was. We're not talking about the air conditioning necessarily in the kind of boxes that come out of us. That's artificial air. What they developed was a natural cool air. They would, in fact, build fans and shutters, so that the wind would blow. The same way a sail will go, the wind would go. They would build it in the house so that you could just be in a house that was totally air conditioned. And there was a number of things they could do, but I wanted to add that because this as a fundamental thinking process, and this is what Professor Clark was so helpful to developing me, is the common sense approach to this. Because when you're dealing with someone whose life is meant to confuse you, you need someone who can set you straight. And Professor Clark's approach towards teaching gave you a philosophical underpinning. It grounded you in why you needed to know this, what you could do with what you knew, and what would happen after you knew it. As a people, we have got to get a philosophical underpinning to our nation. That philosophical underpinning should be the Moors. I encourage my brothers and sisters in Islam, whether it be the Nation of Islam, whether it be the Islamic movement of our brother Dean Warith Muhammad, whatever Muslim you are, I challenge African people to study that language and to begin to look at some of the documents and to translate them. Because you will find that many of the translations are going to be the kinds of translations that will be equivalent to the Shabaka stone. They will tell certain things on a metaphoric level that we have not yet come to grips with. So I'm encouraging, there is a lot of things that we can do to make this better. But let's go back to the Christian church and let's go back to women, because it's interesting that that is one of the problems that the Eurasian Islams had with the original African Muslims. And that was the treatment of women. In Al-Andalusia, Al meaning spiritual, Andar in Spanish meaning light, Luz is light. So what they were saying was that Al-Andalusia, they were going to build a nation that walked in a spiritual light. That's what this nation was meant to be. And here, women were free. There are documents showing the jobs that women held equivalent to men. It shows the monies they received, the compensation they received equivalent to men. Women owned land. Women had title. The Moorish women had every right that the man had. They were leaders. They were warriors. The problem that the Eurasian Muslims had was that they couldn't get rid of their control and containment of their women. That was a very serious philosophical point that Muslims had, and another reason why there's such a schism within the nation, according to how the women are treated. So, and then of course the Catholic Church having almost not almost, but having a totally negative feeling towards the woman, building her to be the cornerstone to the fall of man. I could never understand that. I could never understand a sister talking a man into doing something and the woman get punished because the man is weak. If I were God, I would have busted the man. And I would have given a lot of respect for the sister for having the ability to persuade. And I would want to bring her on my side since she had the power of persuasion and the man was nothing but a follower. So even in the story itself, it blames someone, but it makes the person that's exonerated weak. And it rewards the weak and it punishes the strong. That sounds like a fairy tale to me. It is a story that the Moors couldn't accept. Another problem that the Moors had with Christians and their Eurasian Muslim brothers and sisters was that the Moors didn't have faith in God. They didn't have a belief in God. They knew God existed. To have a faith system puts you on that precarious tightrope that if swayed either way, you could lose. Africans would never have lost faith in God because they knew God existed. You only lose faith when you don't trust that something is going on. So when the Moor would present himself to God, they knew that, well, in fact, they called it adoptionism. Adoptionism was the concept of this supernatural, extraordinary human being that by the nature of her relationship with nature, not only knew God, but came to realize and become conscious that they were God. And they acted like gods. And if you define your God to be the master and the mistress of the universe, God acts a certain way. That's how they treated each other. They said, and this is in the book by Stanley Lane Poole, he said that when the Moors were driven from Spain, Europe has never been the same. That if the Moors had been allowed, let's just say somehow or other, Ferdinand and Isabella, instead of attacking the Moors, had somehow of a working relationship that they decided, okay, but let's just work together. This world would be totally different. If, instead of destroying the Moors, they made the Moors a major part, they would have been able to develop a civilization that today doesn't exist. Why? Because it is recorded through Dr. Van Sertima's work that after 1492, and in coming to this part of the world, that there was a bishop by the name of Landa who burnt thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Native American codices. Codices are equivalent to Egyptian papyri. Papyri is the plural, codice is the plural for Native American. Codex is the singular, papyrus is the singular. So one codex is one, let's call it a book or a script. Bishop Landa, out of the Catholic philosophy, burned thousands of books that had been written by Native American peoples on health, nutrition, science of all kinds, mathematics, the Maya, the Olmec, all of these civilizations that brought all this wisdom together. Again, from Dr. Van Sertima's work, looking at the role Africa played in this area and the coming together of these two people. Bishop Landa destroyed the works of the Native Americans in the West, while Bishop Cisneros was destroying the Moorish texts. There was a day that in Granada they took over 300,000, and again, I'm afraid of numbers because it could be much more than this, it could be less, but it could be more, texts, and they put it in the middle of the court, and they put all of the texts on fire because they said they were books of the devil because they were written in Arabic and they were probably Qurans. Burned them, and today they celebrate the day of the bonfire. And that's what they're celebrating when they celebrate the day of the bonfire. This is celebrated in many Spanish-speaking countries today, but we don't know this. We don't understand our culture and our history We celebrate the destruction of wisdom and knowledge, not realizing that it's probably why we have cancer today. Because chances are, had those texts been preserved, many important medical documents probably would have saved a lot of lives today. So the relationship that they had in terms of wisdom and knowledge is deeply in the tradition of Europe. The Catholic Church, in destroying the works in the East and in the West, destroyed what would bring forward civilization. And today we have their inability to decipher information. And so now we have nuclear fission instead of fusion. Nothing wrong with fission in its place. But fission takes the uranium atom and it splits it. And it contains these split atoms contained in a particular area. And if detonated all at one time, this fission creates a mighty explosion. What I just told you is written in a Muslim text that dates back in the thousands, 1,000 years ago. In other words, Africans understood the nuclear bomb. They understood the power of nuclear fission. But they also had a great respect for nuclear fusion. Fission is when you separate the nucleuses. Fusion is when you fuse them together. And this is why the study of the sun has to become priority in our life, so that we can begin to develop the kind of civilization built on an energy level that only the sun can bring to us. The Moors were aware of this. It is in their documents. So this is not something that we're all dreaming of. This is things written. This is where those that can understand the Arabic language would be able to decipher and translate some very important documents. The Catholic Church rising up through this time in the 1500s and the 1600s, you can see what's going on, because look at what happens. You have the splitting of the world in half. It's called the Treaty of Tordesillas. Dr. Leonard Jeffrey says this is one of the turning points in European history. What this does, it literally cuts the world in half. Gives the East to Portugal and gives the West to Spain. However, what they didn't tell you is that Christopher Columbus was a double agent for the Portuguese. Because remember, Christopher Columbus is married to Portuguese royalty. He is involved with the Portuguese long before he's ever involved with the Spanish. It is upon this mark that Brazil speaks Portuguese today, was because the Treaty of Tordesillas, the line of demarcation, cut it so that the largest part of South America would go to Portugal. And the West, Florida and California, Los Angeles, and all these other areas would go to the Spanish. But now you have other world powers coming on the scene, like England. And England says, well, who is this Pope that he can split the world in half and give half to Portugal and half to Spain? What about us? Germany says, what about us? France says, what about us? And so what happens is that there starts to be a war amongst the Europeans for the spoils of what the Moors introduced. And the reason why Portugal, you hear this story about Prince Henry the Navigator, that's such nonsense. There are boats in the pyramids of Khufu that are larger than Prince Henry's boats of Portugal. Where did he learn how to get on the waters? He learned from the Moors. Why is Portugal and Spain the countries of Europe that are moving out of the Dark Ages first? What is it happening here that's not happening every other place? The Moors. See, this is how you can tell civilization. Why didn't they do this before 710 and 711? Why was it only when Africans came up that you start the literacy of Europe? You start the building of different buildings in Europe. You have warfare on a level of guns going on. You have a number of different things. The foods are different. The foods are changing. Why is this happening? Why didn't it happen before? It's not happening before because it wasn't introduced. The Moors were not there. It was they who brought this in. These individuals get mad, and then pretty soon they go to war. Now, Prince Henry, this story comes down to us that he broke away from the church because of the selling, and Calvin breaking away from the church, creating the Protestant movement. It had nothing to do with the so-called, days of grace, that giving church money would give you abstinence. It had to do with the fact that the only way that they could take away the power of the only way they could get land that the Spanish and the Portuguese got was to take away the power of the Pope. Because if the Pope is not your leader, he can't tell you what is and is not yours. Therefore, England, France, Germany, all in the guise of religion, break away from the church to undermine the power of the Pope so they can go to war with Spain and Portugal to take back land. And that's what begins to happen. And one of the next great power comes France. The great power I'm talking about. France with Napoleon. Now what brings him up? He gets into Egypt. He gets into Kemet in 1797. Napoleon III, the so-called Great Napoleon. And it is here that he brings his intelligentsia that studies Egypt and is able then to bring what we know as the modern world into place. England says there's no way we're going to let France get away with that. So England, Wellington, then goes after Napoleon at Waterloo. When he beats France, the first thing he wants is Egypt. Why? Because he wants the knowledge of Egypt. And then we move into the 1900s with so-called Lord Carnarvon in Egypt, unleashing secrets, and then you have the Industrial Revolution. Not only Industrial Revolution, you have America in geometric progression going into a civilization that they themselves have absolutely no reason to be in, because they don't have the background information to be there. You cannot get to the Iron Age without going through copper and bronze. You can't get to trigonometry without first going through algebra and geometry. It appears that Europe overnight has been by God given all this information. And they were given this information by God. The Moors gave them this information. And the Moors at this time in history were their gods. They won't admit it now, but this is the truth. With enough investigation, you'll find that Morocco played a very strong role in the development of the Constitution of the United States and what we today know as America. The Moroccan government had a lot to do with the information that America received, along with the acceptance of America as a nation. So there's an ongoing role between the Moors and America, not to mention, of course, the work that Dr. Bay is doing, Dr. Jose Pimento Bay, in the relationship of the Moors and Native American peoples. It would be so obvious that if you have this great civilization going on at 710, going up to 1492, it would only be natural that between this time period, 710 AD to approximately 1492, that you have the great nations of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, and that they themselves, under Abu Bakr II, as Dr. Van Chedema says, and they came before Columbus, coming to America. There's no reason why some of those Moorish heads could not be, the Olmec heads. There's no reason why some of them could not be Moorish heads. There's no reason why there could not have been Moorish civilizations in America that would have led to the darkening of the Native American peoples, along with all of the other nations of color that were embedded in America. So it is not, from my perspective, unnatural that we would see such a lively relationship between Africans and the Americas and China. There's evidence of Africans bringing elephants into China. But if you're bringing elephants into China, what kind of boats must you have? What kind of technology that would allow you to bring elephants? You don't do that on no canoe. So they would have to have had high-powered wisdom. Not only that, but you've got to know that if you have a certain amount of weight, how you're going to travel on the water. So they must have had great navigational skills to know how to bring elephants from Africa to China. So all of this knowledge is here, but because they have dwarfed us and superimposed this concept of white supremacy on us, we don't know how great we were in history. So now we fight and we struggle and we go here and we go there to be accepted in a college. That some of these individuals from Cambridge and Oxford came to the United States and decided that they were going to create King's College. The same people who studied at the Moors brought the information that they had developed in England, that the Moors had taught them, to the United States and created in New York King's College. Today we call it Columbia University. Columbia University's wisdom and knowledge is based in the wisdom and knowledge of African thought.
Let me ask you though, how were they able to defeat the Moors, and what kind of fighting and atrocities were perpetrated on the Moors? I saw you read the book.
Okay. Let's just, and you see, again, we have to look at the Inquisition, and we have to understand exactly what it was that was going on in terms of
What's
the Inquisition.
Yeah.
Okay, the Inquisition, more or less, is basically, well, this is a book called Spain, A Land Blighted by Religion. Please allow me to read, just so you can understand. Joseph Lewis, this is what he's saying. In my travels through Spain, I saw many buildings that were used as inquisitorial chambers. In Seville, I saw the crucifix, which hung in the building of the Inquisition, presided over by Torquemada. Torque, Torquemada. In Valladolid, I saw the Palace of Justice, which was afterwards used as an inquisitorial chamber, where Isabella and Ferdinand were married, and under whose regime the Inquisition was started. I visited the cells and saw many of the dungeons of this building. In Madrid, I visited the public square where the officials of the church and the state assembled to celebrate the reading of the sentences of the auto da fe to the victims before being burnt at the stake. However, here in Barcelona is the only building that I found in Spain that bears the official seal of the Inquisition. In this building, helpless men and women, whose only crime was that they did not believe exactly as the church wanted them to believe. We're talking about the Moors. See, this whole concept of not believing were them trying to get the Africans to take on Christianity, something that the Moors never did to the Christians, by the way. They were tortured with instruments invented by the perverted ingenuity of man to produce the most excruciating pain and torment. These tortures consisted of the breaking of the victim's bone upon the wheel and rack, that thing that stretched you, the application of the thumb screw and the leg crusher, the branding of the flesh with red-hot irons, the tearing of the body with pincers of steel. Eyes were blinded, fingers cut off, and tongues ripped out. Some were submerged in waters, others were beaten and racked beyond recognition. All this was done to make them confess to the crime of heresy, which, by the way, is the precursor to burning women at the stake, witch hunting. That is, to the unbelief in the religion of those who were torturing them, that they might be taken to the public square and roasted to death. During the period of the Inquisition, nearly 300 years, it has been reliably estimated that more than 1 million victims, and I'll add the word Moors, were roasted to death, tortured, and killed. One of my purposes in traveling through Europe was to gather together as many as possible of the instruments of torture that were used during the Inquisition, and establish in the United States a museum of these religious articles that may serve as an object lesson to man, that he should bear charitably and tolerantly with his fellow man upon the question of religion, and that such a hateful institution as the Inquisition shall never again exist upon this earth. This is white supremacy. This that we just talked about is what we went through here in America.
Maybe you can, I just want you to segue that into, after the Inquisition, Portugal, which was already in Africa, but the slave trade begins, and it is the same army on a war footing, or these same people on a war footing, who comes to Africa. I want you to kind of give us your insight and understanding to these two cultures clashing, and how they would ultimately end up with us here in Ireland.
Well, fundamentally what you have is what Francis Cress Welsing calls genetic annihilation. They understand that the clock is ticking. Even in 1492 they understood this. And they understood that if they allowed the Moors to continue to be in power, that in fact they would physically, mentally, and spiritually be taken off of the planet. And that their birth would never occur again unless Africans moved into the Ice Age. That's the first thing that they understood. They understood that they did not have the wherewithal to be able to survive and to create a civilization. So they, like parasites, like fleas, attached themselves to the host, sucking the nature of the host from it. What occurred, as always occurs, the only way that Castile and Aragon could defeat the Moors was the same reason why they could not defeat them before. Because the Moors were organized and Castile and Aragon were mortal enemies. When Castile and Aragon, Ferdinand and Isabella only got married to unite the two kingdoms, east and west, to go after the Moors and chase them out. The Moors fought amongst themselves. As an African people, in my research of us as a people, before you see our destruction in whatever phase, whether it be Egypt, whether it be the Moors, whether it be us in America, even to this very day, if you see our destruction, if you take 2 steps back, we're fighting amongst ourselves. They don't have the power and the ability to do what they have to do. They must depend on us fighting each other, which weakens both of our factions, and they come together whether they like it or not. They hate each other, but they understand the need to come together as one, and then to separate us into 2, so that their one is in fact a majority over our 2, although our 2 combined dwarfs them in terms of numbers. But with us split apart, they can do battle with both factions because we both have 2 enemies. We have them and us. They only have 1 enemy, and that's us collective. But they got help. They got allies on both sides because we helping them, and our brothers and sisters are helping them by us fighting each other. If we got to the point where no matter what we felt towards each other, that we had unconditional love for a nation to be built, we would be free yesterday. It is only the Willie Lynch syndrome, as Minister Louis Farrakhan points out, that keeps us in the position that we're in. Because once we come together, it's over.
Now, they come after the Inquisition.
Yes.
They come down into Africa.
Well, the Inquisition is going on. The Inquisition is going on simultaneously. And what's also happening during the Inquisition is that they are moving Moors off of the land. See, this is another thing that we have to be aware of in terms of our history. Many of the original people coming to this part of the world were Moors, particularly those in the Spanish-speaking islands. In fact, in Puerto Rico, they have a celebration during the 3rd week of July that they call the celebration. Well, they have 3, but in July, it's dedicated to Juan the Apostle, John the Apostle. And basically, they celebrate Vejigante. Vejigante is the Moor. But syncretism is like Santeria. Syncretism is like when we mask our true feelings, but we celebrate a white thing. It's like when you look at Santeria, it is based in the Christian faith, but it has African undertones to it. Well, the same is true when you come to this part of the world and the Vejigante. The Vejigante is supposed to be the Moor who goes around to the town and scares the children and the people. But the real thing was that the Moors weren't the ones going around scaring the people. It was a European that went around scaring the people. But for Africans to celebrate that in Puerto Rico, they could not make the European the evil one. So they made themselves the evil one, but they really were the metaphor for the white man. That's why they paint their face white, and they paint their face in different flavor, so that it creates a syncretism. It's a hidden message underneath what they're actually saying. So there's evidence of the Moors in the Caribbean, in their celebrations. And that's particularly in Puerto Rico, but it also is in the Spanish-speaking island. The first Moors were, in fact, the ones exiled off their land and brought to the Caribbean. That was part of the Inquisition, along with stealing all of the gold and all of the buildings and all of the other things that belonged. They weren't really trying to make people into Christians because they just wanted to kill these black people. They just used religion because a lot of the Moors were already Christians. There were Moorish Christians here too. Moor doesn't mean you're a Muslim. Moor is an African. It means you were black. But there were Moorish Christians, there were Moorish Jews, and there were Moorish Muslims. Of course, the great majority were Muslims. But during the Inquisition, they steal the land, which gives the monetary ability for Columbus to get on the waters, and for Spain to come to this part of the world, and for Portugal to come to this part of the world. You see, that the money they used was coming out of the Inquisition. They were going to steal it anyway. Whether you became a Christian or not, they were going to kill you and take your stuff. They just used religion as that piece. You know, like the martyrs. The book points out there were no martyrs. In fact, the Moors used to tell the Christians, look, we don't want to kill you. the Christians, some of them committed suicide, and other Christians said that the Muslims had killed them and made them into martyrs. Where does the word martyr come from? Anytime you see any of that, comes from the Moors. The first martyrs in Europe were the Moors. The word martyr comes out of Moor. But see, they don't say this. You know, when you have Joan of Arc and all of these other martyrs, people who died. Well, the first 3 martyrs of the Christian church were African. The first martyrs of the church were Africans. The first Christian church was African. So it is not far from the fact that martyr became Moor. So there's no problem in seeing the relationship linguistically to martyr and Moor. And it's important that the monies that were taken from the Inquisition that led to exploration, what occurred in Europe was, well, let me put it to you this way. The ancestors to multinational corporations are the pirates. Remember, the governments give charters to businesses that come and do all their work. The governments didn't do that. The businesses did that. Slavery was a business. It wasn't a political entity. It served political purposes, but it wasn't a political entity. These were businesses. When you're dealing with these pirates, Sir Walter Raleigh and all these people, these are the ancestors of big business. These are the ones that start channeling. This is where they get their money from, in terms of, because what Europe is looking for is drugs. They're looking for sugar.
It's drugs.
Sugar. Sugar was the first drug. Europeans got hooked on sugar. Moors brought sugar into Europe. So what happened was, because you see, you can't grow sugar in Europe because sugar needs a tropical climate. Sugar cane, you see? So what is happening is that sugar and sweets are being brought here. These Europeans never ate this before. They never had food that the spices and things for the food. So what happens is that they get hooked on sugar, but they can't get enough of it. So they decide to go, see, cotton didn't get us in trouble. Sugar did. That's the first product of the slave trade, was sugar. So what happens is a lively trade occurs here. But
Sugar got us in trouble.
yeah, sugar was, and there is a book called Sugar Blues. Howard, I'm sorry, but his name escapes me right now, but he wrote a book called Sugar Blues where he has a chapter on sugar and the role that sugar has played in modern history. And he outlines how all of this came to be. So this Inquisition that funnels this, and then Europe goes to war with Spain, steals their stuff, they start getting this industrial piece going on. You're dealing with the 1500s, you're now going into the 1600s, the formation of America. Of course, Spain and Portugal in this area, you have the French and the British and the Dutch coming up into North America. And they start dealing with the Native American peoples. They start to learn how to trap, because they didn't know how to wear these kind of furs and things like that. The Native Americans taught them how to clothe themselves. Native Americans taught them how to live on the land.
What did they wear?
I'm sorry?
What did they wear?
Well, they wore the basic garments. They wore things, overlapping clothes. They didn't wear anything what they will show you on TV. Whatever they wore, it was a brother by the name of Ziriab, means blackbird. Ziriab brought fashion to Europe. He brought the changing of the garments. Again, I go back to the golden age of the Moor. He brought back the concept that you change your fabric and the texture of your fabric according to your climate. Europeans wore the same thing all year long. Ziriab brought fashion to Europe. All of these Italian designs and all these Italian cuts, these are not European inventions, these are African inventions that Moors brought in. And the evidence of Moors in Italy with this relationship, that's one of the reasons why so many people from Venice were involved in the Crusades. Because they were after certain things that they knew were out in the East, that they could not get where they were. Many of the Crusades, whether you're counting 4 or 6, all failed because they didn't have the strength of unity. Every crusade also never went through Spain and Portugal. They all went this way, around Europe. because they knew who they had to deal with if they went west. So they went east, and even there they had problems. And so it's important that when you look at history and you look at what channeled British, French, all these people into the business, you now have the Ma'afa, or the enslavement. You have the murder of peoples of color, not just in the American hemisphere, but Australia, New Zealand, all parts of the worlds of color in Eurasia. And then, of course, Africa, 1600s, 1700s. These Europeans go and travel on the same path to these places that the people of color went going out. In other words, Europeans didn't invent new routes. They didn't know where they were going. They just followed. It's like if I follow somebody to Flatbush Avenue, and then I return home, well, all that person has to do to find where I live is follow me back to where I live. Well, that's what the European did. It's not like they found a new path to my house. They just followed me home. That's what the European did around the world. They did not invent anything, because everything that they found where they went were things that were already brought into Europe by Africans and by people of color. So they knew how to utilize it. So they already had the advantage of the wisdom. They had already attached themselves parasitically to the host, which was the Moor, deciphered everything that that individual had, and then redid it in their own perspective. And so now we're living in a situation that we can directly trace back, just like what we've done, the 1600s, the 1700s. But then what happens in this American hemisphere in particular? Industrial Revolution. What begins to happen is that the agriculture of the South of the United States built up the northern industries. Everything going on in the Caribbean, if it was in a Spanish-speaking island, it built up Spain. If it was in Brazil, it built up Portugal. If it was in Haiti, St. Lucia, it built up France, Aruba, Bonaire, Holland, and the Dutch country. In particular here was that Europe didn't have the industry that America had. They didn't have, in fact, the reason why whites left Europe was because there's nothing there. People poor, land poor, and resource poor, as Dr. Jeffrey says. What they did is they came to this area here, but they created an agricultural system here with Africans working the land here. The problem is that when you have an agricultural system here, that's what caught my attention.
Okay.
Was it taken before?
Ever since that's been out, it hasn't been taken, so you have to go back. How did that happen? Oh, no. It's taken. It was taken down here, though.
Okay,
But
so
when
it's on.
we stopped before and I changed tapes, I forgot to cut this back on.
Okay,
Okay, but it was taken down here, so we got it down here.
okay. The key to remember here is that the agricultural ma'afa, enslavement period, or life down here, built astronomically the industries and factories of the North, free labor. But what happens is that in an industrial revolution, for instance, when you begin, what might have taken you an hour to make one pair of shoes, you now can make 300 pairs of shoes. Let's just throw that out, even if it was 5. What's happening is that industry is growing at geometric progression, while capitalism grows arithmetically. In other words, arithmetic means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Geometric means 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, down the line. What was happening was that agriculture was slowing up industry. And the North said to the South, we are in an industrial mode, which means that in an industrial mode, we have to create a capitalism. Everybody has to be able to vie for the top. There has to be very strong competition in order for it to, we'll strangle ourselves. We'll drown in our own situation if we don't expand. The holding of African people must stop. See, they did not see where this was heading. They had no conceptualization of being able to do 200 shoes in a way that you would only have been able to have the time to do one. So they didn't see this happening, so therefore when it came, it surprised them, and they began to choke. So what they said is that you all have to stop this enslavement. You can't have slavery because if you have free labor, the whites, the poor whites, will not have an incentive to move up because people in business will have free labor. So why pay somebody when you can have it done free? Okay? The South said to the North, look, it's because of us that you even have that, so you need to be quiet. See, the South could have lived on its own. The North couldn't. The North needed agriculture. Agriculture didn't need industry because they still could do what they needed to do down South. But down North, if you don't have the product, you can't make the thing. If you have the product, you might just do it, but you do it slower. So the South had the advantage, and they knew it. And they said, no, we're not going to get rid of our enslavement. That's what made us who we are. You're asking us to do something. You had slaves just up until a couple of years ago. You only cut it loose because you're industrial now. But you don't like them any more than we do. And they said, no, we don't like them any more than you do, but that's not the point. For industry to be able to survive, you've got to stop slavery. That is a principle in capitalism. Everyone has to have the momentum. They said, well, what are we going to do? By the way, welfare was one of the answers to what they did. But they said, well, what we're going to do is that we're just going to free African people. And the South said, no, you're not going to free them. North said, yes, you are. South said, no, we aren't. North said, yes, you are. South said, we're going to secede. North said, no, you're not. South said, yes, we are. North said, let's go to war. That's the Civil War. It had nothing to do with freeing us. They didn't have any love for us to free us. They freed us because industry couldn't have existed with slavery in place.
I'm not quite sure that I understand that. Are you talking about people wouldn't buy the products and then they would be making a lot of products and couldn't sell them? Why couldn't they sell them to Europe, to England, create other markets, other places?
Because the fuel of the Industrial Revolution itself was the individual competing with other individuals. That's the image of the philosophy of capitalism. It's dog eat dog. And everybody's climbing up to that apex of the pyramid. That's capitalism. It allows anybody to be able to rise up in the society if you have the right ideas. Slavery, or the enslavement of a human being, like what's happening in America today. They're going to foreign places because they can get cheaper labor than they can get here.
Right.
If you could get free labor, even Hong Kong would be too expensive. So it breaks down capitalism. That's what's happening here in America. What's happening now is that there are corporations that are willing to let America fall because they're on an international level now. They can survive because they're international now. Before, they were just locally involved in this hemisphere. The world has become their employment opportunity now. But in a capitalist system, you cannot have free labor. You have to have the concept of competition. Someone is not going to hire somebody, like for instance, if you have a farm and you say to your workers, if you know you can sell, let's say, 200 ears of corn for a great price, you'll say, the first person that brings me 200 ears of corn is going to get a bonus. Okay? If you say to somebody, whether or not you pull this, you're not going to get nothing extra, the incentive to be quick isn't there.
Right.
As a slave state, if you are in a position of working for free, there is no momentum for you to compete. Therefore, everything is going to keep going this way while industry is moving very quickly, but you're still moving this way. It will suffocate industry, and there will be an implosion in the civilization. The first evidence of that implosion was the stock market crash. You see, now again, look at the history that we've come. We've come from Egypt to Greece to Rome to the Catholic Church to the barbarians of the Visigoths to the Moors to Columbus to the Caribbean to America to big business to the American Revolution to the Civil War to Reconstruction to the Civil Rights Movement to where we are today. And it can be traced back, and in history, this is why Professor Clark said that history was the clock that people used to tell their political time of day, and it was a compass that they found themselves on the map of human geography, because history will ground you. And you can see yourself, and if you can see what got you into this position, you can see what can get you out. Because all you have to do is go back to the last step where you stepped off of Ma'at, and the first step is to unite together.
In closing, Brother Booker T, in the few minutes that we have, we talked on the way down about sun and agriculture and the study of the sun having to do with a way out.
Yes.
We need a way out.
Absolutely.
Maybe
Absolutely.
just close with that.
I
Close on a high note.
Absolutely. Well, you know, the high note is here. Freedom is not at hand, is not in hand, it is a process. I'm very optimistic about our future, but I'm very realistic about what we face towards that future. I'm not looking all gloriously and seeing great things. We have, as Dr. King said, we have difficult days ahead, but what the centerpiece to civilization, and I go back to a book called Hyperspace by a Japanese brother by the name of Michio Kaku, who has a radio program on WBAI, and he also is, I believe, a professor at City College of New York. To use part of his work that civilization is based on where you receive your energy. In other words, energy gives a civilization the ability to build a technology. Whether it be a pyramid technology, a temple technology, a computer technology, whatever it is, it relies on the energy source. So he says that a zero civilization is a civilization who gets its energy from the earth, water, air, or wind, batteries. Everything is earth. Petroleum, which is oil in the ground, fossil fuels. He says that a type 1 civilization is a civilization that derives its power from the sun. Therefore, things that motivate your society, in other words,
Type 2.
I'm sorry?
Type 2 from the sun?
No, type 1.
Okay.
Type 0 is earth,
Okay.
type 1 is sun.
All right.
Because he believes 0, and I believe 0 is just the beginnings. It would be to the Dogon called jiriso, the word on the front. Okay, it's just that basic earth. You're drawing your power, your energy from the earth. The type 1 civilization draws it from the sun. So therefore, if you have a solar dish where you can get your light, your heat, your computer run, your television cameras, your televisions, whatever it is, runs on solar, then you have an inexhaustible source of energy that you can fuel your life by this energy, not only physically, but mentally and spiritually too. You will become a sun person. Okay, so we're not just talking about the physical manifestations, but the mental and spiritual manifestations of this same energy. Because we all are, by the way, pieces of the sun encapsulated in this temple. The type 2 civilization, after you got aware of the earth, you became so aware of the earth, you then tapped into the sun, our sun, Ra. Then, after tapping into the sun, our sun becomes like a satellite. Just like when you want to watch a show in, let's say, Africa, you don't have a beam that can take you directly to Africa, so you have a satellite. A satellite that will send a message from where you are to the satellite, and then the satellite down to where you're going on the earth. Even if you're going on the other side of the earth, you need to send that message to another satellite that will then send it to that part of the earth. But a satellite will do it. The Kemites believed, ancient civilizations believed, that you could use the sun as a similar satellite. That in fact the type 2 civilization was where you derived your power from the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. In other words, you use the sun as a satellite to draw other powers from the billions and billions of stars of our entire Milky Way galaxy. Imagine that kind of energy that you could have. For me, the evidence of that power rests in the sarcophagi of King Tut, that in fact Africans were on a type 2 civilization by some of the pictographs of the relationship of stars to human beings. It's obvious that they knew something. Also, the Dogon clearly talk about a galactic power that they were able to derive. But now the final type of civilization, a type 3, remembering the satellitic kind of power, is that the earth and the human uses itself as the energy. Then the type 1 is the human uses itself to get the solar power. Then the type 2 civilization is that the human uses the sun, and the sun is the satellite that draws galactic power from billions of stars. Now the type 3 civilization is that when you can tap into our galaxy and create a cosmic energy. It is my belief that we were on that level,
before we were rudely interrupted by this European that came out of the mountains. It is my belief that we were clearly on our way to an understanding of cosmic power, travel in space, mentally, spiritually, and physically. And it is not preposterous that this should be, considering what the European has done with his feeble knowledge since 1959 to this point.
We are extremely pleased and blessed to be in the company of our brother Professor Booker T. Coleman at the school, PS, what school is it?
This is CIS 147 in the Bronx.
CIS 147.
District 9.
District 9. And we're in a very beautiful office, which is his office. And extremely well presented with all kinds of symbols and artifacts and books, maps, all kinds of things that will educate our young people to who and what they are. Today we're going to look at Africa, in particular Ethiopia, and the importance of Ethiopia to humanity, to African civilization, world civilization. And we want Brother Booker T. Coleman to kind of give us an overview of the importance of Ethiopian contribution to the world.
Clearly, Hotep, and I'd like to thank Clemson Brown, Minister Clemson Brown, for being here and talking to us about this important issue, because one of the things that we try to do in teaching our children, we teach children from pre-kindergarten through 8th grade. And one of the things that we attempt to do is to let them know, as Minister Brown has said, to let them know who they are. And there really is no way to understand who we are as a people, as an African people, and I include European Africans and Asian Africans while we're talking about it too. The whole of humanity owes a great debt to Ethiopia for what Ethiopia has done, both male and female, looking in terms of the development of not just humankind, but also civilization. And what you're looking at here is what we call, in geographical terms, as a relief map. And the wonderful thing about a relief map is that, as you know, a lot of maps are flat. What's good about this map is that you can actually see the raised mountains. You can actually see the rivers. And here, on this relief map of Africa, you can see Ethiopia, which is here. Now, we must be careful because Ethiopia as a word, while it is now being given to a specific geographic location, in the ancient world, William Leo Hansberry, as well as other scholars, teach us that Ethiopia was a term applied to the entire continent. We find references in Portuguese literature to parts of Mozambique being called Lower Ethiopia. Not just that, but we also see European scholars during the 15th, 16th, and 17th century referring to these individuals in this area of Africa. They are changing the word from calling them Ethiopians to calling them Moors. In understanding this concept, you then can understand the importance of understanding that Moors were Africans, and that in fact the Moors going into what the Muslim nation called Al-Andalus, 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 which today we call Spain, was in fact an African nation going into the Iberian Peninsula. So we owe a great debt to Ethiopia, but Ethiopia is so important on so many different levels. This raised relief map shows us how geographically Ethiopia is important. In fact, when you look at the Great Lakes region, and you look at the beginnings of the White Nile, and you follow the White Nile as it flows fluently through Africa, what you tend to see is a wonderful river of a clear substance moseying its way north. It is going, as Dr. Ben would teach us, it is going up south. However, Lake Tana in Ethiopia is where the Blue Nile begins. Lake Tana is right here. This is the origin of the Blue Nile. Now, what is so important about it is because it is so high up in terms of its location that the waters come gushing down. And it is in fact those rushing waters meeting the White Happy, as the Africans called it. They call the Nile River Happy, H-A-P-I, or I've seen it H-A-P-Y. As the Blue Nile comes down and meets White Happy at Khartoum, that is what gives it its rush to move forward. And in fact, you can give credit to the Blue Happy for having created Kemet, or Egypt, in the first place, because possibly the White Happy might have just moseyed to a certain level and then just moved back. However, with the rush of the waters of the blue, it pushed the waters further. Not to mention, of course, that because it was blue, it was called blue because of its darkness, because of its indigo color. It is this dark silt, it is this rich soil that coming up created the fertile areas that later would be able to flourish the types of agriculture that later Ethiopians would then bring into the Kemetic region. So Ethiopia is important to us for so many different reasons. It created Kemet. It created civilization. Some of the oldest fossil finds we find in the geographical region that we call today Ethiopia. It is so important for us to understand. It's so important for our young people to understand this. It is important for humanity to understand the importance of Ethiopia. And this is what we're doing with our young people, and this is why the relief map is so very important.
You were talking about the Great Lakes area. Can we begin there talking about those gorillas and then how Ethiopia becomes the first areas of an organized kind of human governmental system?
Sure. You see, when you look at the development of humanity, the Great Lakes region, and the reason why I say the Great Lakes region is because there are so many lakes, there are so many water sources in this area. Again, we look at a number of different things. Rwenzori, we look at Kilimanjaro, the mountains of the moon, in terms of Tanzania, Kenya. When we look at the origins of humanity coming up out of this area, people say, well, why does it have to be in this area? Well, let's look at a very similar. Now, I know that there are many people who get very concerned and upset when we start talking about somebody coming out of apes. I do not necessarily believe that humanity evolved out of apes, but I do believe that the apes and humanity have a common ancestor that shared certain physical, or what is called phenotypical, similarities. And what we're looking at is that when you look at the crossroads of the countries of Uganda, Rwanda, and Zaire, there is a mountain range known as Virunga, the Virunga Mountains, V-I-R-U-N-G-A, Virunga. The only place we can find gorillas in the origins of gorilla life, in ape life, is in the Virunga Mountains. In the mountains of Virunga, they then spanned out as they developed themselves into what we now call the eastern lowland and the western lowland gorillas. In other words, those that travel east are the eastern lowland as opposed to mountain. You then have the western lowland that went west, lowland, as opposed to mountain, you have lowland. However, they all originated out of the same concept. The same is true for our research in terms of the Great Lakes region of Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Today it is called Lake Victoria. You have Lake Rudolph. You have Lake Edward. You have a number of Great Lakes. Of course, when people of European descent came down into this area, they named everything after themselves. Of course, the Africans had names for each of these areas no matter what. And the Nile was called Hapi. The early parts of humanity that we find are the Australopithecines. We find two forms of Australopithecines. check1 Diop teaches us that the Australopithecus robustus and Australopithecus gracile were the first two forms of humanity. You then come to this third form, which is Homo habilis, or the human of ability. Coming out of that, the fourth species of humanity is Homo erectus, the fifth, Homo sapien, and the sixth, which is us, Homo sapiens sapien. The evidence of life coming out of Africa clearly shows that the only place that you will find the Australopithecines or the Homo habilis is in Africa. And the closer you get to the Great Lakes region, the more Australopithecines you will find. As you go further north, you then begin to see Homo habilis, which is the human of ability. Human of ability having made tools, and that's why they were called Homo habilis. The first form of humanity that we find outside of Africa is Homo erectus. That's the first form. However, it's important to understand that although Homo sapien also, that it all flowed out of Africa. There is an argument yes, they will say, yes, that's true, but we developed civilization when we got to Europe. That's not true. And all you have to do is look at the Aurignacian culture, the tool-making culture that Europe claims to have come from, to understand that it's almost overnight that you see this culture come into Europe. Now, you cannot develop tools and those higher forms of thinking just overnight. If it does come overnight, and if it does come quickly, it is because it has been brought from somewhere else. So the Homo sapiens sapien went into Europe fully civilized, fully sustained, and fully nurtured from the very beginning. So it's important to understand this. But what makes Ethiopia so important is that as the African moved and began to travel across Africa, it was here in Ethiopia that in the development of the mind, the pineal gland began to really sit in its proper place in the brain. And as this began to occur, the African in this region began to develop higher forms of thinking, began to coordinate mathematics, began to coordinate astronomy, began to coordinate a number of different things that would later become what we today call rocket science. Although we think it happened today, it happened many thousands of years ago in the early development of humanity. Because if it had not been for this thinking, we would not have the thinking that we have today. So Ethiopia becomes very important in terms of understanding this. Looking at the gorilla, the only place we find gorilla is in the Virunga Mountains. The same way in the early part, you will not find any other form of life in terms of humanity in any other part of the world except for in Africa, the two Australopithecine strands and Homo habilis.
Now, the Omo River, is that where the first cultures, oldest cultures seem to develop?
Now, I have an attraction to the Omo River, not just because of what I believe it nurtured, but because of the sound that it creates. Omo, which is a very important word in the development of the mind itself, because is a very important sound in terms of the development of the psyche. But the Omo River I'm very attracted to because this was a pathway. And when I get my first trip into Ethiopia, I've not yet been there, but I really look forward to going because I want to do research on the Omo River, because it is here that you can see a pathway that goes from Kenya into Ethiopia, which becomes a guideway into where you're going. Pathway. And you can see a number of different things, particularly when you get to a place in northern Kenya and southern Ethiopia. And I want to be careful when we talk again, because all of these different names that we have for Africa is 1885. Europe carved up Africa in the Berlin Conference and gave this name here, gave that name here, and they made man-made boundaries. People of African descent made natural boundaries. In other words, rivers separated nations, mountain ranges separated nations. Not how much gold is in an area, or how much oil is in an area, or how much resources in an area. So what we have to look at in terms of the Omo River and looking at the development of astronomy and a number of different ideas is when you get to a place that is known as Namuratunga, which is in the northern part of Kenya, you begin to see a number of astronomical ideas coming about that later would lead to why Africans would build pyramids. Because in Namuratunga, you see steles being built. There's a Namuratunga 1 and Namuratunga 2. Dr. Ivan Van Sertima has a book. It's called Blacks in Science, and there is a piece on which he calls the archaeoastrological relevance of Namuratunga. There's Namuratunga 1 and Namuratunga 2. And when these researchers went into Namuratunga, they found it very interesting the way in which they weren't quite steles. They were rock pillars. They were slanted in different ways that people would say, well, why didn't they just stand them up straight? Why didn't they do it a certain way? But you see them angled in different and very interesting ways. The indigenous population of that area told the researchers, well, if you find that interesting, we have a related area, Namuratunga II, that is about 210 kilometers to the north. When they went up there, they noticed that there was a direct relationship between Namuratunga II and Namuratunga I. Now, Namuratunga I is a burial ground, but Namuratunga II is not. However, the pillars and the cattle brands that they call cattle brands, which I would really rather call them astronomical writings, they found that there was a relationship between the way the pillars were in Namuratunga II and the way they were in Namuratunga I. And what happened is that they were lines of sights to 7 different stars and constellations, Sirius being one, Aldebaran being another, Cephas being another. There's a number. So, and it dates back to what would be called the Old Kingdom of Ancient Kemet. Which means that while Kemet, and again, what Dr. Clark is teaching us, you see, we can't get caught up in Kemet. While I respect and honor our ancestors here, all of Africa is great. So we've got to not just look at Kemet, but look at what all of Africa is doing. So what we see, and it's also true, you have a Kerma civilization, you have equivalent civilizations existing in Ethiopia at the same time that the Kemetic dynasties were existing. So it is important that when we begin to look at this, we don't get to see Egypt is important in our history because that is where Europe and the Eurasian was introduced to Africa. But to African people, what's so very important is that while greatness was going on in Kemet, greatness was going on in Ethiopia, greatness was going on in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, greatness was going over in Chad and Niger. You can go across the African continent. Along with those Africans that migrated out, Ethiopia seems to be the place where they fanned to the west. They did continue north, but they fanned across through Sudan, Chad, Niger, Mali, and created the civilizations that would give birth to the Moors. So now we see that there is a direct relationship to Ethiopia, to the Moors, to Europe, to us today.
Let's talk about early Ethiopian and some of those early civilizations, if we can, that would parallel or that would come about at the same time or before the pre-dynastic period.
Absolutely. Because, and sure, and the evidence is there.
Nod and...
Sure. And it's so very important that as we look at Ethiopia and we look at things like the ring tumulus, which would later give rise to the pyramid structure, and the other kinds of pieces of information that show that Africans were tracking the sun, really what was happening, it's like equivalent to here, like here in the Bronx. If I was trying to see something up in the sky, and let's say up in this area it rained very heavy, but let's say in New Jersey it was clear sky. And to get a better sight, I would say, come on, Minister Brown, let's you and I go over so we can get a better look at things. We would pick up our things and move. That's what we did in Africa. Ethiopia has a very serious rainy season. I mean, it has very serious rains. When the rains come down in Ethiopia, the rains come down. And because of that, there are cloudy skies. There are times when you cannot observe the sky. So Africans in this area said, well, this is not a good location to stay. Let's see if we can go someplace else that has a better line of sight. So Africans would take the knowledge that they had already gained and take it up north and later go to Kemet. And Kemet, being a very dry area with very little rain, became an area that had wonderful lines of sights to the skies. Not just that, in rainy areas, you can't really preserve your materials the way you would like to. So many of the documents, and it's not being talked about today, but our future generations and our young Africans of tomorrow are going to bring this information out. That's one thing for sure. But I am sure that in terms of the information that's coming out in terms of the science and the math, a lot of the documents that were formulated in the lower central eastern parts of Africa were sent to Kemet to be preserved. And why not? Because they were all related. So many of the documents and the concepts of writing and all that was not created in Kemet. It was just well preserved in Kemet. It's like if I have certain advantages here in New York as opposed to New Jersey, what I'll do is create what I need to do here and then take it to New Jersey for preservation. As Dr. Clark teaches us, after the Africans got their program together, they then took the show on the road. And it's important that we understand this because a lot of people will argue that everything was developed here, but you cannot. Because even Medu Neter, which is called hieroglyph, seems to have been born in Egypt all of a sudden. Again, no one created anything. It was brought into Kemet from another land. And of course, the Nubians being the descendants of the Ethiopians, and the Ethiopians then being related to the Kenyans, Ugandans, and the Tanzanians. There is, as Dr. Diop teaches us, a continuity and structure to all of this knowledge. And it's important that when we look at research that we don't. That is why Egypt or Kemet is called a mystery. It's not a mystery to folk who look at it the way we look at it. It is very clear, it is very sensible as to why Kemites would build pyramids here, because you can see the beginnings of the thought process down in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and you can see pathways, not just the Rift Valley, not just the Happy Valley, but you also have river systems that brought this knowledge across boats, and the Omo River becomes so important because the Omo River is directly connected to Lake Rudolph, which is one of the Great Lakes regions.
Now, when you said that this knowledge came from other lands, I mean, I want you to be specific. Are you talking about Europe?
No, I'm talking about Africa. I'm talking about Ethiopia. I'm talking about Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya. I'm even going south into Mozambique. I'm talking about Zambia. I'm talking about a number of different South African countries that, as Africans migrated this way, they also migrated south, as Dr. Diop and other anthropologists and historians have taught us. I'm specific. When I talk about land, I'm talking about African land, because at this time there was only one people on earth living on one continent, which was Africa and African people. Europeans did not exist 60,000 years ago. They were not on Earth 60,000 years ago. I am stretching it conservatively by saying that Europeans and Asians existed no more than 30,000 years ago. And it was because of the Ice Age and Africans moving into the northern climates above the 51st parallel that would then create the depigmentation process in the African that would create the European in the very first place.
So you're saying that the Europeans are Africans?
Europeans are Africans. Every human being is an African. That's why I call them European Africans and Asian Africans and African Africans. All humanity is Africans. All life came out of Africa. And if you go back 3.5 million years, which is a conservative number, you will find no one on earth of human background except in Africa, very dark, very curly hair, very broad nose, and thick-lipped.
Well, how did they get to be white?
They moved into this northern region, and as they moved into this northern region, they then began to change complexion. Let me change maps. What we are talking about is the 51st parallel, which is approximately, the 51st parallel would be approximately going right across here, which cuts Europe in half. Right around in this area here is about the 51st parallel. Africans, as we said before, Australopithecus robustus, Australopithecus gracile, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo sapien, Homo sapiens sapien. Homo sapiens sapien moving out of Africa, moving up into this area during the Ice Age, Worm Ice Age.
And what period of time was that?
We're talking about, well, there were 4 different ice ages. There was the Gunz, there was the Mindel, there was the Riss, and there was the Worm. We are only concerned with the Worm glaciation because it is only at that point in time, chronologically, that Africans are in this part of the world, because all the other times Africans are still down here, so they never really experienced an ice age because there was no human beings up here. So as Africans coming out of this area moved up into the northern climates, what occurred was a change of climate for one thing, but also a devastating ice age where temperatures went to what some people say is 2,000 degrees below zero, remaining that way for thousands of years. It wasn't like they had seasons. They had no seasons, and at times they didn't see the sun for hundreds of years because of the heavy cloud covering, because of the other destruction that happened within the areas of the atmosphere. So Africans finding themselves in this area up in the mountains, retreated into the mountains, and the first thing that they would do, of course, in the cold, as we all do, is put on clothes, along with going inside caves. Now, here's the problem. Approximately 85 to 90% of the vitamin D that we create in our body, good for strong bones and strong teeth and all the rest of the things that are good for calcium, strengthening of the backbone, and all of the other, the Jed column, as the Kemites would have called it, is produced by the relationship that the human being has with the sun. In this region, when we locked ourselves, first of all, the sun's not out, so we're losing sunlight. We're lacking vitamin D. Not just that, but we put clothes on, which the little sunlight that does come in stops the sun from penetrating. This dark complexion becomes a detriment as opposed to a savior. In hot climate, this is natural suntan lotion. The coming together of the carbon atoms protects the skin from the harmful rays of the sun coming in. You have UVA, UVB, and UVC. Some of the UV rays, ultraviolet rays, never get to the earth, but those rays that do sometimes become very harmful to the organic life if it's too much. What happened is that with the lack of the sunlight and with the dark complexion, there were very serious problems occurring in the human body. So nature loves us. Whether we realize it or not, whether we care about ourselves or not, nature loves us, and nature will take care of us whether we take care of ourselves. So what happened was that this dark complexion, thick-lipped, broad-nosed, curly-haired African, in order to survive in this cold climate, had two choices. Either they could find a dietary substitute for vitamin D, which today they call milk. It's terrible for us, wonderful for them. You either find a substitute for vitamin D, or you depigment yourself. The African chose the latter because the African did not know where in his environment, where in her environment, she or he could draw vitamin D. Therefore, the African depigmented itself from a very dark complexion to a very light complexion in order to survive. Becoming European was a blessing, for had we not depigmented ourselves, we would have died. But nature has it so that we depigmented ourselves, and then we were able to survive in this area. Look at the gorilla and look at the polar bear. You're not going to find a polar bear in Africa, and you're not going to find a gorilla in a cold region. Why? Because the nature of the sun mandates that you cannot have a substance such as a polar bear in a hot region. That is why we know that nothing could have been born in Europe, nothing could have been born in a cold climate, because life doesn't come from cold. And if you don't believe it, today is January. It's January out there and everything is dead. The only reason why we're alive is because we have sense enough to know how to come in from the cold and how to get ready for the warm weather. But if we stood out there and didn't have a place to shield ourselves, we too would die eventually. So this African in this region depigmented itself over thousands of years. Now research shows us that 16 generations, now I don't know how many years, some people say a generation is 20, some say 25, and some say 30. Research says that 16 generations in a cold climate can make a dark complexion turn light complexion. But if you think that's phenomenal, just look. The summertime, we all had tans. No matter how dark you are, you can get darker in the sun. But what happened now, January? We all get lighter.
That's right.
Now, over thousands and thousands of years, imagine this process occurring when there is no sun. You see, we can get back to ourselves in the summertime. We can get back to ourselves in late spring. But imagine a situation where we never had hot weather. Imagine a situation where we never could be able to get the benefits of the sun over thousands of years. If we can depigment, if we depigment ourselves in a couple of months from a dark complexion tan to a lighter complexion dark person, imagine what we would do over thousands of years. And what we're talking about, some people would say that the worm glaciation occurred approximately 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago, and then going into what is known as an interstadial. An interstadial is when it's a warming trend. So there's a freezing and there's a warming. There's a freezing and there's a warming. Chances are Africans on the Homo sapiens sapien line moved into this area during an interstadial, not knowing that an ice age was about to come. They came at the end of an interstadial, and coming at the end of an interstadial, they did not know. And the ice age originating in Greenland then fans itself down. So they never really had a chance to know what was coming at them. And then, of course, the ice mountains occur. Now, here's what we do with our young people to show them the effect of what happens to water when it freezes. We give them a glass and we pour some water in the glass and we draw a little line as to where that water ends. We then freeze that water and we bring it out, and what you'll notice is that the ice has risen above the line. So the waters that existed throughout this region rose and became ice mountains and prevented Africans from returning south. So the only choice they had was to either go into the mountains or fan themselves out across looking for a warmer climate. And everywhere that they went north, they got colder. So what they did is that they went deeper. And this is why you have the blondest of blondes, the bluest of blue eyes in the northern climate. And as you go down into the southern climate, you get the darker haired, the darker complexion, the whiter nose, because there's a scientific principle. Heat expands, cold contracts. So what was a very thick nose became an aquiline nose, because in the freezing cold, you inhale all that cold air, you literally freeze your entire breathing capacity, including your lungs. Therefore, the nose became aquiline and hair began to grow in the nose to prevent a lot of the snow and a lot of the cold air from coming in. The lips began to contract because of the cold. Even in the cold, when we walk in the cold, a lot of us perch our lips because we're so. In perching your lips, you begin to make them smaller. And nature has it so that you're born so that you don't have to really exert that much energy. When we look at people of Asian descent, we say that those are Chinese eyes. Those are not Chinese eyes. Because the reality of it is that I could take you into parts of Mali, in Africa today, that you will see African folk that look very Asian. There are parts of the people that live around the Sahel that if you looked at them, you would think that they were Chinese. You would think that they were Asian because of their eyes are so slanted. Look at Nelson Mandela. Look at his eyes. Why is his eyes like that? It is because he comes from a people known as the Khoisan. The Khoisan were a people who today are called derogatorily. They're not probably today called it, but they were called derogatorily Hottentot Bushmen. The Kalahari Desert, strong winds. Africans would slant their eyes because the winds would blow in their face. As the winds blew in their face, they would slant their eyes. Nature has it again. Nature loves us. So that when you are born into a system where you are forced to slant your eyes, as the generations continue, your generations, your descendants are born with slanted eyes so that you don't have to exert that muscular situation on your eyes. So Asians being caught in the Caucasus Mountains, when you look at Asian people, you will notice that in this area here, you will notice that like the Japanese, the Chinese, Korean, all have different slants to their eyes. Some eyes go up, some eyes go straight back, and some slant down. It's according to where you were in the mountains or where you were in terms of those ice winds blowing in your face. Now, it's 2,000 degrees. Now, we ain't talk about the wind chill factor yet. When you talk about the wind chill factor in terms of snow blowing in your face, you're going to squint your eyes. If you were in the part of the mountains where the winds blew up, your eyes would slant up. If you were in the mountains where the wind blew right straight in your face, your eyes slanted back. And if you were where the wind blew down on you, your eyes slanted down. It is a biological, it's a genetic piece that we have to look at as a people. That is why we are all related as a people. Now, people say, well, how about the hair? Africans have a crown on their head. It's called very curly hair. Some people might call it kinky, some call it a number of different things. But the reality of it is, it's a blessing. Because if Africans did not have very curly hair, they would probably get scalp cancer. Because the curl of the African hair is like the cosmos. It's elliptical. Curly hair on an African head is not circuitous. It is elliptical. So that when the rays of the sun come down on their head, it gets caught in the ellipse and then is sent into another direction. As we moved into the northern climate of the worlds, we no longer needed that curly hair, and what occurred was, in the absence of the sun, oil was created, and oil created the ability for the hair to just limp or to get straight. And that is where the straight hair came from, out of the African. And as we look at this biological climatological phenomenon, we then break down a lot of the mysteries that's out here today. This is why we can't get along. The reason why we can't get along is we don't know who we are. Europeans don't know that they're Africans. If we all were to double backtrack into our lives, we all would find ourselves on the African continent in the Great Lakes region. I don't care if you're Japanese, I don't care if you're Chinese, I don't care if you're Korean, if you're Russian, if you're French, if you're German, if you're Native American, whatever you are, you came out of Africa, and you came out of the Great Lakes region.
But why are we so different culturally and spiritually? Was there a penalty to pay? I mean, did the Europeans pay a penalty? Nice?
I believe that in going into this region here, there's research done by Dr. Richard King when he deals with the pineal gland. The pineal gland is the seat of intelligence. The seat of intelligence is formed like a grape, they say. It looks like a grape. And what happens is that when exposed to extreme situations, this pineal gland becomes calcified. And the relationship that I've seen, the analogy that I've seen made is the difference between a grape and a raisin. A raisin is a grape that has had its life force sucked out of it. And that is what happened in this region. Think about how you feel in the wintertime as opposed to how you feel in the summertime. In fact, there is even a disease that's called SAD. It's called seasonal affective disorder. That in the summertime people feel happy and up and everything's great, and wintertime people get depressed. You know, most suicides occur in the wintertime.
Yes.
And it's important that we understand that cold weather does have this impact. Now, go back now, please, and think in terms of this occurring over thousands of years. See, we live 80 years, we live 90 years, we're blessed if we're 110. Let's not get caught up in a century. Get caught up in millenniums. Get caught up in thousands of years. Think of being in this extreme cold, in caves, no food, bad relationships, cannibalism, over thousands of years. And then the interstadial of the Worm Ice Age comes, and you begin to descend out of the ice mountains, and you come back. What is your mindset going to be like? How are you going to feel? You're going to be angry. You're going to be jealous. You're going to be envious. Think of yourself in an area where you wake up to fresh air and the sun is out, and you walk out into your backyard and a mango just falls into your hand, or an orange is there, or an apple is here, or fruits are all around you. You're going to get a feeling of sharing. Someone come to you and they say, I have a lot of fruit here and you have a lot of fruit there, but we don't have the same fruit. Why don't you give me some of yours and I'll give you some? Oh, sure. Why? Because you know your tree is going to give you more mango. You know that whatever, nature's going to bless you. The sun will bless you by giving you more. And it is natural. You know that it's going to come. You know it is natural. However, think in terms of being in an area where you don't know where you're going to get your next meal from, if you're going to eat it all. You're not going to have the kind of mindset that's going to be about sharing. It's going to be about taking. It's going to be about taking even if you have to preserve for when you know you might not have again. So these are the kinds of mindsets created. So it was a blessing to convert, or as scientists talk, mutate into the European. But it had its penalties also. And I believe that all of the things that occurred once the African returned out of these regions as a light complexioned, or a European, as you will, a Eurasian, coming down in, looking at all that the world had to have, gave birth to people such as Columbus, such as Hitler, such as even some people we have amongst us today who will go unnamed.
Let's begin, now that we have that behind us, let's begin to look at that first great civilization, which would be back again in Ethiopia. Let's focus on Ethiopia and the contributions of Ethiopia to Egypt, because Herodotus said that the Egyptians said that they were the oldest, but the Ethiopians said they were the oldest. So let's begin to look at early development in Ethiopia.
Clear evidence of the development of the civilizations in terms of just spirituality, law and government, writing, the development of thinking, agronomy or agriculture. the study of the sun, the stars, and its relationship to the earth, the development of a moral code, which later in Kemet would be called Ma'at. Because first of all, Ma'at is an ostrich feather. There are no ostriches in Egypt or in Kemet. Ostriches can be found, in fact, they used to get ostriches from Punt, which is today called Somalia. So the only way that the Kemites could get to the ostriches in Somalia would be to go through Ethiopia. You can only find ostriches in Ethiopia, particularly in the areas of where the grass grows. So it's important for us to understand that even in terms of a moral code, in terms of their symbols, came out of Africa. The beard came from Punt. And please understand, see, here's another thing. Somalia is here, Ethiopia is here, but in ancient times, Ethiopia and Somalia as a nation were one and the same. In fact, it is recorded that Hatshepsut, the great queen of the 18th dynasty, her cousin was on the throne in Punt. There was interrelationship constantly between these nations in this area. So you can see a sharing of culture, a sharing of knowledge, but most importantly, you see a growth of civilization and the sophistication of the civilization as it travels closer to Kemet. And that is the gift that Ethiopia gave, not to mention in terms of just looking at the ancient faith systems. When you look at the closeness of Ethiopia to what is today called Saudi Arabia, in particularly Yemen, there is a very serious relationship, a very long-range relationship between these two countries.
Call Yemen, Ethiopia used to expect.
Yes, in fact, Homer called this area, Saudi Arabia and India, he called that Eastern Ethiopia, because the people look so much like the people of Ethiopia. He said the only difference was that the people on this side, his hair was straighter. Again, when you look at the relationship of where it is to the sun, remember when we talked about the oil and the relationship of the sun to the head, you can see why the hair would straighten, but the face stayed dark. So the relationship is there for us to understand how this could be. So you can see the relationship between here. The faith systems coming up out of here. It is strongly believed as Menelik I, when he returned back, it is believed that he brought as his mother, the story of the Queen of Sheba going into Cana, which today is called Israel, with Solomon giving birth to Menelik I, and he visiting his father later in life and then returning back to Ethiopia. It is believed, it is said that he brought back with him the Ark of the Covenant. It was here the reason why it is believed that the Prophet Muhammad, blessings on that brother's name, would have sent Bilal and all of his most trusted followers into Ethiopia to bring back the Ark of the Covenant, to give a sense of authority to this new faith system that would become Islam. It is important to know that Christianity came directly out of Ethiopia. When you look at the rock-hewn churches, the way in which they were built in the shape of crosses in the ground, not above the ground, in the ground. When you look at the kind of phenomenon that's occurring all over, you can see that Ethiopia gave birth to a number of different things in terms of the development of the mind, the body, and the soul.
Now, you're saying that this predated Egypt, that the roots of the culture in terms of its government, its law, its spirituality, etc., is in Ethiopia. Is there any primer evidence? Can we kind of put something together that will say, yes, you can look at that and make that determination? I mean, all of the gods that these gods up here that you have, that are Egyptian gods, where are they in Ethiopia? Where is the root of it?
When you look at, for instance, the first essence that was called Bes, a very short stature, you can see Bes all throughout the concepts of Ethiopia. It is in the stories. It is in the midst of this area, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, Uganda. It is in the structures of Ethiopia that you can see those things that predate. The writing of hieroglyphics, as we said earlier, was not born in Egypt. It was brought to Egypt. And it's important that as it is being brought to Egypt, that you understand that the animals that are depicted in many of the writings of Kemet cannot be found in Kemet. For instance, the lion, all of that. And first of all, Egypt was the gift of happy. In other words, Egypt at one point in history didn't exist. It was just a marshland. As the rivers flooded and as the waters moved here and silt from the Blue Nile was brought up, the waters receded, land remained. Menes, coming from Nubia, coming up into Kemet, what he did is he had a strong irrigation project that put an elbow or a bend in Happy that allowed Memphis to be created. And that is why it was called Hiku Ptah, Ptah representing land, or the landform, land mass. He put an elbow in Happy that diverted the waters, and then he dumped up land onto the marsh and created what would become, today we call it Memphis, or Hiku Ptah. The evidence of this can be found in Ethiopia when you look at the symbols, when you look at the animals, when you look at the ideas that came forward, you can see a relationship between the two. The God, the concept of monotheism. It's very important to understand that while we have a great deal of respect for Akhenaten, it is important to understand he did not create Atenism, because there is evidence that his mother, Queen Tai, had a temple built in Nubia at a place called Atiye, dedicated to Aten. His father, Amenhotep III, had a temple in a place in Nubia called Sedenga that was honoring Aten. The whole concept of monotheism coming up out of this region of Africa. And I want to be careful using the word Ethiopia because Ethiopia has become a specified geographical region. But at one time, Ethiopia was this continent would have been called Ethiopia.
And why was it called Ethiopia? Just clarify that, because the ancient name was...
Because the Greeks came in, and Ethiopia means the land of the burnt faces. So Ethiopia is a Greek name, but I would be careful because I believe etymologically speaking, linguistically speaking, our young African scholars are going to find that Ethiopia, also while it comes out of a Greek mouth, it came out of an African mind.
Okay.
So I want to be careful with those words and all these kinds of words because while I give credit to them for some things, it was born in an African mind.
Okay, we were talking about the primary evidence, which is so important. You were talking about the animals and etc., which are not found in Egypt, but depicted, are found in Ethiopia, and they're the symbols. Very important. Are there other things? Can we elaborate on that?
In terms of the mythologies. Now, another thing about primary source is that primary sources must be physical. Again, because of the weather, we have to be very careful because much can be destroyed. But what we do have that stays, that shows clearly that Dr. Ben talks to us about, is that just a whole structure of things that, such as the ring tumulus, which gave birth to the concept of the sundial, is born in Ethiopia. You can see it there. You can see it in this region here. It's born there. The concept of triangles, you can physically see structures that are built like hills, that are built like triangles. The myth of Heru comes directly out of this concept. The work that Homer did comes directly out of this. I mean, Herodotus visited, and he saw the doctors, the medicines, all of the early Greek and Roman writers talk about Ethiopians being the longest lived of human beings and the most beautiful, and they eat, and the foods that they ate, and the way in which they lived, and the way in which they developed themselves, and the honesty that developed. The writings of a lot of the African writers, a lot of the writings of the Moorish writers, bringing back the philosophies of Ethiopia. The primary sources are in a lot of the visitors that went into Ethiopia and saw in Ethiopia how Egypt could have received this. The priesthood in Ethiopia, for instance. The priesthood in Ethiopia was not as secret as it was in Kemet. In fact, it was believed that the laying on of hands was done by the female, the matrilineal line, because who better to know who is best to lead than those hands that rock the cradle? So it's important to understand that the women, the elder council of women would come together and elect the leader, and it was open for anyone of greatness. It just wasn't reserved for the son of the king or the son of the pharaoh or anything like that. It was reserved for those who were the best at it. But here, because of the attacks from all different directions, they had to close it up. And so they couldn't just let anybody get involved in the concept of becoming leader of the country, because who knows who might become leader of the country later on if you have it here. But here in Ethiopia, very few people could ever even penetrate down into Ethiopia, particularly because of the mountainous region.
All right, but one would say, but you have all these huge temples and great structures and pyramids and things in Egypt, but you don't find any of those monuments or buildings of antiquity that would predate anything in Egypt.
But that's true. But you have the precedent for it in Ethiopia. You have the writings, you have the astronomical lore, you have the stories of how they looked up into Sirius. You have stories of Ethiopians developing astronomical calendars. Again, you've got to go back to the weather of Ethiopia. The weather of Ethiopia makes it very difficult for anything to really be preserved, because rain, and particularly monsoons and the heavy kinds of rains that occur, will not allow things to stay in place as they will in Egypt. But the precedent or the beginnings or the thoughts of it can be found in Ethiopia. And then, of course, you have the later pyramids of Ethiopia. You have the constant movement of people up. When Cleopatra was about to give up Egypt to Rome, she sent her 2 sons into Ethiopia because she knew where to send her children. Every time there was an attack on Kemet, Kemet would go back down into Sudan and Ethiopia. So you have the concept that they knew where to go, and then when every time, whether it be the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, the New Kingdom, or the 25th dynasty, which by the way is called the Kushite dynasty or the Ethiopian dynasty, each one of them you see a thrust of African people coming up and rebuilding in a better sense what was there. Now, if what was down here was not the precedent for here, then you would not see this flow of greatness coming up. You would rather see the flow of greatness going down, which we don't see.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk a little bit about Ethiopia specifically. And if I want to do some comparisons with the rock-hewn churches and the temples in Egypt, well, let's look at the rock-hewn churches and look at a little history around the rock-hewn churches first. And your concept of what, why, how, when, what brought it about?
Christianity is an African concept. Many people believe that the Coptic Church coming out of Egypt, in fact, was an Ethiopic creation. That the language that is spoken in Ethiopia and the language that came to the Coptic Church was the vocalization of Medunetta, because we do not believe that Medunetta was a vocalized language. It was a pictorial language. It represented, it's like if you go to Kennedy Airport and you see a picture of a man, no matter what language you speak from around the world, you know that's the man's room. So it doesn't say hombre, it doesn't say l'homme, it doesn't say man. It just has a picture of a man. You don't say that. You can't say that. You just know that. And that's what Medunetta was. It was pictographic. But to vocalize it, many people believe that it was the Ethiopian Coptic Church that vocalized the Kemetic Medunetta. Now, when you look at the development of Christianity, what we see is that Christianity was in its developing stages long before what we consider to be the birth of Jesus the Christ. That in fact that Africans were going towards this Christic revelation all the time. You had the Osirian revelation, you had the Horian revelation or the Haruan revelation, and you had the Christic revelation. And all of them were moving up, and all of them were tied into astronomy, all of them were tied into spirituality, but it was a sacred science. When you look at the churches such as St. Lalibela, and when you look at a number of the other pieces that come into being, you see that Christianity, in terms of, when you look at the work of William Leo Hansberry, who's done exhaustive work in terms of Ethiopia, he has a book, it's called Pillars in Ethiopian History. And chapter 4 of that book deals with interesting things of the relationship that Ethiopia had with Europe during the Crusades. He also deals with a king Ezana, twin brothers Ezana and Shezana. One ruled during the day and one ruled during the night. So we see that in 325 AD, or after the Christian era, African folk were dramatically involved in the Christian church, giving it its document. In fact, the Greek Orthodox Church broke with the Roman Catholic Church because of the Africanness of the Greek doctrine. In other words, they believed, in terms of what we're looking at, and again, a lot of work more has to be done on this, that the broke came between Constantine and the Greek church over the concept of the relationship of Jesus to Christ to God. One believed, the Greek Orthodox or the African church believed that, by the way, during this time there was an African, Militatus, who was the Pope. No one talks about Militatus. But during this time, Militatus was an African Pope and Constantine was the Roman Emperor. And what happened is that Constantine saw that this Christian church was just too powerful. These Africans were just too powerful. So if he couldn't beat them, he was going to join them. So what he did is he took over he tried to take over the church, and he called what is known today as the Council of Nicaea together in approximately 332 AD, after the Christian era. And at this meeting, he chased out all those bishops that didn't agree with him. And by the way, one of the bishops was an African by the name of Arius. Constantine chased Arius out of this area of where this Nicaea was, where this conference was taking place, and Arius and his followers went into Europe. This African took other Africans and some Europeans and Eurasians with him into Europe. His followers were later called Aryans. Wouldn't Hitler turn over in his grave to know that the very race that he called the Aryan race was named after an African bishop that was chased out of Nicaea? For more information on that, there's a book out called Blacks Who Died for Jesus by Mark Hyman, where he has a chapter on Arius, the African bishop chased out of the Council of Nicaea because Africans said that Jesus the Christ was a man on earth who had been divinely blessed by God. That in fact, this Jesus the Christ was not in the sense of what the Romans was trying to say, man God, but that in fact was a man blessed with the Spirit of God who led the path of Ma'at and who would revolutionize the world. Because that didn't sit well with thinking people, what happened is that there was a split. The Greek Orthodox went one way, but what people will not tell you is that the Greeks were led to that split by the beliefs of the Ethiopians, who said from the beginning in the story of Heru that Heru was the son of the divine father, but that he himself was a divinely blessed person, that he in himself had a God concept, that he was both man God, but that he was not the split that the Roman church tried to make of he was half man and half God. In fact, he was all man and all God. And this is what the Ethiopians, in terms of the Hurrian or the Heruan story, were telling, and that is where the whole concept of the Son of God came from, was the concept that the Hurrian rise of the concept of God being blessed within man, human, man and woman, and developing a path to live, which the Kemites call Ma'at. And when you look at the rock-hewn churches alone, when they were built, 10th, 11th, 12th centuries, even before that, what's so important, it goes back to Kemet, is that these temples are believed to have been built on top of older temples. So this concept was there for many millennium, and what Africans did then and what we do so well now is that we rebuild on what our ancestors left behind.
Can you say anything about that marvelous and magnificent structure, the concept of digging down into the ground, and perhaps even why they did it?
It's amazing how so much more work has to be done. We as a people have got to get, and I'm sure that there are those out there who can answer that question far more succinctly than I can. But when I look at it in terms of just, why would we build a church underground? Why would we bury our dead underground? Why would we face certain walls towards certain cardinal points and cardinal directions? It is clearly because we believe that as above, so below, that there was a relationship between the inside of the earth, the layer of the earth, and what's above the earth, and that's the form of the Ankh. When you look at the whole concept, you can see that we're always relating, we're always creating metaphors between what we know and what we don't know in order to get to where we need to go. And what we're looking at in terms of going down in the ground is a magnificent concept, because it would have been so much easier to build on top of the ground. Why go underground except to believe that there was something very sacred about inside of that ground? There was something very important in terms of the way the stars hit certain places. In Kemet, they would not build unless there was a relationship between that sacred spot and a sun or a star. Native Americans also have that concept. They just didn't build anywhere. That is why in so many parts of the world today where people just put up buildings to be putting up building, there's going to be a very serious response to that as time goes on, because you just can't build anything any place. So when you look at a church such as Lalibela, built by who today is called Saint Lalibela, and to look at the whole concept of what he developed in that church and what those that loved him and developed around him did, was that they built it in the ground. But not only did they build it in the ground, but important to understand, we see in Meduneta, we see the cross. The cross is a distinct symbol. If you turn the cross sideways to make an X, it is a symbol for community, the community of self. That's what Kemet, that's what ends Kemet, KMT, and then you have the symbol, which is like a cross in a circle, which is like the crossing over. That is why you have Asar with his arms crossed over this way, coming directly out of Ethiopia, because that's where the story of Asar comes from. The story of Heru. Today our children turn on television and they look at Hercules. If they just got rid of the C, the L, the E, and the S, they would have the word Heru. Hercules is the word for Heru, the hero, the solar god, the solar energy, the one who has to fight different wars. That's why Hercules had to fight all these evil things. But when the Greeks got it, they so contaminated and turned the story upside down that, well, what a lot of people say is that Ethiopians brought gods down to earth and made them, I'm sorry, this is the other way around, that the Ethiopians brought humanity up to God, and that the Greeks brought the God down to earth and gave them very low personalities. When you look at Greek mythology, they were a group of rather vicious people. And if you just look at Hercules today, they're not very nice people. When you look at Hercules today, there's a god that they talk about, Hera, who is against Hercules. But Hera, in fact, is Het Heru when you get into the African concept. Then if you get into Islam, Het Heru or Hathor is Hagar. When you look at the relationship between Het Heru coming in here, being the mother of God, and mother of the consciousness, mother of the sun, and then you have Hagar, who is the mother of Ishmael, and Ishmael being the birth of the Arabic race, and Muhammad, blessings on that brother's name, happens to be a descendant of Ishmael, a descendant of Hagar, and Hagar, of course, was a Kemet, was a Kemite.
Now, excellent. Can you draw some similarities to the rock-hewn churches and maybe those temples along the Nile, Luxor, all some of those great temples?
Sure.
Any comparison, any relationship, any likeness of them?
When I viewed the tape, I noticed the chambers. Even when you go into the cathedrals of today, you will notice that there is a gradation as to where you are in that church, in the relationship to how close or how far you can get. When you look at how the rock-hewn churches were constructed, you will notice that the sanctuaries, that the certain walls or the windows where the light comes in is facing certain directions. You will notice that in terms of the rock-hewn churches, that when you look at the four corners of the church, they are on cardinal points. Yeah. When you look at the development of the entire, because they come out of an astronomical, because always looking up. Because in looking up, you're looking up at the heavens and you're looking up at the cosmos. So therefore, you're drawing upon this divine power coming down. The way in which the churches, there is a direct relationship between the rock-hewn churches of Ethiopia. There is a reason why everything is where it is, to the point where even of the cathedrals and the churches built today throughout Europe and America and around the world, there are only certain places where choirs can sing in the building because of the relationship of tonality and music music to where it is being sent out in terms of the community at large, in terms of the church. There is a direct relationship between the concepts, the metaphor. See, this is what we have to do as a people. We have to get underneath the metaphor. In France, there is, when Africans first went into Europe and brought this concept into Europe, they brought and they built a church in what is today known as France, and they called it Père Isis, P-E-R-I-S-I, or Ast. In Ethiopia, there is a very important plant that's called the ensete, or the asat plant, which is used for medicinal purposes. It's used to eat. It's used for bandages. It's used for a number of different things. It's called the ensete plant. It's called the asat plant. And this whole concept of being that one in everything that can do everything is like mother. And that's where asat or Aset came from. Well, Aset was then changed to Isis and brought into Europe by the Moors and by other Africans throughout the millennia, and this was called Père Isis, Père within the Kemetic language meaning house, Isis meaning Aset, or house of Isis, house of the lady, house of the great lady. When the Europeans took over France and in that area, they tore that church down and they built another one up, and today it's called Notre Dame. And Notre Dame means Our Lady. And where is Notre Dame? In Paris, which is what they called it. Paris is now today called Paris. And in Paris, there is Notre Dame, or the House of the Great Lady. Our Lady, Notre Dame. So not only is there a relationship between the rock-hewn churches of Ethiopia to Kemet, not only is there a relationship between the rock-hewn churches and what down here in terms of this area here, in terms of Monomotapa in South Africa, you can relate it to structures in Central Africa and West Africa, because, you know, Mansa Musa, when Mansa Musa was so impacted by his brothers, you see, a lot of folk think that Mansa Musa went all the way over into here to go and to do his Hajj. Yes, he did do his Hajj, and he brought back an Egyptian or a Kemite back, an African back into his land to build, and he today is buried in a pyramid in Mali. Yet we don't know this. Mansa Musa, who happened to be one of the greatest kings. Now, while Mansa Musa was going east, his brother Abu Bakr II was coming to America. And that's the evidence of life in America. You see, the Malinke Empire was going around the world. One brother went east, one brother went west. There's a gentleman by the name of Richard Hakluyt, who wrote in his findings, it's called the Hakluyt Chronicles. He wrote that that Europeans themselves wrote down that they passed Africans returning to Africa while they were coming to America. He was a 15th century traveler who recorded this. So this is not something that we're just making up. His name is Richard Hakluyt, and you can find this information in the Hakluyt Chronicles in London. So there is a direct relationship not just between the rock-hewn churches of Ethiopia in Africa. You can see it transcend itself to all of the great cathedrals in the United States, and you can go down to 50th Street on 5th Avenue and see the same relationship in St. Patrick's Cathedral.
In terms of its spiritualness, have you read or considered what it would actually take to hew those stones out of the living rock spiritually?
Wow, that's a very good question. And because I speak English, I don't think I could probably do it the way I'd like to do it, but I would say that the same dynamics that could build a rock-hewn church like that built pyramids in Kemet.
What about spiritually? The concept, not the concept, but what it would really take. What does it mean? Because, you know, that's the eighth wonder of the world. People say this is the eighth wonder of the world because they cannot fathom this being done. And in particular, in the length of time that is reported that it was done in. And if you've ever been in those churches, one would have to have in his head all of the measurements and everything to go up, because when it's finished, it looks just like any church that was put together in terms of its architectural structure,
Yes.
every
Yes.
inch and so forth.
Yes, yes.
It's amazing. Spiritually, what do you think it took?
I think it took absolute divine guidance. It took an understanding of the cosmos, because who said that after you built it, it wouldn't fall inside? They had to have, they would have to have had, well, let's go from outside in to understand how really structurally they did this. First of all, inside, let's just begin, they had to have been divinely guided to do this. There had to have been something divinely guided to make them do this, because to build it above ground. Why go inside the ground? Why go deep? And they would have to have had such a high level of understanding of the earth to know that once they built it, it wasn't going to cave in. They would have to have understood the structure of what they were building it from, that the rock, they would have to have understood the composition of the rock itself. They would have to have understood how long it could last. For the centuries that that church and other churches have lasted in Ethiopia, they would have had to have had such an understanding of the earth for over thousands of years that they would have to have just built it with the kinds of tools. What kind of tools? Okay, they build the church as one phenomenon, but they had to build the tools that would build the church, which was equally as dynamic an accomplishment. So the tools that they built, they would have to have known, would have to have been so precise. But what tools did they use to build the tools? They would have to have had such a high level of consciousness of the cosmos. And so to touch the spiritual piece to this, they would have to have been divinely guided. And when you look at the churches themselves, and you're walking along, and then you see the size of the church. You know, this is not like a castle in the sand. This is a magnificent structure that to me is equivalent to St. Patrick's Cathedral underground. What was the knowledge that they had to open up the earth in that pattern to then build that church in the shape of that cross? It was such a phenomenal mindset that would develop it, but more importantly, it was a love of God. And that's a key in all of this. African folk have such a love of God, and you know, nobody put their name on it. They call it Lalibela, they have names for it, but when you look at it, while Lalibela may have commissioned the work, you have to look at the person that did it. You don't necessarily see their names in big lights and because they did it in the glory of God. Can you imagine today us doing something and not putting our name on it? All of these factors in itself show a very selfless, a very intelligent, a very just people. The same people that Homer and Herodotus spoke about in their writing. Pliny the Elder, Pliny the Younger, Strabo, all of these different individuals talk about how just and how wonderful, how handsome and beautiful, how loving and caring these Ethiopians were. And so it's important to understand. And then when you look at us as the descendants of these Ethiopians, what we have put up with, you can see our spiritualness, you can see our stick-to-itiveness, you can see our ingenuity, you can see our George Washington Carver and our Malcolm X and our Harriet Tubman in the rock-hewn churches, because the same spiritual divine guidance that built those rock-hewn churches emancipated Harriet Tubman, emancipated Paul Robeson, and even has brought us together, Minister Brown and myself, to sit here and to talk about the glory of our ancestors. It is divine guidance. And I believe that in time there is a direct connection between us and the rock-hewn churches and the temples of Kemet. We just now have not yet woken up to make this connection. And this is why I'm so happy to be able to talk about this, because I now see myself as part of this continuity, because in my study of Ethiopia, and in terms of what I have looked at in terms of Ethiopia, I have been awed by what is in Ethiopia. And it is too bad that the great masses of our people don't understand Ethiopia. It is a shame that the Pope does not understand the role that Ethiopia has played, in the fact that had Ethiopia not taken the lead role in some of the parts of the Crusades, although that was brother against brother, because many of the Ethiopians were fighting their own Moorish brothers and sisters to defend a papacy that really has not been, and was never theirs. Yet they were the birthright of it. And so all of this is coming to fruition now. And we are now, as a people, looking back, Sankofa, the bird that looks back in order to find its future. And it's important that we know this and understand the kind of spirituality that would go into this. Because long before the rock-hewn churches existed, the spirituality was there. And as the spirituality became stronger, the need and the desire to build the church such as that, to begin to build such as the temples. And I'm telling you something else. I'd be willing to bet you that if you go deeper into Ethiopia, you'll find other churches built just as magnificently as those. Maybe not espousing Christianity, but there is but one love, as Rasta says. There's but one spirituality, as Dr. Rosalind Jeffries teaches us. There is only one spirituality. There is only one universe. And that's where the word universe came from. And it was believed amongst the Africans, which later civilizations took on, that to really get a sense of the universe, you have to study this one word, Atum. And once you get the one word, the universe, you get this universe in a complex of buildings, educational buildings, which today we call universe cities, which is a derivation of the word universities.
Let me, I wanted to look at some of those temples because I know you have done some studies on the temples in Egypt. And I want to show some of those as I do these rock-hewn churches for its dynamics. Can you give us some insight to what those temples mean to the foundation of human values, human principles, and their godhood, their understanding of universal principles that ground us to a cosmos and an understanding of God?
Sure. You know, as you said that, I thought of how the Kemites looked at the world coming into being, Nun, Ptah, Atum. And what I find to be so very interesting is that as you look at this and you look at the rock-hewn churches underground, and you can almost see that Nun is the waters in the middle of the earth. And rising up out of these waters comes the rock-hewn churches, but then on top of the earth, where it's level, is where we as humanity walk in our consciousness. When you look at the principles of Ma'at, and when you look at the principles of those of Ethiopia, when you look at the role that Africans have played in history, you can get a sense of the deeper understandings of what would bring people to develop that. And what the Kemites called it was Ma'at. And as we said before, the ostrich feather can only be found in this part of Africa, and they brought them from Somalia. That was one of the things that they imported from Punt, was the ostrich. They imported baboons. They imported a lot of different animals out of this area. And when you begin to look at that, and of course Ma'at is the ostrich feather. It's symbolized by the ostrich feather. So the key is to understand how very important it is to understand Ma'at, righteousness, justice, and balance. The ability for society to balance itself in its oneness, to be able to return back into itself. That you look at the ostrich again coming up out of this region here, this northeastern region, the horn of what they call, they call it the Horn of Africa, and you begin to understand that the universe is like an ostrich also, in that an ostrich, when it runs in a zigzag way. Its egg is in an elliptical shape, just like the universe is. And as Africans looked up into the skies, they looked within, they saw that there was a metaphor that united what was above to what was below. And what they attempted to do was to balance it. And that's why I said Africans brought God, and they brought humanity up to God in order to understand the godhood. In many African faith systems, while it may not be said outright, they never prayed inside to a God. They never prayed outside to a God, because the fundamental principle was that all human beings were gods on earth, and that within us was the concept that we ourselves could rise to that level of godhood if we followed a particular path of righteousness, of justice, of truth. And this was depicted by the ostrich feather. Dr. Rosalind Jeffries taught us that the feather is used in a very interesting way, and we could also relate this to Native Americans and the way in which they use feathers. But that the feathers itself is such that if you put a feather in your hand, and if you hold it too tight, you'll squash it. Sometimes you're afraid of truth. You're afraid that it's going to get out of your hands. You don't trust yourself to be truthful. Therefore, you hold tight. And sometimes when you hold too tight, while you may be truthful, you're squashing the truth. At the same time, on the other side of the pole, if you hold it too lightly, the slightest wind can blow the truth or the feather out of your hands. So truth is the kind of principle that you got to hold just so tightly, but just so loosely, so that it doesn't get out of your hands. And it's important that as we develop these concepts of spirituality, that we understand that to African folk there is but one truth. And that this one truth finds itself in manyfold, in many different ways. And as we begin to develop our new definition of ourselves, the second principle of Kwanzaa, Kujichagulia, that we will begin to redefine what spirituality really is, because spirituality is universal, religion is selective. It doesn't make a difference if you're Rosicrucian, if you are Buddhist, if you are Zen Buddhist, if you are Christian, Muslim, or Jew. There is but one faith system. There is but one word, and that word is truth. And out of that truth, there comes everything else that becomes the moral code. Out of the moral code comes the civilization, or the intermingling of people. Out of the intermingling of people comes society, and out of society comes civilization. Out of civilization comes technology, which represents how you respect your civilization, and then you get right back into your Godhead, because what you create is a reflection of how you feel about the greater being that is all around us.
Booker, I think that one of our greatest gifts to the world is our spirituality. And I think our most misunderstood contribution about who we are and what we are, and about our cosmology and how we see the world, is the way we relate to the world. And you can only understand that through spirituality. Someone once asked me, if the black man was in charge, if he was the president, if black folk was ruling the world, I don't think it would be a better place to live. I mean, look at Africa. And look at America. Here we got cars, we got bathrooms, we got running water, we got we're mastered nature. Hey man, don't tell me black folk could have done a better job, because when I look at Africa, I don't see it. What do you have to say?
Look at the Moors. And if you look at the Moors, you'll understand. The book edited by Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, called The Golden Age of the Moor. Or you can look at Stanley Lane Poole's work on the Moors, The Story of the Moors. And you will understand that when Africans in the year 710 AD went into Spain, again they called it Al-Andalus. Today it's called Spain and Portugal, or the Iberian Peninsula. They brought into Europe running water, air conditioning, heat, soap, foods, clothes, music, moral. In fact, a great deal of many individuals in Al-Andalus supported the African explorers because of the barbarity of the Visigothic kings. When African Moors in Granada and Seville and Cordoba lived in plush palaces, European monarchs were living in barns. Africans brought to Europe everything that we now have. So Africans not only could do it, we could do it better. And it's important to understand that you may be looking at an America with cars that create pollution. You can look at tall buildings. When the steel is put in the water, creates air pollution. You can talk about sky travel, that every time a plane or a rocket goes up, it creates destruction in the atmosphere. You can call that progress. I wouldn't. When you look at the African world, you look at a world based on nature. And just like I know the sun will set and rise between today and tomorrow, Africans knew that their civilization would rise and fall the same way. It's important to understand that Africa gave the world everything that we have today. We have built upon that. It's important to understand that there is nothing that exists today that Africans or people of color have not had a hand in. You cannot count to one, you cannot count from 1 to 10 without thanking the Dravidian Moors for having brought that. Our number system, although it's called Hindu-Arabic, in fact is Dravidian Moorish. It is not Hindu-Arabic. It is Dravidian Moorish, because the Hindus got it from the Dravidians and the Arabs got it from the Moors. It's important to understand that we will see what the future holds. Every civilization has its rise and fall. In Africa, Africans ruled Europe. In fact, it was Napoleon that said that Africa begins in the Pyrenees. The Pyrenees is in southern France. It's important to understand that Napoleon in 1798 went to Egypt with approximately 172 of his most intelligent individuals, along with an army. Upon returning back from there, Europe flourished. In fact, a few years later, a man by the name of Count Volta received an award for creating a battery. Yet we see direct evidence of him learning how to build the battery by looking at the Jed column of ancient Egypt. You want more information? A brother by the name of Nur Anka-Men wrote a book entitled The African Origins of Electromagnetism. We're living an illusion, and as long as we live this illusion, we will never know and we will never be able to go back to what we could do. I believe we're devolving. I believe that we are going backwards in time. I believe that the way in which we feel towards each other is going to create the kind of situation that's going to catapult us forward. I've often asked, how thick does the glass have to get in the bank before we understand we're having a very serious problem? The glass is getting thicker, people are moving away from each other, bridges are falling, planes are crashing, water is killing, bacteria is greater now than ever before, we're sicker than ever before. The first successful cesarean birth occurred in the middle 1800s when European doctors went to Uganda and witnessed their cesarean birth. The European doctors brought that method back to Europe, and Europe had its first successful cesarean birth. If you don't believe me, look at Charles Finch's work and look at the picture that was drawn by the European who watched the Ugandans during the cesarean birth. These are facts. I'm not emotional. I don't dislike anybody. I'm not saying this in a sense of superiority or inferiority. I don't believe in that. I don't believe I'm superior because I'm African, but I believe that I am supreme because I know who I am. I don't measure myself against another human being. I measure myself against myself. So I hope to be a better person tomorrow than I was today. And I pray to be a better person today than I was yesterday. And that is what African folk. Yes, I'm competitive, but I compete with myself. I don't compete with other people. Therefore, I don't worry about what my partner has because I appreciate his greatness because I may shine. See, everybody can't be sunshine. Sometimes you got to be moonshine because the moon doesn't have a light. The moon's reflection, moonlight is the reflection of the sun on the moon. Someday it's my day. Someday it is my day to shine. Other days it's someone else's turn to shine, but hopefully if I position myself right in that person's life, their light will shine on me. As an African people, we understood this. Therefore, what was good for one was good for the community, and what was good for the community was good for everybody. This is the kind of society that we've got to get back to. When we think of the things that are happening all around us today, we've got to understand that a change has got to come. You'll either be a part of it or you won't. They laughed at Noah for 40 years. The brother was building the boat. He said a flood was coming. Everybody laughed at him because the sun was out. But he prophesied that there was going to be a flood. Well, Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad all prophesied that there was destruction coming. And everybody laughed at them. They criticized them. They continue to today. Yet the very words that they spoke back then are coming to fruition now. Those who were smart enough to build their boat, to get ready for what was coming, will withstand what's coming. And those that don't will not. But it doesn't take a lot of people to create a nation. So either you're part of it or you're not. My question is, are you going to miss the boat?
Ethiopian point of view.
That's fine.
All right. We are here at the University of Addis Ababa. We are in front of the Department of Ethiopian Studies, I believe. I have the pleasure, Institute of Ethiopian Studies, and I have the pleasure of being with Professor Tadessa Tamrat. Professor, would you give us a correct spelling of your name, and would you then proceed to give us an overview of Ethiopian history?
My name is spelled is Tadessa, the first name Taddesse, and the second name is Tamrat, Tamrat. I think the best point of departure in a survey, in a brief survey of the history of Ethiopia, particularly for our overreach, international connections, the understanding of Ethiopian history abroad, particularly by African Americans, by people of the diaspora from the world of Africa. I think the most important point of departure would be to come to grips with the name Ethiopia itself. What do we mean by the name of Ethiopia? And how does it come to be the appellation for just one country, which we now call Ethiopia, my country? I think if we understand this properly, we will really be able to come to a better understanding of what the history of Ethiopia is. Now, the word Ethiopia, when it was first used by the ancients, essentially it is a Greek term. It was used by the Greeks from the 9th century before Christ onwards. And when they started to use it with a specific term. Which applied to dark complexion people. People living, occupying the whole continent immediately to the south of Egypt. Egypt with which the Greeks had established long contact. And Egyptian history, Egyptian culture, Egyptian concepts had also started to influence the world view of the Greeks to some extent. And when the Greeks started to talk about Ethiopia at that time, they also connected it with an ancient Egyptian term, an ancient Egyptian geographical term, which was called Punt. Punt for the Egyptians. The whole area of the northeastern part of Africa, including the Arabian Peninsula, the whole area of the Red Sea, on both sides of the Red Sea, the Horn of Africa, and connected with the source of the Nile, and an area full of wonders. From where all the important things which were liked by their gods would come. Things like frankincense, myrrh, different kinds of woods, different kinds of smells, which they used for their rituals and so on. And as a result, they considered it as actually the land of the gods. It was considered as the land of the gods. And the people were supposed to be especially connected with God, favored by God, having different culture, different ways of life, but always blessed by the grace of God. Now, when the Greeks started to use the word Ethiopia, they inherited much of what the ancient Egyptians had been saying about Punt. And in more or less the same way as the Egyptians, the Greeks also had the concept of the blessed people of God living in Ethiopia. And they talk about the blameless Ethiopians. They talk about their gods, Zeus going from his mountain of Olympia and with his other gods, his followers, and spending his summer, having his summer residence in Ethiopia, with the blameless people of Ethiopia. And from that onwards, you have quite a number of books about Ethiopia being the land of the gods and so on. Now, I'm talking about the 9th century before Christ, about 800 something. Now, later on, in the 3rd century before Christ, long after the Greeks had conquered much of the Near and the Middle East under Alexander the Great, Egypt had also come under the Greeks, and the Greeks had established there what is called the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemaic dynasty which would last until actually the Roman conquest of Egypt in the 1st century before Christ. Now, Alexandria, this very famous town, city in Egypt, was founded and called after the name of the conqueror Alexander, and it became a very important cultural center. It became a center of Greek literature. I've been talking about the Ptolemaic dynasty, which was established in Egypt after the conquest by Alexander, and Alexandria being a very important cultural center for Greek literature. Really, the Greeks were very much interested in the history of the area as a whole, not only Egypt, but beyond Egypt, the Nile Valley, the Red Sea area, and so on. And they started contact with all the people in various parts. Now, but more important is they wanted, now the Ptolemaic and the Greeks, sometime in the middle of the 3rd century, decided to have the books of the Bible translated into Greek. And when they translated it into Greek, this was done by Jewish scholars. The legend is that the Ptolemy, the particular king at that time, elected 70 well-known Jewish scholars and asked each one of them to come out with an independent translation of the Old Testament, the books of the Old Testament. And of course they knew Greek, and they translated the Bible from its original Hebrew. Now when they do this, they translated the ancient Hebrew word of Cush with the word Ethiopia. So Ethiopia became equivalent to Cush. Now Cush, for the ancient Egyptians as well as the ancient people of Israel, the Hebrew-speaking people, was the land moving to the south of Egypt, and there is actually a small area which was called Cush by the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Egyptian records and so on. And of course also meant black complexion people, dark complexion people. people in the middle to the south, and it also referred to the people of Africa to the south of Egypt. And particularly connected with the source of the Nile again. The Nile, of course, is very important for Egyptian history, for ancient civilization, and for the history of the world, because it's really on the two sides of the river, the Nile River, that this wonderful ancient human civilization prospered and developed. So the source of the Nile, where the Nile came, and the people who lived around the source of the Nile, the geographical characteristics of the areas were of great interest for the Egyptians from ancient times, and also for all ancient people who had come to contact with it. And so Kush, the land Kush, and the people, the Kushites, were people very closely connected with ancient Egypt and the history of ancient world. Now, so in short, it is Kush which became Ethiopia. And it was a reference, a general reference to all dark complexion people, to all Africans. Of course, with a particular emphasis on the people of the Nile, around the source of the Nile, and particularly between the Red Sea and the Nile River. Now, when historians, earlier historians, Greek historians like Herodotus, who actually visited Egypt, and actually did come to a place which he considered to be the frontier between Egypt and the land of Ethiopia, the Kushites. He knew, collected quite a lot of traditions, most of them with legendary characters. Now, the coming of the word Ethiopia into the Bible, the Greek version of the Bible, the mention of the word Ethiopia, so many books of the Bible, so many verses, various books of the Bible, now brought the term to another level, a level where of course it was accessible to all people who read the Old Testament study also and so on. And when you come to Christian times, the first time when Christianity seems to have been preached in the region of Ethiopia was not very far after the death of Christ himself. One of Christ's disciples, Philip, is said to have been the first man who actually converted, baptized an African, an Ethiopian.
Sheba.
Ethiopian, queen of Meroe. Now, Meroe is an ancient kingdom of Kush, Kushite kingdom, which was there from the 8th, 9th century before Christ onwards, and whose kings sometimes, in fact, will conquer Egypt, went beyond to Palestine and confronted other ancient powers like Assyria and so on. So it was a very big African state, the first important African state. Now, this Philip was the officer, the treasurer of was a queen in the 1st century, somewhere in the middle of the 1st century AD. He was the one who apparently was converted to Christianity, baptized, first African, first Ethiopian to be baptized. Now, so there is no doubt that Christianity came to Ethiopia very early, immediately after the death, the lifetime of Christ himself. And then, of course, there are also quite a number of other traditions which indicate that other disciples of Christ, particularly Saint Matthew, the evangelist, had also been to Ethiopia, particularly to our part of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian islands. He's considered sometimes a founder. These are where I'm talking about traditions. Traditions of the church. Now, although this was the beginning of Christianity in the land of Ethiopia, the earliest beginning of the land in the land of Ethiopia, it doesn't seem to be the case that Christianity took deep roots in the land of Ethiopia for many centuries to come. So it was only in the 4th century after Christ that we really come to see the establishment, the solid establishment of the Christian church. And this time it was done in Aksum, in the kingdom of Aksum. Now, within this is almost 3-4 centuries, quite a number of historical things that happened. The old kingdom of Meroe was no longer there. It was a rival to Aksum for a long time. There were a number of wars between Aksum and Meroe, and Aksum, which had become very powerful, it was nearer to the Red Sea, a lot of international contact, trade and so on, with greater, stronger support and alliance with the Greeks, and so on, and been much more powerful. And the king of Aksum, is called Ezana, had finally led a very strong military campaign against Meroe and destroyed it, and in fact expanded its frontiers very far into the lowlands in the direction of the Nile Valley. So Meroe was no longer there. Meroe, who's the queen of which had been the ruler at the time when the first African was converted by Philip. That Meroe was no longer there. In its place, the strongest, in fact the only from Africa, Black Africa, power state was actually Aksum. Now, Aksum, therefore, had to a large extent inherited much of the historical characteristics of ancient Ethiopia, the whole of Ethiopia, and including Meroe. Now, when we talk about Ethiopia in the period of the 4th century and so on, they automatically thought about Aksum. That was where the only Black African state was. Not only this, but the Ethiopians themselves also started to identify themselves with the name of Ethiopia. I mean, they were included in the initial concept of Ethiopia as well, because they were part of the Ethiopian world, part of the world of Kush. Part of the world of Ethiopia and the Greek conception. But now, in a much greater sense, they came to associate themselves with the world of Ethiopia, And especially because now when they were converted to Christianity, and as a result they inherited all the Judeo-Christian traditions. I mean, all the books of the Old Testament, as well as books of the New Testament, came along with Christianity, and were immediately translated into the ancient Ethiopian language, official language of the state at the time, Ge'ez. And when again it was translated, when they found out the word Ethiopia in the Greek version, it was really from the Greek version that the major translation was done. Although other versions, the Hebrew version, the Aramaic version, were also used whenever there were difficulties of translation. So now, here, the appearance of the term Ethiopia in so many verses in the books of the Old Testament in particular, strengthened the attachment of the Axumites to the name Ethiopia. And already the first Christian king, the man who conquered Troy, and the man who was the first to establish the church in Ethiopia, Ezana, he himself has actually left us a very important inscription, which was written now 1,000 to almost 1,700 years ago. And we have it. The inscription still standing in Aksum. We have copies of it. Now, this inscription, he gives himself quite a lot of titles. He had extensive territory, not only in Africa, but also in the Arabian Peninsula. So he calls himself King of Saba, King of Aksum, King of... And then he also calls himself King of Ethiopia. King of Ethiopia. Now, this inscription I'm referring to was written in 3 languages. It was written in Greek, in Ge'ez, and in South Arabic, Sabian language. Now, in the Semitic languages, Sabian and Ge'ez, he used the word Habasha. So he calls himself King of Habasha. Now, in the Greek, this was translated as King of Ethiopia. Now, this very clearly means that already at that time, 1,700 years ago, there was an equation between Habasha and Ethiopia. And from that time onwards, the official appellation of the country, the Kingdom of Aksum, and the states that inherited it later on, from that time onwards, you have the history of Ethiopia, very long, and it is a history of continuity. First start in Aksum, the center being in Aksum, and then it will move further south, to be in Lalibela. The Lalibela I visited last week. It was the capital of the Ethiopian state, in the middle of from the beginning of the middle of the 12th century onwards, the 13th. But it was the same state. Although the center has moved, it was the same state. It was all the same structure, the same traditions. Christian, living Jews, also other languages, of course. And then later on, during the 14th century, then it was to move further to the south, to where we are now. The center was not very far from where we are now, Aksala. If you look to the north of Aksala, there is a town called BrotherRonn, which is the capital city. But there were no permanent cities at that time. But anyway, what I'm talking about is from that time of Ezana onwards, as far back as 1,700 years ago, the name Ethiopia became the official appellation of the Ethiopian state, the state that we have today, which is called Ethiopia. And this, as I said, is largely due to the fact that at that time, at any rate, for a long time, Ethiopians were the only Christian Africans with a kingdom of their own, with some power base, and with considerable influence in the region, and with extensive international connections, a lot of respect, an alliance with the Roman Empire, particularly the late Roman Empire, the eastern part of Byzantine Empire. And because of this, the name Ethiopia stuck. And now, although of course we have quite a number of names. Ethiopia is rich in culture, large numbers of ethnic, linguistic communities, each of which have their own names. Beja, Tigrinya speaking people, Tigray, Amharic speaking people, Oromo speaking people, Somali speaking people. It's a country of hosts of people. It's rich in culture. But as a whole, because of this historical background, it came to be Ethiopia. Now, what does this mean? What this means is that at the same time, Ethiopia inherited not only the name Ethiopia, but it also inherited all the images, of the land and the people of ancient Ethiopia. And that's why, quite a number of associations are made between our Ethiopia and the Ethiopia of the ancient world. This is, of course, again, the idea of the tradition of the Queen of Sheba, the Solomonic tradition, the great identity, the biblical identity of much of Ethiopia and so on, all really derive their origin from this, and that's why. So really, essentially, this is the historical background for Ethiopia. Now, I said a moment ago that it's very important, this discussion is very important for our brothers of the diaspora, because their understanding, their vision of Ethiopia, essentially their contact with the old documents and the biblical texts, and not really the realities of the country of Ethiopia. And as a result, it's very easy to mix up the two. It's very important to make a clear distinction between the developments that are described in ancient sources and the historic realities of the Ethiopia, this country that we call Ethiopia today. No proper distinction has been made in this, and that's why there's a whole lot of misunderstanding about Ethiopia and the Old Testament. This is our Ethiopia, one of the major historical problems, of course, is the tradition of the Queen of Sheba. The tradition revolving around the Halasha, the Ethiopian Jews, the so-called Ethiopian Jews. All these problems are very closely associated with this, and it's very, very important to make a fine distinction between these developments. Well, this is.
Let me, you mentioned Herodotus, but Herodotus also made reference to the Egyptians being black when he talked about that the Cotrans, I think, he knew that they were a colony of Egypt because they had black skin and woolly hair. Do you also in your research see the Egyptian people as African people, black African people?
Well, I think the most important evidence in ancient history from where one can start is perhaps the study of the languages of the people of Africa in general. Now, when you study this, the language of the ancient Egyptians, is part of the same family of languages of related people, the people of Africa in general, and also the Semitic speaking people, also the Semitic language is also part of it. There is this large family of languages which is called Afro-Asiatic. Afro-Asiatic. It's called Afro-Asiatic because most of the languages belonging to this family are spoken in Africa. Asiatic because one of the branches, the Semitic, is spoken in Asia, the western part of the Asiatic continent. So it's called Afro-Asiatic. Now, in Afro-Asiatic, ancient Egyptian is one of the branches, the 6 major branches of Afro-Asiatic. Now, the other branch is Semitic, and another branch is Cushitic. So Cushitic and ancient Egyptian, which of course, as I tried to summarize a moment ago, they are continuous. Egypt and Kush are continuous areas. Egypt being the north, and the Kushites being immediate to the south. Now, I have no doubt in my mind that the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, were part of the African world. That they were an integral part of Nile Valley developments. But of course with lots of contacts also with the outside. I mean, Egypt being where it is, the delta of the Nile, open lines of communication in the direction of the Mediterranean, as well as in the direction of the Palestine, and the north and south. With the exception that it has been the crossroads. It was always open for different lines of communication. I mean, it was certainly.
We're very glad, Brother Booker T. Coleman, to have you in our studios today as we begin the first in a series of world history from an African-centered perspective, understanding that Africa is central to understanding the evolution and the civilization and civilizations which man has evolved and built. So, Brother Booker T, today, if you would for us, please begin talking with us about the African origins of man and how man developed in Africa.
You know, what's interesting with the question is that the question itself, you might answer it being earthbound, but what we're attempting to do is look at it holistically. And what we've come to realize is that what we've attempted to do is to put the world, this is a small version, I have a larger version of this, but basically what this does is that it breaks up the cosmic reality, or it creates a cosmic year. And the top map is a map of this great cosmic African year. And the bottom one is of a specific month. And as an educator in the Board of Ed here in New York, and just in general being interested in education, I find that even if we were to deal with humanity, humanity is a very late creation when you think of the entire cosmic reality. It is very difficult to understand man without the history of human, because we are part of that cosmic evolutionary cycle. It is almost impossible just to look at the earth. When we look at the Dogon, we look at the Kemite, we look at the Bambara. You can go to Central Africa, the Kuba, Kuba peoples. You can go to the Maasai of Kenya. You can look at a number of African traditions. And what you will notice is that they go beyond just an earth scope. They look at themselves as universal beings, that Earth just happens to be a satellite moving through the cosmos, of which we all happen to be astronauts. Because when you look at the word astronaut and astronomy itself, you're dealing with Ast, which is the feminine principle of the origin, of determination of course her name is Aset. From Ast you have Ra, which is the essence of star power, and Astra, and then you have Numo or Numa, which gives the impression from Dogon of the origins of life in water. So astronomy, even of itself, we can come back into an African tradition, an African word, uniting Ast, Ra, Numo, which talks about the female principle being in the waters and the energy coming from this, Ast, Ra, Numi. So when we look at this and we break it up into the year, if we were to say, and this is a theory, and I want to be very clear on this because none of us were there in the beginning of time. We cannot say with any surety, but there is a sense of knowledge base out there that will allow us to say certain things. So we've broken it up into 12 months, and we've said that the very first moment of the very first year of the cosmic reality, what is today called the Big Bang, what the ancient Kemites called Nun, or Ptah, the conversion of energy, that humanity, in fact, doesn't even come into place until December. And this is why we have the December month here, because so much happens this last month right here. So what we're dealing with in reality, if you want to talk about the history of man, you've got to talk about the history of the cosmos. To understand the history of the cosmos, you go to the primary source, which we call the Shabaka stone. There are the pyramid texts, the coffin texts, the Bremerin papyrus. Dr. Theophilio Benga has looked at over 77 documents. Sheikh Anta Diop has looked at numerous documents that unfold this story. And one thing is that the story doesn't begin on Earth. And that's the key. And what locks us into this shallow mentality as an African people, what confuses us most, is that we are confining ourselves to where the European was confined, and that is Earth. The European, by nature of him herself, could not survive in space, because the essence of the mutation of the Africans going to the Europoid state cancel out the nature of what keeps them alive in space, which is melanin. Melanin is what makes this whole cosmos. It is the life of the cosmos. It is in the blackness that light comes. So we're here in the very beginning of this cosmic reality. If you want to talk about the origins of man, we're dealing with this Big Bang. And from this Big Bang, scientifically speaking, particles, pieces, essences of life scatter throughout the cosmos. In other words, this seed, the Dogon call Kizi Uzi. From this seed, what the Kemites called Atun, from this seed that is encased all of this life, it explodes like an egg and it begins to move apart. And what happens is that superclusters are formed from this Big Bang. Superclusters then continue to grow and expand, and superclusters become clusters. So as you move into January and February, you're dealing with the supercluster life. So the early form of humanity dealt with being in the supercluster. And then superclusters began to give off pieces of itself, and then clusters were formed within the superclusters.
And then within the clusters, they began to give off and to give birth to different universes and different realities. And clusters gave birth in the month of May and June to galaxies. And then galaxies began to throw pieces of itself off, and then star formations came into being. And then from star formations came planetary formations. And then what we have is that as you move into the last quarter, or I should say the last third of the cosmic year, in the month of September, in particular, on September 14th, the Earth came to be. If we were to break this down scientifically, the Earth would have come into existence in this great cosmic year on September 14th. On September 25th, the origin of life, or organic life, the assimilation of carbon, in other words, the melanic state being transformed on Earth, occurred on September 25th. And this organic life, this assimilation of carbon, occurred within the ponds, the oceans, and the waters of our Earth. On the 26th of September came molecular organization. Molecules began to order and arrange themselves. They began to reorder and rearrange themselves with other molecules. And then the different kinds of essences on Earth came to be, again, within the waters. In October, you would have had the stuff of life, which is the creation of life, was in abundance. In other words, through geometric progression, every month, by the way, represents almost, and this is just throwing out a figure, a little over 1 billion years, every month. Organic molecules begin coming into being through nuclear fusion, thermonuclear reaction, and reactions of them both coming together. This is all science, but this is deeply embedded in the Shabaka stone. This is why you can see that if we were to talk about humanity, and I just jumped into talking about the different forms of humanity, look how much of our history is missed, because clearly humanity existed from the very first moment of existence, but what needed to be was Kepra, or what the Kemites deciphered to be the process of becoming the transformation, the perfectibility of the cosmos, the God force coming to know him herself. Plants come to be in October, and multicellular beings within the waters come to be. In November, organic copulation, in other words, the coming together of sex, began approximately in November. The concept of two opposites coming together to create itself, to redo itself, comes to be. To regenerate itself comes to be. The law of polarity, in other words, is here. And then, of course, you have the microcosmos. In other words, the essences of these molecules coming together then begin to reflect the larger macrocosm. In other words, everything that exists becomes a small picture of the larger picture. Now, in December, as you can see, I don't even try to put anything here, because in December, through quantum understanding, we see that there are many things occurring on Earth. And of course, on December 1st, photosynthesis, a very important process, begins to take shape here on this planet. And then we were jumping the Precambrian age from the 2nd of December until approximately the 14th of December. So these basic 2 weeks show life in the waters. This is when all of the life in the waters start to come. And then on the 15th, you have a proliferation of life. In other words, life is just in abundance. It's all in the waters. It is in plant form. It is in the multicellular forms. It's in a number of different kinds of activities. When you come to the 17th, you start to look at creatures becoming, in essence. You begin to see these molecules creating essences of life. And the tribolite was one of the ones that was created. It's like a squid-like creature. In the 19th of December comes the age of fishes. Now you're really looking at the earth formulating itself, because now you have the age of the fishes coming to be, where the fish and the vertebrates are in the water. On the 20th, the plants colonize land. In other words, this is where organic life comes on earth. Now, I know this is a sensitive issue. I know that from a Judeo-Christian ethic, I may not be discussing it the way it would be discussed, but I am a creationist. I believe that there was a creation, a God concept that created, but I also believe that what was created went through evolutionary stages.
It is so close to a fairy tale for me to believe that the first two humans were born adults on Earth. That's like trying to get me to believe that there was a wolf that ate Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother and was in the bed waiting for Little Red Riding Hood. I have as much chance believing that story as I would a story of a human being being born as an adult. And it is time now, at least in my perspective, it is hard for me to continue this. It's like winking at stories so that we can get children to believe them. And I think it's time that we come to a reality that there was an African God concept, and that this concept evolved and went through stages. And the proof of it is that we are going through this stage to this very day. We are getting better. We see our young people smarter today than we were. I remember our adults telling us that we were smarter than they were. And I remember my father telling me that his father used to say he was smarter than his father. And that's because every generation is born with all of the information of the preceding generation. Hopefully each generation should get better by the nature of the improvement of that particular generation's knowledge and wisdom. So I come before you with this information only to share it with you. This is not a belief system. I believe that I'm deeply spiritual, but Adam and Eve is just not a story that I can feel comfortable with in believing how I came into existence, particularly when I see so much evidence to the contrary. On the 22nd of December, the winged insects, the amphibians being these reptiles now, these fishes who are now coming up out of the water, and they're using their fins as sort of like feet. Because remember, the water is now drying up on Earth, and there are ponds created that they got to get from one water level to another, and that process sometimes made them go on land, and they would just crawl across. And those that survived were the ones that continued. The ones that were caught on the land didn't continue. So survival has a lot to do with the evolution of life on Earth. So the 23rd brings in the age of the reptiles. Trees begin to grow, and then you have amazing growth patterns in geometric progressions. In other words, by geometric progressions, meaning that many things are happening. It's not going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on down. It's going 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. It is by multiples that life is beginning to grow. The 24th, the dinosaurs are born. And they lived for 160 million years. Now, when you think of how long we've been around, look at how long the dinosaurs were around. And look at the arrogance that we have to think that we will be around forever. There are essences of life that once were on Earth. Now, dinosaurs to me is in question. I wonder whether or not dinosaurs existed. There's still a lot more work to be done in terms of exactly who the dinosaurs were and what they were. And I think that we have got to look at this. On the 26th of December was ushered in the age of the mammals. Now, the difference between a reptile and a mammal is that a reptile has the womb on the outside, which is the egg. And the mammal has the womb on the inside. Because when we left, reptiles are cold-blooded and humans are warm-blooded. So that when these reptiles transformed into amphibians, and these amphibians became mammals, what began to occur was that instead of laying an egg and your womb was on the outside, and it was hatched by the sun, what occurred was that the egg was on the inside. And there was a relationship developed between the soon-to-be-born essence and the mother of the essence. And it was the mother that nurtured, and it was in the womb that the God concept and consciousness began to develop, and that is why it would lead to other kinds of formations that eventually became us as human beings. Our original state, we all were once plants. And from plants gave off organisms that would probably later become those essences that would then come out of the water and become. So we all come from a long line of a great creative force. But we weren't born as adults, at least as far as I can see. We were born and we evolved. And we don't evolve. Consciousness evolves. We just happen to be the vehicle that consciousness chooses to evolve into, because we have all the things that are necessary. And when we talk about some of our distant relatives, you'll see how we were chosen quite by mistake. It wasn't done because we were destined.
We were destined, but we weren't destined the way the other forms were destined. We don't have a specialization. Every animal form has a reason to be on Earth. We have no reason to be on Earth. But our reason to be on Earth is that unique consciousness that we then can give all others. So although we don't have a specialization, our specialization is in perfecting all of the other specializations. That's why netures were created. And that's why in Africa and amongst Native Americans and amongst many of the ancient civilizations, you have so much respect with nature because they saw themselves as one with nature. And that as you developed yourself through nature and became part of nature, that you could have the all-seeing eye of the falcon. You could be able to smell like the dog. You would be able to have agility like the cat. You would have the essences of whatever they saw within the animal. So the animal has the specialization, but our specialization is to bring that specialization to perfectibility. That's our specialty. And it was a unique God concept that just happened to have come to us because of a situation that happened in the forests of Africa. On the 27th of December, you have birds fly and flowers bloom. When birds flew and flowers bloomed, dinosaurs perished, which is an interesting relationship because if you find out why things start to blossom, you'll find out why things died. When you find out why things died, you'll understand why things blossom because there's a nature, the law of polarity. When one door closes, another opens. This is the research that our children have to do, but we have to do it from our perspective because it is obvious that Western perspective is not one with nature. And if you're not one with nature, you're not going to understand it. You will see it, but you will not know what you see. You will be conscious of it, but you will not be conscious that you're conscious of it, and that's the situation that we're in. We are sane people living in an insane society. And the only thing that can happen to a sane person when they try to define an insane situation is they go insane. What we need to do is redo our thinking and begin to look at it the way in which our ancestors did. And I'm not saying you have to go back and do what they did. I said the way in which they thought, the way in which they carried their lives is as applicable today as it was back then. I don't necessarily encourage to go back and build pyramids, but I do say let's take the math and the engineering that built the pyramids and see what we can do in the 21st century. On the 30th of December, the human ancestors living in Africa. Now if I can just point to it on the map because this is where we begin to look at things. Here in Africa, what you're really looking at when they talk about all of these continents at one time were connected. You can see how this part of Africa would have fit so neatly in here. You see how Madagascar here fits so perfectly in here. If you move Australia over, you'll see how all of this could have fit. If you condensed all of these continents into one, what we call it in science, we call it Pangaea. The ancient Kemites called it Ptah, the first hill that came up out of the waters of Nun. This is the story that we see here. So when we're looking at the history of the cosmos, what we're actually looking at is the fact that all of these continents were connected and that Africa, rightly so, was in the middle. So if in fact Pangaea was one big mountain coming up out of this water, chances are it would have been this region right here in the center of the world, that's in the center of Africa, that would have been the highest point of that hill. And it is only sensible that life should have come from this area by the nature of science, whether you're dealing with climatology or biology or zoology or botany. It makes sense that that should happen. And one of the things that we'd really like to focus on today is just some of the ideas dealing with our ancestral line. And I do know that there are people who have problems looking at the role that, or the relationship that we have with gorillas, with the apes. But what we'd like to do is just talk about what we see. There was a tape done in July of 1995. It was narrated by our brother, Professor Avery Brooks, actor from Deep Space Nine, and also he's a professor at Harvard University in the drama department. And he had a 3-part series where he talked about the Virunga Mountains. The Virunga Mountains are the home of the gorilla. You will not find gorillas anywhere in the world except in Central Africa. By that I mean the original mountain gorilla was born in the Virunga Mountains. The Virunga Mountains is this area right here. This is a relief map. Both of these are relief maps. And the one good thing about a relief map is that it is not a flat map. It in fact shows you. It has the ridges of mountains. It goes down into sea level. So you can actually see, the children, the students can feel what the mountains are like. So that when you look at this part of the world and you see the history and the story and you read the papyri of how the Kemites claim to have come from, originating from the foothills of the mountains of the moon, and the mountains of the moon here being Rwenzori, Kilimanjaro, and the Ethiopian highlands, the trinity of life. And if you look at them properly, they form, in a rough sort of way, a triangle. It is within here, let's just call them what we call them, because they are called Lake Edward. You have Lake Albert, Lake Edward, Lake Victoria, and then up here you have Tana. These are the rivers that accompany the mountains. In the papyrus of Hunefa, in the papyrus of Turin in Italy, there is said that the Kemites, the Egyptians, wrote that they originated at the foothills of the mountains of the moon, where the god Hapi, H-A-P-I, dwells. Now what's interesting is that one of the formations, one of the head forms of Hapi, in fact, is the head of what they call a baboon. Now, when you're talking about origins of life, when you're talking about origins of people, and when you know that there is a direct relationship in the family of what is known as primates, primates taking in a large number of different kinds of essences, and I call them essences because animal and human, somehow or other we have separated the word human from animals, but humans are animals. And it is hard because Western civilization is attempting in their supremic mentality to separate themselves from the animal world. I have no problem being an animal. I have no problem looking at myself as a descendant of animals or plants. Because when you're looking for truth, truth comes in a lot of ways. Because when you throw all of the nonsense away, we are not growing. Consciousness is growing. And every form that lives as we have lived, what is growing in us is not us per se, but our consciousness. And then through our consciousness, we are able to interact with our world around us. We are too busy thinking we are growing. We are not doing anything. Our consciousness is growing. And that is why the brain plays such an important role in the development of the higher forms of animals. And by higher forms, we're talking about intellect, reason, and language. That's what I mean. Now, in this Virunga Mountains, this three-part tape, Professor Brooks shows us the movement and how in the very beginning when Europe began to become aware of mountain gorillas and becoming aware of life in Africa, that they came here and they did a number of expeditions. But what I'd like to do, along with talking about this, is I just want to show you, because these are all books. This is called The Mountain Gorilla. And I just want to show you in this book a map of Africa and where you will find the mountain gorilla. Because this is where you will find the mountain gorilla. In this area right here, in the dark area. Here and coming down through here. You will not see, and the origins of the gorilla were here. The boundaries of Uganda, what we today call Congo, or then it was called Zaire, and Rwanda. Right in the cornerstone. Here, here's Uganda. Here's Uganda, Rwanda, Zaire. Right here. These are the Virunga Mountain, and these are the Rwenzoris. All in this area. The Virunga Mountain area, and then you have the Rwenzori in this whole area of Uganda. So this is where you will only find gorillas. And then the mountain gorilla, through life, through time, traveled down out the mountains, and they flourished to the west, and they flourished east. And coming out of the mountains, these, what were mountain gorillas, are now today called Eastern Lowland, well, this would be Western Lowland and Eastern Lowland. Why? Because they left the mountains and went to the lower lands. Now, what is the difference between the mountain gorilla and the lowland gorillas? Well, there's a number of differences, but one of the main differences is weight. The mountain gorilla weighs up to 600 pounds. The lowland gorillas are about 450 pounds. So what is obviously happening is that as you moved out of the mountains and they were no longer mountainous, obviously their diet changed, their environment changed, and their structure changed that would make a 600-pound mountain gorilla become a 450-pound lowland gorilla. Now let's look at humanity, because right across you have humanity. Now, what is the question of the ape? Are we saying that are we descendants of the ape? Are we brothers of the ape? Are we cousins of the ape? There's a lot of things that we can say, but the research that we have done says that the ape, and the apes include the gibbon, the orangutan, the chimpanzee, and the gorilla. That is what we look at when we talk about the great apes. What we find is that bone for bone and muscle for muscle, gorillas and humans are almost exactly alike. And to show you that, I'd like to show you what it looks like, what the hands look like. The hands and the feet. We're dealing with gibbon, orangutan, chimpanzee, gorilla, human. What you will notice is that the hands are very much all alike. Where the real changes occur is in the feet. What you'll notice is that there's an opposable big toe. Some are far away, but when you get to the human, it comes up. And what we're looking at in terms of our history is that somewhere along the line, we and the great apes had a common ancestor. And what could have happened, and again, this is a theory, what could have happened, and what science shows us probably did happen, was that you have this major ancestor, but one of the brothers or sisters of this ancestor comes down and begins to live on the ground as opposed to living in a tree. And one of the things about the opposable toe, and chances are this ancestor had the opposable big toe, because the big toe, having an opposable big toe gives you 100% mobility. In other words, you can climb through trees using your hands or your feet because they all can grab, they all can latch on. So you have 100% mobility, but you have no stability. When this ancestor came out of the tree, for whatever reason, maybe they saw some food on the ground, they might have fallen out of the tree. And maybe they didn't get up, maybe they just kind of looked around, investigated a while, and then down the road came down again, and then pretty soon came down again. Somewhere in the history, over hundreds, or if not thousands of years, this ancestor that came down out the tree stayed out of the tree. But in so doing, they kept stepping on their opposable big toe. So they had to keep finding themselves flipping over that big toe so they would be flat, so as they walked, they wouldn't have to step on their opposable toe. And pretty soon, after having staying on the land and forcing this toe to come, this toe, through generations, began to be born closer attached to the foot itself. And then at that point, our ancestor lost 50% mobility and gained 50% stability. So we had 50% mobility because we could do things with our hands, and we had 50% stability, which meant that we could walk on the earth. But we still were walking hunched over. Because remember, we have not yet become Homo erectus, and erectus is the form of human that moves from, when we used to walk, we used to leave what we call gorilla, we call them knuckle prints. Not just footprints, but knuckle prints, because we would walk like this. Somewhere along the line, we rose up off like this, so not only did we have this ability, but we also had, prior to Homo erectus, was Homo habilis, who made tools. So when the mountain gorilla came also. And it's important for us to be able to see this and make this connection, because we see things happening now and we think they were always around. I'm sure that when I said earlier that the European as we know them is no older than 10,000 years, and many people are shocked. But it can be proven. And again, let's not move into emotion or feelings, and let's look at what was found. And let's go back to the late 1800s in a place around France, Italy, Spain, and this area here is called Monaco.
today is ruled by a family known as Grimaldi. You have Prince Albert, you have the other ones that, you have Princess Grace, who was married to the Prince of Monaco. His name is Grimaldi. And so this family is what we're talking about. Well, in this area of Monaco, in the late 1800s, they were excavating for construction. And they came upon bones. And immediately they saw that they were human bones, and they stopped work on this particular site. They went to the government and explained to the government what they had come upon, and the government closed the site, and they sent anthropologists, historians, geographers, linguists, major areas of scholarship into this area to study what was found. And what they found, they called Cro-Magnon, C-R-O-M-A-G-N-O-N. They called it Cro-Magnon man. They continued excavation in this area. This Cro-Magnon man, by the way, was neither European nor African, but a very interesting combination of both. Somatologically, which we're talking about blood, body structure in terms of the shape of the head, the brow ridge, the cheekbones, the eyes, where they were placed on the head, the length of the arms. All of this was not like the European's body. It was not like the African's body either, but it was closer to the African than it was to the European. They continued until they came upon a place known as Grottes des Enfants, which means the grotto of the children or the children's cave. In this children's cave, they found a body that was very much like the other body that they found, Cro-Magnon, that mixture, closer to the African, but on a mutated stage. This individual obviously had mutated itself. What they did was that they began to dig and dig and dig. And what they came upon in this area, the children's cave, with the Cro-Magnon on top, they went down 12 levels. They went down from 12 to 11. That was one stage, and then 2 stage, 3 stage, 4 stage, 5, until they went to 12. Well, as they were going down the first stage, the second stage, the third stage, the fourth stage, when they got to the 9th stage, they came upon an interesting find. They came upon, in Monaco, a baby and an old woman. And these two essences were found buried it was obviously that they had gone through a particular ritual. They were not just buried there. They seem to have been, well, some people say they seem to have been killed and they were just left there. But whatever it was, this one that was down 9 levels was so different. And by the way, what separated each layer was maybe a couple of thousand years. The one they found way down on the 9th level was so different from the one they found on top that they had to give it another name, and they called it Grimaldi. They named it after the family. They called it Grimaldi. This Grimaldi, bone for bone, structure for structure, it was an African woman and an African child. Now, if this is true, what I do with children, what I do with people is I get a box, and I have everybody date a piece of paper and write a message on the box. And we put that message, and then I put a piece of paper over everybody's messages. Next time we write another message, and we date it, and we put it, and then I put another. And each time I put something across, it's like a stratified layer. Mm-hmm. And then what we do is after we do 12, I go back and we start to go from top to bottom. By the time we get to the 9th layer, I ask them, which did we write first? And of course the answer is always the 9th as opposed to the one that was way up on the top. So if that is true, the essence that was found on top came much later than what was found on the very bottom, and what was walking the streets and the lands of Europe thousands of years before this mutated Cro-Magnon came into existence was an African people. Found surrounding this African culture was what is known as the Aurignacian tool. Now, the Aurignacian tool is very important in the fact that the Aurignacian culture, tool culture in Europe, seems to be born overnight. You cannot give birth to anything overnight. You've got to go through trial and error. So obviously, Africans must have brought this culture into Europe. It wasn't born in Europe. If in fact this Aurignacian culture was not born in Europe, it means that the civilization brought into Europe was not indigenous to Europe, but indigenous in Africa and then brought to Europe. Now this is scientific evidence. Now anyone that has anything else that could possibly change that, I invite anyone, because I'm trying to find out the truth here.
And so far, truth tells me that because Cro-Magnon was dated approximately between 20 and 10,000 years, it means that that wasn't what the European is today. So if that wasn't what the European is today, the European must have mutated itself within that Cro-Magnon, which means that they must have come long after, between 10 and 20,000 years ago. So the evidence of life coming out of Africa, coming into Europe, but not just that, but civilization was brought into Europe. Europe did not invent civilization. It was brought into Europe, and Africans who were mutating themselves became civilized by the more civilized Africans coming into Europe. And then over the thousands of years, this helped them survive, which eventually meant that when the Ice Age ended, the worm Ice Age ended, it meant that these Africans now, the ice mountains melted, and then they began to return further south.
Why didn't they start returning further south before?
Because they were ice mountains.
So they couldn't get
They
south.
couldn't get past. It's like an ice mountain going across Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn, or Webster Avenue in the Bronx, or Malcolm X Boulevard. You can't get from east to west if there's a huge ice mountain in front of you. And there's no way to climb an ice mountain because you'll slip. It's not like a earth mountain. It's more like just an ice barrier, a big wall that just did not allow peoples to return back. And in their desperate need to survive, instead of trying to run away, they said it's better to retreat into caves. And it is there that they lived for thousands of years, with clothes on, because it's cold. And I encourage you to read a book, The Making of the White Man, by Paul Guthrie, because he shows and he talks about, through documentation, the writings of people living in old Europe, talking about who they saw coming down out these mountains approximately 2,000 years before the Christian era. These barbarians and these savages. These were the ancestors of the peoples that would overrun the Roman Empire. These are the ancestors who would eventually go into Spain. These also are the ancestors that the Moors would chase out of Spain also. The Visigoths, the Vandals, all coming from Germany, Sweden, Norway. That's why the further north you go, the blonder blue eye you become. The more transparent the skin you become. As you travel further south, even in Europe, you get darker in Europe. That is why there's such a challenge in Italy between the southern Italian and the northern Italian. Because complexion-wise, there's a large difference between these two Italian peoples. And why? Because when these individuals were going, these people came down and part of their tribes went west and part went east. The ones that went west were the Visigoths, and the ones that went down into Italy became the Ostrogoths. It was the Ostrogoths who Shakespeare talks about, who Othello was fighting. That is why we find a black man in Venice. What's a black man doing in Venice in Shakespeare's writing? It is obvious that the Moors coming in this area had great control over this area. So it's important that as we break this down and we look at this history, that we do not deny any part of us. And this is why understanding and knowing nature is so important. And it is important for me to look at the gorilla, to look at primates, of which we are a member of the primate family. It is important for us to begin to look at creation and evolution. It's important to look at transformation, because if we don't see transformation, we will not see the God concept in us, and we will not be able to give to our children what we can, because we will not see that every generation gets better in time. And it is meant to be. God is not finished with us yet. There are yet unlimited levels. We are at the Homo sapiens sapiens stage. But there are many other levels to go. In fact, I believe that our ancestors were beyond Homo sapiens sapien at one time, and I believe that this impact has dragged us back down to Homo sapiens sapien. And if we're not careful, we will get like Western civilization, and I believe that they have already reverted back into the Neanderthal. I believe that mentally they never moved beyond that level of Neanderthal. And the difference between a Neanderthal and a Homo sapiens sapien is sharing. The concept of sharing, the concept of honor through word. You see, the reason why we have to sign contracts is because fundamentally we don't trust each other. In Africa, you never have to sign anything because your word was your bond. And for you to go against your word brought more devastation than breaking a contract. So that's what ushered in civilization, was the act of sharing, the act of community, the act of looking at a greater good that we all aspire for. As a Neanderthal, we were all about ourselves. We were all about that next meal. As a Homo sapiens sapien, we stopped and wondered and said, it is good for all of us to survive. So instead of us fighting over one piece of food, let us all share that one piece of food, because we will all eat forever, because the next time you get something to eat, we'll all eat again. But I know that if I were in a group of 7 people and the mightiest of the group ate all the food, I know that I would fight to become the mightiest of the people so I could get the food. In Africa, it didn't make a difference because we all shared. And nature itself gave us things to share. And we always knew that where our next meal would come from.
Now, can we go back and begin to look at the first great civilizations and where they formed and kind of who formed them or how they formed, etc., and some of the evidence that deals with them, like the Shabaka stone,
Yes.
where people were about what time different things began to happen, like farming, agriculture, and stuff of that nature. Let's look at the progression and evolution of these people.
Sure. And you know, it's interesting that that should come, because just like there's a disadvantage in the cold, there's also a disadvantage in the hot. And the reason why I say that is because it is my belief in looking at what was developed as far as the pyramids were concerned, the temples, the Monomotapa Empire, the empires of West Africa. It is my belief that as our ancestors, and this is really what my movement, my reason for all of this is that for our children and our children's children. Mm-hmm. Because right now we still are using Western mentality to decipher many things. When we give to our children another mode of looking at the world, we then will be able to look at things that we can't right now. Like, for instance, research shows us that there are underground tunnels that some say link East Africa and West Africa. And the reason why there are tunnels is because when the Sahara began to form, because it's important to know that in this part of the world that today is desert, at one time this flourished. This was green. This had all sorts of foods and all sorts of different growing activities, and organic life flourished here. But then with the movement of the earth and whatever other earthly activities occurred, this began to dry up and become a desert. But there was a lively trade going on for centuries amongst the Africans in this part of the world. So instead of going above the ground, which was very hot, they began to build tunnels underground. And every so often, to get some fresh air and to get some food or a different kind of food, they would come up out of the hole. Today we call these pit stops oases. And all across this area you will find oases. These were like when you're on the road going from, let's say, New York to Boston, and you stop at one of those little places to eat. That was equivalent to what an oasis was. It was a pit stop where people from underground could go. And these underground tunnels were quite huge. And it is my belief, as others have said, that I've listened to, that is probably where the idea for any tunnel or even for the subway system came about. By studying these tunnels, and these tunnels, by the way, were seen from the spaceships taking x-rays of the Earth. So this is not even something that was done on the Earth. This was done from the sky down onto the Earth. But the original peoples that we're talking about are short-statured people. We're talking about a people that range anywhere from 3 foot 2 inches to about 4 foot 8 inches. These were the first peoples that just went straight across the earth. These today called the Twa people, the Mbuti, derogatorily called Pygmy. These peoples are the original peoples here in this area here that moved about. I'm concerned about talking about early civilizations because I believe that under the pyramids are many other civilizations. And that every civilization, just like when we looked at the stratified layers in Europe of people, I believe that there are stratified layers in Africa. And as we, as a people, dig deeper, as our children and our children's great-grandchildren dig deeper, we will find that Africa goes back many, many, many more million years. That humanity living in Africa is not 3.2 million years old, but in fact could be 130 million years old. And that built underneath what we seem to be could be worlds and civilizations that have yet to be understood, and the whole aspect of where they came from as a people, what they developed, could go beyond. I believe that's what Star Wars was about. That was the retelling of our story. When you look at Darth Vader, of course, Vader meaning father, and Darth a derivative of dark, Darth Vader being Dark Father. You have Obi-Wan Kenobi dressed in all white. You have Darth Vader dressed in black. And then you have Luke Skywalker, the Heruan factor, the Falcon. Except they twisted the story around. So Luke fights his father. He doesn't know it's his father. He's fighting the person he thinks killed his father. But in fact, his father killed his uncle. The Osarian drama is the exact opposite. The son fights the uncle to pay back for him killing his father. The Star Wars saga turns the whole story inside out, inverses the meaning, and then we don't know that that's our story today. The pyramids of ancient Kamene, the Namurutunga stars that are found here in Africa. There is a whole area here that is found. It's called Namurutunga. And here in Namurutunga, which is somewhere between Kenya and Ethiopia, today is the Konso people, in this area right here, we find that these Africans, 2,285 years BC, give or take a couple of thousand years, were actually studying 7 major star systems in 4 major constellations. When you look at these star formations, they literally create a serpent in the sky. When you start with Sirius, from Sirius you go to Central Orion to Safe, which is also in Orion. You go to Bellatrix, to Aldebaran, to Pleiades, and then to Triangulum. These are 4 constellations. You have the constellation of Canis Major, which has Sirius, and then you have the Orion, which has Saiph, S-A-I-P-H. You have Central Orion, and you have Bellatrix, which is all in Orion. And then you go from Orion to Taurus. Taurus has Aldebaran, and it has the Pleiades, which are known as 7 sisters. And then you have the Triangulum. When you look at Triangulum, the Triangulum in a southeast December sky points east in the sky. There are many reasons why we know and understand. Why would they create the Namurutunga stars? Why would they then move up through this area, perfecting the steles, perfecting lines of sight until they get to Egypt, where they can actually prophesize through constellation study the way of the world? There has to be a direct pattern here. There had to have been a deep knowledge of things that even we don't touch today. The Dogon of Mali, the Dogon that live in this area right up in here, the Dogon, they knew things about Sirius that the Europeans wouldn't even see until 1970. Now, how could that be? How could they see a star? How could they define a star as Kiziuzi? How could they know that it was the smallest in the sky, yet it was the densest? In other words, if you took a thimbleful of land from Sirius B, it would weigh about 80,000 pounds. We're talking about a thimble, and we're talking about a denseness of what is known as a dwarf star or a black star that is so compressed, its nucleuses of its electrons are so compressed that it has become, through just pressure constantly, just as dense, about a quarter the size of the Earth. Yet, if you took a thimbleful, it would weigh 80,000 pounds. How did they know this? They went up there. Wait, talking about. Well, let me tell you what happened. There were 2 French, Dieterline, female, and Griot, a man, Marcel Griot, in 1931, sat with Ogatameli, who was an elder of one of the 4 families of Dogon, and through permission of the Council of Elders, Ogatameli brought these 2 French through a partial understanding of Dogon cosmology. They brought these 2 Europeans from France into a room that had 12 chairs. And in each of these chairs, they had a mask. It's called a Kanaga mask, K-A-N-A-G-A. And they said that every 60 years, Sirius B, well, every 50 years, Sirius B makes a complete rotation around Sirius A. Every 60 years, they had a celebration involving this revolution. For this 60-year celebration, every 60 years, they made one Kanaga mask. And after the celebration, they would put it on a chair.
Right.
In this room, there were 12 chairs with 12 masks.
Right.
If you multiply 60
Times 12.
times 12, you get approximately 720.
Right.
If you subtract 720 from 1931, you get 1211, which would have been right at the point of a very important time in terms of the West African dynasties, in particular Timbuktu. They said they had 3 other rooms like that. So now think of what we're saying here. They knew that this star existed. This star that Europeans wouldn't see until 1970, Dogon saw in 1211 AD. And that's the physical proof. They had 2 other rooms. But I have a feeling they had many more rooms. Because they're not going to tell them everything. By the way, this same sect of Dogon have not been looked upon kindly by the other 3 sects because they told them too much. And Ogutameli said, but I told them nothing. And they turned back and said, even that, you told them too much. So that what we're looking at is the dynamics of what, I'm not impressed with what the Dogon told them. I'm impressed with what they didn't tell them. Because if in 1211 they knew that Sirius B, Kizi Uzi, they had a name for it. They knew it was the smallest sky, but they also knew that our Milky Way galaxy revolved around it, which chances are what they were talking about was our particular cluster that our galaxy is in. Which means that if they understood that our planet in relationship to our star is the same relationship as our star to Sirius, they knew Sirius revolved around something. They must have also known superclusters. They may not have called them superclusters, but they knew that everything came out of something else and distanced itself, because when Ogutameli was drawing things in the ground, he would show by movement the concept of distancing things, which means that you have Kizi Uzi, the seed, as the center, and then you have this explosion from this encasement that throws out of itself all of its being, so that in fact the conversion of energy, potential energy, to kinetic energy was in fact the implosion of Kizi Uzi. How did they know this? That is deep. That is not only deep science. To get to that point took thousands of years to see that. You just don't get to that point of brilliance. You know, 1211, you can even take it back further than that if you want to. But let's just be conservative and say there was but 1 room. Even 1211, they would have to have studied this thousands of years to even get to that point at 1211. So their brilliance wasn't at 1211. It in fact crystallized at 1211, but in fact was in the making maybe 50,000 BC. Because I don't believe anything that's out here. I don't believe what they say. They're not accurate. They're not accurate to tell me that China is the largest continent on Earth when I happen to know, and we all know, that most of Asia is ice. If it melted, that wouldn't be land. Africa is the largest landmass on Earth. They're going to tell me that China has the most people on the planet, yet they can't even get the census right in the Bronx. Yet they've gone into the Ituri forest and counted every African. I don't think so. And I think that we have got to start kuchichagulia. We've got to start to define for ourselves the parameters and the boundaries of our thought. And we, like Kizi Uzi, have to break out through an implosion the encasement that Western civilization has encapsulated us in. We are like whales living in a fishbowl. Our minds, our children's minds, this is something I find about in our children in school, because I work with children pre-K through 8th grade. One of the problems that our children have is that they're trying to get deeper than the teacher can get. And because this civilization has not taught the depth of the metaphor, they're giving back nonsense. They know it's nonsense, and they act nonsensical because of nonsense. This is shallow out here. What we teach our children, what we ourselves have been taught, is shallow. If we were to look at the Dogon way of educating and go from Jiri So, which is the shallow level, to Beni So, which is a little bit deeper in understanding, to Bolo So, which is a little bit deeper, and then the So Dai, I think we just began Jiri So. We're not even at Jiri So. We are at the introduction of Jiri So. The Jiri So to the Dogon was the word in the front, the word that you see in front of you, the shallowness, just your perception. Beni So becomes the words on the side, becomes deeper. So not only do you know the shallow, but you know the words on the side. Bolo So becomes the word in the back, which means that not only do you have the word in the front, not only do you have the word on the side, but you've been gifted with a deeper version of what you can't see. But when you get real deep, then you get the internal word, the clear word, the spirit word. Not only aren't we in the back word, well, first of all, not only don't we have the spiritual word, we don't have the back word or the side word, and we're barely perceiving what we see in front of us. That's the problem. And we are allowing people who know not better to tell us, and we believe them. We have to start our own schools. We have to look at this material. Don't be afraid of the mountain gorilla. Last time I checked in the Bronx Zoo, the gorilla asked me, what make you think I want to be related to you? So who are we to be so arrogant to think that this is a lowly creature? At least a gorilla knows what to eat. If you threw a Big Mac in a gorilla cage, a gorilla would take out the lettuce, brush off the mayonnaise, and throw everything else back out the cage. Because they know better than to eat meat. They know that's not part. The gorilla knows how to live. The gorilla is one of the most peaceful animals in the world. Now you have this 600-pound gorilla. Peaceful gorilla. Don't fight. A gorilla is the most peaceful animal in the world. Shy, won't mess with you, will playfully tap you. I remember in one of the films, I don't know if it's in Twilight of the Gorilla or if it's in Professor Brooks's work of Virunga, Fire and Ice, but a gorilla is playing with one of the people who have come to see him, and he just kind of goes to just tap him to play with him. He knocks him down the hill. And he was just tapping him like that. He didn't mean harm, but that's how strong a gorilla is. A gorilla won't put his hands on you, won't fight you, will leave you alone. They did an experiment where they force-fed a gorilla meat. By the afternoon, the gorilla was fighting with the other gorillas in the cage. Because gorillas don't eat meat. And meat makes you violent by the nature of cannibalism. Gorillas don't eat meat. They eat leaves, and when you travel into their world, at best they will eat ants or little things crawling, but they will not eat. And by the way, they don't like bananas, which is very interesting because, we got that thing from King Kong and Mighty Joe Young. Gorillas don't eat bananas. They eat green things. They eat leaves. They don't eat bananas. That has become a story that we've given because bananas are tropical and things like that. But a gorilla is a wonderful, and when you study the secrets of the gorilla, you find out things about yourself. So I am not ashamed to look at the gorilla as part of my family. I have no problem reading these books. These are books that I've gotten. I've got tapes. For children, I got a book called One Gorilla, which is a great math book. And it teaches a lot about gorillas, but at the same time it teaches about math. So we have books that deal with gorilla. I also have a book that's called Bitter Bananas that deals with gorillas. And I know it's a very controversial area. I really don't talk about it too much in school because there's so much to talk about. And there's so many of us who are deeply rooted in the Christian and the Judaic tradition that we don't like to talk about that. But really the whole reason why we try to stay away from the nature of who we are is because we know that Europeans know that if you get into the nature of who you are and if you understand your relationship with the gorilla, with the great apes, you have to know that you came from Africa. There's no way that you could escape that. And so they keep you afraid of embracing because, again, whether you like it or not, I'll show this to you one more time so you can see, because I want you to see a gorilla's hand and your hand. Bone for bone. Muscle for muscle. Every organ, every gland, 99.9% of what humans do, gorillas can do. And they're doing research now showing that gorillas are now at the point where they're even talking to each other and in fact talking to other humans. This is and in time, over millions of years, if we don't act right, they may be the next form of life to have reason, intellect, and language. So we better be careful, because looking at the 6 different forms of humanity that we know of as today, we saw them off. There are no more Homo sapiens on Earth except for some people of Western mindset. I believe that's still very deeply Neanderthal. Some of them have not reached their pineal gland has not activated. Although they have the space, they don't have the percolation. They don't have the melanic structure in the cerebrospinal fluid. There's a lot within their cerebrospinal fluid. And the thing about the cerebrospinal fluid is that when an organism, particularly the human, is born, you are born, you have what is known as the ventricle system. I remember my mother used to say growing up, when I would act out, she'd say, you're acting like you have a hole in your head. Well, actually, ventricles are holes in your head. You have 4. And in these ventricles, in these holes, you have 2 that are called lateral ventricles. And then you have one that comes down that is the meeting point of the 2 lateral that becomes the 3rd ventricle. And then the 3rd ventricle then comes down through the brain and through that whole structure, and that becomes the 4th ventricle. Now, through these, you have a number of different openings that send out the cerebrospinal fluid that then bathes your skull. It's the distance between your skull and your brain, because when you bang your head, what stops your brain from hitting your skull is that it's resting in this fluid. Your brain literally is swimming in this cerebrospinal fluid, along with it bathing and going down through all of your ventricles, down through your central nervous system, and then out through your entire system. The cerebrospinal fluid is the Christic oil, by the way. Christ being oil. Well, cerebrospinal fluid is that oil. It is that liquid. It is made up of what the world is made of. It is made of, it has a salty taste to it. It is in fact the ocean that your body is, and your body depends on it. And inside, as it coats your body, it's at the same time sending messages and receiving messages. So that when you meditate, you notice there's the letter M plays a very important role. So you have when you what you're doing is you're percolating your cerebrospinal fluid. As you percolate that water, it brings you to levels of consciousness. This is what ushered in the higher levels of thought process or consciousness in humans. And that's what separates gorillas from humans. It's the only thing. Once they start percolating their cerebrospinal fluid, we're in trouble. Because there's nothing that would stop them from becoming who we are not. And it's important that we know this. If we don't know our relationship with them, if we continue to look at it through Western eyes, we will continue to miss out. That's why they call it the missing link. It's not that it's missing, it's that it's being withheld. Because the missing link is our ancestor. The missing link, a link brings 2 things together. What is the missing link is the ancestor that brings the great apes and humans into one family. When we find that out, some people have called it the form that is known as Ramapithecus. There are others like Dr. Obenga and Dr. Diop that says, let's hold on calling it Ramapithecus because Ramapithecus is showing that it hadn't reached certain levels. But we're talking approximately 25 million years ago, give or take. Again, everything I say, as far as I'm concerned, be careful with dates. I like chronology. In other words, one thing leading to another leads to a common sense approach to things. I'm not deep into telling you dates because I'm telling you, we're going back many more million years. Research is showing us that there are things under the pyramids. There are civilizations under the pyramids. That there are things under the Great Lakes region. That in fact, we could have gone through this process of life a couple of times and died out like the dinosaurs did. There's no reason why that's not true because none of us has gotten to the earth crust yet. Because inside that is the molten liquid from whence we all are. Inside the earth, there is the equivalent that is known as Kizi Uzi. It is the central fire that in its encasement exploded and sent things out into its different directions. And what that means is that the center of the earth to the land itself is equivalent to Kizi Uzi and the cosmic universe. That in the earth you have that concept of the core. But coming out of the core you have all of the other things that made up the earth. So the boundaries of the earth become the encasement of how far the core had the implosion. If you go to the star, then you're looking at, if you go to the sun, then our solar system, with Neptune being the furthest planet from the sun, becomes the boundaries of our solar system. Then when you look at Kizi Uzi, you have another boundary. And then you go to the cluster, you have another boundary. Then you go to supercluster, you have another boundary. Everything has its boundary, but what's the most important is the seed of the seed. And in us, in every one of us, there's a seed that makes us who we are. And that is the atom of our DNA. And that DNA atom is to our whole body as the earth core is to the earth. As our galaxy is to Kizi Uzi. As Kizi Uzi is to its cluster. As its cluster is to the supercluster. And as the supercluster is to the cosmic universe. And as the cosmic universe is to the universe. There is a pattern in the tabernacle. And as an African people, when we study this, you cannot know yourself and not know the gorilla. Whether you like what I'm saying or not. That's the bottom line. Just like whether you like your grandmother or your grandfather or not, you can't know your family if you don't know them. You can choose not to want to know them. But that means that you will forever not know part of yourself. Whether you like it or not. The gorilla is part of our life. Whether we like it or not. We must embrace our concept and love the gorilla, because had it not been for our family, we wouldn't be here today. We all made this possible. And it's important that we look at it that way and not have the mindset of Western civilization, which is xenophobia. And by the way, if you shaved a gorilla, you know a gorilla would be white.
Just like a white man.
Just like a white man. See, the evidence of melanin on the organism is that the hair is black. When we started to shed our hair, the skin underneath, you see, his skin can't be black because the black hair protects the skin. The skin is white. And if you want to know, just look underneath the underarm of a gorilla. You'll see that it's white. When this gorilla began, or I shouldn't say, when the ancestor that would give birth to us began to lose its hair because of its movement around, it had to make up for protection of the skin. So as the hair began to move away and to fall out, the skin turned black. And that's how the origin of the African man and woman, the dark complexioned man and woman, by Glosier's law that says any essence born within a tropical region must be deeply pigmented, or else it cannot survive. That's how you know when you saw the mummy, and you saw that light complexioned man running around up there with nothing on his top, and nothing, you know that can't be true. Scientifically, any European that walked in Egypt in that heat, that complexion, would die of melanoma by 14 years of age. Skin cancer.
Why can they do it now?
They can't do it now.
Whites
They can't do
survive
it.
in Egypt now.
No, they're in and out. That's why they got those umbrellas. That's why they stay most times indoors. They wear
No, but
clothes.
The Arabs.
They have hats.
The Arabs.
Arabs are black. To be an Arab, you must be black. You can't be an Arab and not be black. What made Eurasians Arabs was they mated with blacks. I don't call them Arabs. I call them Afrabs. You cannot be an Arab without being black. You cannot be Jewish without being black. The whole concept of, in fact, there is no such thing as a Semitic people. Semite is a language. Semite means mixture, semi. Part African, part Eurasian. The Semitic language is the language that these Eurasians took on. They differentiated in their own way, developed two different religions around it, but both are based in Africa. The language structure is based in the African language. So Arabs, and by the way, the lighter complexion Arabs must be fully clothed. That's why they wear all those clothes. It had nothing to do with modesty. It has to do with the fact that if you're not covered up, you are going to die of skin cancer. So Arabs survive, first of all, because they're black. And just like African Americans survive in heat, Arabs survive in heat. Because African Americans and Arabs are the same. It's all according to the Eurasian. Because remember, Dr. Diop teaches us, there are only two groups of people. There's the southern cradle and the northern cradle. The southern cradle, the northern cradle. At some point in time, these northern Africans, after depigmenting themselves, came down into this area here. Those that were over here became what we today call Asians. Those that came from here, they basically are the Europeans, but they're all the same people. But what made these individuals come down through this area and travel across here today are the Arabs, because before Muhammad, blessings on that brother's name, there were no Arabs. They were all scattered tribes with no language, by the way. They had no real language. They took on the language of whatever locality they were around. And these were African people, of course, dark complexion, with the mixtures of the Eurasians that had come down since the melting of the ice. But these individuals themselves, they themselves came about through being black. And they survived very limited wise. And also, by the way, they are also getting different forms of skin cancer.
Now, I want to go back and look at, to some degree, why those Africans coming out of the European areas, coming down these Asians later on, was so different from the Africans who they encountered and overcame. But before we get there, I want to progress there. I want to look at what was going on in Africa that made Africa, and especially the Nile Valley, such a dynamic civilization. I mean, if we can look at the Shabaka Stone, if we can talk about what they were doing in terms of their spirituality. You talked about that pineal gland and the whites not having it. Perhaps there's a connection, and you can bring that in as you talk.
I think that when we're looking at Africa, in particular, the Happy Valley, or the Nile River, Happy River. We don't call it Nile, we call it Happy. What we see is that there's constant movement of peoples, and they are bringing thought processes. They are constantly attempting to answer the question of questions. How did I get here? And once I find out how I got here, what do I do to make it better? These were the questions. These are fundamental. So when Shakespeare said the question is to be or not to be, that's exactly what the question is: to be or not to be. These Africans were developing dynamic civilization based on a natural foundation. Basing it on a natural foundation, you immediately develop an understanding of a God concept. In understanding this God concept, and I just ask you to think about the kind of, if you've been in a situation where, if you have a home or if you don't have a home, but think about being in a place that you don't have to worry about paying rent. You don't have anybody coming to you taking anything from you. I'm not saying in the sense of stealing, I'm just saying that there are things that you know are you. They are yours. And all around the land you have a number of different people who are living with you. And you're in the sun. You're in the kind of weather that we have in the summertime. And like I said before, we spoke about having a tree. And down a neighbor got some cashews, and another neighbor has pistachios, and some others have berries, and I have apples, and you have oranges. And well, what we do is that we just walk around, and every Saturday we all decide, look, I'm going to give you a piece of what I have. Everybody's going to give a piece of what they have. And we're going to share. Well, there becomes a relationship between these people that is communal. And there is not about, okay, I'm going to see if I can, I'm going to give him 4 oranges, but I'm going to try to get a couple of pounds of pistachio. In other words, I'm going to try to get a better deal from him that he's going to get from me. That concept is not there. The concept is, let us all work together. In fact, your idea is to make it so that everything is so equal that there is a balance and a harmony within the community. And that you know that nature has been so loving to you that even when you don't know if the fruit is ripe, you can stand underneath the tree and the mango will fall in your hand. When it is ready, it'll fall out and let you know. That's how wonderful nature is. This kind of prophetic life on nature's level becomes the way in which we live as a people. Therefore, There's no reason for me to try to shortchange somebody, try to mess with people, try to take something, because I know that if I do, then maybe the forces will not give me. That's my mentality. My mentality is eating the right foods, associating with the right people, communal living, and trust. I can go to sleep and know that my neighbor has my back. I don't need windows because no one's going to climb in. So therefore, everything is open. It would create a mindset in you. Now, think about another setting. Think about a setting where there are no trees that give fruit. You don't know where your next meal is coming from. And you know that if you're holding a sheep that you're about to eat, you know that every human being around you is your enemy, because each and every one of them wants what you have. It creates a mentality that hoards. You hold your stuff here and you put your boundaries around that. You don't let anybody in. It means that if they had their chance, because of the nature of survival, that if they are hungry, they're willing to do something to you to get what you have. Imagine not having food, not being able to trust people, and never sharing. You're an African too, by the way. You're not. Imagine that mindset that's created there. Imagine being in the cold, where you have to put clothes on, where you sneeze and you get sick. You see, Africans don't have communicative disease. Communicative diseases came from Europe. The common cold is not African. A communicable disease is a disease that you communicate to other people. In other words, if I sneezed in this room and other people got sick. In Africa, that didn't exist until the European came in contact and communicated their disease. Venereal disease didn't exist in Africa. Venereal diseases didn't exist in Africa. That's a communicable disease. We started getting communicable diseases when we came in contact with Europeans. I'm not saying that we may not have had reproductive problems. In humanity, you will always have that. But we did not have the communicative diseases, the communicable diseases that we would give to another person. TB and things like that. That didn't exist in that. We got sick from what invaded us, the tsetse fly. We got sick from the bugs that would give us malaria. Things that came from the outside infected us. But the European, because of the nature of the cold and because of the lack of eating and because of the stress level, they started to get sick inside and could send it out. Africans don't get sick inside and send things out. And I'm not talking about superiority or inferiority. I am just saying that in the wintertime, we tend to get sicker than when we are in the warm weather, because the sun has like it is like a healing. You know, if you're sick and you get into the sun can draw the poisons out.
Now you're talking about before, not today, because today Africans have everything.
Oh, absolutely, because they have communicated their diseases to us. But if you go into parts of Africa that have not been contaminated, they do not have communicable diseases. Venereal disease doesn't exist. In parts of Africa that have not been impacted by Europeans, they don't have the common cold. Native Americans didn't have the common cold. Native Americans didn't have communicable diseases. They got communicable diseases when the Europeans came.
That's why we were wiped out so easy.
That's right. And yes, exactly. Because their immune system was not based on being able to fight what was coming in. And so peoples who did not have communicable diseases, and it's not that they didn't get sick, because something you eat could get you sick, but what you ate was something that was external that came inside and made you sick. What Europeans, they are sick inside, and they communicate that illness out. Until the old world came in contact with the new world, communicable diseases didn't exist. So in this ice, in this cold, in this lack of food, the immune system broke down. When the immune system broke down, anything that happened on the inside could become permanent damage, and that was the beginning of the communicable disease. Africa doesn't have that. They do now, because that disease has been communicated. And once it's communicated, you can pass it on. But if you got sick in Africa, you'd get better sooner than if you get sick in Europe, because the sun has that ability to just go all around you and just massage you and make you better. It has healing properties. And so you can imagine that this individual getting sicker, the immune system breaking down, the level of stress and pain and mistrust against each other, the misunderstanding. This African gained a kind of perception that was a little bit off balance. Not to mention the fact that in the absolute cold and in the darkness and in the cave, the pineal gland began to calcify. Calcification, if I can give you an analogy, a calcified pineal gland, okay, let me say, a healthy pineal gland looks like a grape, a small grape, oval in shape. A calcified pineal gland looks like a raisin. A raisin is a grape that has had its water, its hydro properties sucked out of it. A pineal gland is a gland that has had its spiritual waters sucked out of it. Therefore, their perceptions of a spiritual nature are dimmed. Their perception of a love ethic is dimmed. They couldn't care less if they took their mother off to get the meal. It's created a mindset of anger, stress, meanness. And so that when this calcified pineal gland, encased in this depigmented body, returned back to the southern lands, they did not have the same mindset that these Africans and these peoples of the southern lands had. So when these people came down and people started to share with them, these folk of European descent, having not had for so long, looked at sharing as weakness and lied, cheated, and stole. Why? Because in their development, that's what they did. And they have no problem developing that kind of mindset. And I think that one of the things that's so important as we develop this understanding is to know that these people of European descent are in fact Africans who have been bleached.
Now, I just want to look at African culture, and you just explained it. But are you saying that there were not great wars? Africans were not fighting among themselves, etc.?
No.
To explain that.
No.
European. So give me a time period of what we're talking about. And you're saying that Africa did not have wars among itself?
No, I think they did, and I think they had anger, and I think they fought, and I think that there were peoples who had not developed themselves on higher levels of consciousness. Dr. Van Sertima talks about a point that whenever Africans are showed, they always show the Africans that had not risen to higher civilizations. And there are those that have not. Not because of superior or inferior, but because of the environment around them did not give them an opportunity to tap into certain things that other nations did. So I'm not trying to say that. However, there is a big difference because there were many that were very highly developed. And really what I would like to stress more than anything else is that yes, Africans have good and bad. They have their heroes and they have their villains. I'm not trying to say it didn't exist. It did exist, but it wasn't a code of conduct. When you look at Egyptian history, you look at a dynastic period. The timeline of Egypt is the pharaonic dynasties. If you look at European history, and I have a master's in European history, the timeline are wars. When I teach social studies, we start at the first war. Whether you go back to Greece or to Rome with Spartacus and all of the gladiators, you have nothing but the Greek city-states fighting themselves. The Romans, of course, doing their thing. Then, of course, from Rome, you have the Visigoths and the Vandals. From the Visigoths and Vandals, you then have Columbus. From Columbus, then, you have the French and British fighting. You have the Dutch fighting. You have every group fighting. Then you get to 1900, you have World War I, World War II, the Korea, Vietnam, Russia. When Europe's not in hot wars, they create cold wars. They are constantly at war. Their timeline in social studies, you do by wars. There is no cultural or civilizing impact that you go from one consciousness to another. What separates European history from each other? Wars. When you go to Africa, you have the great kingdoms. When you go to Asia, you have great kingdoms, Africans, of course. When you go to India, you have great kingdoms. Wherever you go in the world, you have great kingdoms. But when you deal with European history coming about 1492, because you know, there was no Renaissance. That is a miracle. For Europe to have a Renaissance is the greatest miracle that you could ever exist, that could ever exist. And the reason why I say that is because how can you be reborn when you were never born? Europe never gave birth to civilization. They merely stole Egypt's civilization. Every Greek doesn't have a script. Let me tell you what research is showing us. The Rosetta Stone was deciphered by Champollion Younger, Champollion Elder, other people. And what the Rosetta Stone found in a place called Rosetta in Egypt was so important because that's what helped them decipher Meduniter or hieroglyphs. They found on the top section, they found something written in hieroglyphics. Underneath it, they found something written in hieratic, and underneath that, they found something written in what they call classical Greek or Old Greek. What they don't tell you is that they were able to decipher the Greek because that was the language they could understand. And in understanding the Greek, they understood the hieratic, and in understanding the hieratic, they understood the hieroglyphics or the Meduniter. But what they don't tell you is that Greeks don't have a script. That every letter in the Greek script is Ethiopic, Kemetic in nature. Every one. There's a brother by the name of Quasi Milton who's written a book, and he will show you from Alpha to Omega to Beta to Zeta, every figure that the Greeks have in their language is African. So the Greeks don't even have a language. They don't have a script. What the Greeks did was that the best thing they could do was write out in a halfway legible form what they could finally understand from their African master teachers. So really, the Rosetta Stone is written in 3 African languages, not in 2 African and 1 Greek, but the Greek language was African. And the art of writing, written by Quasi Milton, go to it and he will show you, letter for letter, from Alpha to Omega. Every script is Ethiopic, and that's why the Greek Coptic church comes out of the Egyptian Coptic church that comes out of the Ethiopic Coptic church. So that's why when you see Negus Negusti, and you see Haile Selassie, and you see all of these different concepts coming out of Ethiopia, the Rastaman is reviving what has been ours forever. And that's why there's such a close relationship. Now, the Bible is written, the original Bible was written, of course, in Greek. That's the end of the tape.
study or the legacy of Africa in one book. That what it takes is a combination of a lot of books, which is very true. But what it takes is directed readings. Professor William Leo Hansberry was a professor at Howard University beginning in 1922. And what Professor Hansberry saw was that there were two things that were lacking in terms of getting African information into the schools. Professor Hansberry also felt that the lack of this knowledge in schools made it so that it impacted how students felt about themselves culturally and just in general in terms of their self-esteem and self-pride. What he came to realize was that there were two things happening. Number one is that the information that was needed was scattered. Magazines, books, periodicals, and other ways of getting the information, museums. And what he said was that it had to be brought together so that the information could be seen outside of its being scattered. The second thing he said was lacking was trained teachers and community members who were aware of how to get to these resources. What we have attempted to do in putting this curriculum together is to go after these different books that are scattered throughout periodicals and magazines and books, and to bring it together so that you can see it. Because the one thing that I always find in opposition when I do presentations from people who don't understand what the curriculum of correction is about is that they always say, where do we begin? Because for us, many of our introduction into African and African American history and culture is the period of hostage, or the period when we were hostage or kidnapped from Africa. Basically, our children get a sense of who they are from the moment that they're in someone else's hands and being controlled. And we have always argued that students must see themselves when they were in control of their own destinies before they see themselves in the control of someone else's program. So what we've attempted to do with this curriculum guide is to bring together all of the books and all of the ideas, also realizing that the African world is just not secular but also sacred. What we've attempted to do is put it together. So what you're going to see in all that we develop through this time is that you're going to begin to see that it's very difficult, if not impossible, to separate what we will come to know as netures, or the sacred, with the secular world. This is something that is unknown in Africa. And it is still unknown. And it really is very unknown among us even now. And the reason why we do get into the secular part of the world is in order to deal with what we have around us. What I'd like to do is just to talk about what education is first. And in talking about education, then we can get a sense of where we go from here. Education comes from the word educare, which is a Latin word. This word educare means to bring out. Our curriculum that we have in the Western world is very teacher-centered. It's teacher-centered. The teacher stands in just like what this is. This is not going to last very long. I'm not going to be doing here. And by the end of this session, you're going to see that everything that you need to know about this material, you already know. And there's very little, if anything, I'm going to tell you that's new to you. What I am going to be able to do is I'm going to be able to bring out of you the information that I need, and that's what a good teacher does. A good teacher brings out information from the students. There is too much of silence in the classroom among students. Education was meant to be very active and not passive. Yet within the Western world, within the Western mentality, silence is golden. And I dare say silence is not golden, and sometimes silence can be deadly. And that what I've got to do is to demonstrate for you. So in many ways, when I do different types of activities with you, please know it is not that I'm talking down to you. It is that I'm talking to you as I'm hoping that we begin to talk to our students, to bring them out. Because there are some things that I'm going to talk to you about that are very common sense to you. But to a student, it is not that common sense. And that we as adults have gone through a training method that has brought us to this point of knowledge. When we go into the classroom, many times we try to bring our students across experiences that have made us understand what it is that we're talking about. One of the things that happens in the classroom is that the teacher assumes that the student knows, and that's not true. So we've got to bring them through a step-by-step method. What we're going to do here can be done in the classroom, it can be done at home. It can be done in a community center. It can be done anywhere where you're attempting to get self-esteem and critical thinking skills into the minds of our young people. So we're going to begin. We're going to begin by looking at the fact that one of the things that a teacher is an organizer of thoughts. And what I'm going to attempt to do is to tell you a story, and within this story, I'm going to demonstrate to you how Medu Neter came to be. Because it's very important that we see that Medu Neter came from thoughts.
and came from concepts and just did not come through abstract means. We have a story. We have a story of a family. African folk were very family oriented. In fact, their entire existence was family oriented. Much of what came out of life was family oriented. So when the Africans would tell a story, they would tell a symbolic story. It would be a myth. And a myth is a way of telling a symbolic story that really cloaks or hides a realistic story. They just didn't come out and say it. They formed it in a story. It could be equated to Jesus the Christ's parables. When he would come forward with a story that dealt with the lives of the people. When he was around people who fished, he spoke of fish and the concept of being a fisherman. If he was speaking to people who were carpenters, he spoke in terms of being a carpenter. So what the African would do is he'd tell a story according to the people that he was dealing with so that they could understand. There was never one way to tell a story. It could be interpreted many ways. Yet the story that he told to the carpenter and the story that he told to the fisher person was the same exact story. And it would lead to the same end, but the means of getting the story to the person was different because of their own background. What's happening in our educational system is that we are not teaching our children according to their background. We are trying to force a system, a European-dominated system, over them, and it is not that it is impossible for our children to master it, it is that it just doesn't work. You cannot put a square into a circle, and you can't put a circle into a square. So when we talk about learning styles, we're not talking about if you can understand this, it's a matter of inferiority or superiority. It's a matter of learning styles. And what we're saying is that there is a particular learning style within the African diaspora that can get our children to master mathematics, science, language arts, and everything else that we have to learn as long as it follows a certain track. Many of us are construct. We need to see pictures. This is where Medu Neter comes out of, is the construct or the picture that we're going to draw. So let me tell you a story about a family. A family, a mother and a father. You don't necessarily have to write this down because we're going to move from here to another area. Because I want you to know what's important here. Because that's another thing that we do with our young people. We cloud them with things that are unimportant, and the very things that are crucial to understanding, we gloss over. So I'm going to let you know what I feel is important in terms of you knowing, and then what I don't feel is important for you to know now, you'll pick up either in the text that we've written or you'll pick up in the readings themselves. One of the most important things is to concentrate. And we have to get our young people to concentrate and teach them what is important to know and what is not. You have a family, a mother and a father, who meet in just any place. And these two individuals, through the natural contacts, have 9 children. Out of these 9 children, they have an oldest child. And the oldest child's name, they named Pluto. I think you know where I'm going from here, right? But how many of our children would not know where I'm going from here? Many of them would not know where I'm going with this story unless they started getting into Disney World and equated Pluto, and that's what you're going to get. You'll get children who are going to say, oh, isn't that Mickey Mouse? You will get this and be aware of this because to their understanding, Pluto is a dog, a brown dog, but he's a dog. What we've got to do is change these names for our children so that they can understand what's going on. The first child's name was Pluto. Why was the first child's name Pluto, though? Why would you think that it was, why do you think that looking at the solar system today, that Pluto would be the first child? Yes. That's right, and that's key. You just said something that's very key. And what we're going to build from there is an understanding as to why there would be life on Earth and not on Pluto. You have the next child that's born. What's the next child's name? Say it. Neptune. What's the next child's name? Planetary science. You know, by the time we're finished here, you're going to understand how important it is to know planetary science because the next child's name was Uranus. Pluto, Neptune, Uranus. Now, I'm not going to ask how many people had called out Saturn. But those of you who do, please know that I did not get a sense of planetary science until just very recently. And the reason why I got involved in planetary science was because I was introduced to essays in ancient Egyptian studies. It was from a cultural base that I got a sense of the importance of understanding. It was never my classes that I took in school about planetary science. It was totally unimportant to me because it didn't relate to me. What we've got to do is show how planetary science relates to our children and to us as a living force. The next child was Saturn. The child that followed Saturn was Jupiter. Jupiter was followed by, Mars was followed by, Earth was followed by, and Venus was followed by. Now, you're going to try to tell a student this story. How can you tell a student this story? How could you tell a student this story? Diagrams, construct. How are you going to actually visualize and put these, how are you going to make Pluto concrete? That's right, okay, families. But now, are you going to draw the planets to be actual human beings? When you talk about family, the first thing that would come to a child's mind is a family of human beings. What do you do? Now think in terms of the African thought pattern. What are you going to do? Bless you. Okay.
You give them characteristics like they have, like Mars would be yellow red.
Colors. Okay, you'd use colors. What else would you use? You'd use family. You'd use the concept of making the link of the human with the actual celestial body. But what I'm getting at is that this is where Medu Neter came from. It came from Africans attempting to tell a story that was not of human characteristics, but it was a story that if you use concepts that the human being could understand, you could then take those concepts and teach people different things. Hence came the Ogdo of the Memphite theology. You had the Ptah, you had the Nun, the Nunet, you had the Atum, you had the 4 pairs of essences that came out of this experience, because the Africans were trying to tell a real story in terms of a phenomenon that could not be explained. So you have Medu Neter. You have the concept of the Ogdo, or the movement of celestial bodies out of a creation story. But now you also have something else happening. And what else is happening comes out of this first lesson plan. Because in telling this story, the ancients attempted to link up human phenomena, things that happened to the human being, with the creation of the universe. So what did they do? They told a story of a nebula, of Ptah. If you see in, I'll show this to you on my set. This was the story of Ptah. This was the story of Ptah, who was molding and fashioning. This is in your text. Who was molding and fashioning the world. Ptah represents land. Reason why I'm spending time on this is because it's a misconception in terms of how the world, the Western world, looks at what they call gods. These were not gods, as we know them in English. These were essences or manifestations of earthly things that allowed people to be able to respect and honor a higher force. And as we get into this, you'll see that they were monotheistic. They believed in one God. They always believed in one God. And as you get into the text, you will see this. You'll also see where other forms and other faith systems came out of. But let's talk about the Ogdo. Ogdo is a story that you will read about in Stolen Legacy. For those of us who have read Stolen Legacy for the first time, you know that you have to read it a couple more times. For those of you who read it quite a few times, you know that there's still more information that you can get out. But what I'd like to do is to talk about the Ogdo so that you can understand it. And so that at least this part of George G.M. James' work is understood by you, so that this week and next week you'll be able to understand what it is that we're talking about. What the Ogdo said was that in the beginning, forgot my chalk. Only thing I didn't bring. Teachers, help me out.
I didn't bring it.
They told me teachers never forget that chalk.
I'm a student today.
If I could just get one piece of chalk, I'd be all right. The primates of the essences. Again, because of what George G.M. James was exposed to, he had to use words such as gods and goddesses. You'll notice that within the text that I write, I don't refer to them as gods and goddesses because it's too confusing. And because of the English value that we put on words like gods and goddesses, it would be misunderstood. Because the very same concept of gods and goddesses in the African faith system is equivalent to the saints in the Christian church. They are, except the difference is that within the Christian church, they are personifications. In other words, the saints are human beings. In the African faith system, you had nature. You had different forms of nature representing different aspects of the greater God or the greater one God, that in that one form was able to do a lot of different things, and we'll talk about it as we go along. I want to tell you, when I first did this program, I did it at the Institute for Youth. And you know, you learn your best lessons when you make your strongest mistakes. We had put together an entire staff, and at the end, I sat down and I looked over all the work, and I came to realize that the most important thing that we had not discussed was what was going to get us through, and that was the netures. Because the netures are a part of almost everything we're going to do in the beginning, and also in part 2, which is ancient civilizations. And if there's not a strong understanding of what netures are, it might be misconstrued or misunderstood when we get into the actual lesson plans themselves. So what I did is I put the staff through 2 weeks, I think, of intensive study of netures, which I don't think was proper at the time. Since then, what I've come to realize is the best way to do it is to introduce netures periodically as they come up through the lesson plan, and not attempt to do an entire piece on lesson plans before you get into everything else. So the netures that we're going to deal with, I want you to understand from the beginning, are representations of one God. And that underneath this one God, this God manifested itself in nature, in the animals, in the plants, in the rocks, in whatever was existing. That is what was representations of God. You know how you hear people when they say that God is in everything? Well, this was the concept that the Africans had. And in so doing, they gave different characteristics to these different essences that they saw. In no way was it pagan. They did not worship, as I showed you, Ptah. They did not worship the human being Ptah. They worshiped the essence or the concept of creation that Ptah represented. Do we understand that? Because if we understand that, then we'll be clear down the road. If we don't understand it, I'd like to stop and at least get that clear in all of our minds. Because it's a misconception. And that's what leads to people accusing Africans of being pagan. Paganism came out of the Roman experience because the Romans didn't understand what the Greeks didn't understand, because the Greeks didn't understand what the Africans were talking about either. So when they adapted the Greek faith system under the Ptolemies, which includes all of the Cleopatras and all of the others during the Roman period, the Greek period, I mean, you have the Romans coming in and learning secondhand information that the Greeks got wrong, and that's when they looked at these different essences and said, these are actually gods. But to the Africans, they were never gods. They were never to be worshipped. They were only manifestations of the greater creator, which was a one God. And wherever you go in Africa, you see Africans talking about one God. And that out of this one God, there is many representations of this God, as we do with the saints. Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear. Now, that one God is Ptah or?
No, that one God comes under many different manifestations, but basically, Amun-Ra is a name that they gave it. Amun-Ra was one name.
So when we see R8, that's who they're talking about?
I'm sorry. R8? Yes. Yes, they are. But now, as we get into this lesson plan, you're going to see what I'm talking about in terms of it. Because they never looked at it as a person. You see, we're steeply deep in the Western mentality that has personified a God. And has personified it to the point where he's white, with white hair, with a white beard. We have personified it to the point where that's crystal clear. And anything that deviates from that look, we feel, not all of us, but many times we feel guilty and think that we will not get the better life if we look upon God as anything else. This is the psyche. This is why the first thing they attacked among Africans and indigenous population was not their body and was not their educational system. The first avenue into the destruction of black civilization was through the spirituality. And once they could break your spiritualness, once they could make your God look like them, that's when they could come into your educational system. And that's when, after they broke your spirituality down, and through education they broke your mind down, then they broke your body down. And that was a natural sequence of events to take place. So what do we have to do as a people to get back on the right track? I always believe go to the root of the problem. We took care of the physical problem. We're attempting to take care of the educational problem right now, which is the curriculum of correction. That's why we're here today. But the spirit is what we've got to bring back. So my purpose here, even if you ask me, people say to me, well, man, you don't sound like you're talking Christianity. You don't sound like you're talking Islam. You don't sound like you're talking Judaism. You don't sound like you're talking Zen or any of the other faith systems. And that's because the African faith system created all of the other faith systems. And that you can see the African spiritual essence in every faith system that exists, whether it's in Asia, Europe, or the Americas. You can see it. The whole concept of the God, of the one God creating and going through the whole process. So it's important that we understand this and know this from the beginning to understand what natures were. And what word is nature close to? Nature. The nature of something is the nature. This is an English word, but it comes out of the African diasporan language. It is the nature. And in nature, you have different essences. And just for example, you have what is known as a Anubis in the Egyptian cosmogony, where you have a dog. But what is this dog? This dog is a discriminator. Dog is a discriminator because the dog, herself, knows what is dead and what is not. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have Impu, or Anubis, which was the dog. You'll see the dog as the guardian. And that's where the concept of the dog is man's best friend. You see, European world got it all wrong. See, there's no way. See, you know something wrong with society when a man's best friend is a dog. I mean, that automatically tells you something. Nature put it so that the female would be man's best friend. And any society that looks upon a dog as a best friend, you know right from there, you don't want to get too close to it. Because there's a problem right in the psychology of what they're thinking about. I'm sorry? Oh, absolutely. And I can understand why people would be close. And it's important to have respect for animals. And yes, in all life. So there's nothing wrong with that. But it's in the concept of believing that an animal would be your best friend as a universal theme. See, when the European says man is my best, the dog is my best friend, and when he goes out hunting or doing whatever he's going to do, he says, come on, boy, come with. I mean, you're supposed to be saying, come on, honey, come with me. You see, take your wife with you. She's your counterpart. Or take your girlfriend or your boyfriend. That's the counterpart. But in this world, they take different types of opinions. But this concept comes out of Impu, or Anubis, who is basically a scavenger, and who can tell and discriminate what is dead and what is not. What is putrid and what is not. What can be eaten and what cannot be eaten. So what did the African do with this concept? What the African said, well, this would be a good way to describe among humans how we can discriminate what's right and wrong, what's good and bad. So they took the essence or the meaning of what this animal could do, and they gave it a godly function, because they believed that it was the creator that gave this animal the ability to discriminate and to know. I mean, they can get right to the point of something that's about to be dead and can't be eaten. And that fine line allows them to be able to be a judge or a discriminator. So basically the natures, in the beginning, the primates of the gods, or the essences. What you have is a story that takes Nun. And out of Nun, there rises a land that they call Ptah. Now, Ptah is land. But within the African story, when you look at your text, you will also see that they would make Ptah look like this, fashioning the cosmic egg of the world. Fashioning the cosmic egg of the world. They took an abstract idea and they made it concrete. But they didn't worship the concrete. They worshiped the abstract. They worshiped the concept of the creation of the universe. But to fathom that and to understand it, they gave it the characteristics of something human that they could understand. But they did not worship the human or the form of Ptah. They worshiped what Ptah could do. On top of, out of Nun, which is the primeval waters of the world, came Ptah, which is land, or the concrete coming forward. And then To top all that, you have Atum, who is the combination of all of the principles, who is able to become creative utterance. In other words, what the world is doing at this time to the Africans is that it's growing, it's manifesting itself, and it's getting into the position to begin to start the creation of everything that surrounds us. This is in the Memphite text. This is written in the Memphite text. This is called the primates of the gods, which I like to call the primate of the essences. Now, from this concept, what they do is that they say Atum, after achieving this level of greatness, begins to name the things around him, her. It's very important to see him, her here, and the balance. Because what you're going to see is that you're going to get eight essences out of this. What happens is that they say that they begin to throw parts of itself off. Atum throws parts of itself off. And in throwing parts of itself off, that represents the naming of the things around us. So you have, this is the Ogdode. You don't necessarily have to write this down unless you want to. But you have the Ogdode. One of the first things to come from this concept is Nun. Nun is the primeval waters. But you just can't have Nun, you have Nunet, which is the counter heavens. What do you have right there automatically? Balance. Next comes Ha. You have Hahet. What does Ha represent? Boundless. So we'll call it infinity. Infinity being boundless. Hahet would be finite.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Then in terms of male superiority, couldn't you get hung up in that if Ha is represented as infinity and female is finite?
No.
You can't?
No.
You wouldn't?
In this, if you think in terms of the Western world, yes, you could. But if you thought in terms of the African, you cannot have boundless or infinity without the boundless. Do you see? It's a whole nother thought pattern that we're dealing with. I'm asking us, and normally what I like to do is I like to give out a piece of paper and have all of the participants write on this piece of paper, I am now going to forget everything I learned in the Western educational system. And one at a time, you come up and you throw it in the waste paper basket. You crumple it and just throw it. And if you really want to get active on it, step on it. But what we have to do is that we have to separate. Yes, looking from the Western world, you could get a sense of male superiority. But coming out of the African perspective, you see that you cannot have primeval, like the primeval waters and the counter heavens. You can't have one without the other. So it is never a sense of what is more important. Because without one, you don't have the other, so it doesn't make a difference what's important. This is the African mentality. It is from the beginning a balance of what is known as opposites or complements. From the very beginning, you have this duality in place, where without one, there is no other. And that there's no such thing as superiority. Because from the African perspective, a woman, you see this whole concept of, and Malcolm often said it, about the Civil Rights Bill. If folk of African and Latino descent were looked upon as Americans, there'd be no need for a Civil Rights Bill. It is in the very premise of the fact that we are considered second-class citizens that you need a law to make you equal to. So even in having the Civil Rights Bill and the fact that Bush didn't sign don't mean a thing to me because it doesn't mean anything to me in the first place. Because if I am an American, there's enough laws on the books to protect me as an American. So I don't need the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, or whatever that is. A woman does not need the ERA amendment because her God-given right is to be equal. She's born equal. So what you need a law to say that you're equal for. All you have to do is be born and you're equal. From the Western perspective, that's not true. So you must be a second-class citizen from their thought pattern in order to enact a law to give you freedom that if you were considered to be the first-class citizen, you wouldn't need any amendments because you'd be free from the very beginning. You see? So amongst the Africans, it was never a sense of the fact that one was more important than the other. You cannot have anything that's boundless unless you don't have something that's bounded. You cannot have primeval waters if you don't have counter heavens. Okay? Ka and kaket. Kuk, kaket. Okay, it's going to be in your text. Let me tell you, it'll be in your text. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to concentrate on what we're doing. Even if you just want to write it phonetically for what it sounds like, go ahead, because it's in your text and you'll get a clear picture of it. Okay, what I'm going to attempt to do when we meet like this is to just put things into their proper perspective. Ka and kaket. Ka represents darkness. And kaket, light. Now, to speak to my sister's point, dark as opposed to light within this civilization, light is better than dark, right? Yet light is female. But light comes from darkness. You can only get light when you have darkness. So one is bound with the other. So it's not a matter of which is more important. It's that without darkness you can't have light, and without light you can't have darkness. And it's the balance of the two that bring the balance of the harmony in place. Say it again. The law of opposites are complements. But again, I ask us to be careful of the concept in the English language of opposites. Because when you look at the word opposite, you get the sense that they are different. And they're not. They're mere extensions of each other. Like good duality. Yes, you could, but it wouldn't express the concept of them being on two sides of the pole. You have something that's good and you have something that's bad. When does something that's bad become good? And when does something that's good become bad? It's only by a matter of degree. When you have something that's cold and you have something that's hot. When does what's cold become hot? And when does it's very difficult to tell. So what you're looking at is two sides of the same thing. And this is what they're saying. On one side you have that which cannot be bounded. It's boundless. On the other side you have the bounded. But where is the point where what's bounded becomes boundless? And the other way around. To the African it didn't exist. So you were dealing with a continuum that was the same, but mere extensions or degrees of difference. The final pair was Amun, Amunet. According to Dr. Asa Hilliard, it has been agreed amongst people of African descent that in Medu Neter we will include the letter E. So these would say Nen, Nenet, He, Hehet, Kek, Keket, Amen, Amenet. But because of your reading, see, I'm well aware of what the brother's doing, and I support him wholeheartedly along with Raketi Wimby and Roosevelt Robinson, who are very good in Medu Neter. But I also know that if I were to rewrite these words, and then you read in George G.M. James them referring to it as Nun and Nunet, you might not put the two and two together. So what I give you is what you're going to read. But I'm going to tell you here that it will change as we go along. Because what you're noticing in your reading is that there are no vowels. And the reason why there are no vowels is because of the way the Africans spoke, and we've not yet been able to really decipher how Africans actually spoke Medu Neter. We don't even know if Medu Neter was a spoken language. It was a symbolic language. And we're returning back to this symbolic language, aren't we? Right? Aren't we, when we go to men's room, we see a circle with something look like a man in there? Isn't that Medu Neter? Anybody from any language could understand what's going on there. That was the purpose of Medu Neter. You have a circle where it has something that's crossed out, and there's a radio in the middle. What does that mean? That's Medu Neter. The concept of Medu Neter was to take a visual and to let you know what the visual stood for. In other words, when you come upon that circle with a man in it, ladies in this room know you do not go in that room. The men know that you do. With the radio, with the slash through it, you know if you have a radio, you turn it off. You know you don't play it. This is telling you something that Medu Neter was about. And what we've got to do is get back on that understanding of what Medu Neter is. from a conceptual perspective. Okay, so Amun. Amun is hidden. And Amunet is exposed. Okay, exposed. And the word that I use is revealed. Okay, but again, exposed means the same thing, that which you can see. But you see, there's something else about this that we have to talk about. Because these represent something. What do you think Nun meant to the ancient Africans? Now, we're talking about the creation of a universe. We're talking about this cosmic egg being impacted by something to create a series of events that would lead to the planets coming into existence. Please know this universe is just not our solar system. The universe that they're talking about is the entire universe that goes for billions and billions, and for whatever we experience and what we don't know is involved in the universe. Not just our Milky Way, not just our 9 planets with the parent sun. We're talking about the entire universe. What is it that primeval waters represent? Nun. Just as an example. Let me give you a hint. And the importance of hydrogen in birth. The importance of hydrogen in the creation of the world. How about the counter heavens? Oxygen. How about the boundless? It's a concept. It's a big concept. Limitless. See, you don't have to follow what's going on here. We're going to change. The African thought pattern was very complex. And many times they went along a certain route and then they changed on you because the situation demanded that the situation change. Boundless gives you the concept of things that are limitless. The universe is limitless. There are things that you just can't get to, and that's limitless. How about the bounded? What would the bounded represent? Limited, or that which can be counted. Like in this room right now, there is a limited amount of people in this room. That concept can be understood. You can go outside and you can count every piece of grass that's there, or every sand. It may be a lot, but it can be done. That's bounded. You can count the amount of books that we have. Anything that cannot be counted and anything that can be counted. Ha and ha he. So you have the limited. Anything that exists in our universe that has its limit. How about darkness? What happens when somebody say, you in the dark, man? What? Ignorance. And ignorance in the sense that which you don't know. It's not the negative concept of ignorance. You know, people say you're ignorant. It's not like that. It means that things that you do not know. How about light? Knowledge. How about hidden? How about amun? Unseen, things that you can't see, the intangible. We call it the intangible spirit. And finally, amunet. Yes. Let's follow along with the word tangible. The opposite would be the tangible.
Abstract? No. It'd be tangible.
It would be tangible. The word that I use is material. The tangible material. You have the intangible spirit and the tangible material. Okay. When you add up all of this, what number do you come up with? 8 plus all of these things. Nun comes twice. So if you took Nun here and counted it here, you have 8 plus, no, because Nun is with here. So you don't want to repeat Nun. And what is our numerical system based on? This is where the ancients began to develop their mathematical system of base 10. So don't believe the Western world when they tell you that they invented the base 10. It was in its fundamental terms thousands of years ago, just by the manifestation of what they saw in the Ogdode. Now, let me tell you what comes out of the Ogdode, and then we'll do our first, and then I'm going to tell you something else, and then we'll be able to take a break, and then we'll come back and do our next lesson. What's important to understand about the Ogdode is, number one, water is the source of all things. Remember, Ptah and Atum both come up out of Nun. All things come out of water. Number two, you don't have to write this down because this is in your text, okay? What I really would like us to do is to concentrate. I'd really like you to concentrate and to look between the diagrams and myself, and the text will cover everything else. Anything that I think that is not in the text, I'll tell you, please copy. Creation was accomplished by the unity of two creative principles, Ptah and Atum. Look at Ptah and Atum as creative principles. Not as people. Look at them as creative principles. Ptah and Atum. The unity of mind with creative utterance. All divine decrees came into being in the thinking of the mind and the commanding of the tongue. Number three. Atum was the intermediate essence in creation. He was the sun or the fire essence. The concept of heat. The concept of heat and light is the creation of life. When we look around us, any place where there is light and heat in abundance, you have life. You have it in Fort Lauderdale. In this country, you have it. In California, you have it. Yet, when you get up in the northern climes, the northern climate, it gets cold. We are experiencing cold. And when it's cold, what happens? Nothing grows, and that which did grow to be resurrected again, by the way, but still, it cannot function in cold climate. Life comes out of heat and light. Okay. Number four, opposite complements control the life of the universe. The reason why our world is in trouble today is because there is not a balance of the male and female in the human family. That's the problem. When you get down to the center of the problem, it is that we are not balanced. We in this world see anything male as being the power, as being the best. And we don't see that without the female, the male would not exist. We don't see that. And one of the problems that we are going to have is to be able to look at the world a different way. From the very beginning, you have male and female here. From the very beginning, you have male and female. There is nowhere here that the male brings forward the female. Nowhere. You always have the duality, the complements. And without that balance, it cannot exist. None of us would be in this room today if there was not a balance and harmony between male and female. That's one thing we know right off the bat. And not only that, but if we want to give credit to where credit really is due, the reason why we're here is more because of the female than because of the male. And all you have to do is look at our communities where our females are the leading people within the household, and you'll see that. If not, we wouldn't be here now. So it's important that we look at this and understand what the ancients were telling us about the duality of society, that without one, there wouldn't exist the other. So it's very important. And finally, fifth, 5. From the creation of the Ogdode, there came order and arrangement, or the Enid, and the elements, atoms, with their characteristics. So what we have is a universe being created here, an entire universe, and what's happening now is that you have planets coming into existence at the same time. We have taken it from the total universe, and we're now focusing on our particular solar system right now in the Milky Way, our solar system. And out of this is going to come certain characteristics, elements, and other things that are going to create our world. This can be continued in the next lesson. I want to give you 3 scientific principles. Now, I've just given you the Kemetic view of this. Now I want to give you the scientific view of this. This is also in your text. There are three theories of how the universe came into existence according to the European world or the Western world. First one is Sir James Jean. Sir James Jean believed in what is known as the passing star. Professor Jean said that a passing star passed so close to this nebula, which was the sun or the female aspect, that it created a tearing away or a speeding up of this nebula. And from this speeding up, this nebula began to throw off parts of itself, which eventually became the planets. Professor Raymond Littleton said that a self-created explosion, which is known as the Big Bang, came into effect. And in exploding, this nebula threw off parts of itself, which became the planets, the asteroids, the moons, and everything else that we have in our solar system. Finally, Professor Laplace, in the Laplace theory, said that the sun began to bulge at the equator. And in bulging at the equator and then coming back in, what began to happen is that this kind of movement, when it would go in and would come out, it would throw off parts of itself. And that is what Laplace said. But in studying the symbolism of ancient Kemet and keeping in mind the holisticness of African thought, this author theorizes that the Memphite theology embraced all three Western concepts of the origin of the universe. The Ogdoad is what Laplace considered to be his original hypothesis. And I have original with a lot of question marks after that. You understand why I got those question marks? Because they're taking credit for things that they didn't even know of prior to going into Egypt or Kemet. With this action, I sped up. The Ogdoad is what Laplace considered to be his original hypothesis. 9 essences in one essence, and that the fire essence creates other essences by throwing off parts of its own body. Our present solar system was once a molten gaseous nebula. And this nebula rotated at enormous speeds. But what we have to do is figure out what made the nebula do this. And in looking at the African theory of the Memphite theology, in looking at the way the Netchers were looked upon, and in looking at today's scientific thought, I've come up to the conclusion, and this is my own personal thought now, because I want to clearly let you know what I have looked at and what is actually written. What I've just told you is actually written. But to me, it would appear that just like the human is born, so is the universe. Let's look at it. What you have is a nebula. Let's take all of the theories and put them together, and we're going to come up with something. You have a nebula, which is a cloud of gas and dust and things like that. And you have a star, what I call the passing life star. But I theorize that it didn't pass, that it in fact penetrated the nebula. And when you look at books, that's what the passing star looks like. Now may I ask you, what does that look like to you? This is a holistic way of looking at the creation of the universe. And now I'm not off center, because there is a theory of the passing star. But to me, big bangs are not created by things that pass. They're created by things that come in contact with each other. That's physics, that you know, that things that pass one another do not necessarily create explosions, but things that penetrate, in fact, do. Now, this nebula is molten hot. Passing stars are very cold because they're in interstellar space. You have hot and you have cold coming together. What do you think is only natural to occur? That there would be an explosion. And that is where the Big Bang theory comes from. What would happen to something that's hot and slow hit by something that's cold and fast? Once these two entities came together, and this is step 2, and now you have one essence. Coming out of 2, there's 1. When the male sperm, the human male sperm, comes in contact with the egg, that is no longer an egg by itself. It is no longer the sperm by itself. It is now one essence. 2 are 1. And in bringing these 2 together, chances are they would kind of balance each other off. So here you have something hot and slow, cold and fast. Again, keep in mind the opposites. The next step would be that this whole piece would speed up and warm out, right? Wouldn't speed to the rate of the passing star, but it wouldn't be as slow as the nebula. But it would have an impact, and immediately what happens is that it begins to throw off parts of itself. This is diagram number 1, number 2. What happens in number 3 is that you have this nebula rotating at a very enormous speed, and it begins to throw off pieces of itself. This is part of the hypothesis. Not just mine, but what actually happened in terms of this universe coming into existence. And it throws off parts of itself. What happens to the human fetus as it's growing those first couple of hours? It begins to throw things off of itself. This sperm and egg begins to multiply its cells as it looks itself. Nothing changes form. It just becomes more of itself. It begins to throw off pieces of itself. So you could say that the universe at this point is pregnant and it's having its children. Number 4 is actually all of the planets in place. With this parent nebula still there, male and female in essence, you have all of the 9 planets. For the sake of time, I'm hoping that this is supposed to be 9 planets here. Let's just say there are 9 planets. You'll see it here. So what you have at this point is the birth and balance of our universe and what we call the family of natures. The first worksheet is going to talk about this and is going to begin to show you where it is that we are. And what I like to do is I like to present the information to you. I'd like you to look at the worksheet, and I'm going to go over the worksheet with you so that it's very straightforward and that we don't have any problem understanding. Because one of the things that we do with our young people in school is that we play games with them. We teach them a little bit of knowledge and then we test them. And I think that what we've got to begin to do when we teach our children is to have a different way of doing it. And so when we give out worksheets to our students, it's very non-threatening. And we'll do it together. And if you don't get it the first time, we'll try it next time. And if you don't get it then we'll try it again. But whatever it's going to take for you to get it, I'm here for you and I want to make sure that you get it.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Where does Memphite come from?
Memphite.
It's got Kamene.
Okay. Where did the word come from?
Right.
Memphite came from the name that the Greeks gave to Memphis. Memphis is located in, it's near Cairo. It's right outside of Giza. And what happened is that the ancient Africans called it Hikut Ptah, or the soul of Ptah, which meant, and as we get into the first dynasty, you see, the way in which this lesson plan series is set up is I'm going to introduce you to information when I think it best suits that particular frame of reference. When questions come up like yours, I will address them, but you'll understand this better when we get to the first dynasty of ancient Kemet. But Hikut Ptah was the capital, the holy capital. When Menes first came up, he rediverted the waters of Hapi, or rediverted the waters of the Nile River. And he created land. And on this land, he created a sacred capital for the new United Kingdom. He named it Hikut Ptah because remember, Ptah represents
An essence of
land, the hill, the primeval hill.
Right.
So in building this land, he dedicated it to the essence of what land was. So he named it Hikut Ptah, or the soul of Ptah. When the Greeks came in, they couldn't pronounce Hikut Ptah. So they renamed Hikut Ptah Aegyptos. When the other nations came in, they took Aegyptos and made it Egypt. You see, now Memphis is like someone coming to the United States and calling the United States Washington, D.C.
Okay.
They walked into the capital of the land and named the whole land after the capital because they didn't understand and they didn't know. And the way the Africans looked at it, they spoke of it as if it was their land. It's the soul of Ptah. It's the soul of the United Kingdoms. So to them, when the Greeks kept hearing this Hikupata, Hikupata, they couldn't pronounce Hikupata, so Hikupata became Aegyptus. When others came in, Aegyptos became Egypt. Was there another? Yes, my brother.
Ptah. I've heard that it's supposed to be they created a guild from it, or craftsmen, or guild workers, or something like that.
Yeah.
If that's so, then what would Atum be? Is it represented by something?
Well, Atum is many things. Atum, in fact, in your text, you'll see that Atum is looked upon as quite a few things. But the present-day Adam comes out of the African concept of Atum, which means self-created. You see, the Western world got that wrong, too. They said it, that which could not be split. But what they split it. So Atum cannot mean that which cannot be split. The African word for Atum means self-created. It's creative utterance. It's the pinnacle of everything that exists. And you're going to see this as a recurring theme for at least the first 6 lessons. The concept of bringing everything that you have to its crystallization. The ancient Africans called it, within the English context, is what you would call transmutation. It's the bringing of an essence to its highest form. Okay, let's look at the lesson plan. I'm sorry, the worksheet. And let's go through this. Did I give you the wrong one? When you look at the top, you see this all in 4 stages. There was a nebula in place, and that there was a passing star or a force. It didn't even have to be a physical force, a force that created an explosion in the nebula. It's okay? Okay. Nebula is hot and slow. Passing life star is cold and fast. What automatically do you have here? Automatically, you have opposites and complements. Right off the bat, you know that something's happening where they're opposites to each other, and that something's going to happen through that. Number 2.
Nebula cools down and speeds up. Passing life star warms up and slows down.
What have both of them done? Upon impact with each other, what has happened? They've neutralized each other, and what was fast became slow, what was hot became, what was slow became, and what was cold became. You see the balance. The balance is really what's important. This is where everything that exists comes from. Opposites and complements. It's called the law of polarity. Number 3, please.
Nebula passing, life star pregnant and created. They are on their way to cosmic balance.
It says that opposites, upon contact with each other. Now we're talking physics and science here. This has nothing to do with the Kemetic origin. This right now has to do with the curriculum of correction. In terms of teaching our children physics and Newton's law and all these other laws that they take credit for. The Africans had this in place from the very beginning, thousands of years ago. Physics, biology, botany. And because they looked at everything holistically, I can see their story coming out of a very human experience, a very human and dynamic. And then finally, number 4.
The birth and balance of our universe, family connection.
Okay, the birth and balance of our universe. Okay, now the direction. Place the proper number next to the explanation that the scene above depicts. What would the first one be? Number 2. Please put that in. Do you see? Does anybody not see why? The nebula passing life star cools down, contracts, and gains greater speed. 2. Okay. How about the next one? All 9 planets evolve. These planets throw off other bodies that become moons, asteroids, meteors, etc. Number 4. How about the next one? A passing life star penetrates the nebula's hot gaseous clouds and creates a tremendous explosion. And the final one? 3. The nebula passing life star bulges at the equator and begins to throw off gaseous rings that form planet. Now, tell me something. If we were to take the female human body, around where would the equator be? The equidistance, the middle of the human female form, proportionately. It doesn't have to be this way all the time, but basically, where would it be?
The active system.
And what bulges when a woman brings forth life? Yes, but what happens? You see, when you take the African view of the world and you see how it works out, and you look at the Ogdode and the story that the Africans told, you are culturally hooking information to your culture that our children can understand. It was only a matter of 15 minutes before I knew every planet from the oldest to the youngest. There's another thing. I don't teach the planets from the Earth perspective. In other words, I don't look at I deal with the entire. I see Pluto as being the first planet to be discussed, because Pluto is the oldest child. When you look at the Earth, you're Earth-centered. And that's why the European world believed that the Earth was flat for so long. That's why they believed that the universe revolved around the Earth. Because today's Western world thinks the world still revolves around them. And what the reality of it is that looking at this holistically, you come to realize that we are all part of a universe, all part of a cosmos. And that in order to understand planetary science, you don't begin with the Earth. First, you begin with the sun. But after you deal with the parent, you then go to the oldest child, who is Pluto. Who's the next child? Okay, well, let's do our next worksheet. Now, what I've done right now is set up for you. The first thing that I'd like you to do is look at the theory. This is a theory. Please note this is a theory. This is not written in stone. This is a theory. This is a way of looking at information that you can create a myth out of realistic information and come to see. When I look at this type of a symbol, where you see a star penetrating a nebula and creating life, that is so natural to me in terms of the way I came into this world that I could never forget how the world came into existence just by the naturalness of it. To think that it could happen any other way is, of course, people's opinion. But I try to look at natural sources of information. And to me, it is so natural to see how something like this could occur when I see it happening millions upon millions of times, not only among humans, but among the animal world the same way. It happens constantly. So why couldn't the universe, in looking at all of the three scientific theories, see what happens in the Western world is that they like to chop things up. They don't like to, that's why you have a math department, a science department, and among the math departments, you have those that are into calculus, those that are into geometry, trigonometry, and science. You've got the biologists, the botanists. But when we get into our lesson plans, you're going to see that you can't separate them. You can't separate math from science. You can't separate, they have something now called reading in the content area. Reading in the content area is nothing but holistic learning. But see, they've changed the name of it so that you can think that they created it. And in thinking that they created it, you will respect them more. Not realizing that the Africans had this story down thousands of years ago. And not only did they have the story in place, but it worked for them to the point where they could create a society that was basically, for the most part, free of warfare. Somebody didn't give up some of these things.
Somebody came in after you.
Okay, I got you. If somebody came in, does that mean that they don't have a lesson plan? Focus. Spatial. It gives you the ability to space. You see, these are things that we assume that children know. And this is what I meant when I said that there will be things that I go back, and it's not that I am talking down to you. It's that I want you to see on the level that a child is thinking and learning. This would be a great task for a student. To be able to look for the outer ring and find this one. And what is the first one? Pluto. How about the second one? What's the next one? Does Uranus have another planet that looks like Saturn? Jupiter. What comes after Jupiter? After Mars? After Earth? And after Venus? Now let's look at this story, and then we're going to take a break. Let's look at this story, and it's going to lead us into the next part. Pluto is far away from the planet Nebula. What is basically the temperature on Pluto? Cold, very cold. How about Neptune? Okay. How about Uranus? Saturn? Jupiter? Getting warmer, right? How about Mars? How about Mercury? How about Venus? What does that tell you about Earth?
It must be the right one.
Right what? Right what?
Right balance for life.
Right balance for life.
As we know it.
As we know it. It is like the parent said to the entire universe or the solar system, you know, we're all going to be giving off different forms of life or different things that we're going to do. But in order to bring our universe into perfect balance, it's going to have to be the planet with the perfect mix of different qualities that are exactly like the parent sun. And remember, the parent sun is the balance of perfect opposites. There is something within our atmosphere that puts us the distance that we are from the sun that has allowed life to flourish on this planet as we know it. But I dare say, let us not say that there is no life on other planets. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I'm saying this because we are too earth-centered, and we think that anything that does not look like us is not alive. There are many different forms of life within the universe, and only the universe can define it. In Africa, they were able to look at Pluto and Uranus and Neptune and Mars as all related to them, and that they were going to keep the cosmos in perfect balance by the way in which they did things on Earth. We are now living in a society that has flipped the whole concept of what the ancients thought of in terms of living in harmony, and because of that, we are out of harmony. Of all of the things that exist in our universe, the only essence out of its orbit is the human being. The seasons come when they're supposed to, and the only reason why the seasons are messing with us now is because we messed with them before. If we hadn't done that, this wouldn't be going on. When you look at what's going on around us, what we're looking at is the human family, who was supposed to be the highest form of intelligent life in our solar system, going out of whack with itself. And we are really in very serious trouble, and we've got to bring this back around. Now, I would like to end this part of it, and I'd like to ask if there are any questions. Any comments? Preguntas, comentarios?
I have one comment.
Yes.
When a few years ago, the Family Life Sex Education curriculum was, a while ago, proposed, right? And the parents had to sign and all of that. And as you described the concept of reproduction, it seems so natural and it seems so non-threatening, you know. And so that's what I just wanted to make a comment on.
And I'm glad you made the comment because, you know, prior to coming here, you always wonder what the impact it will have on the people that you're talking to. For some, this is the first time you've ever heard anything like this before. For some of you who have been bombarded with the works of George G.M. James and Jacob Carruthers alone, is very powerful. Not talking about what you've been exposed to with John G. Jackson. And I'm always interested in the impact. And what I'm after is the naturalness of how the Africans could put a curriculum together. Because this world has made learning too hard. And very unpleasant. It's very unpleasant. The concept of the war that we play with our children by teaching them something and then giving them a worksheet. I mean, when we're working this worksheet, all of you are, you're not threatened. You're not worried about if you don't get, all 4 right, that you're going to fail. It's a level of comfort that you're learning. I'm working with you. This is the worksheet that we work together on. This is what I'm encouraging us to do with our young people. Now, for the sake of Xerox and the other things, I always suggest that you make 3 copies of worksheets. So what I would do at the end of this is I would give you another worksheet. This is what I'm going to do as we go along. And as I get this situation more tightly in place, you'll get a worksheet to take with you when you go. And you get a worksheet the next class. And by the 3rd time, you'll know it. Because the information is going into your control center or your melanin center non-threateningly. This information is good, and it's a natural progression. That if you can see this, once you see the visual, then you don't have a problem looking at life and seeing your relationship with the cosmos. Unfortunately, we separate education from nature, and we don't understand that the African brought forth education out of nature. They learned what to teach in math and science through nature. Now what is happening is the exact opposite. They are abusing nature in order to get information. So in one you have the relationship, if I can get back to the Bible, of Abel. And then you have the other of Cain. And then you have the discussion as to who is more worthy. And the Creator force said, but of course Abel is. Because Abel has used what he has around him. He has not created all of these tremendous different contraptions for me. He's not really doing it for me. He's doing it for himself so he can say, look, Lord, what I've done. And Abel was just natural. He just did whatever he had in his hand. And that's what the African did what was natural. No heavy mathematics so that children are actually afraid of it, or science, where they can't see themselves in it. Yes, Mrs.
I think one of the things that's striking to me is particularly the story about creation, because I teach English and literature and things, and one of the things they want in the curriculum for us to teach is Greek mythology. And we know that deals with chaos. Well, their story begins with chaos, and how out of chaos there came the heavens, but everything is negative and everything is conflicting. There wasn't this unity, and there wasn't this respect of the female and the male principle, and there's a lot of killing and maiming and lust and things like that are all in their theories of evolution.
That's right. And what does that come out? What comes out of their 2 opposites coming together? Conflict.
Right.
The African, with the 2 opposites coming together, create balance and harmony.
Right.
The whole perspective, but see, when we get into the life history of the European and Asian, you'll see why that came about. Because there was a certain thought mentality among those Africans who were exposed to very cold climates. And you can imagine what happens to people when you are exposed to cold climates for thousands of years, and that you are not able to do the things in your environment that Africans were able to do in their environment. And when you return back home, which is the prodigal son, when you return back home, or the southern cradle, you bring with you that mentality of destruction. And it still exists today. We're experiencing it right now. But that's a lesson for another day. Because since the last time we've been together, so many things have happened to change the future of this world. And I hope that when we're getting into this conflict that you're looking at many things. But because I have a set amount of time, and because, as my sister Diane said, I can get carried away, I'd like to focus and keep us on track, because basically I have another 15 minutes to present, but I would like to take a break because we've had a lot of information. I'd like to take a break. Can we come back at about 10 minutes to? Okay, let's come back together about 10 minutes to 5, and then I'll give you the second part, prior to putting everything in order. You see? So there's no negative term like chaos, that you have things indiscriminately doing their own thing. From the African perspective, they were well aware of what they were doing, but because of their function, they had to function in what the Western world would look at as chaos, but in actuality, they were getting ready to put things in order. And the Enid is what puts things in order. Now we're talking about the Earth. We've gone through the concept of those 4 steps. We've got the planets now in a position where there are 9 of them. The moons are forming, the asteroids are forming, and we're in balance. And the planets now are the family of 9. The family decides who will bear the fruit. Perfect balance of opposites and complements. Only one child can bear these fruits. Pluto is too much like the father. Remember we said Pluto was too? And what was the penetrating star? Cold. Pluto was too much like the father. Neptune, Uranus also. And Mercury and Venus were too much like the mother. And the mother was hot and okay. Earth had perfect harmony. It balanced and was put in balance like her parents. Earth would give birth through carbon to the human, who for the entire universe would fathom the secrets of all time and elevate the universe to a higher level. But while to us it has taken billions of years, to the Creator God it has been but a twinkling of an eye. The Aeneid. In the Aeneid, in the Memphite theology, you have in the book of Knowing the Evolution of Ra, the essence Nebercher records the following story of creation and the birth of the gods, or essences of order and arrangement. I'm including these words because that's what you're going to come upon in your reading. When you see the word God, I use the word essence or nature. I am he, she. I changed he, she. It was presented as he because you know who presented this, right? Okay. I am he, she, who evolved him, herself. I added the herself. They had himself. Under the form of the God or essence Kepra. What in that first sentence have I told you about the theosophy of the ancient Africans? I am he, she. I. What is I? God. One. One God. In the words of the ancient Africans, they admitted to but one God. This whole concept of many is totally out of place in the African world. But for us to disrespect our faith systems, they have made it seem as if the African faith system is polytheistic or many-godded, and it's not. One, from the very beginning they're telling you, I am he, she, who evolved him, herself, under the form of the God or essence Kepra. I, again they say I, the evolver of the evolutions and developments, which came forth from my mouth. Remember the concept of word and things coming out of mouth and naming things is very important. To give each thing its name. And when we go back to the Bible, what do we see happening? Each was given a name. Comes directly out of the African mindset. I, the evolver of evolutions and developments which came forth from my mouth. No heaven existed and no terrestrial animals or reptiles had come into being. I formed them out of the inert mass of watery matter. This is a story of the Africans telling how the earth was formed. We're going to get into the scientific perspective of how the earth was formed, and I want you to compare the two, understanding that the African came thousands of years before the European. Please understand that the Western world was still thinking that the earth was flat, and that the earth was the center of the universe when the Africans for thousands of years had already fathomed who the sun was and what the sun was to the family on earth. Okay. So in it coming out of watery matter, what is it saying? It's returning back to the concept of, say it? Nun. Out of watery mass. Watery matter. I found no place whereon to stand. I was alone. And the gods or essences, Shu, which is air, and Tefnut, which is water or moisture, had not gone from me. There existed none other who worked with me. Immediately, what is it saying? No one else around. I, the main God, the only God. There existed none other who worked with me. I laid the foundation of all things by will, and all things evolved themselves therefrom. I united myself to my shadow. What is a shadow? Yes, but what is it when you think about it?
It's an image.
It's an image that is projected by what?
Sun, light.
Light. Okay? Okay, so now you have a dark representation of the human who comes in the dark because of the essence, like at nighttime. In the essence of a dark, when you walk underneath a light, your shadow is projected. If the light is behind you, it's projected in front of you. If the light is in front of you, it's projected behind you. But what is the shadow? The shadow is your representation when the light shines. Or it is your complement. You know that song, Me and My Shadow? You know that song where they always have black folk chasing after the European as the shadow? The shadow, the concept of the shadow is yourself through the light. Okay, so you have darkness and light balancing itself. And what did we say was the creation of the universe? Was the balancing of the opposites or the complements. So this essence united himself, herself, to her shadow, and set forth Shu and Tefnut out of myself. Thus from being one God, they even say it, thus from being one God. So I'm saying this and I'm emphasizing because I don't want you to get caught up with Akhenaten, who in the 18th dynasty talks about monotheism. Because you're waiting until thousands of years after there was already a concept of one God. So we don't have to wait to get to Akhenaten to deal with monotheism when we can deal with it from thousands of years prior to Akhenaten's existence. Okay. I united myself to my shadow and set forth Shu, which is air, and Tefnut out of myself. Thus from being one God, I became three. What is three? The Trinity. Have we heard the Trinity before? Okay. And Shu and Tefnut gave birth to Nut, which is the sky, and Geb, which is the earth. And Nut gave birth to Osiris, or Usir, Aset, Setesh, Nebetet, and Heru. Now we're going to get into them next week, because each week is getting closer and closer to where we're going. Next week we deal with the human family. Usir, Aset, Setesh, Nebetet, and Heru represent the human family being born within the world. But there's something that's happening here, and this is another thing that we have to understand about the Enid. And that is the Enid is talking about the development of life on earth. So what they're saying is this. First, you have the one God, that is the creator and sustainer, that comes in the form of Khepra. Now, Khepra is a dung beetle. It's represented as a dung beetle. And we have to know what a dung beetle is. And remember when we talked about Impu or Anubis and the relationship that animal, the dog, had being a discriminator, they also looked at Khepra and came to realize that this dung beetle, along Happy in the Nile, would lay its eggs and put it in dung. And it would roll this egg and roll it while the eggs were actually maturing, and finally these baby dung beetles, thousands in numbers, would come forth in Happy. So when the Africans looked at this wonderful phenomenon among the dung beetle, they looked at the evolution and the life history of the world and saw that also, just like a round figure, that there was a ball being rolled, and out of the ball rolling constantly, life came forth from this ball. So they equated Khepra with Atum. So Khepra, in essence, also has the background of Atum, or also has the creator potential of Atum. Now, where that causes confusion sometimes is that many times people say, well, how can two things have the same background or characteristics? And that's because the Africans were able to look at the world holistically. See, here we can't. Remember, this world looks at everything in departments. If you're this, you can't be that. But let's look at an actor. Let's look at an actor who one day plays a role. And on this particular day, he's a doctor. His next role is, let's say, he's a musician. Has the actor changed? Has the role that the actor played changed? So he must then look forward and be a different person, but in essence it's the same, right? Netchers are the same way. Netchers are like the actors, not the parts that they play. Netchers can change, but it's the situation that changes more than it is the netcher. So you can have Khepra representing life on earth, and you can have Atum also representing life on earth. They are both the same role, but they're just two different characters who are impacted by a different situation. Is that understood? Because if you can understand that, that's very important. Because you're going to see Atum represented 5 ways. There are 5 ways that you can look at Atum. You can look at Atum as a primal serpent who delineates the boundaries of the earth and the sky. You can see the Atum as a primeval sun or energy that rests on Ptah, like in that diagram we had. Atum is also a phoenix bird, which when is crushed to dust can rise again. It's the Kepra dung beetle. It's the sun Ra, and it can also be Aten that Akhenaten put together. So Atum can represent many things, and the Netchers represent many things also. And I just want you to see that and to know that they're multi-referential is what I'm trying to get at. They refer to many things. Yes, my sister.
But they are, in essence, one.
Absolutely. They all are one. They all come underneath the Godhead that has not been explained. And the only time you come upon it is when you deal with Amun. And the reason why Amun is looked at as the overall Godhead, Amun-Ra, is because it's hidden. And everything that is of sacred nature is really hidden. And the only way that you can get to the sacred, which is hidden, is by going through what is revealed, or who is Amun's complement? Amunet. So you can get to the hidden only through the revealed. Did I answer your question? Okay. Okay. So the Enid has different characters. And it's important that when we're looking at this, that we're able to put it together. May I ask you, can you pass this out to those? And this will save me some time. What I want you to do is to look at this story that I'm going to hand out. From this point, you have Kepra Atum giving birth to Shu and Tefnut. Air, moisture. Okay? You then, Shu and Tefnut, give birth to Nut, sky, and Geb, earth. Geb is male, Nut is female. Can you take the staples out of it? And the sky gave birth to life. So that's why it's a female, because the female gives birth. The same way that Nut would swallow the sun at night and bring it forward during the day or give it birth to it in the morning. And that was Nut. And when you look at Nut, you see a woman who's extended with her arms forward and leaning over, and she swallows the sun in one side and she gives birth to it in the morning on the other side, and that represented the 12 hours of the night. And the one thing that we're going to go through constantly is, I'm going to ask you, don't take a story and lock it in as the only story. The one thing that you're going to find in the African world is that there are many different stories. And if you were in a classroom in ancient Africa and they asked you what you were looking at and you gave a story, they say, well, that sounds pretty good, if it made sense. Someone else would tell a story, didn't sound anything like yours. They say, well, that sounds pretty good. The African never believed in opinion being the type of thing where if I show you this, that's all you can see. If you showed someone an owl, which is a metanatural symbol, and they said, what does that look like to you? It represented the letter M. If they said to you, what does that look like to you? They could tell you a lot of things about that owl. And if you went to someone else, they'd tell you a lot of things. African people would never tell you that you're wrong. They would just say, well, that's an interesting theory. In this world, it doesn't exist. It's true, false, true, false. If I can't touch it, it doesn't exist. If I can't see it, it doesn't exist. To the African, hey, that sounds pretty good to me. Let me see if I can put this. This is what got us in trouble, by the way, because Christianity sounded good to us also. That's what got us in trouble, because Christianity came from us anyway. So when we heard it, we said, well, this is nothing but, we had a brother named Azana talking about that in Ethiopia thousands of years before you guys came. So there's no problem with it. But what they didn't understand was that the manifestations of that faith system was going to be devastating for the African people. Did I answer your question, by the way? Okay. Nut and Geb, what happens is this, is that Shu and Tefnut, air and moisture, give birth. So what they're really saying in the real world is that air, or oxygen, and moisture, hydrogen, give birth to life. gives birth to sky and to earth. Nut and Geb are in a lover's embrace. In other words, the sky and the earth, scientifically speaking, were locked together. And what happened is that Shu came between them and separated them, which means that air came and separated the sky from the earth. Doesn't that make sense to you? It's a nice story. It's a planetary science story that makes sense from a mythological perspective. As long as you can keep your grasp on what's real and what's not real, the story makes perfect sense to you and you can understand and fathom the mysteries of the world around you. But once you start believing these stories literally, then we start getting in trouble. Dr. Clark said people don't know the difference between myth and reality. If you look at the reality of it, you can see. So Shu, or air, comes and separates Nut and Geb, which is what happened here. Air is between us. The oxygen and the air that we breathe separated these two essences, and upon that found that Geb was pregnant. Now, wait a minute. Are you saying a male was pregnant? No. They're saying the earth was pregnant. Not saying a male was pregnant. They're saying that the earth was pregnant with life. Because in being in an embrace, there were certain molecules in Nut that nourished the earth while they were together. And that it was the sky, or the atmospheric elements of the sky, embracing the earth that created the beginnings of what would develop into life as time went on. So Nut and Geb was impregnated, and they gave birth to, now why did they give birth? Because Nut gave birth to the sun, and the sun gave birth to the earth. See? I'll say it again. Geb is the earth. Nut is the sky, which swallows the sun every evening and gives birth to it in the morning. But it is the element of the sun and the energy of the sun that actually is impregnating the earth.
You see the papyrus is very easy to understand.
Okay. And see, and also in the reading, it'll be easy to understand. And as you see this over and over again, and the next time we meet, I'll be here at 2:30. So we'll be able to talk more about certain things so that, it'll be clearer to you. But this is all science. This is modern day science. The Africans had this in theory thousands of years before the Western world took it over. And everything that they came upon just recently are things that have been embedded in the Memphite theology or the Shabaka stone for thousands of years. Nut and Geb give birth to Usir, Aset, Setesh, Nebetet, and Heru. Usir is the father, or the representing positive characteristics, the positive human being, all those things in a human being that are positive. Aset is his wife and sister. Now, when people look at that and say his sister, but they don't understand the family of humans, that each and every one of us, my wife is my sister. Prior to our being married, I said, how you doing, my sister? You see, in the sense of being sister and brother, there was, but see, among the European world, the first word come out is incest. The first thing that you're going to get a sense of is that how can, and even children, well, Mr. Coleman, how could a brother and sister get married and have children? You can't do that. Because in their mindset from the European or the Western world, brothers and sisters don't get married. But in reality, in Africa, we are all our brothers and sisters. And if we marry one another, while we are, in a sense, not blood brother and sister, we are still brothers and sisters. Because prior to getting married, brothers call their date sister, or sisters call her hey brother. So this is the concept of the relationship, but not the blood relationship. Aset represents determination, and we can get into all of these aspects as we go along. Setesh is the lower passions, or the negative aspects of the human being, that which overrides the good. Nebetet is really a complement of Aset, is a female or another female within the story of human life on earth. And then Heru is the son of Usir and Aset, or the righteous inheritor of the earth. So out of this, this is the Enid. This is the Enid, all the essences of order and arrangement. I'm sorry?
That's E-N-N?
E-N-N-E-A-D. It's not an African word. Okay, I would like you to do your worksheet number 3 on your own sometime this week. It should be very straightforward. This next one I would like to do with you, and because of time, if you would please, Ms. Sister. And in the interest of time, I would just like to go through the worksheet number 3 with you.
Can you repeat that again?
Say, what would you like? Between the complements or the opposites in ancient times, prior to humans, was the battle between land and water. There were some times when the land would be dominant. There were other times when the sea would be dominant. And what they began to talk about was the emergence of a land. And this is what occurred in the Aeneid when they're talking about the science of the development of land. Remember, you have this. And this is where I say Ptah, Nun, Ptah, and Atum can also be applied to here. What you have happening on the earth is that the planet is in a certain situation, and remember, all of the continents are connected. This is prior to the continental divide that took place approximately 10 million years ago. What you have is a war that's going on, and I'm going to draw that war over here. Sometimes the land was underneath. Sometimes the land would rise up out of the water. This is science. What began to happen was that the continents, as they were connected, let's say that these are all the continents that are connected on the earth, when they were all connected. In the very middle of this whole piece of land, you have what? The African continent. If you look at the center of any map, Africa will always be in the middle. Africa is in the direct middle of all of the continents. The middle of cuts across Africa. The equatorial belt cuts right across, and it intersects the Great Lakes region. What you have happening is that the land is rising and falling. And what was in the center that came up the most, that came first up out of the water, was in fact this continent of Africa, and in the center of this was in fact the Great Lakes region. What does this, if I could turn this around this way and have you look at it cross-cut, what would the symbolism be? Of land rising up out of water.
Oh, yeah.
You see, looking at it cross-cut. If you came down and looked at all of the planets, all of the continents, with it rising and falling constantly, and then finally the land wins and it comes up, what you have in place is, number one, in the middle, you have Africa. Whereas maybe the other continents are still submerged underneath, and then finally they all rise up out of the water. You have this story of Nun, Ptah, and Atum that the Africans spoke about, and this is what scientists say happened. And this is what Africans said happened thousands of years ago. So the whole concept of the life history of the earth was put in place in the Memphite theology. And it came under the Aeneid, or the concept of all of these things coming into place prior to the human being. But you have air and moisture giving birth to sky and earth, separating the sky and earth, and what you have is the land coming up out of the water. I've taken a spiritual story and a scientific story and brought them together. What the Western world has not done is added the spiritual side or the mythological side of it that shows how this could possibly happen scientifically. Now, let's talk about some things to bring us up into our next lesson plan, because that's also important. After the earth had come up out of the land, out of the water, you then have the development or the movement of Atum, or creative utterance and mind, coming into play. You now have the naming of the different things that are happening on earth, but the naming is not like naming it. Naming it is actually looking at it happening and recording that this has actually happened. Do I need to say that again? Because I want you to understand it's not a matter of naming things, it's a matter of recording that these things have actually taken place and this is actually happening. And what began to happen is that you have 4 ages. This is Earth history now. We've gone from planetary history or planetary science to Earth history. You have 4 ages and you have 16 periods. In the first period, or the first age, prior to 550 million years ago, 550 million years ago, you had what was known as the Precambrian age. The Precambrian age was a time when animal life had not yet reached the level of the insect or the fish. You don't have to write this down. This will be in your text for next week. If you would like to write it down, we can. The second age, between 550 million years ago and 200 million years ago, you have what is called the Paleozoic age. P-A-L-E-O-Z-O-I-C. Paleozoic age, which is also known as the age of the fishes. During the Paleozoic age, you have 6 periods. You have the Cambrian period, the Ordovician period, and for those of you who might be into geology, please know I may be mispronouncing these words. But this basically, correct me if you know the proper pronunciation. Yes, number 1 is Cambrian period. The second one is Ordovician, O-R-D-O-V-I-C-I-A-N. The third period is Silurian, S-I-L-U-R-I-A-N. The fourth period is Devonian, D-E-V-O-N-I-A-N, Devonian. The fifth one is Carboniferous, C-A-R-B-O-N-I-F-E-R-O-U-S. And the sixth and final one was the Permian age. Now, what do I want you to know? I want you to know that there was a Precambrian age. I want you to know that the years approximately was 550 million years. Don't get caught up in dates. Get caught up in the chronology. The dates are going to change. When our children get a hold of this information and they begin to do the research and they get more advanced ways of knowing and dating that surpass what carbon-14 can do or the potassium-argon series can do. When they start really being able to date, these dates will change. I assure you they'll change. But right now it's good to have a date in the sense of chronology of it. I want you to know that the Paleozoic age was the age of the fishes. I want you to know that it existed after the Precambrian, and it was approximately between 550 to 200 million years ago. But the important thing that I want you to know is that it lasted or was approximately 350 million years. Now, that's a long time. That's what I want you to know, is that it took a long time.
The Precambrian age was what?
Precambrian period
Was
the first one of the Paleozoic age. I have purposely not put dates on them. You can get dates if you go to your encyclopedias. You can get dates if you go to different books. But I choose not to because I don't want to cloud you with information that I don't think is important. What I think is important in terms of a date is that it was approximately 550 million years ago, lasting approximately to 200 million years ago. The third age. The third age was known as the Mesozoic age. The Mesozoic age lasted, M-E-S-O-Z-O-I-C, lasted from 200 million years, approximately 200 million years ago, to 75 million years ago. That's a long time. It's a long time. When you think of how long a human being has been in existence, I mean, we are but we're not even a twinkling in the eye. And it's important that we see the totality of our existence. You see, we think that everything existed now that we're here. But we don't know that civilizations have lived and died in Africa and have lasted thousands of years and that no trace can be made of them because no one has an interest in them. Now we're getting an interest in them. And when we go back, you know, people are talking about 4,000 years about ancient Kemet. When you get into the real history of Kemet, you're going to go back tens of thousands of years, 40, 50, 60,000 of years. This is all done by people of Western mentality. When we get back and get into the real research of our own culture and history, these dates are going to be so different from what we get together that it's good to know the chronology of them. In the Mesozoic age, it was also known as the age of the reptiles. Geologically, it was known as the Middle Ages. In the Mesozoic age, the first period was known as the Triassic, Triassic. The second was Jurassic, Jurassic. And the final was Cretaceous, Cretaceous, Cretaceous. The final age, and that's the age that we are still in, was known as the Cenozoic age, Cenozoic. This was the age of the mammals, and that existed approximately 75 million years ago to the present. The first period of the Cenozoic age was the Paleocene. Paleocene, Paleocene, Paleocene. I think I added a C at the end that doesn't belong there. But I'll know once I get to my notes. But it's basically Paleocene. The second is the Eocene. Eocene. There's something I want you to know about the Eocene period, and that is when the, when the modern insectivores began to come into play. The insectivores are the beginnings of mammalian life. Insectivores, not insects. Don't compare insects and insectivores. They are a particular type of human phenomenon or life phenomenon that began to evolve itself, herself, during the Eocene period. The third period is the Oligocene. 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 The fourth and very important period of the Cenozoic age is the Miocene. And it's the Miocene where it is believed that life history began for the human being. Please know that which has been created can have a life history or can evolve. Following the Miocene, which was also very important, is the Pliocene. 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 The sixth period was the Pleistocene. 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 And then the final one, which we are still living in, is the Holocene. 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 That equals 4 ages and 16 periods. The last one has 7 periods. The third one has 3. The first one has 6. There are 4 ages. I want you to know the ages. It's the age of the fish. The Mesozoic is the age of the reptiles. The Cenozoic is the age of the mammals. In this world is in that square right now. There is nothing that exists anywhere in our universe that's not in this square right now. And if you can get to this, you can fathom everything. And this is the last worksheet about our universe is on this right here. And what it is, first of all, what we have to know is this, that within the world, there are 4 different types of molecules or atoms. There is nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon. Now, what's interesting to know is that nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, you can't take any more than 4 of these atoms. Like, for instance, you can take 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, and you have water. You can take 3 parts hydrogen and have, I'm sorry? Is that hydrogen peroxide? What is that? Hydrogen peroxide is, okay, H3. Well, let's just say this. Let's scratch that out. Chemically speaking, I know this is water, and I know this is hydrogen peroxide. Okay, that I know for sure. Let's talk about something. Let's talk about, you can take no more than 3 or 4 of these to mix them together, and you'll get something that is material, or maybe even air, but it's something tangible or breathable. When you introduce carbon, you can take these and link up thousands of different atoms. Carbon is the organizer of our universe, and in particular our world. When carbon was introduced, when any of the other atoms could be assimilated by carbon, carbon put everything in order. What color is carbon? Okay, remember that when we talk about melanin. Remember the part that carbon plays in the world when we get to melanin. It's very important. But for now, realize that carbon is known by Dr. Marcellus Stewart, who is a melanin expert, as the mothership. It organizes and in fact preceded DNA. And in fact, she believes that it organized DNA. It is the organizer of our universe, carbon. That black atom organizes everything, brings everything into fruition. Hydrogen can't do it, oxygen can't do it, and nitrogen can't do it. You can't get more than 3 or 4 atoms. Once you introduce carbon, you can take thousands of these things, and you can build all sorts of different types of chemicals and life systems from carbon. Okay, with that in mind, there are 4 elements. Shu, Tefnut, Nut, and Geb. Look at the elements. What elements do we have? Air, water, earth. Water is moisture. Fire. Let's put fire here. And by the way, what was fire's name? Ra. Let's put air over here. How many of you didn't understand that diagram? You know, the one with the, you didn't? Wonderful. Because my test is going to be to make sure that you understand it. This one? Here you have water, the one with the squares, page 80. You know it must be difficult when I know the page number. Water. And what would come here? Earth. What's the opposite of fire? What's the opposite of air? So right here, we've already set up the complements and the opposites so far. Okay, let me ask you this. In terms of the characteristics or the properties of these different elements, what can both fire and air be at the same time? Hot. Now, if you know that, what do you know about what's here? Cold. What can both air and water be?
Moist.
Wet. And if you know this, what can both fire and earth be?
Dry.
But that's not good enough. Ancients took it a step further. They said, well, if you could do all this, then you can also do colors. And how many of us try to teach our children colors? About the blending and about what will neutralize and all that? What color you think fire would be? Red. Of course. What color would air be? Yes, but what color? Yellow. Because of there's something that someone once told me about the air that would make that yellow. There's a word that they use. I forgot the word, but I'll check on it. And that's why they would use yellow. Besides, when you get through all of the other colors, it'll make sense to you. Because this is like a mathematical theorem. If you can fill out one, you can fill them all. And it works out like a mathematical theorem. So even if I left yellow out and didn't know it, when we finished everything else, it would automatically, by trial and error. What would water be? Now, yes, water can be green. And you're going to see something about that color green and its relationship to this square. Earth, what color would Earth be?
Brown.
What's okay? Indigo. Indigo. It's indigo. What have we just done here? Not only opposites, but what else have we done? What is the rainbow? What happens if you were to blend red and yellow? What color would you get?
Orange.
How about yellow and blue?
Green.
The principle of moisture returns back to green like my sister was talking about. What happens if you mix blue with indigo? What do you get? Indigo is a dark blue. It's a blue-black. That's how Indians got their name. You ever heard of Indian black? That's indigo. That's how they got their name.
Indigo and blue.
If you mix indigo and blue, and this is interesting about the African diaspora and the color of indigo, which is blue-black.
Purple.
You get indigo. This is such a dark color. Anything you mix with it, think about us now as a people. Anything you mix with it becomes it. Isn't that true about us? If you mix indigo and red, what do you get? No. Somebody said it. Purple. Yes, I know, but I really said that more in the sense of the color blue and indigo, a dark color. When you mix a dark color with another dark color, it becomes that dark color. Like if you mix a very dark complexion person with a very light complexion person, sometimes they always come dark, but chances are they come closer to the darker member than they do the lighter member. That's really what I meant. I didn't complete the statement that I made. Indigo and red becomes purple. But now if you were to assign one of these to the diagram we have here, which one would fire be? It's the organizer, the collector, the creator. Carbon. How about air? Oxygen. How about water? How about earth?
Nitrogen.
This diagram was created thousands of years ago by ancient Africans. And in all Greek and Roman work, they take from this. Aristotle did, Socrates did, Plato did, the humors, all of it is taken directly out of the African diaspora, yet no one gives credit to the Africans for having created it. I'm sorry, same thing with the zodiac. I'm going to offer a lesson plan in agriculture, and we're really going to get into African astrology so that we can see where astrology comes from.
How did it come about the earth being indigo as opposed to thinking of it as brown or green?
Because sand wasn't really looked at, or the dirt wasn't really looked at as the primary source of what made the land. What was looked at as made the land was carbon. Remember the word Kamene meant black land, and it also represented the black neighborhood or the black person. They did not look at brown as being the color that actually made land what it was. They looked upon the darkness or the indigo or the black that actually created the land.
So what we can see also is the Orishas, you know, your Orishas, they have various colors.
That's right.
The colors of the element.
That's right.
They all
That's exactly right. And when you look at this overall diagram, color-wise, you're looking at the rainbow.
right, absolutely.
Very natural phenomenon. My brothers and sisters, are there questions? Comments?
Yeah, I have something that I'm a little confused.
It was the Western world or the foreigners coming into Africa and changing their mindset that destabilized the African continent. So when we go in there and we look at the Christianity of today in Africa, what we're really looking at is the job that was done on African people, who welcomed these people onto their land because they were preaching the same doctrine that they already believed in. But what happened was, as time went on, what these powers said was that, remember your God that you worship? That's no longer the God to worship. This God now is the God to worship. And so it destabilized the African continent by offering a spirituality that they had had for thousands of years and in fact had created. Because as time goes on, we're going to talk more about spirituality, but I'd like to be very gentle because I do understand that there are people who are very deeply steeped in the Christian faith system. And I assure you that whatever I am saying, I was born and raised Christian. I consider myself still to be a Christian because I understand the African roots of my Christianity. Whether or not I choose to accept the Christianity of an oppressor is another story. Whether or not I choose to embrace the African concept of my Christianity, understanding that through the African diaspora, it has always been prophesied that Christianity would be an earth faith system. I'll stop there. I was about to say something. Shemem Hotep Amunasas. Hotep. February 10th. And that's what's important to know when we get into the other lesson plans, like melanin. When you look at carbon, and then you look at folk of dark complexion and see what they're able to achieve, you can go back and look at the carbon atom and understand that that's the organizing atom that puts everything in its place. And this is the science of it. That when we're confronting people, we talk to them on the scientific level and they can't argue with us. If we get emotional, you lose them.
Now you said something about the toes upside down.
No, sideways. What I wanted us to do was to look at the world from this perspective so that we can see the actual landmass of Africa rising up out of the water. And then from that, which becomes this, and then on the land there comes life, there comes civilization, there comes a lot of things, which is Atum. You see, Atum represents creative utterance. This is Nun. This is Ptah.
And then
Atum. So here you have coming up out of water, land, and on top of the land, up out of the water, on the land comes life. Wonderful, bringing things together.
Because I tell you, when I started out reading Kemet Worldview, I didn't know what he was talking about. What Nobles was, I was like, when I got to George James, I understood. I really needed to.
Theater as often as possible. And so at this time, we want everybody to get off of their feet and put their hands together for our guest speaker for tonight, Professor Booker T. Coleman.
Thank you for your support, my brother.
All right. Hotep, my brothers and sisters. I'm so very happy to be home again in a slave. And I thank you for your support. And as our brother Alton Maddox said, that if I am growing, I grow because you support me. I would like to thank my brother Alton Maddox and all of those in the United African Movement for inviting me here to be with you once again. We have some things we have to talk about this evening, as we always have. but I would at least like to begin by paying tribute to a very important man who we will be using much of his work this evening in developing concepts dealing with the Kemetic origin of our planet Earth. The brother we are talking about is Professor John G. Jackson. And while probably over the next couple of weeks you'll be getting a lot of information on what this brother did, I want you to understand how encyclopedic this brother was. How he could call forward, his mind was like a computer, that he could call forward information at just a request. He was brilliant, and we have so many brilliant brothers and sisters amongst us. We tend to always look to Imhotep, but we have so many Imhoteps amongst us, male and female, that we should keep very close look on, because times are getting very tight now. The truth is coming forward, and this curriculum is very real. This is no figment of imagination, and by far we embarrass, or they attempt to embarrass and insult us by saying we want ethnic cheerleading. In psychology, that's called dynamic projection. Dynamic projection is when you project your inferiority on those whom you wish to oppress. When the behavior manifests itself, it's called psychopathic. It is very important to understand what the psychopathic personality is. And no one does it better than our brother, Dr. Bobby E. Wright. Wherever I go, I always recommend, if you want to know what you're dealing with, check out Brother Wright. So important for us to know and to understand. And while we do dedicate this evening's presentation to our brother John G. Jackson, we would like to underpin it with words of wisdom from one of the greatest prophets to live in this century or any other, the Honorable Bob Nestor Marley. Because it is Bob Marley who teaches us to give us the teachings of the majesty, because we don't want the devil's philosophy. Ride, natty, ride. You've got to wake up and live, because life is one big road, Ma'at, by the way, with lots of signs, Tehuti. When riding through the ruts, or Kepra, don't complicate your mind, Anubis. Flee from hate, mischief, and jealousy, or the way of Setesh. Don't bury your thought, or Atum. Put your vision to a reality. Wake up and live, Nati Dread. Wake up and live. With that, my brothers and sisters, let's get busy, because we got to talk about billions of years. What I would like to do first, I'd like to give you a short synopsis of what we've done so far, for those who might not have been here. We looked at the Memphite text in particular, and what we're attempting to do is we're trying to locate in our curriculum where we can begin to teach our children not just African history. We want to transform them into African people. There is a major difference between studying Africa and being an African. Because you can train a parrot to repeat what he learns, but it's going to take one strong parrot to be African. So it is important that we understand the difference between study and being. It is important that we reduce all concepts and all understandings so that we know what it is that our children should be learning in our classrooms. And I have to tell you, and I say this very carefully because I want to be clearly understood. When our children fail tests in school, they are really passing. And those students who pass tests
fail. Because those brothers and sisters who refuse to accept information is saying something's wrong. That's some serious critical thinking. And to reject that philosophy is the way of the future. Because as we study, and we'll get into these things this evening so that you can understand what it is that we're talking about. You can't open up a planetary science book without looking at Copernicus, Galileo, and others that they will tell you they invented this and invented that. They invented nothing. And even what they stole, they got wrong. At least if you're going to steal something, get it right. It is us who will save the world. It is us who have lived in the belly of the beast who understands the means and the ways. We have to look at this curriculum and look at it very closely. We have got to be willing to be brave and to be bold and to do what is necessary. Not for education's sake, but as John Henry Clark teaches us, we must be selfish for survival. And we must not be ashamed to say we want for our people. Because we're the only ones that are held to the task to share. Nobody else shares. They about themselves. And they think we're fools for sharing with them. But you see, when you find your strength, you find your weakness. And our strength, what brought humanity into civilization, was our capacity to love. What destroyed civilization was the Europeans' incapability to love. It is so important that when we form our structures in our classrooms and when we form our structures in our study groups, that we revolve around concepts, not the linear form. African people are metaphoric by nature. We don't look at something as it is. We look at something in relationship to something else to find out what it is. The only way you could know the difference between a chair and a human being is to know what both are. And then to compare, because if you look at a human, you know it's not a chair. But the only way you know it's not a chair is if you know what the chair is. That's fundamental. In our classrooms today, we are teaching human being, chair, and we don't know the difference. Because we have not revolved around a concept. We revolve around a concrete item. And as Donna Marimba Riches told us the other evening before Theophilio Benga blew our mind, she said the cornerstone to European mindset is objectification of all and everything. Never, the step before they put it into the department, you know, we always say that they got to put things in departments. But before you put it into the department, you got to create the department. And in creating the department, it is the objectification of information. Therefore, the European, not being part of nature or feeling not part of nature, steps out of nature and objectifies everything in it. African folk can't do that. We can't step out the circle because we are the circle. Europeans can step out of their life and look at themselves. African folk don't do that. And that's one of the problems in our classroom. Conceptual approach, metaphoric by nature. We speak in metaphor. We look at life in metaphor. That's bad. No, that's not bad. That's good. But I said bad so that you could understand it's so good, it's bad. That's cool. No, it's not cool. It's hot because everything comes from hot. But it's so cool, it's hot. Metaphoric. The same is true in subjects. And as we go through this, you will see what we're saying. Let me take you back a little bit. What I want you to walk away this evening with is a firm understanding of what we talk about when we talk about holistic education, how to do a number of things. There are a number of ways you can look at education. You can look at it as subjects, when you go into school and you study your subjects period by period,
And of course, you know where that all came from. 1909, Carnegie gets a committee together and decides he's going to find out what education is about. But the reality is that there's an industrial state coming to the United States that no longer can depend on an agricultural model. They need young people to go to school to learn to read, write, arithmetic. Don't think, read, write, arithmetic. In order to become secretaries, office managers, all these different things they needed in the turn of the century to fuel the Industrial Revolution in America. However, the problem is this: everybody's on farms. Nobody going to school. And there's nobody in the future who will man these positions or human these positions when they come about. Carnegie comes together, gets a committee together, and said, let's see what we can do. Carnegie comes together, the committee presents something and says, we believe 44 minutes is enough time you need to learn a subject every day. No educational research went into those words at all. Didn't study what it took to learn. They said 44 minutes is good. Why? Because from the time the sun goes up until approximately 8:40, we're going to let your children stay with you and do things on the farm. But the deal is, between 8:40 and 3, they must come to us to learn reading, writing, arithmetic. At 3 o'clock, we will return them to you when they can return to the fields and they can continue working with you. And as a bonus, we're going to give you July and August so you can reap what you've sown. Nobody said learning nothing. Nobody said anything about thinking. This system was set up along an agricultural model to appease the farmers and to answer the necessary things that in the Industrial Revolution that was about to happen would occur. So our children now sit in classrooms where bells go off every 45 minutes and they think that's enough time to learn. Well, it's not, and it never will be. So what we have got to do is set up a new way of looking at things. There are 5 ways they say that you can look at the development of curriculum or what happens in a classroom. And what is a curriculum? A curriculum is a process of teaching. That's all. We hang up on the fact that we think that a curriculum is a textbook. A curriculum is not a textbook. A curriculum could be a trip to the library, it could be a trip to the store, it could be reading a poem, it could be going to a museum, it could be sitting talking to an elder, it could be a number of things. It's not just a textbook. It's not just subject-based, which means you study math and you study science. But they also have a way of teaching that is called parallel. Parallel means that you take a math idea and a social studies idea and you try to parallel them to show that there's a relationship. Second way. But now there's a third way. Third way is multidisciplined. Multidiscipline says that you take many disciplines and you parallel them together. More than just parallel, which sometimes means 2, you take multi, which means you take social studies and language development, and you might take some science and social studies, and you're going to try to get something through. Then you have the interdependent curriculum that says that you can take all of this and put it together and show how each depends on each other. And then finally, number 5, and this is the African way. Integrated approach. When you integrate everything and all within the subject to learn. So what we're saying is that you don't open up your science book and do science for 40 minutes. You don't then close that book and open up a math book and teach math for 40 minutes. But that what you do is you construct a lesson integrated with math and science and social studies, arts and crafts, in a way that every topic is touched, but most importantly, it is integrated. I call them cultural hooks. If you went into your home or into anyone's home and you saw a coat rack and you went to put your coat on the rack, you need a hook for the coat to stay up, otherwise it'll slide. Culture is the hook on there. So that there is something cultural that when you teach something, that something can be hooked onto that student so that they never forget it and so that coat will never fall. But now what's happening is that we have coat racks with no hooks or someone else's hooks. And I'd rather have no hooks than the hooks I'm checking out. Because you know, it is better to have no truth than confusion. Because we're going to get into something else. Because quite frankly, let me tell you something. I've been to parts of Brooklyn and Queens, just about everywhere but Staten Island. They asked me to go out in Staten Island and do Stab the Mountains. I'm sorry, you have to come to me, Jack. I'm not going out there. And nothing would make me happier if you seceded. And let's burn that bridge after you secede. But the reality is that our children are in classrooms in totally alien situations, learning alien things with no hooks to help them. And when I look at these young people, as our brother Alton Maddox was holding up that young person, my God, brothers and sisters, our young people are ready, I'm telling you. They're not half-stepping, they full-stepping. Unfortunately, some of us are doing an about-face. I mean, we're not even half-stepping. We're not even standing still. We're doing an about-face. And I don't know about you, but when I transcend, I don't know what to tell Harriet Tubman and Fannie Lou Hamer. I don't know how I could tell them that things were so hard for me that I couldn't stand up and do what was necessary for our young people. Who will protect them if not us? I'm telling you, they're being subjected to things that you would not believe. Well, you would believe because you're here. It's the people outside that wouldn't believe it. If parents understood what happened to their children from 8:40 to 3, if they honestly understood, I do not think they would allow that to happen. They would not allow it to happen. And one of the things that I am facing is that I don't let it happen. And, you know, when I face our young people and I look at them and I know what they need and want, and then I look at how some of us are acting with them, it troubles me because you open the way for them to be attacked. And let me tell you something. You got some people that live on Long Island with a whole bunch of frustrations. They haven't the courage to take their frustrations out on who it should be taken out on. So they drive 1.5 hours just to take care of our children. And they ride our children's back from 8:40 until 3 o'clock. If I had my way, I would put those metal detectors. I wouldn't put metal detectors up for our young people. I'd put mental for some of the people that come through, just to check out what's on your mind before you come in this house. That's what we call mental detectors. Because if we checked out the mental detector, I guarantee you we would not need the metal detector. They can't build prisons fast enough, so they're making our schools prisons. What learning can occur when you are in a situation that is a constant feeling of attack? You want to put a policeman in a school? Why don't you just move the school into the precinct? Why not? Because that's what you're doing. And do you really think that one can do the job? And do you really think that's what you want in the school? We don't, but you know they do. It's important that we understand the foundations of what we say, because there is a very real curriculum out here. Looking at the works of Dr. Asa Hilliard, Naeem Akbar, Wade Nobles, Amos Wilson, using their work as fundamental psychological and using it as the principles to guide education. You then take the works of Theophilus Benga, Dr. William Leo Hansberry, John Henry Clark, Joseph Ben Yikinen, all of our great scholars, John G. Jackson, I could go down the line. Take their work and put teams of teachers together to flesh out and to develop curriculum. We will do that soon. We will do that very soon because it's ready. And if I may, I would like to go over and discuss with you some of the ideas that we're talking about. When we came, we talked about the Kemetic origin of the universe. How did the universe come into being? Now, we teach this to our children all the time, so it's not like this is out of the curriculum. This is called planetary science. But there's a fundamental problem that we find in the Western world that we don't find in the African world. And that problem is that in objectifying information, they took the concept of being part of the universe out. African people taught the universe. That's why we don't teach universal science. We teach planetary science, because we have no concept of what happened in the universe, according to them. But then, when you look at the works of Theophilus Benga and check1 Diop, you begin to see that there is nothing that is being taught in the classroom that is not housed in the Memphite text. But why can't we see it? Because it's metaphoric. And if you're looking for an answer linearly amongst African folk, you're not going to get it. That's why on Sanford and Son, you remember that white policeman used to always come in and he'd always get everything wrong. He'd say left off instead of right on. Because that was the concept. This is what has happened here. Metaphoric. Sometimes, look at the handshake alone, it's metaphoric. It takes a half hour for us to shake hands sometimes. We all into turning upside down and shaking hands and smacking backs, and this is metaphoric in nature. This is psychologically set up so that we are a metaphoric people. So when we say one thing, it's being measured by something else. That's why they always, as Brother Alton Maddox clearly said, there had to be someone of European descent when three folk got together, because we get creative when we get together. And they needed someone to decipher what was being done. But let me tell you, they didn't get it right. Because if they got it right, we wouldn't be sitting here today. Because we spoke metaphorically. We sang songs, but told stories. We danced, but performed capoeira. Metaphoric. Don't look for the answer on the line. Look for it on the circle. That's where the answer is. And as we and this is Theophilus Benga teaching us. This is check1 Diop teaching us. We don't have to go to Europeans anymore. Budge had it wrong anyway. Many of them had it wrong because they don't think metaphorically. Yet I know rap artists that could look at the Hymn to Aten, written by Akhenaten, and could break it down to you because they're looking at it metaphorically. Everybody trying to get into this old poetry thing, all these European poets and all the rest of that. Get a hold of the teachings of Ptah Hotep and Kagemni. Get a hold of the Hosea by Maulana Karenga and begin to decipher for ourselves what was being said. Because when that unfolds, you begin to see a most magnificent story in most magnificent terms. Because here you have Nun, the beginnings of all and everything. Before everything and all was brought into being, the ancient Kemites said that everything resided in the waters of Nun, unlike anything that ever existed. They taught this. They knew this. I was going to tell you this at the end, but I'm getting too excited. I had a chance to sit with our brother Theophilus Benga for approximately an hour on Monday night, because much of the work that we're doing comes directly out of his work. And I said to him, my brother, let me ask you something.
I said, Nun is the beginnings. All that occurs, everything that's here, think of it this way: electricity, magnetism, and gravity. Electricity is the spark of life. I'm talking physics to you now, brothers and sisters. Now, this went over my head when that other one told me. But when Theophilio Benga told me, I understood. Electricity is the spark of life. Magnetism is the ability to attract or to repel. Gravity is the centering force in everything and all, that which centers you. On earth, it happens to center us down here on earth. Under other dimensions, it does other things, but there are three things in our universe. They broke electricity and magnetism, and they call it electromagnetism. Electricity, magnetism, and gravity. I said, Dr. Obenga, in Nun, do the ancient Kemites say all and everything is one? He said, yes. And I said, but Albert Einstein had a unified field theory that he said was the point at which everything was one. And I'm reading a book now called The Universe and Dr. Einstein. You see what Theophilio Benga does to me? Making me read astrophysics. I wasn't interested in this before. I couldn't have talked to you about this before. I had no interest in this before. But when I saw it in my own African eyes, I wanted to know more. And that's the way our children are. Show them. Let me give you an example. Have a child that's about 1.5 years old, let's say 18 months. Put that young person in a room of adults. Watch that child. Then bring in another 18-month-old child. And the two will gravitate towards each other immediately. Why? Because the laws of the universe say that many times like attracts like. So when our children take the philosophy of like attracting like, which is physics, by the way, take that concept and then put it into a curriculum, and I will tell you that when children see themselves, they will want to learn. When they see Copernicus, what did it mean to me? They see Galileo, what did it mean to me? They see the Memphite text, that's what it means to me. It is important that we understand if we don't see ourselves, we turn off. And the younger we are, the quicker we'll turn off. Very important principle, and that's what's happening in our schools. I mention this to you because they said that Einstein died and never proved his theory. But the ancient Kemites had a unified field theory that they had been supporting and talking about thousands of years ago. So in fact, Einstein not only didn't invent anything new, he did not even get what he invented right because he missed the people who told him what the unified field theory was. The Kemites in the waters of Nun. Now, if we have physicists out here, you know how heavy this is because people are still looking to prove that theory. Yet we are sitting with information in the Memphite text that already proved it. Do we need their permission? Well, then let's grab it and teach it. Don't you know you don't need their permission? That has been a bluff. It's been a bluff. And as I get deeper into this information, I don't want to tell you I get scared because I don't, but I get concerned. Because I am convinced now more than ever that the most ignorant form of humanity is the European male in particular and European people in general. I say this with absolutely no malice in my heart. I just say it because we must stop following them. They have destroyed all life. Not just, I mean, people talk about what they've done to folk of African descent. But forget humanity. Forget their own women and their own mothers. Look what they did to the water. Look at what they did to the air. Look at what they did to all of the natural. You know, they couldn't have invented this information.
Because if they invented this information, they wouldn't do what they do. It's like what John Henry Clarke teaches us about Christianity and democracy. It's the two things they claim they invented, wouldn't know if they tripped over it. Why? Not because of what they say necessarily, it's because of what they do. Nobody's talking about the things that they say. And I mean, the things that are coming out of the Native American alone, some of the things that the information coming out that's new now. Pyramids in southern Illinois. When the first founders went to St. Louis, Missouri, they called it Mound City. Because in St. Louis, Missouri alone, there are over 26 pyramids. All along the Mississippi River. See, the reason why we missed the point was because the 13 colonies were on the East Coast. No one talked about the mighty, magnificent Native American civilization along the Mississippi River. We don't teach this. We don't know this. There are things that are occurring in our curriculum that are shattering the myths of yesterday. Stevie Wonder called the pastime paradise. Tomorrow is our day, and it's a most wonderful time to be African because we're not supposed to be here. By all laws of nature, what they planned, we're not supposed to be alive. And when you look at history, you can see that their plan didn't work because they hate to love us and they love to hate us because they know that we are their parents. And no matter how much they may try, they couldn't live past tomorrow without us. The ancients said that in the waters of Nun, there at one point in time that was called Kepra Septepi, the coming into being for the first time. This comes out of Jake Carruthers' work, the Essays in Ancient Egyptian Studies. Said that out of this there occurred a movement that brought Ptah out of the waters of Nun. Ptah is not necessarily a hill. It represented the conversion of potential energy, which is energy at rest, into kinetic energy, which is energy in motion. And in so doing began what they call the process of becoming. Out of the waters of Nun, through the energy and power of Ptah, rose Atum, rising up out of Ptah and then sitting on Ptah. Atum then began to call everything and all into being. Now, what's so heavy about this? I'm about to tell you something else now. You've got 4 pairs of opposites or complements that remain in the waters. You've got Nun. Out of Nun comes Ptah. Out of Ptah rises Atum. Atum then calls everything into being. Atum is consciousness. And that's the story of where Adam and Eve came from. It wasn't Adam and Eve. That's a whole nother story. What was happening in the Garden of Eden was the seeking of knowledge of God that the Kemites said belonged to everybody. It's a totally different story. When it came into the Western perspective, they changed the concept of attaining consciousness because look at what Adam's doing. He's becoming conscious. But Aset becomes Eve in the Western mind and becomes a negative force because in the African story of creation, it is not man and woman, it is body and soul. That's the duality brought into consciousness. But when the Western mind got it, they made it Adam and Eve. But Adam, A-D-A-M, is Atum. And what's happening to Adam in the biblical story is that he is gaining knowledge. But what did the Western civilization do? Touch anything, but don't you touch that apple tree. Because if you touch that apple tree, you shall be like me. So that's what got African folk never to study, never to read, never to get educated, always to be afraid of knowledge. And then you get into that psychosexual thing with them Europeans. You know, we're facing very serious times ahead in terms of this argument of homosexuality and heterosexuality. It ain't about that. It's about the European finding out sexuality. He doesn't even know why he's here. That's why he finds himself entering things he should have left alone or in the barn. When you find out what he made it with, then there's no question why we live amongst AIDS today. And when Brother Alton Maddox was talking about disease and germs, what you have to understand about in the world of color, people get sick by what enters them. Tsetse fly, mosquitoes carry germs and things like that. They infect outside in. The European is infected inside out. He is a germ. He don't carry germs. He is the germ. And the reason why he carries so many germs is because germs are parasites and tend to hook up with other parasites. And as Bob Marley says, this is a Babylon system where the vampire sucks the blood of the sufferer. These four pairs are left in the waters as frogs and snakes. I read this George G.M. James in George G.M. James's work, Stolen Legacy. I said, wow, this blew my mind. Frogs and snakes. Went on to say that 4/5 of the world's secrets reside amongst frogs and snakes. I said, wow, you know, we teach frogs and snakes to our children all the time. Animals, amphibians. There's a curiosity with snake. What can we do with this? I studied frogs and snakes. And there's a lot more work to be done on this. But let me tell you why they were frogs and snakes. You know in biology class, you know the one we all fail? I almost failed because I refused to dissect a frog. I said, what'd that frog do to me? I said, why don't you all tape doing it to one? I mean, if you're going to do it, why do all of us have to kill a frog in here? And the frog not dead yet. You know, in biology class, you can't dissect a dead frog. It's got to be dying before you start dissecting it. It's got to be in that pail. I almost failed because I refused. I refused to cut open an animal. For what? Well, anyway, frogs are studied because they replicate the central nervous system of the human being. You dissect a frog because they best replicate how you came into being. Because in the lifespan of a frog, it begins like a human blastula, or as it began in the beginnings of time in geology, something known as a protozoan, a single cell. And out of this single cell, there grows a tadpole that looks like the combination of the sperm cell and the egg. We're going to walk this through because I want you to understand. Because if we teach our children this, it is not just theory, it's application. Ancients said, if what you learn you can't use, you shouldn't have learned it at all. It's a waste of time. Why study something you're never going to use? I ask people, when the last time you used a squared plus b squared equals c squared, this so-called Pythagorean theorem? When the last time you used that? Been a long time, hasn't it? No, it hasn't, because you couldn't have sat down without using it. When we always say, sit up straight, keep your feet flat on the ground. Ancients found out that if you sat us, that's why Imhotep is sitting on it. That's why Aset has a throne. Because they found out that if you sit a certain way, the electromagnetic waves that are received from vibrant people like us go through your pineal gland this way and then have a clear conduction through your body. Or should I say, well, conduction because it's your body. Let's look at a water hose. You have a water hose and you bend it. Will the water come out straight? But as you begin to straighten it out, it will. The same is true with your body. When you create a 90-degree angle between your feet, when you're sitting down flat, you have a 90-degree angle where your feet end and your ankle begins. You then have a 90-degree angle, if you're doing it right, in the back of your knee. And you have a 90-degree angle in your lap. You are sitting up straight when you have 90-degree angles in all them places. And you can't sit in a 90-degree angle if your body is not in relationship to the run to rise, and the run to rise is the A equals B equals C. So when the next time someone asks you how you going to use the Pythagorean theorem or the so-called, then you know. You could not have built the pyramids without the A squared plus B squared equals C squared, because it was the knowledge that we gained in building and cutting bricks that allowed us to fine-tune the way in which we would create the perfect pyramid out of the step pyramid, because we understood that the relationship of the step pyramid A to B would create a side C, which would become the hypotenuse. So the Pythagorean theorem was in place 1,000 years before Pythagoras was born. The application of it was there. Now, what's the key about the application? Before you get to the application, you got to have the thousands of years of research that brings you to the concept that would make you apply it. So Imhotep not only built the step pyramid, but he had the audacity and the brilliance to lay the whole thing down. But he knew it would take time to perfect the mathematics. But he laid the whole thing down for the perfect pyramid. He's not just the founder of the step pyramid, he is the architect for the perfect pyramid. But we have to know math to be able to see this. So the frog then goes out of this form of being the combination to forming the frog, and goes through the gestation period the same way we would go through it as a human being. It recapitulates us. Even to the point that the last 2 weeks, it loses its tail. And that's how we knew we had tails, because we just watched the frogs. This takes 16 weeks in a frog. It takes us approximately close to 10 months in a human being. And where they get this thing 9 months to be pregnant? It's not 9 months. I often wonder why they said that. It's a little bit more than 9 months. And there's something else that replicates itself. And this is the process. But before we do that, let's look at the snake. Why would the snake be important to the Kemites to be in the water that would hold the secrets of the universe? A snake does something that's known as molting. It sheds its skin. It's up to 7 times a year, but it sheds its skin. But what happens is that the snake in formation, and the ancient Kemites looking at this and wanting to create an analogy, said that when you look at the snake and you see that it's about to, let's say, die, the skin is dying, the skin is about to shed, a film comes across the snake's eyes, and it begins not to be able to see clearly anymore. It is about to move out of its old way and into a new way. And what it does is that when it gets to the point where it knows that the skin is dry and it's about to really crack open, it finds a very rough area and begins to move in a circular motion in order to cut open the bottom layer of skin, and as it moves forward, it leaves the skin behind. That was the story of resurrection. And so the frog represented the life history of the human being, and that's why it was important in the water. And the snake then represented that life form resurrecting itself into a new life form. And they put that uraeus right in front of its pineal gland because it knew something very important that we've lost. And this is what the Africans taught. The Africans never taught that things grow. The only thing that grows on this planet, in this universe, is consciousness. That's the only thing that moves. The reason why we are here today is not because we became what we became. The plants started a process before we were on Earth. Before the plants were on Earth, the atmosphere made it so that there was a carboniferous, just a whole area, just nothing but carbon dioxide, covered and hovered over the Earth. And out of all that rich carbon dioxide on the Earth came forward the very breathing material that the plants would need to grow. But life comes out of the thermonuclear reaction of oxygen. So when the plants began to get so great and began to get big, then it no longer had the oxygen they needed to live its life. So what happened? Let's go to the Memphite text. This is what the ancient Kemites say. This comes out of the readings, The Evolution of Ra, the book of Knowing the Evolution of Ra. Nebuchadnezzar records the following story of creation. I am she, he. Now, right there, you know you're dealing with a monotheistic faith. Just by when they open up, they say I. You know they're not talking about no polytheistic. They're talking monotheistic. I am she, he. It is a she, he. Nothing comes forward from man. Nothing comes forward from man alone. Never has, never shall. I'm scared to even think about it. It goes back to this psychosexual thing. See, a lot of people talk about whether the woman, men, I should say, talk about the woman being in front of. I don't want my woman behind me. I want her beside me. I'm checking out the woman in me. I am half a woman and half a man, and proud to be and not afraid to say it. And anyone that's not ain't got no mama. I'm not playing the dozens with anybody. But my mother makes me half a woman, and there's a feminine side to me. That feminine side does not make me attracted to a man. It just makes me act in a most feminine way when I'm taking care of my children. That's the mother in me. When I'm doing the things that are necessary, that is the mother in me. It is neither inferior or superior. It is half of me. So Women's History Month is far more than just studying Harriet Tubman, studying Sojourner Truth. It is studying the woman in me, as women should study the man in them, by the nature of your daddy. This is why Nun, the waters of Nun, are depicted as a male with breasts and pregnant, because African folk had no problem understanding their dual nature. The law of polarity, we never had that problem. And this is something that we are facing that is very serious. I'm walking a thin line when I discuss it, because there's a whole bunch of folk want to get on my earrings and hair anyway. But when you know who you are, it's nothing about that. And we must be honest. We must be dramatic for the 21st century. And we've got to go back to the way the Africans thought. Because to violate a woman, to me, would be violating me. It's not just violating our women, it's violating the woman in me. And I don't like it. If I have a problem with someone hurting a young girl, it's not just hurting a young girl, it's hurting a potential part of me. And that's how we as African folk must begin to look at the way in which the Africans spoke. They never had a problem looking at themselves. They never had a problem looking at females. When you look at Hatshepsut, you'll miss the whole point. Akhenaten used to make pictures of himself, depicting himself as a pregnant man, because he understood that the gestation, the nourishing factor, the sustaining factor, the mother in him was what he wanted to depict, not just as a man, but as a woman. And the same is true for Hatshepsut. She was not acting the part of a man. She claimed ascendancy through the throne through the same God that the men did. But no one even tells you that it was a woman that elected her. But that's to come down the road. To get back to this, I am she, he, who evolved him herself under the form of the essence Kepra. I, the evolver of the evolutions and developments which came forth from my mouth. No heaven existed, and no earth, and no terrestrial animal or reptiles had come into being. I formed them out of the inert mass of watery matter. I found no place whereupon to stand. I was alone. And the essence, I call them essences. They're also called netures. The essence Shu, or air, and Tefnut, water, had not gone from me. There existed none other who worked with me. I laid down everything, the foundations of all things by will, and things evolved themselves therefrom. I united myself with my shadow and set forth Shu and Tefnut out of myself. Thus, from being one essence, I became three. That is the original Trinity there. It is so important to see where we get this. I became three, and Shu and Tefnut gave birth to Nut and Geb. And Nut gave birth to Usir, Aset, Setesh, Nebetet, and Heru. At one birth. It's not Adam and Eve. It's five. But those are psychological personalities that were created within the consciousness of the human being. And that is what set the human being, or the hominoid, from the hominid. At that point, we separated. And then we went on to consciousness. But I'm telling you this story because remember when we talked about the carbon being on the ground? This is the story. Because remember Nut now, Nut and Shu and Geb. Shu finds Nut and Geb. Remember, Nut and Geb come from Shu and Tefnut. Now, Shu is air, Tefnut is moisture. Now, let's get into what we teach children today. Because there was carbon on the earth. But in order to bring forward life, air had to separate the sky or the atmosphere from the earth. And then what occurred is that Nut gave birth to the sun that gave birth to life on earth. Let's talk science. What happened is that air raised the carbon level higher up so that oxygen could come down to earth and give life. That's the same thing that we teach. This comes in a metaphoric story. I've seen this written in planetary science books. The same way I told you about air and carbon dioxide and all that is taught, you could teach this here same way. It's the same exact story. The difference is that this is about 7,000 years older. And it's correct. When you look at this material and you understand what's happening, then you don't have a problem. Because look at the process. Look at what they're saying. Let's take the concept of Nun, Ptah, and Atum, and let's bring it down here on Earth. And let's look at the work of John G. Jackson and what John G. Jackson is saying. Because John G. Jackson says that this solar system was once a molten gaseous nebula. This nebula was rotating at enormous speeds. As the mass cooled down, it also contracted and developed greater speed. You're dealing with the law of opposites, the law of polarity. Within this, there's another key. Because remember, you have matter and energy, Nun, Ptah. Atum comes as consciousness and names 4 pair, or 8. But there are 9 planets. There aren't 9 planets. There are 8 planets. Pluto is a moon to Neptune. And the Africans knew it. How could they see out that far? You know, we still think Pluto is a planet. Pluto is no longer the furthest planet from the sun now, you know. Neptune is. Because Pluto now has turned around into Neptune's other atmosphere. And now Neptune is the furthest planet out, and Pluto is number 8. But Pluto's not a planet. And Western civilization thought it was a planet for years. Pluto's too small. Just the size of the 4 outer planets alone tells you that. The 4 inner planets are a certain size. You have Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Then you have these huge planets, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Saturn. And then you have this little teeny thing out there next to Neptune. And they tell you it's a planet. By the nature of its size, it couldn't be a planet. But that's not the point. How did the Kemites know this? If they didn't know all this, how could they have known this? How could they have known this? Because they had everything necessary to do it. There's no question that they had what was necessary. You see, we're in a fog. We believe what they have taught us. We believe that what they say is true, and we don't open ourselves to a much greater horizon. They've kept a wool over us. You know, it's like someone putting you into a room and you thinking that's all there is in life until they open up that door and show you the world. It is so key that we know this. The ancient Kemites were so brilliant. And as I begin to look at the work that they've done, you begin to see exactly how brilliant they are. But the only thing is that I think that they were around far longer than we think. I also think that the Sphinx is at least 10,000 years old. And I'm sure that the Sphinx is a woman. It is not a man. Just by the structure of its face, it's not a man. Just looking at it is not a man. And looking at when it was built, you would have had to have seen it was built during the times of matrilineal. But we don't know this because we still have people like Patrick Daniel Moynihan attempting to intimidate us, to make us feel a certain way. I was going to say something, but I'll leave it alone. Because of time, and because people are beginning to compare me to, in my time anyway, to Steve Coakley, I think I'm getting a hint here somewhere. I understand that he turned the lights out in New Jersey, he stayed so long. But I think the one thing that Steve Coakley and I have in common is that we're trying to take billions of years and trying to do it in our lifetime, and it's not going to happen. Because I came with so much to talk to you about, but there's so little time to really develop the things that we'd like to do. But I knew that I did have the time to at least begin some concepts with you, to begin to look at some of the things that our ancestors were doing, because clearly they knew what was going on. And if I may give you another example, I want to talk about the hymn to Aten for a while, because that was another question I had for our brother, Dr. Theophilio Benga. Because in the hymn to Aten, this is what it says. You make the seed develop in women. You create the semen of men. You have the son/daughter in the bosom of her mother. Your rays are on the earth. The sun is far, but it remains near. What we're saying here, and I said to Dr. Obenga, I said in the hymn to Aten, the priests and the priestesses are saying that the sun is the reason why the plants are green. And I said, if they knew that the sun made the plants green, could they have known about melanin that made humans black? And he thought about it, and he gave an answer. There was a brother sitting in the left-hand corner that wanted to move him a little bit further, and I'm so glad he did, because I was going to let it go. He said, but what Brother Coleman asked you was, could they have known about melanin since they knew about green? If you know plants are green by the sun and you look at yourself, then do you know about melanin? He said that there are parts of the hymn to Aten, and he went down and he read it. He said, not only did they know that in the hymn to Aten that the sun was the reason why plants were green, but that they also said that the sun, ye the mighty force in the sky, are the reasons why the languages of the worlds are divided and the complexions of humans are different. Now, they might not have used the word melanin because that's not an African word as we know it. But if they knew that the sun made people's complexions different, they would have to know the impact that made it different. So they may not have called it melanin, but they knew what made them black. And that's written in the hymn to Aten. This is key psychology. This is key biology, because they knew it back then. And they wrote about it back then. So obviously, they were doing a lot of science work. There's a lot of different medical papyri that talks about operations that they were doing on people's necks, on heads, eye surgery. All of this was here in ancient Kemet. All of this was taught in the text that we should teach our children. Teach them that because they can learn it and they can excel. And then finally, the law of polarity. Let me take you through an exercise. Because of the way in which we are here, I cannot write on the board. I'm very much into visuals. But if you have a sheet of paper and you would like to work this out with me, I ask you to draw a square. In the right-hand corner of your square, please put the letter A. Draw a square, and in the right-hand corner, put the letter A. At the top right-hand corner of your square, put an A, right in that angle. Inside your square, please draw a diamond, so that within your square, the diamond will touch each corner of your square. In the top of the diamond, please put the letter B. B as in Booker. I'm talking about always relating things, got to relate it. As you look your left-hand corner of your square, put C. Top of the square, left-hand side, put C. In the inside of the square, because we're going to write things on the outside. Underneath that, in the diamond, put D. Diamond. Left-hand side of the diamond, put a D. Say again? No, right in the diamond. The left side of the diamond. When you get down to the left lower square, put E. Then in the lower diamond, put F. Bottom of the diamond, put F. And then in the right-hand side of the square, put G. And then finally end it in the diamond with an H. Now, everything that you need to know, and this is what I tell young people, everything you need to know in life is right on that piece of paper there. There is nothing that exists in our universe that's not going to be on that square when we're finished. One of the most important things in education, the object of education is to make things simpler, not more difficult. And the best teacher, like Malcolm, is someone who can take a complex issue and make it very clear. In A, the Kemites said that there are 4 elements on our earth. Fire, A, put fire by A. C, air. E, water. G, earth. They said that every element has a characteristic. And they said that both fire and air can be hot. But by the law of polarity, if B is hot, F, which is opposite B, must be cold. They then went over and looked at air and water. And they wondered, what can both air and water be? wet. And by the law of polarity, that would be D. D is wet. By the law of polarity, if D is wet, you know that H is, and that is what both fire and earth can be. But they said this law of polarity is much too important to end it there, because I think we can get some colors in here. Let's start with the primary colors. They said, let's make fire red. A is red. You know, when I first saw this in Stolen Legacy, I didn't understand this. When I began to look at it at a different point, then I understood it quite frankly. They said that air will be yellow, water will be blue, and guess what? No such thing as black on the spectrum. It's indigo, blue-black. Because in the spectrum, things don't get black. Black is invented. It's the rainbow we're dealing with here. I'm sorry? Indigo is G with earth. Now we're teaching our children primary colors and secondary colors. All of a sudden we're having all these problems. Put it on a square. Because between fire and air, red and yellow becomes orange. B is orange. When you mix yellow and blue, you know that D is green. When they said, they looked at blue and they looked at indigo, and they said, so nice, gonna do it twice. So F, indigo repeats itself, because on the rainbow, as it begins, so too does it end. After blue, at F, is indigo. And remember, earth is also indigo. And indigo finds itself on the color spectrum twice. But what color do you get when you mix red and indigo? Purple. The first color you get in the rainbow is red. The last color of the rainbow is purple. Enough? No. They say you can get something else. They said there are 4 atoms on our earth. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen. 4 major, main, irreducible atoms. Fire, carbon. Air, oxygen. Water, hydrogen. Earth, nitrogen. I'm sorry? Try it again. Fire is carbon. There are 4 atoms: carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen. The fire at A, carbon. C, oxygen. E, hydrogen. G, nitrogen. Let's go back to John G. Jackson's work and look at the law of polarity. And please, I would like to read this because I don't particularly like to read, but there are times when I think it's very important because I don't want to get certain information wrong. Check this out. He's talking about life on Earth and what brought it into being. This life must have originated when the Earth developed a temperature that was neither too hot nor too cold. Of the 100-odd elements, 109 to be exact, of the 109 elements which the stuff of the universe is composed, only a very few show an affinity for life. Living matter consists mainly of atoms which possess the property of forming large molecules. Atoms of hydrogen may combine to form molecules of hydrogen, H2, H3. Or atoms of hydrogen and oxygen can combine to form molecules of water, 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, H2O. H2O2, hydrogen peroxide. But none of these compounds, nitrogen, hydrogen, oxygen, none of these compounds has more than 4 atoms per molecule. The nitrogen compound behaves in a similar manner. But if to the atoms of hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen we add the carbon atom, a most extraordinary thing happens. The atoms of hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon combine to form the molecules consisting of the hundreds and thousands of molecules of our Earth. Carbon is the mothership of life. It is of prime importance to the chemistry of life because life first arose in the warm primeval ocean of Nun. Think about it now. We're on Earth now. We're not in the universe with this Nun. We got a new Nun on Earth. And in this Earth, 300 million years ago, there was only one huge continent on Earth. And Western civilization calls it Pangaea. The African landmass. The African landmass was the original center landmass around which all the other continents were attached. And just as Ptah rose out of Nun, so too did the primeval waters of Nun bring forward the African continent. Africans knew geology. Pangaea is a Greek word. The Greeks got Pangaea from Ptah. And that when the ancient Kemites was telling the story of Nun, Ptah, and Atum, they saw that it replicated itself not just in the universe, not just in the solar system, not just on Earth, but in life. Because did not our consciousness rise up out of us, as all others did? The consciousness is what you're after. It's not that humans are important, it's that humans were the divine choice to become conscious. And we're losing that point because we are forgetting that there have been over 5 different human forms on Earth. And each one died out because of one thing, their inability to survive in their surroundings. Black folk, we got to know how to survive in our surroundings. This information is real. It is in our classrooms, and we can teach this. Just like we teach Pangaea, we can teach Ptah. It is so important that we begin to develop the different things that we need. But now let's wrap this up, because I could go on. I mean, we'd be here for hours, so let me just... Oh boy. Nun. Nun is eternal matter, the waters of life. Ma'at is the path on which order and arrangement exists. Tehuti is Ma'at's mate. He is the knowledge that allows us to stay on her path. Ptah is eternal energy, the life in the waters, once dormant, sleep, even comatose. Ptah, the creator who fashions and cracks open the cosmic egg of the universe on the potter's wheel of universal eternity. Atum is the balance of matter and energy, the 1 from 2, which equals harmony, which created Kepra Septepi, or the coming into being for the first time. Creative engagement within the continuing process of becoming for everything and all is part of the process. So, Tehuti and Hatshepsut. Tehuti says, somebody's got to turn on the light. Everything we need to see is in this room. Unfortunately, 500 years ago, somebody turned out the light. Hatshepsut says, what is the light, teacher? Tehuti responds, it is not what is the light, It is not who is the light. Light is the process of becoming. Light is coquette. Hatshepsut says, how can we find the light, teacher? Tehuti says, you must turn it on. Hatshepsut, but where is the switch? Tehuti, it is in your mind. The switch is your thoughts. Turn them on, and you will see everything and all, because 500 years ago, somebody turned out the lights. The first moment of creation, Kepra Septepi, created the process of becoming, and this eternal process orders and arranges all and everything. From within the mighty waters of Nun came what we know as today the superclusters, the galaxies, star systems, planets, Earths, animals, plants, everything and all going through the process of order and arrangement. The Earth was once part of the sun. Once the Earth was born through solar power. It began to exist through the light and heat energy that emanated from this mighty star. Solar power orders and arranges life on Earth by constituting and is Kepra Septepi. Our purpose on Earth is to, in the same as the Creator God, benevolent and peaceful, it is our task to return everything and all to the Creator in better condition than when He, she gave it to us. That is our charge. And that the Spirit, that is God, could not manifest itself to see itself by itself. So she, he created a process by which they could become conscious of their consciousness. They call this process Kepra Septepi. With this consciousness, they would be able to see for herself, for himself, him, herself. This process started unnumberable, immeasurable quantities of eons ago. However long the process, it continues. Processing the master plan, however long the master plan, it continued. Planning a masterpiece. This masterpiece was to be the perfect balance of complementary polarities. Polarities when in harmony vibrate the very process of God. The power to ray or recreate him, herself. This recreation by the nature of the very law of life through heat had to be black. Though not seen by the naked eye, it was the color of the outer encasement of the masterpiece, the African man and woman, known today as the original human being. By the nature of life and through its process of becoming, Africa was the birthplace of humanity. To be born, nurtured, sustained, and above all, civilized. Humanity had to have had dark pigmentation, tightly curled hair, very thick lips, and wide nose. All the phenotypical characteristics that help civilization be born in inner Africa. It was brought north, south, east, and west after they got the job done right in inner Africa. This happened millions of years ago, and millions of years later, in other land masses and islands, Africans went, changed pigmentation. This now comprises our planet Earth. So what we're looking at and what we're attempting to do is to recreate, restructure, and restore African knowledge and dignity. And to do this, I would like to end with, again, our brother Bob Marley, when he says, through the mystics of tomorrow, have no fear or sorrow. The fight against the Rasta man is a world of confusion. It's a world of confusion in order to force the devil's illusion. But the very stone that their builder refused shall be our head cornerstone, because we've got something they can never take away. And that's the fire that's burning down everything. It's burning down everything, and we must feel the fire, because only the birds have their wings. This is no time to be deceived. Won't you help to sing our redemption song? Because we refuse to be what they wanted us to be. We are what we are, and that's the way it's gonna be. Because if you don't know, you can't educate us for no equal opportunity. Because we're talking about my freedom, our people's freedom and liberty. Shemem Hotep, my brothers and sisters, Amun is satisfied.
Professor Booker T. Coleman. Professor Booker T. Coleman. Professor Coleman, thank you very much. Let's hold hands. Everybody is getting ready to run out of here. Turn around. We don't have nowhere to go. Most of us are unemployed. No need to run out of here. I know I don't have anywhere to go. Repeat after me. We are the African people, robbed from our homeland, robbed of our names, our languages, our culture, our religion, and our self-respect. But we shall rise, never to fall again. Up, ye mighty race, we can accomplish what we will. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Hug everybody, tell them you'll see them next week, starting at 6 o'clock, Emily Ben.
Dynamic scientists that America has ever produced. I'd like for you now, if you could just segue on into the Moors. You did say something that I found very important. You said something about numbers. We invented the numbers, but the Europeans always say that the Arabs invented the numbers. Isn't that what they say?
Well, we've heard that. But the reality of it is that numbers have always been around us. And when you go into the most ancient of civilizations, numbers play a very important role in the development of the civilization. And numbers are used for a lot of different things, and then mathematics becomes the manipulation of numbers. But numbers are a very spiritual essence if you understand them and if you bring them into consciousness a certain way. When we look at the Moors and we look at history, when we look at ourselves as a people, one of the things that I try to do is find, as we said about Professor Clark, giving us an understanding of the philosophical underpinnings is, how did we get here? There are three questions that I always ask that we should be able to answer. Who are we in this world? Where are we in this world? And how in the world did we get here? And if you can answer these three questions, that will cover, and there are other questions to ask, but these three questions fundamentally will get you at least to the point of consciousness. As an African people in 1999, as this is being done, August, it is important for us to understand how is it that I am standing where I am and you are where you are. How did this happen? And it makes no difference what background you are. But as an African person with Native American ancestry, I ask myself this question. And what I come to realize is that for me to understand where I am today, I have to understand what happened in October of 1492 in the Caribbean area, this area here. But for me to understand what happened here, I've got to understand what happened in Spain, January 2nd, 1492. If I may come over to the larger piece, this is a map of Europe. This again is a relief map. I purposely have this slanted because this is a larger version of Al-Andalusia, or Spain and Portugal, but this is it on the map here.
Let me see that again. This version here.
This version here is this here. The Pyrenees are here, the Pyrenees are here. So the top of this right here is basically right here. And then here come the Pyrenees, and then here comes Spain, and Portugal is over here. As you can see, this is the same place. There's no reason why this should be different. But because of the nature of what happened in this part of the world, there are different changes, but the language structurally is basically the same, but there are differences basically also. To understand what happened here, January 2nd, 1492, you have to understand the Crusades. And to understand the Crusades, you have to understand the Moors. So to look at the whole thing, backtracking it, to understand who we are, where we are, and how did we get here, you have to understand the Moors. Because from 710 AD, there comes an event that changes history. Because had Africans not traveled from the northern part of Africa into Spain and Portugal, bringing with them first and foremost, they brought soap. Second of all, they brought what we today call alcohol, which, well, they called it alcohol, we today call it alcohol. Because Europe was dying at large numbers through the Black Plague or the bubonic plague. I didn't tell you why they call it the Black Plague. And what the Moors did, what Africans did over a period of a couple of centuries was brought the remedy, the prescription that would heal them and then set them on a path to destroy the world that came in and save them. And it's important that this make a step-by-step common sense, and that there is no emotion tagged into what it is that I'm saying, that this be, it can be passionate but not emotional. Because there are things that I'm going to say that some people are not going to like. But it's important to say it so that we can understand the predicament that we are in today. And I encourage you, first of all, let us look at certain books that might be of great interest to you. The first book that I'd like to draw your attention to is the book that was edited by Dr. Ivan van Sertima, a brilliant book called The Golden Age of the Moor. It's a very good book. It's a very important book because what I like about Dr. van Sertima is that he brings the greatest minds together and forms essays on themes and topics. This one happens to be the Moors, where he has brought a great deal of talent. And there's a lot of talent here, but there's one particular brother that I tend to quote a lot, and I want that to be understood, that much of my quotations come from Dr. Jose Pimento Bay, who is a brilliant brother and who has brought a lot of knowledge of the Moor to us. And much of what I have studied comes out of many of the pieces that he has developed. Because before we get into other books, we really have to start with our own. Because once you're grounded in an African perspective, then whatever they say about you is understandable. Because from this book, I then would encourage you to get the book that Dr. Joseph Ben Yekinen is always talking about by Dr. Stanley Lane Poole, called The Story of the Moors in Spain. This is a very good book. This picture, by the way, is the one that stands in the Philadelphia Museum. This is the one that you may see a lot of pictures of. This is a Moor, and this painting was done in Spain. So this brother, if you want to really get to it, he is Spanish. Spanish in the original sense of the word. He is a descendant of the Moors. And that's what the Moors look like. I know so many brothers look like that.
The next book that helps you understand the vast trade and understand the underpinning of the Moors. The Moors had to have had a working knowledge of the world for them to be able to create the kind of trade that they created. You cannot be trading in materials from distant parts of the world if you've not been to those parts of the world. You can say that it was brought in, but chances are, if you're dealing with it, chances are you brought them back or somehow bought them from someone, but the trade obviously was being done by the Moors. So the Moors obviously had a golden trade. They were not just a people, they were a people with a civilization and a trade in place. And it's important that once that's grounded, then you can understand why they would have done the things that they did. And then, of course, the next book that I found very interesting was a book entitled Spain, a Land Blighted by Religion, by Joseph Lewis. That's another very interesting book that will give you some more information on the Moors. Now, from these 4 books, just in the golden age of the Moor alone, there's such a large encyclopedic reference library that if you wanted more information on whatever area you wanted, you'd find it here. So these 4 books are a strong foundation for us understanding who the Moors were, where that word comes from, and all of the confusion in terms of Arabs. There's no such thing. Arabs don't really exist as a people. The Arab people are a combination. In fact, I don't even call them Arabs. I call them Afrabs, because the nature of being an Arab means you have to be African. Just like in terms of being Jewish, in the sense of the ancient word Jewish, the word Semite. There's no such thing as a Semite. I'm a Semite. African American's a Semite. Semite means mixture. Semi meaning the mixture, the semi. Not only that, but the word Semite is not used as a people, it's used as a language. It's a Semitic language, which meant that in this part of the world, languages of the northern climate and languages of the southern climate came together, mixed together, and created a Semitic tongue, or a tongue, a language of mixture, all in this area here. Arabs, as we know as a people, didn't exist prior to the Prophet Muhammad. Blessings on that brother's name. They didn't exist. No one referred to Arabs prior to Muhammad. They didn't exist. There were people, but they were independent nations. Some people call them tribes. I tend to stay away from that word because of what it means, but they were independent nations. It was the faith system of Islam coming out of Africa that united these peoples together. Prior to that, you did not have a unity of people in this area.
Coming out of Africa?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when you look at the history, what we know is that Mecca, from what we're looking at in the works of many of our scholars, that the Kaba that is used as a centerpiece to Islam, that essence that they must walk around, that black essence, and I want to call it an essence because I don't want to call it out of its name, but that stone that they walk around, that huge piece that they make their hajj for, is believed, and research shows, is one of the relationship temples to the Grand Lodge of Luxor. And that in fact, that used to be an astronomical observatory. And that the only thing that is left behind is this black essence that people use to revere, and that is when you make your hajj. That's how important astronomy is. Most of the constellations and stars that we speak about are not in the Latin language, they're in the Arab language. But in the Afrab language, we have to remember what was going on in this part of the world. That in fact, it was Muhammad, the prophet, blessings on that brother's name, that had gone into Mecca and was having problems with the families of Mecca. So therefore he came back to Medina. That is why I say to anybody of Spanish background, of Hispanic background, if your name is Medina, that is not a Spanish name. That's an African name. If your name is Alvarez, anything with Al in it is not a Spanish name. That is coming out of the Al-Islam, the whole Alvarez, or whatever that may be. Whatever your name with the AL is an African name. The reason why I say that is because when the Prophet returned to Medina to plan his next strategy to move into Mecca, he sent Bilal, his adopted son, to Ethiopia. And it is believed that he sent him to Ethiopia and he gathered not just the people, the Ethiopians, but he also learned
the faith system, because Islam as we know it did not exist in this part of the world during this time. Not only that, but Islam really as a faith system in this area developed after the Prophet's transcendence. But in this part of the world, there was a lively faith system that had mixed the Amen priesthood with the Aten priesthood. The Aten priesthood being what Judaism came out of, and the Amen priesthood is what Christianity came out of. There were groups of Africans in this area that decided to take the best of both, put it together, and in the mountains and Ambas of Ethiopia and Sudan, they developed this great faith system that Bilal came into. He learned it, he stayed with them for years, and when the Prophet called forward his son to return, to go on together to Mecca to take it, Bilal brought back thousands of Ethiopians with this faith system that Muhammad then adapted. Now, I know people don't like to necessarily hear that because we create myths around people, and I'm all for that, but I'm a historian, and I'm a student of Professor Clark, and it's important to separate myth from reality. And the reality of it is that the Islam that we know of today is indigenous to the African continent. So it is not like Islam was brought into Africa. The reason why Islam was so accepted in Africa was because it was an African thing from the beginning. The same way with Christianity. The reason why Christianity was accepted was because Africans knew when they saw this new faith system coming back over, they said, wow, I know we taught you this, but it certainly didn't look like this when we taught it to you. It came back differently than when it had come out of Africa. But all of these faith systems came directly out of this. However, to return back into an ancient time, contemporaries of the ancient Kemites in this part of the world, even going back beyond that, there is a piece that Professor Dana Reynolds talks about, where she talks about a group of Africans in the ancient world known as the Garamantes. The Garamantes are in fact the ancestors to who the Moors would be, who Hannibal is, or who Hannibal was, and the Africans in this area, who the Phoenicians were, who the Carthaginians were, or the Carthadas peoples. All in this area here came out of an African group known as the Garamantes.
And they were African people, African language, indigenous.
Absolutely, and there was no distinction between the Kemites, no distinctions from the Nubians, no distinction from the Monomotapa Empire. There is a cultural unity in Africa. Much of what we are experiencing today is a rewritten version of what the Western world would like us to believe. When we do our research for ourselves and we build upon our own structure what we believe, then things will change. Dr. Wade Noble says correctly, power is the ability to define someone's reality and have that person accept that reality. What they have done is that they have told us who these people are, and we have accepted their definition. We have not accepted their definition. We are defining what we see through the work of our own scholars. And it's not just one person, because I'm not the kind of person or the type of teacher who depends on just one person to say it. I'm the kind of person I need to see 3 or 4 other people say it, maybe not the same way, but somewhere along the same lines. There is no question that the Moorish empires were all African, and if you wanted to see what a typical Moor looked like, go and see what someone from Senegal looks like, because one of the major nations that came out of the Garamantes was known as the Zenaga. And this is something, again, that the golden age of the Moor will bring out. And the Zenaga, linguistically, are the Senegal. So if you want to see what a Moor looked like, look at a Senegalese person. And if you don't know a Senegalese person, go find a picture of a man by the name of Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop. Even Alex Haley's ancestors, coming from this area of the world, the Senegambia, they will be what the Moors look like. Not necessarily Alex Haley, because he, of course, being an African American, might be impacted by other cultures. We're dealing with the original cultures. Kunta Kinte was a Moor. That whole system here, these are the Moors in here. And it's not surprising that you would see Ghana, Mali, and Songhai coming out in the Middle Ages, or what's so-called 1211, because you have the whole nations already here. And please don't tell me that Afrabs came here and built the University of Timbuktu in a couple of hundred years, when we already know that this knowledge taught in Timbuktu was in Africa for thousands of years before the so-called Arabs had even come out. Their northern part had come out of the mountains of the Caucasus Mountains. So we know that this information, Timbuktu had every reason to exist long before Islam. In fact, I would dare say that it was Timbuktu and other places like that in Central and West Africa that gave birth to the whole Islamic thought.
that then would lead to the conceptualization of the faith system. So it is indigenous to this part of the world that Islam would come. And not better or worse, it's just that's where it originated from.
Yes. So please continue.
Okay. So you have these Garamantes, you have the civilizations that are growing and developing, you have the Nok culture all here, although they may not be what's involved up here, but you have civilizations throughout Africa. So there's no reason why it would be a surprise that they would be able to do the things that we're about to talk about. There's a great deal of intrigue, but let's just go back to Egypt. Let's go back to Kemet, and let's start with the Greeks in 332 BC. That come in, and because of the way in which Cambyses in 525 and the Persians treated the Kemites worked with Alexander to expel the Persians. The Greeks come in and set up house, but they can't exist. So in 30 BC, the Romans come in and take over.
Were Greece ever a nation state? Why do they say that Greece never became a nation state?
Because the same reason that the Arabs never had a real nation state until they were unified around a single thought. There's no way, because the Greek city-states as they existed were in eternal warfare anyway. That's all they understood was war. And so what developed was they latched on to the Kemetic thought. But the Kemetic thought was never really theirs. So they never really had a true ownership of it. So they were never able to amass into that working unit because they never really created anything here in their homeland, because much of who and what they were occurred in Egypt.
That's right, they moved their capital.
Yes, and Rome did the same thing. And here in the United States, we've got Memphis, Tennessee. And we've got Cairo. All of these come directly out of these concepts. They moved their capitals here, and every major nation from the beginning until this very day has studied in Egypt, including Hitler. That's why he had the eagle or the bird on his hat. That's where he got the swastika from. That was an Egyptian symbol that balanced the yin and the yang, the male and the female, the law of polarity. He took that to be a symbol of this new white supremacist nation that was about to rise and take over the world. This was his balance, was the Urugu balance, man with man, not realizing that the perfect union is the male and the female. But see, when you're on that white supremacist mentality, you think things that are out of nature. And so this is what every nation has looked to Egypt, because Egypt's climate allows for things to exist for long periods of time. That's Egypt's secret. It's so dry. When you get into inner Africa, you get the rainy season, you get the monsoon. All in this area here, very difficult to preserve things over thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah.
But in Egypt, you have the ability that dryness of the land keeps things in place, whether it is paper, whether it is stone. You don't have the wearing away. In this day and age, although we believe that there was great floods in Egypt at one time, thousands of years ago, in contemporary Egypt and going back to the Pharaonic period, there was an open sky. This is why you see Africans traveling north, because as they moved away from all of these, they tested astronomical ideas, but as they traveled further north, Kemet became, or Egypt became, the center point, because they could see the skies better because there were no clouds, no rain. So it's like if you and I are trying to find a better way of looking at New Jersey, and we keep moving up and up. We move from Brooklyn to Manhattan. That's not a good view. We go to the Bronx, and all of a sudden we have a great view. We're the same African that was in Brooklyn, same African that was in Manhattan, but because of why we were moving the way we were, we find ourselves in the Bronx. But we're moving because we have a specific agenda, and that was to see the skies better. Because the better we saw the skies, the better we understood the earth. The better we understood the earth, the better harvest we'd have. The better harvest, the better we would eat. The better we eat, the better we think. The better we think, the better we would develop our culture, our civilization, and our nature. So there's a direct relationship between wisdom and survival. And this information gathering and coming up through this area here, then the Romans, again, we have, and now that we have the map of Europe, what we have here is that coming out of all these areas here, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Germany, particularly Germany, up in this area here, you've got these barbarian tribes coming down. And the Roman Empire talks about this. The Roman Empire talks about these northern blondes that coming down, they're dirty, they're ill, but they're very violent. They have no culture, they are offering nothing. These Germans, these northern Germans, are the ones that come down beyond the mountains, go through all this area here and start taking over. This is when the lighter complexions start coming, because even here you don't have so many people who are that light complexion. So you have all these people coming across, and then finally they come down into this area. The Visigoths and Vandals are traveling west. The Ostrogoths travel east into Italy. So the Ostrogoths are who the so-called Othello is doing battle with in Venice.
What period are we talking?
Well, right now we're talking about anywhere between 332 and 525 AD. We're talking in the 500s now. This is when Spain is being taken over by the Visigoths. The 525s, the 530s, going even further. Beyond, give or take decades. I'm afraid of dates because of the nature of the politics of dates. But we do know it's after 332 AD, and we know that it is the cause of the so-called fall of the Roman Empire. Not only because of its own internal destruction, but because of barbarians coming through and destroying everything that are in there, that's in the line of sight.
Now,
and then they find themselves down here in Spain.
Now point out the areas that had civilizations, in Europe at this time that had buildings and culture and religion.
You really don't have too much of that. We're talking about European Dark Ages. And the Dark Ages is the ages that Europeans don't like to look at. They don't like to remember that when the Moors in 710 crossed over into Spain, 99.8% of Europe was illiterate. They had no books, didn't have anything. Because remember what's happening, the Roman Empire is destroying all of the Kemetic knowledge, first of all. The Catholic Church is destroying all sorts of documents. They're destroying the fundamental civilizations in the places that they come to.
How are they destroying them and why?
Well, they're afraid of them. The Catholic Church is deathly afraid of a number of things that's coming out of Africa, particularly the Amen priesthood. Because, see, the Catholic Church wasn't what it was. The Catholic Church changed it with Constantine in 332 AD. He's the one that changes the whole feeling of who Christ was. But in this time, 332, he's also doing battle with other parts of the world, and he's trying to consolidate the Catholic Church. He's really trying to consolidate a force that will become a major force of the world. So what he does is, since he knows he can't beat Christianity, he overtakes it, he usurps it, and he changes the definition of its central cult figure, Jesus the Christ. And he changes Jesus the Christ from a supernatural, extraordinary human being into a human being that is God. The African priesthood, the Orthodox Egyptian Coptic Church, and the Ethiopians don't want any part of this because they know that this is not the way in which their spirituality is. So he calls a meeting. From the moment that the Africans move away from the Roman Empire, that's when Rome starts having problems, but people don't want to talk about that. The barbarians come down and overtake it. But what Constantine attempts to do is he sidesteps the Roman Empire into the Roman Catholic Church, and the emperor becomes pope. Therefore, the Roman Empire doesn't fall, it sidesteps, but it loses its state power in a sense because it becomes more spiritual. However, that's not enough to fight these barbarians who don't care anything about God. So they come down and they kill off and they destroy whatever has already been developed, which is not much, but there's just a little bit of something left over from the Roman Empire that was left over from what they learned from the Greeks, of what the Greeks learned from the ancient Kamites.
Now, just one thing, and I hate to interrupt, but these Visigoths and these aliens that are coming down after Mount, who are they? What are their histories?
They are basically coming out of these Germanic areas. All this area here, remember the 51st parallel that we talked about. The 51st parallel being basically right here. It cuts Europe in half. When you look at it, it just cuts it right across when you look at the 51st parallel. And everything north of this is cut off. So you have these people coming like Hamburg and Denmark. That's why you have, the closer you get here, the blonder, the lighter, the more blue eye you get.
So those were the ice people.
These were ice people coming down after the ice mountains had begun to melt during a warming period that began to melt the ice that had started from Greenland. And Greenland is right here. This is Iceland, this is Greenland. Greenland on this map would be more over here. But it is out of this area, because this was the last place for the ice to melt. Because remember, the Ice Age always started in Greenland and then covered the globe coming down this way. So that as the waters and the ice receded, the further north you got was the later in the period that the ice melted. So by the time the ice melted up in this time, these Norway, Sweden, Finland, all this area here coming down, these are all the people, because they are not indigenous to this land. They've only been hiding out in the caves while it was cold. Then they start coming down, so none of them are really Germans or Poland. That just happened to be the land they were in prior to their coming further south. So that by the time they get down into this area, these individuals have just totally destroyed the whole conceptual framework. So then you have the whole history of what occurs at that point, with people coming down and the Vikings and all the rest of that. They didn't do anything. Vikings didn't have anything. And the key of it is that the few things that they did have probably were borrowed or stolen from lands that they had gone to. So we have in this area here, if we can move to this 500, 600 year mark, we have Visigoths and Vandals who have come down and plundered this land. They are just living and just abusing the people in this area, constantly just raiding them and stealing from them. And what happens is that word here gets to the people here that in Morocco and in Africa, that Spain is a very interesting place and that it has land there. They already know this because they're there, but in 710, Tarif, T-A-R-I-F, is sent across to look at the prospects of going into Spain. He comes back down, and in 711, he comes back, he speaks to his general Tariq, and in 711, Tariq and groups of Africans with some Arab translators move across and take Spain. And for the next couple centuries, battles ensue where Moors are literally going across this area into France and even impacting other parts of Europe, but not in large numbers. What's interesting is that we see that by the 1200s, we see Africans coming back. And again, a lot of this has to be researched. This is not written in stone. But what we find is that Al-Andalusia, or Moorish Spain, is bounded by certain things. And again, I encourage you, in The Moors in Spain is where Dr. Stanley Lane Poole talks about the boundaries of what would become the African Europe. And what he looks at is, he looks at what is known as the northern boundaries is what is known as the Montañas or Sierra de Guadarrama, in this area right here, going across to what is known as Coimbra. That's the northern boundaries of Al-Andalusia. And then they use what is known as the Ebro River to be their northeast boundary. And they come down the coast, across all this area here, come across, and that becomes Moorish Spain. Right there. This is Moorish, this is Spain. All of this is what would be considered Spain, let's say. You see? Now here would be the dismantling. Aragon, Castile. Ferdinand and Isabella, they marry and then come down into Spain. Come down where the Moors are. Now, why is it like this?
Why would these mighty Moors travel so far through Europe and then come down and settle here? Europeans will tell you that it's because of Charles Martel, who was a relative of Charlemagne, who was a warrior, and he was quite a warrior. Charles Martel, no question, he was a fantastic warrior, there's no question. Didn't have morals, but he was quite a warrior. But the key is that when you look at the topography, the land of Europe and Spain, you'll come to realize that here would be most natural why you would have this like that. Look at these mountains. See, this is what the relief map does. It allows you to see. Here's the river, there's the Ebro. At the same time, here are the mountains. These mountains that are in flat form, these are the mountains right here. You see? So you could see easily. These are the this is a river right here. This is a valley. This was very fertile. This is where a lot of the different kinds of the olives, the Valencia oranges are not Spanish. They came from Africa. All kinds of fruit and vegetables that we today think come from Spain. The olive oils and all of this, they come directly out of the African impact, the Moorish impact on Spain. And so throughout all of this area here, you have, and you can see why the mountains, because these become boundaries. These mountains down here, these mountains are known as Sierra Morena, Black Mountains. All and more, of course, Morena, more, of course, comes from the concept of black. But this is what eventually, and you can see why. There's a natural reason why this would become a very important area. And that is because this is where fruits and vegetables grow. When you get up into this area here, this mountainous area here, all this area here, you can't grow too much here. It's very cold, very damp. When you get down out these mountains, it's beautiful. They describe the weather here in its greatest times as wonderful, why you could grow things. So actually, the reasons why Africans, they say Africans retreated. Africans did not retreat to this area. This was the area that was reminiscent of home. And who would want to live in the cold and in the mountains and in the damp? Why would you want to live in a place you can't grow the kinds of things that you can grow in here? So it's important that here and in Italy, look at the olive oil. Everything that Spain is known for, Italy is known for. Grapes, wine, champagne, the Toledo, Wilkinson, razors, swords, steel making, all comes out of the Moorish impact in Spain. So this area here eventually becomes the final piece for the Moors. From 710 until 1492, Africans rule this part of the world and bring civilization to this part of the world.
What are some of the things they bring?
Well, for one thing, in some of the areas that they bring hot and cold running water. One of the most important things that they brought a number of things, but one thing they brought was corral, where they taught Europeans how to put animals in corrals instead of having them run through their homes. That's why we have chicken pox today. Because Europeans used to have chickens running in and out of their homes. The Africans say, you don't have animals in your home. Animals stay outside. They're in a corral or they're in a chicken coop. But that's where animals belong. And so the Moors brought the concept of separating humans from animals. They also brought ideas of building. There was actually a city in Cordova that ran for miles, lit by lights, lamps. So this is some of the things. They brought all sorts of different kinds of technology to this part of the world where Europe for the first time began to eat foods that they never ate before, to see people that they never saw before, to learn languages they never knew existed, but most importantly, there were pathways of the world that they learned through the Moors. These same paths that the Moors took to leave this part of the world were the same roads that the Europeans took to conquer it.
Before the universities, talk about what they taught in those universities and how that impacted Europe.
One of the keys that they taught was that they broke knowledge up into different areas. For instance, in our schools today, when we study math in high school, we study algebra, which by the way is Moor. That's what the Moor brought, algebra, algebra. Algebra is the manipulation of numbers. They brought algebra, and then you study geometry, and then you study trigonometry. What they brought was a sequence of knowledge that one built on the other. In other words, you can't study algebra and then trigonometry, because the principles of geometry lead you to understand trigonometry. When you understand the sequence from algebra to geometry to trigonometry, it then allows you to calculate numbers, which then takes you to the differentiations of the calculuses that you study. Because calculus basically means calculation, but it means manipulation of numbers, which shows you the differentiation and the other kinds of things that you do in math. The Moors brought this into Europe. Every Gothic cathedral that you see is built on the premise of how Moors built the Alhambra and the other kinds of structures in Africa. Every cathedral, every choir situates itself the same way choirs in African choirs would be. They sat at the feet of these Moors, and they learned so much information that they came up here into England and they started university. In fact, they started two. One was Oxford and the other was Cambridge. Some of these
those are patterned after the Moors?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, much of the work was studied in Arabic and then translated into another language. There were kings in Spain, the Alfonso kings were very good at translating. In fact, many of them converted to Islam just to get the information so that they could move up in terms of understanding the intellectual capacity of the Moors. Every university, whether it be Salamanca, whether it be the University of Coimbra, whether it be a university in France, anywhere in the world, it would have been scholars that sat at the feet of Moors that then went to that part of the world, because Europe had no schools.
Oh, Europe had no schools?
No, it had no schools. Not only did it, but they were not literate. They could not read. There were no books. Everything that had any sense of intellectual growth had been burned or destroyed because the Catholic Church was against knowledge.
Now wait a minute, hold on. They had no schools, the Catholic Church was against knowledge?
Yes, well that's why Copernicus couldn't talk about what he had done until he was dying. Because he was afraid that if he would have dared tell the world that in fact it wasn't the earth that was the center of the solar system and that it was the sun, he would have been murdered. The same way when you look at the way in which you know that Greeks, the Aristotles and the Platos and the Socrates were teaching an African wisdom is because each of them were either murdered, exiled, or beat up for teaching a foreign doctrine in Greece or by Greeks. Now, if this information was indigenous to Greeks, they wouldn't have been accused of teaching a foreign doctrine. So by the nature of the Greeks being against these scholars, they were against information. Well, the Catholic Church played the same role with Copernicus and Galileo and others who had a fixation on spirituality. Even today, if we speak of us and the role that we play in the evolution of life on earth, there would be people who would doom my soul to hell if I were to say that God did not create Adam and Eve. There are those that would have very serious problems with some of the perceptions I have of their faith system, because they are so ingrained in their faith system that any information that goes against that bothers them. Well, the same was true with the Catholic Church back then. They did not want schools. They wanted two things, CC, same thing they want today, control and containment of the masses of the people. That's all they've ever wanted. So basically, the Catholic Church wanted to suffocate intellectual growth, so that for you to look at astronomy and to look at the sky and begin to fathom the sky then threatened the spiritual power of the Pope. So that Europe, 99.8%, I'm not sure what I said, but over 99% of not even the kings and queens could read. At the time I'm talking about here, the kings and queens of Europe lived in barns. The castles that you see are not their castles. They did not build those castles. And for you to put an alligator or a crocodile in a moat tells you there are no alligators and crocodiles in Europe. So where did the alligators and crocodiles come from? The same way when you see a lion outside the library, or you see a lion on the shield of a crusader, like Richard the Lionheart, there are no lions in England. So your even reference to the lion has to be an African thing. This is why Medunataire is so important for us to understand the Africanness of Medunataire, because most of the symbols in Medunataire are indigenous to Africa. Why are people like Professor Clark always told us, why are they going to come here with nothing, come here and build everything, and never even think to go back there? And build back. Even if you didn't do it in your own land, but you got to do it in another land, why didn't you bring back the knowledge of your land? But you're not going to find the things they said they built
If they were smart enough to come down and build pyramids, why didn't they build the pyramids in Europe? Why don't you see the movement towards intellectual growth? Why is there a dark age? There is a dark age because African knowledge is snuffed out by the Catholic Church. The so-called Renaissance comes at the same time that the Moors are in Europe. Like, for instance, Leonardo da Vinci is 1505. You're dealing with Copernicus. You're dealing with Galileo. You're dealing with Johannes Kepler, coming directly out of the Moorish impact in this part of the world. You look at so-called classical music. I start my day every day with classical music, so-called European classical music. And people say, you know, I'm surprised because out of that, I'll play a little Olatunji. And people say, you know, it's funny that you go from Bach and Beethoven to Olatunji. They say, what a change. I say, there's no change at all. It's the same thing because Europe didn't have classical music. Europe didn't have music. The Moors brought music into Europe. So the piano is nothing but a harp turned sideways, encased in wood. That's why the piano is shaped just like a harp. Well, the harp is African. There are no harps in Europe. And so it's important that when we look at the things that are in Europe, we have to look at what existed in Africa and what existed in Europe prior to the Moors. As I've said before, I think that to have a Renaissance is the greatest miracle that I've ever seen. Forget the Greek miracle. I think the Renaissance is a miracle because how can you be reborn when you've never been born? For the European to say they went through a Renaissance is like saying you've been reborn, but you've never been born. Europe never had a naissance.
What's the naissance?
A naissance is a birth. Renaissance is a rebirth. That's a French word. Renaissance means rebirth.
Well, perhaps you can tell us what would have been the culture, the lifestyle, and the economics of Europe at this particular time so that one can kind of get a true picture of what life in Europe was like. I mean, what are we talking about in terms of serfdom and that kind of stuff? How the Europeans actually carried on a culture, an economy, and a religious system.
Okay. From Spartan Rome to the Greek city-states, from the Greek city-states to the warrior Roman class, to the Visigoths and the Vandals, Europe has nothing but a succession of wars.
Nothing but a succession of wars?
Exactly. You see, the pharaonic period of Egypt is a timeline. And what we do in the timeline is that we can measure technological advancement according to pharaonic Egypt.
Right.
When you deal with Europe, the timeline, the notches that are on the European timeline are the wars. Europe has had no technological advancement. It hasn't really done the kinds of things with what they know that Africans have done. Therefore, there's nothing but constant wars. The feudal system, and see, this is why, again, in looking at this honestly, Europe, in this area here, like I said before, if you were a stronger so-called lord, even when you look at what they call themselves, a lord, if you were a lord and your posse was big, and you came upon a group of people that their posse wasn't that big, you could literally, and it was within your right, it was law, not a written law, but just law, because remember, people couldn't write in Europe at this time. It meant that you could overtake that individual's land, you could take his wife, his daughters, everybody, and take over, and they become your slaves. And what you do is you superimpose on that land an unorganized slave system, which becomes a fundamental way of life or a law, that you have a right to do this.
Now, when you say an unorganized slave system, explain it.
I mean, there is no written law that you can actually say, this is why I can own you. This is why I can tell you. What says that you can say it is that I'll kill you.
So,
the bottom line is, only the strong survive. And now, if a stronger lord came upon that lord, they would take the land. And then pretty soon, this constant taking over of the land is, and individuals, to safeguard their valuables, would keep their valuables in the castle with the lord, which became their bank. And pretty soon, the lord would give them a paper receipt telling them that they had a certain amount of valuable. And that's what became money. In their mindset, you see, Africans use practical things for money, things that you could use. But paper is just a receipt. So the Lord would get your valuables and merely give you a receipt. And the reality was he was protecting your wealth against the other people that were coming in. That was the concept of banking.
And so how were the people?
The people were mistreated. They were abused, raped, male and female. They could do whatever they wanted to with whomever they wanted to, and it was the strongest. And then, of course, the generals and the sergeants and all the people within the ranks of the Lord's structure, they could do what they wanted to also. There was no law that protected you. That is why when the Moors came through, the great majority, including the Sephardic Jews, gave arms, told them where the Visigoths were, in fact, aided the Africans to defeat the Visigoths and the Vandals. And I needn't tell you how they conducted themselves when you just look up the word Vandal. They were called Vandals. And we call criminals Vandals, so that's who these were. The Moors, remember now, they have disorganized slavery. The Moors have organized servitude. In other words, when you were in working force of someone that was above you, you were not a slave, you were a servant. It was not a legal system, it was a social status. You were a human being. You were allowed the right to a hearing if you had been transgressed against, even if it was by the so-called person that was over you. When the Moors came into Europe, what occurred, which we would really have a problem with later on, is that the first slavery was white slavery.
Talk about that.
White folks sold their people to the Moors the moment they saw Moors coming. It was of great pride to be able to have a black face on your family shield. It was an honor for you to have a name like Moore or Morrison. Saint Maurice was the patron saint of Germany, who was, by the way, a Chemite or an Egyptian. When the Moors came over, they were literally welcomed into the community for what they brought, because they brought fairness. In Al-Andalusia, if you were Jewish, you were tried by a Jewish court. If you were Christian, you were tried by a Christian court. The only people that the Moors could try were other Moors. There was a universal way that everybody could live in peace. What the Visigoths and Vandals did in terms of religion no longer existed. Their attacks on Jews no longer occurred. This is why the people that were expelled from Spain immediately after the Moors were the Jews. Because after the Moors, the Jews were hated the most in Spain. And there was a great relationship between the Sephardic Jews and the Moors. The Moors controlled Europe, and the Sephardic Jews controlled the business. Together they ruled Spain, and they ruled in peace from 710 to 1492 with skirmishes. And of course, in the 1400s, you have the beginnings of what has been our unfolding from the beginning. You have little principalities fighting each other. And one of the ones that brought down Boabdil was that he was fighting his uncle. His uncle and even his mother didn't have much. They thought that he was in cahoots with with Ferdinand and Isabella. Didn't have too much respect for him, and there was infighting, and the infighting led to the destruction of the Moorish Empire. And that happens everywhere. Egypt, wherever we go in the world, they do not have the powers or the number to overtake us. They exploit us fighting each other. And that's been their history. They don't have the power. We give them the power. In fact, the more powerful they become is the more power that we give them. Because if we really analyze them for what they really were, we would know they are not what they pretend to be. But the Moors bringing in this civilization brought in concepts of an organized servitude that Europeans took advantage of, and they took Moorish organized servitude and superimposed it over unorganized slavery. And the end result was organized slavery. That's how they were able to write into law. See, they already had the framework in place. What they needed was organization. The Moors helped organize them. They became better, and they traded in their own people for hundreds of years before Africa. Yes, white slavery was it. Selling particularly their daughters. They would sell them all over the world.
See, we don't know this because they are so focused on us in the newspaper nowadays, it seems like we are the ones that are so perverse and depraved. But the reality of it is that it began here. See, we don't have a history of this.
But when you say soul slave, how do you mean literally?
Literally.
Explain how.
If-
Where they sold them to, and when did
We
they
sold them to Moorish princes, and you know, in many families, the wives and the children reportedly were so relieved when they were sold. They were better treated by Moors as servants than they were as wives to their European husbands.
Now, generally you heard that the Arabs bought whites and sold them into
Yes.
all over Europe. But what would be the difference now between Arabs and Moors? Are we talking about the same people?
Well, we're talking about the same racial problem because Islam really broke along racial lines, which people don't like to talk about. The reason why Islam went the way it did was because when the Prophet Muhammad was transcending, a black man inherited Islam. And the lighter complexion Eurasians who had come into Islam were very offended. And so the split was along racial lines. It was not along, it was along who would inherit Islam, but it was along the lines of what culture would inherit Islam. And again, this is why we have to be careful. Because it's important to understand that in this part of the world, all up in here, today we call it Israel. Yesterday it was called Palestine, but the day before it was called Canaan. The Palestinians, who are Proto-Aryans mixed with Africans, traveling across this area, coming down into Israel, they murdered African Canaanites the same way Israel is treating them. It's important that when we look at the history of this, that much of and I'm not even going to say Islam because it's important to separate the faith from the people. Every Arab isn't a Muslim. It's important for us to know that. Arab doesn't mean a religion. It is a mixture of people. And Arab is equivalent to African American, to Puerto Rican, to Jamaican, to Haitian. What makes you what you are is the fact that you're mixed with something. That's what makes you an Arab. That's what makes you a Jew. A Jew is not a culture. A Jew is a faith system. It is a learned pattern of behavior that people learn to behave in a certain manner. The evidence that it is not a culture is that Muhammad Ali was born a Christian. He now is a Muslim. Sammy Davis Jr. was born a Christian. He became a Jew. Anything that you can change can't be culture. Culture is something that no matter what you do, you will be it no matter what. So that when you can change your religion, it's obvious that that's not your culture, that is a learned pattern of behavior. You learn how to pray. Just like you learn how to say Christian prayers, you learn how to say Muslim prayers. You learn how to say Jewish prayers. Everything has its relationship according to the learned pattern of behavior. If you could change your pattern of behavior, it cannot be culture. So as we develop this philosophical underpinning, it's important that we be grounded in a common sense approach to this. I am a Muslim. I am a Jew. I am a Christian. And the reason why I am all of these is because I know there is a oneness of spirituality that comes out of an African reality. There is no, the two things that Professor Clark always taught us, there are two things that black folk don't need. We don't need another religion, and we don't need another organization. And I support that concept in that I encourage us to become grounded in whatever we are, become grounded in the Africanity of what that is. So if you're a Democrat, look at your Africanity of being a Democrat. If you are a Christian, whatever organization or religion you belong to, believe me, it started in Africa. Ground yourself in that reality and then make your reactions to how you live be a part of that living reality. But there is nothing out here. Everything that is out here is still the same thing. It's your depth perception of what you're looking at. We are looking at a perceptual world of what Europeans have superimposed over us. What we have to do as a people is to go back to our rich tradition and begin to look at the world through our eyes. What I'm looking at right now will not change in terms of its structure, but what I receive from it will change because of my depth perception of what I'm looking at. Therefore, an African statue becomes far more than just an African statue when I know that when the knees are bent, it means that that
statue is in motion, as opposed to it being the legs being still or straight. It means that it is standing still. It could even mean mummification. But with the African view towards that statue, it changes from a statue with bent knees to a statue that's in motion. European eye says it's bent knee. African perception says that that is a living, moving statue. Then you look at what the statue represents, and that's what is living and moving. We have to do this perception with everything that is around us, because everything that is around us we will never be able to react to as a European, because the first step is your perception of your senses, but the next is the images you create. Our images are different from their images. Our senses is different from their senses. When they superimpose, it is like what Dr. Sebi says, they transplant you. It's like taking a plant from Africa and putting it in the middle of Brooklyn. Brooklyn is a beautiful place, but that's not where that plant belongs. It belongs in Africa. The same way if you took a pine tree and put it in Uganda. A pine tree doesn't belong in Uganda. The nature of the climate creates a certain situation, and the organic family comes out of the same thing. So we are a transplanted people. We are a people who have been moved from our natural habitat into an unfamiliar habitat. We then act a certain way that they accuse us of being crabs in a basket. However, if you were to go back to the water where the crabs came from, you would notice they don't pull each other down. A crab in its natural surroundings acts like a crab should act. An African in his or her natural surroundings acts as an African should act. We act unnaturally because we are out of our natural environment. If we return back into our natural environment, if you go to Africa, you will not hear Africans calling their women bitch, or an African equivalent to that word. You will not hear African sisters calling that man down the block under the baobab tree my nigger, or a word equivalent to that kind of mindset, because in natural surroundings they are who they should be. In this surroundings, unnatural to us, we are who we should not be. In fact, in acting the way we act, we are being very natural. If we acted any differently, it would be unnatural, because we're in unnatural surroundings. What we have got to do is ground ourselves in our Africanity and view the world from that perspective. When we look at the role that the Moors played, we clearly can see that another piece that comes out very interesting in this piece when he talks about the different civilizations is that Western civilization prides itself on being built on Aristotle's model of democracy. Of course, they don't tell you that in Aristotle's model of democracy, 85% of the population was enslaved, but they don't talk about that. He wrote slavery into his democracy. Who really had democracy were the ruling elders and the Senate and all the rest of that nonsense. They were the ones that were equal. Everybody else in Greece was slaves, but they don't talk about this. Aristotle's model, there were a number of philosophers, African philosophers. Again, you'll find it in this book. Ibn Sina, who is known as Avicenna, and Ibn Rushd, who I believe is known as Averroes. These two philosophers and others, but these two, if I can point out, they were the ones that introduced Aristotle to Europe, because Europeans couldn't read Greek. It was the African Moors with their wealth that traveled across the globe for centuries, collecting ancient Sanskrit or Indian writings, Kemetic writings. And there's a book by Thomas Goodwin and Rafiq Balal. It's called Egyptian Sacred Science and Al-Islam. That book itself is such a profound book. What it does, it compares Kemetic legacy with Islam. And it will make comparisons like, for instance, with Hagar to Hathor or Hetheru. It'll make comparisons between Ma'ad in Islam, M-A''A'-D, with Ma'at in Kemetic legacy. It will make relationships with netchers. Like, for instance, one thing I found out was about Rabs. Rabs in Islam are like the netchers in ancient Egypt. They're like the Orishas. And this comes out of the African concept of the intermediary between God and humanity. The Rabs, of course, is where the word rabbi came from. Rabbi itself, of course, is meant to be, you have to understand, Rabbah. Rabbi, Rabbah. Ra being the energy of the sun, and Ba being the spirit of breath. The Ra-Ba was the combination of both, which brought life, but encapsulated in the human, made you a divine person, which made you rabbi, which created the Rab. All coming out of the African tradition. This is our history. This is why I say when we look at the world through our tradition, if you're Muslim, stay Muslim. But just understand your Moorish impact. Understand that Islam came out of Africa, came out of the Moors, came out of the rich tradition of Africa. And if you want to, and forget about what I'm saying. What I encourage you to do, go back in history and look at life at the time we're talking about here. Look at life in the East, Persia, which was Iran, Iraq, coming down to Saudi Arabia. Read the book, by the way, The African Presence in Early Asia. Read the book, The African Presence in Early Europe, again by the dynamic scholar, Dr. Ivan Francesco, who brings essays together, which gives you a lot of perspectives towards a theme, which allows you to see it much larger in his perspective. I'm sure he could edit everybody's book, but because he makes essays, he gets right to the point. So all of his books in terms of the African presence all around the world, you'll see the relationship and how the Moors had to have been what brought the Renaissance in place, because it is here that bringing the knowledge of all around the world, Sanskrit, Medu-Neter, ancient America, going into all sorts of parts of Africa, bringing this information here and then bringing it into Europe, developing the universities, and then it's spreading across the world. The Aristotle model of democracy was introduced by African people. So even the democracy, the conceptual democracy of Europe, because mind you, there's nothing but kings and queens in Europe. There's still kings and queens in Europe. In fact, we've lived to see the King of Spain in Europe. So there's still kings and queens. So where all of a sudden is democracy? And America, by the way, is not a true democracy. The fact that we have a president is the last throes that they just couldn't get rid of that king concept. So the president is there. If America was a true democracy, we'd be run by Congress. But because we have a president, that's the throwback to the Europeans' inability to get rid of the king.
Okay, so the Moors stay in education of Europe at a time when Europe was selling its own people in the Dark Ages, enslaved, only about the women, and then move on to the Moors being the Inquisition. But women played a role, European women. I mean, there was so many of them burned to the stake, but tie that in with the church. And,
Sure. And you know, there's one other thing that I'd like to add about this. Another thing that the Moors brought was a sewer system. In other words, when Europeans went to the bathroom, they went right there. They might have segregated themselves into a corner of the room, but they dug a little hole and they went to the bathroom there. When the Moors got there, they said, no man, you got to run that stuff out of your house. So what they did is they started the sewer system that would run drainage through the house down into a segregated area of the community, that all of the waste, all of the garbage, everything was channeled down in that area so that it was not within the compound. So think of the structure of the mind of the African, understanding, okay, you put animals in corrals and coops, you put your waste in a sewer system, you have hot and cold running water. They had air conditioning in Europe. By the way in which they built their house, they understood waves and the way in which the earth was structured, so that, you know, there are some places in a house that you go that you might say, I always go in there because a cool breeze runs through there. Well, the reason why is that if you had studied the way in which your house, where your house was built, you would know that by the nature of your surrounding environment, a cool wind passes through a certain way. If you open up one window and a door, the wind will go at a particular time. The Moors understood this direction, and that's what air conditioning was. We're not talking about the air conditioning necessarily in the kind of boxes that come out at us. That's artificial air. What they developed was a natural cool air. They would in fact build fans and flutters, shutters, so that the wind would blow. The same way a sail will go, the wind would go. They would build it in the house so that you could just be in a house that was totally air conditioned. And there was a number of things they could do, but I wanted to add that because this adds a fundamental thinking process, and this is what Professor Clark was so helpful to developing me, is the common sense approach to this. Because when you're dealing with someone whose life is meant to confuse you, you need someone who can set you straight. And Professor Clark's approach towards teaching gave you a philosophical underpinning. It grounded you in why you needed to know this, what you could do with what you knew, and what would happen after you knew it. As a people, we have got to get a philosophical underpinning to our nation. That philosophical underpinning should be the Moors. I encourage my brothers and sisters in Islam, whether it be the Nation of Islam, whether it be the Islamic movement of our brother Deen Warith Muhammad, whatever Muslim you are, I challenge African people to study that language and to begin to look at some of the documents and to translate them. Because you will find that many of the translations are going to be the kinds of translations that will be equivalent to the Shabaka stone. They will tell certain things on a metaphoric level that we have not yet come to grips with. So I'm encouraging, there is a lot of things that we can do to make this better. But let's go back to the Christian church and let's go back to women, because it's interesting that that is one of the problems that the Eurasian Islams had with the original African Muslims. And that was the treatment of women. In Al-Andalusia, Al meaning spiritual, Andar in Spanish meaning light, luz is light. So what they were saying was that Al-Andalusia, they were going to build a nation that walked in a spiritual light. That's what this nation was meant to be. And here, women were free. There are documents showing the jobs that women held equivalent to men. It shows the monies they received, the compensation they received equivalent to men. Women owned land. Women had title. The Moorish women had every right that the man had. They were leaders. They were warriors. The problem that the Eurasian Muslims had was that they couldn't get rid of their control and containment of their women. That was a very serious philosophical point that Muslims had, and another reason why there's such a schism within the nation, according to how the women are treated. So, and then of course the Catholic Church having almost having a totally negative feeling towards the woman, building her to be the cornerstone to the fall of man. I could never understand that. I could never understand a sister talking a man into doing something and the woman get punished because the man is weak. If I were God, I would have busted the man. And I would have given a lot of respect for the sister for having the ability to persuade. And I would want to bring her on my side since she had the power of persuasion and the man was nothing but a follower. So even in the story itself, it blames someone, but it makes the person that's exonerated weak. And it rewards the weak and it punishes the strong. That sounds like a fairy tale to me. It is a story that the Moors couldn't accept. Another problem that the Moors had with Christians and their Eurasian Muslim brothers and sisters was that the Moors didn't have faith in God. They didn't have a belief in God. They knew God existed. To have a faith system puts you on that precarious tightrope that if swayed either way, you could lose. Africans would never have lost faith in God because they knew God existed. You only lose faith when you don't trust that something is going on. So when the Moor would present himself to God, they knew that, well, in fact, they called it adoptionism. Adoptionism was the concept of this supernatural, extraordinary human being that by the nature of her relationship with nature, not only knew God, but came to realize and become conscious that they were God. And they acted like gods. And if you define your God to be the master and the mistress of the universe, God acts a certain way. That's how they treated each other. They said, and this is in the book by Stanley Lane Poole, he said that when the Moors were driven from Spain, Europe has never been the same. That if the Moors had been allowed, let's just say somehow or other, Ferdinand and Isabella, instead of attacking the Moors, had somehow of a working relationship that they decided, okay, but let's just work together. This world would be totally different. If, instead of destroying the Moors, they made the Moors a major part, they would have been able to develop a civilization that today doesn't exist. Why? Because it is recorded through Dr. Van Sertima's work that after 1492, and in coming to this part of the world, that there was a bishop by the name of Landa who burnt thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Native American codices. Codices are equivalent to Egyptian papyri. Papyri is the plural, codice is the plural for Native American. Codex is the singular, papyrus is the singular. So one codex is one, let's call it a book or a script. Bishop Landa, out of the Catholic philosophy, burned thousands of books that had been written by Native American peoples on health, nutrition, science of all kinds, mathematics, the Maya, the Olmec, all of these civilizations that brought all this wisdom together. Again, from Dr. Van Sertima's work, looking at the role Africa played in this area and the coming together of these two people. Bishop Landa destroyed the works of the Native Americans in the West, while Bishop Cisneros was destroying the Moorish texts. There was a day that in Granada they took over 300,000, and again I'm afraid of numbers because it could be much more than this, it could be less, but it could be more, texts, and they put it in the middle of the court, and they put all of the texts on fire because they said they were books of the devil because they were written in Arabic and they were probably Qurans. Burned them, and today they celebrate the day of the bonfire. And that's what they're celebrating when they celebrate the day of the bonfire. This is celebrated in many Spanish-speaking countries today, but we don't know this. We don't understand our culture and our history. We celebrate the destruction of wisdom and knowledge, not realizing that it's probably why we have cancer today. Because chances are, had those texts been preserved, many important medical documents probably would have saved a lot of lives today. So the relationship that they had in terms of wisdom and knowledge is deeply in the tradition of Europe. The Catholic Church, in destroying the works in the East and in the West, destroyed what would bring forward civilization. And today we have their inability to decipher information. And so now we have nuclear fission instead of fusion. Nothing wrong with fission in its place. But fission takes the uranium atom and it splits it. And it contains these split atoms contained in a particular area. And if detonated all at one time, this fission creates a mighty explosion. What I just told you is written in the Muslim text that dates back in the thousands, 1,000 years ago. In other words, Africans understood the nuclear bomb. They understood the power of nuclear fission. But they also had a great respect for nuclear fusion. Fission is when you separate the nucleuses. Fusion is when you fuse them together. And this is why the study of the sun has to become priority in our life, so that we can begin to develop the kind of civilization built on an energy level that only the sun can bring to us. The Moors were aware of this. It is in their documents. So this is not something that we're all dreaming of. This is things written. This is where those that can understand the Arabic language would be able to decipher and translate some very important documents. The Catholic Church rising up through this time in the 1500s and the 1600s, you can see what's going on, because look at what happens. You have the splitting of the world in half. It's called the Treaty of Tordesillas. Dr. Leonard Jeffrey says this is one of the turning points in European history. What this does, it literally cuts the world in half. Gives the east to Portugal and gives the west to Spain. However, what they didn't tell you is that Christopher Columbus was a double agent for the Portuguese. Because remember, Christopher Columbus is married to Portuguese royalty. He is involved with the Portuguese long before he's ever involved with the Spanish. It is upon this mark that Brazil speaks Portuguese today, was because the Treaty of Tordesillas, the line of demarcation, cut it so that the largest part of South America would go to Portugal. And the West, Florida and California, Los Angeles, and all these other areas would go to the Spanish. But now you have other world powers coming on the scene, like England. And England says, well, who is this Pope that he can split the world in half and give half to Portugal and half to Spain? What about us? Germany says, what about us? France says, what about us? And so what happens is that there starts to be a war amongst the Europeans for the spoils of what the Moors introduced. And the reason why Portugal, you know, you hear this story about Prince Henry the Navigator, that's such nonsense. There are boats in the pyramids of Khufu that are larger than Prince Henry's boats of Portugal. Where did he learn how to get on the waters? He learned from the Moors. Why is Portugal and Spain the countries of Europe that are moving out of the Dark Ages first? What is it happening here that's not happening every other place? The Moors. See, this is how you can tell civilization. Why didn't they do this before 710 and 711? Why was it only when Africans came up that you start the literacy of Europe? You start the building of different buildings in Europe. You have warfare on a level of guns going on. You have a number of different things. The foods are different. The foods are changing. Why is this happening? Why didn't it happen before? It's not happening before because it wasn't introduced. The Moors were not there. It was they who brought this in. These individuals get mad, and then pretty soon they go to war. Now, Prince Henry, you know, this story comes down to us that he broke away from the church because of the selling, and Calvin breaking away from the church, creating the Protestant movement. It had nothing to do with the so-called, you know, days of grace, that giving church money would give you abstinence. It had to do with the fact that the only way that they could take away the power of the only way they could get land that the Spanish and the Portuguese got was to take away the power of the Pope. Because if the Pope is not your leader, he can't tell you what is and is not yours. Therefore, England, France, Germany, all in the guise of religion, break away from the church to undermine the power of the Pope so they can go to war with Spain and Portugal to take back land. And that's what begins to happen. And one of the next great power comes France. The great power I'm talking about. France with Napoleon. Now what brings him up? He gets into Egypt. He gets into Kemet in 1797. Napoleon III, the so-called Great Napoleon. And it is here that he brings his intelligentsia that studies Egypt and is able then to bring what we know as the modern world into place. England says there's no way we're going to let France get away with that. So England, Wellington, then goes after Napoleon at Waterloo. When he beats France, the first thing he wants is Egypt. Why? Because he wants the knowledge of Egypt. And then we move into the 1900s with so-called Lord Carnarvon in Egypt, unleashing secrets, and then you have the Industrial Revolution. Not only Industrial Revolution, you have America in geometric progression going into a civilization that they themselves have absolutely no reason to be in because they don't have the background information to be there. You cannot get to the Iron Age without going through copper and bronze. You can't get to trigonometry without first going through algebra and geometry. It appears that Europe overnight has been by God given all this information. And they were given this information by God. The Moors gave them this information. And the Moors at this time in history were their gods. They won't admit it now, but this is the truth. With enough investigation, you'll find that Morocco played a very strong role in the development of the Constitution of the United States and what we today know as America. The Moroccan government had a lot to do with the information that America received along with the acceptance of America as a nation. So there's an ongoing role between the Moors and America, not to mention, of course, the work that Dr. Bay is doing, Dr. Jose Pimento Bay, in the relationship of the Moors and Native American peoples. It would be so obvious that if you have this great civilization going on at 710, going up to 1492, it would only be natural that between this time period, 710 AD to approximately 1492 that you have the great nations of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai. And that they themselves, under Abu Bakari II, as Dr. Van Sertima says, and they came before Columbus, coming to America. There's no reason why some of those Moorish heads could not be, the Olmec heads. There's no reason why some of them could not be Moorish heads. There's no reason why there could not have been Moorish civilizations in America that would have led to the darkening of the Native American peoples, along with all of the other nations of color that were embedded in America. So it is not, from my perspective, unnatural that we would see such a lively relationship between Africans and the Americas and China. There's evidence of Africans bringing elephants into China. But if you're bringing elephants into China, what kind of boats must you have? What kind of technology that would allow you to bring elephants? You don't do that on no canoe. So they would have to have had high-powered wisdom. Not only that, but you have got to know that if you have a certain amount of weight, how you're going to travel on the water. So they must have had great navigational skills to know how to bring elephants from Africa to China. So all of this knowledge is here, but because they have dwarfed us and superimposed this concept of white supremacy on us, we don't know how great we were in history. So now we fight and we struggle and we go here and we go there to be accepted in a college. That some of these individuals from Cambridge and Oxford came to the United States and decided that they were going to create King's College. The same people who studied at the Moors brought the information that they had developed in England, that the Moors had taught them, to the United States and created in New York King's College. Today we call it Columbia University. Columbia University's wisdom and knowledge is based in the wisdom and knowledge of African thought.
Let me ask you though, how were they able to defeat the Moors, and what kind of fighting and atrocities were perpetrated on the Moors? I saw you read the book.
Okay. Let's just look, and you see again we have to look at the Inquisition, and we have to understand exactly what it was that was going on in terms of the Inquisition.
Yeah,
okay, the Inquisition, more or less, is basically, well, this is a book called Spain, A Land Blighted by Religion. Please allow me to read, just so you can understand. Joseph Lewis, this is what he's saying. In my travels through Spain, I saw many buildings that were used as inquisitorial chambers. In Seville, I saw the crucifix, which hung in the building of the Inquisition, presided over by Torquemada. Torque, Torquemada. In Valladolid, I saw the Palace of Justice, which was afterwards used as an inquisitorial chamber, where Isabella and Ferdinand were married, and under whose regime the Inquisition was started. I visited the cells and saw many of the dungeons of this building. In Madrid, I visited the public square where the officials of the church and state assembled to celebrate the reading of the sentences of the auto da fe to the victims before being burnt at the stake. However, here in Barcelona is the only building that I found in Spain that bears the official seal of the Inquisition. In this building, helpless men and women whose only crime was that they did not believe exactly as the church wanted them to believe. We're talking about the Moors. See, this whole concept of not believing were them trying to get the Africans to take on Christianity, something that the Moors never did to the Christians, by the way. They were tortured with instruments invented by the perverted ingenuity of man to produce the most excruciating pain and torment. These tortures consisted of the breaking of the victim's bone upon the wheel and rack, you know, that thing that stretched you, the application of the thumb screw and the leg crusher, the branding of the flesh with red-hot irons, the tearing of the body with pincers of steel. Eyes were blinded, fingers cut off, and tongues ripped out. Some were submerged in waters, others were beaten and racked beyond recognition. All this was done to make them confess to the crime of heresy, which, by the way, is the precursor to burning women at the stake, witch hunting. That is, to the unbelief in the religion of those who were torturing them, that they might be taken to the public square and roasted to death. During the period of the Inquisition, nearly 300 years,
it has been reliably estimated that more than 1 million victims, and I'll add the word Moors, were roasted to death, tortured, and killed. One of my purposes in traveling through Europe was to gather together as many as possible of the instruments of torture that were used during the Inquisition and establish in the United States a museum of these religious articles that may serve as an object lesson to man, that he should bear charitably and tolerantly with his fellow man upon the question of religion, and that such a hateful institution as the Inquisition shall never again exist upon this earth. This is white supremacy. This that we just talked about is what we went through here in America.
Maybe you could, I just want you to segue that into, after the Inquisition, Portugal, which was already in Africa, but the slave trade begins, and it is the same army on a war footing, or these same people on a war footing, who comes to Africa. I want you to kind of give us your insight and understanding to these two cultures clashing, and how they would have ultimately end up with us being annihilated.
Well, fundamentally what you have is what Francis Cress Welsing calls genetic annihilation. They understand that the clock is ticking. Even in 1492 they understood this. And they understood that if they allowed the Moors to continue to be in power, that in fact they would physically, mentally, and spiritually be taken off of the planet. And that their birth would never occur again unless Africans moved into the Ice Age. That's the first thing that they understood. They understood that they did not have the wherewithal to be able to survive and to create a civilization. So they, like parasites, like fleas, attached themselves to the host, sucking the nature of the host from it. What occurred, as always occurs, the only way that Castile and Aragon could defeat the Moors was the same reason why they could not defeat them before. Because the Moors were organized and Castile and Aragon were mortal enemies. When Castile and Aragon, Ferdinand and Isabella only got married to unite the two kingdoms, east and west, to go after the Moors and chase them out. The Moors fought amongst themselves. As an African people, in my research of us as a people, before you see our destruction in whatever phase, whether it be Egypt, whether it be the Moors, whether it be us in America, even to this very day, if you see our destruction, if you take 2 steps back, we're fighting amongst ourselves. They don't have the power and the ability to do what they have to do. They must depend on us fighting each other, which weakens both of our factions, and they come together whether they like it or not. They hate each other, but they understand the need to come together as one, and then to separate us into two, so that their one is in fact a majority over our two, although our two combined dwarfs them in terms of numbers. But with us split apart, they can do battle with both factions because we both have 2 enemies. We have them and us. They only have 1 enemy, and that's us collective. But they got help. They got allies on both sides because we helping them, and our brothers and sisters are helping them by us fighting each other. If we got to the point where no matter what we felt towards each other, that we had unconditional love for a nation to be built, we would be free yesterday. It is only the Willie Lynch syndrome, as Minister Louis Farrakhan points out, that keeps us in the position that we're in. Because once we come together, it's over.
Now, they come after the Inquisition.
Yes.
They come down into Africa.
Well, the Inquisition is going on. The Inquisition is going on simultaneously. And what's also happening during the Inquisition is that they are moving Moors off of the land. See, this is another thing that we have to be aware of in terms of our history. Many of the original people coming to this part of the world were Moors, particularly those in the Spanish-speaking islands. In fact, in Puerto Rico, they have a celebration during the 3rd week of July that they call the celebration. Well, they have 3, but in July, it's called. It's dedicated to Juan the Apostle, John the Apostle, and basically they celebrate Vejigante. Vejigante is the Moor, but syncretism is like Santeria. Syncretism is like when we mask our true feelings but we celebrate a white thing. It's like when you look at Santeria, it is based in the Christian faith, but it has African undertones to it. Well, the same is true when you come to this part of the world and the Vejigante. The Vejigante is supposed to be the Moor who goes around to the town and scares the children and the people. But the real thing was that the Moors weren't the ones going around scaring the people. It was a European that went around scaring the people. But for Africans to celebrate that in Puerto Rico, they could not make the European the evil one, so they made themselves the evil one, but they really were the metaphor for the white man. That's why they paint their face white, and they paint their face in different flavor, so that it creates a syncretism. It's a hidden message underneath what they're actually saying. So there's evidence of the Moors in the Caribbean, in their celebrations. And that's particularly in Puerto Rico, but it also is in the Spanish-speaking island. The first Moors were, in fact, the ones exiled off their land and brought to the Caribbean. That was part of the Inquisition, along with stealing all of the gold and all of the buildings and all of the other things that belonged. They weren't really trying to make people into Christians because they just wanted to kill these black people. They just used religion because a lot of the Moors were already Christians. There were Moorish Christians here too. Moor doesn't mean you're a Muslim. Moor is an African. It means you were black. But there were Moorish Christians, there were Moorish Jews, and there were Moorish Muslims. Of course, the great majority were Muslims. But during the Inquisition, they steal the land, which gives the monetary ability for Columbus to get on the waters, and for Spain to come to this part of the world, and for Portugal to come to this part of the world. See, that the money they used was coming out of the Inquisition. They were going to steal it anyway. Whether you became a Muslim, Christian or not, they were going to kill you and take your stuff. They just used religion as that piece. You know, like the martyrs. The book points out there were no martyrs. In fact, the Moors used to tell the Christians, look, we don't want to kill you. The Christians, some of them committed suicide, and other Christians said that the Muslims had killed them and made them into martyrs. Where does the word martyr come from? Anytime you see mar, any of that comes from the Moors. The first martyrs in Europe were the Moors. The word martyr comes out of Moor. But see, they don't say this. You know, when you have Joan of Arc and all of these other martyrs, people who died. Well, the first 3 martyrs of the Christian church were African. The first martyrs of the church were Africans. The first Christian church was African. So it is not far from the fact that martyr became Moor. So there's no problem in seeing the relationship linguistically to martyr and Moor. And it's important that the monies that were taken from the Inquisition that led to exploration, what occurred in Europe was, well, let me put it to you this way. The ancestors to multinational corporations are the pirates. Remember, the governments give charters to businesses that come and do all their work. The governments didn't do that. The businesses did that. Slavery was a business. It wasn't a political entity. It served political purposes, but it wasn't a political entity. These were businesses. When you're dealing with these pirates, Sir Walter Raleigh and all these people, these are the ancestors of big business. These are the ones that start channeling. This is where they get their money from, in terms of, because what Europe is looking for is drugs. They're looking for sugar.
Drugs.
Sugar. Sugar was the first drug. Europeans got hooked on sugar. Moors brought sugar into Europe. So what happened was, because you see, you can't grow sugar in Europe because sugar needs a tropical climate. Sugar cane, you see? So what is happening is that sugar and sweets are being brought here. These Europeans never ate this before. They never had food that we, the spices and things for the food. So what happens is that they get hooked on sugar, but they can't get enough of it. So they decide to go, see, cotton didn't get us in trouble. Sugar did. That's the first product of the slave trade, was sugar. So what happens is a lively trade occurs here. But
no. It was taping down here though.
Okay,
but
so it's
when
on.
we stopped before and I changed tapes, I forgot to cut this back on.
Okay.
Okay, but it was taping down here, so we got it down here.
Okay. The key to remember here is that the agricultural ma'afa
enslavement period or life down here built astronomically the industries and factories of the North. Free labor. But what happens is that in an industrial revolution, for instance, when you begin, what might have taken you an hour to make one pair of shoes, you now can make 300 pairs of shoes. Let's just throw that out, even if it was 5. What's happening is that industry is growing at geometric progression while capitalism grows arithmetically. In other words, arithmetic means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Geometric means 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, down the line. What was happening was that agriculture was slowing up industry. And the North said to the South, we are in an industrial mode, which means that in an industrial mode, we have to create a capitalism. Everybody has to be able to vie for the top. There has to be very strong competition in order for it to, we'll strangle ourselves. We'll drown in our own situation if we don't expand. The holding of African people must stop. See, they did not see where this was heading. They had no conceptualization of being able to do 200 shoes in a way that you would only have been able to have the time to do one. So they didn't see this happening, so therefore when it came, it surprised them, and they began to choke. So what they said is that you all have to stop this enslavement. You can't have slavery because if you have free labor, the whites, the poor whites, will not have an incentive to move up because people in business will have free labor. So why pay somebody when you can have it done free? Okay? The South said to the North, look, it's because of us that you even have that, so you need to be quiet. See, the South could have lived on its own. The North couldn't. The North needed agriculture. Agriculture didn't need industry because they still could do what they needed to do down South. But down North, if you don't have the product, you can't make the thing. If you have the product, you might just do it, but you do it slower. So the South had the advantage, and they knew it. And they said, no, we're not going to get rid of our enslavement. That's what made us who we are. You're asking us to do something you had slaves just up until a couple of years ago. You only cut it loose because you're industrial now. But you don't like them any more than we do. And they said, no, we don't like them any more than you do, but that's not the point. For industry to be able to survive, you've got to stop slavery. That is a principle in capitalism. Everyone has to have the momentum. They said, well, what are we going to do? By the way, welfare was one of the answers to what they did. But they said, well, what we're going to do is that we're just going to free African people. And the South said, no, you're not going to free them. North said, yes, you are. South said, no, we aren't. North said, yes, you are. South said, we're going to secede. North said, no, you're not. South said, yes, we are. North said, let's go to war. That's the Civil War. It had nothing to do with freeing us. They didn't have any love for us to free us. They freed us because industry couldn't have existed with slavery in place.
I'm not quite sure that I understand that. Are you talking about people wouldn't buy the products and then they would be making a lot of products and couldn't sell them? Why couldn't they sell them to Europe, to England, and create other markets, other places?
Because the fuel of the Industrial Revolution itself was the individual competing with other individuals. That's the image of the philosophy of capitalism. It's dog eat dog. And everybody's climbing up to that apex of the pyramid. That's capitalism. It allows anybody to be able to rise up in the society if you have the right ideas. Slavery, or the enslavement of a human being, like what's happening in America today. They're going to foreign places because they can get cheaper labor than they can get here.
Right.
If you could get free labor, even Hong Kong would be too expensive. So it breaks down capitalism. That's what's happening here in America. What's happening now is that there are corporations that are willing to let America fall because they're on an international level now. They can survive because they're international now. Before, they were just locally involved in this hemisphere. The world has become their employment opportunity now. But in a capitalist system, you cannot have free labor. You have to have the concept of competition. Someone is not going to hire somebody, like for instance, if you have a farm and you say to your workers, if you know you can sell, let's say, 200 ears of corn for a great price, you'll say, the first person that brings me 200 ears of corn is going to get a bonus. Okay? If you say to somebody, whether or not you pull this, you're not going to get nothing extra. The incentive to be quick isn't there.
Right.
As a slave state, if you are in a position of working for free, there is no momentum for you to compete. Therefore, everything is going to keep going this way while industry is moving very quickly, but you're still moving this way. It will suffocate industry, and there will be an implosion in the civilization. The first evidence of that implosion was the stock market crash. You see, now again, look at the history that we've come. We've come from Egypt to Greece to Rome to the Catholic Church to the barbarians of the Visigoths to the Moors to Columbus to the Caribbean to America to big business to the American Revolution to the Civil War to Reconstruction to the Civil Rights Movement to where we are today. And it can be traced back, and in history, this is why Professor Clark said that history was the clock that people used to tell their political time of day, and it was a compass that they found themselves on the map of human geography, because history will ground you. And you can see yourself, and if you can see what got you into this position, you can see what can get you out. Because all you have to do is go back to the last step where you stepped off of Ma'at, and the first step is to unite together.
In closing, Brother Booker T, in the few minutes that we have, we talked on the way down about sun and agriculture and the study of the sun having to do with a way out.
Yes.
We need a way out.
Absolutely.
Maybe we
Absolutely.
Just close with that.
I
close on a high note.
Absolutely. Well, you know, the high note is here. Freedom is not at hand, is not in hand, it is a process. I'm very optimistic about our future, but I'm very realistic about what we face towards that future. I'm not looking all gloriously and seeing great things. We have, as Dr. King said, we have difficult days ahead, but what the centerpiece to civilization, and I go back to a book called Hyperspace by a Japanese brother by the name of Michio Kaku, who has a radio program on WBAI, and he also is, I believe, a professor at City College of New York. To use part of his work that he writes in Hyperspace, he breaks civilizations down into 4 parts. And he says that civilization is based on where you receive your energy. In other words, energy gives a civilization the ability to build a technology. Whether it be a pyramid technology, a temple technology, a computer technology, whatever it is, it relies on the energy source. So he says that a zero civilization is a civilization who gets its energy from the earth, water, air, or wind, batteries. Everything is earth. Petroleum, which is oil in the ground, fossil fuels. He says that a type 1 civilization is a civilization that derives its power from the sun. Therefore, things that motivate your society, in other words...
Type 2.
I'm sorry?
Type 2 from the sun?
No, type 1. Oh. Type 0 is earth, type 1 is sun.
All right.
Because he believes 0, and I believe 0 is just the beginnings. It would be to the Dogon called Jiriso, the word on the front. Okay, it's just that basic earth. You're drawing your power, your energy from the earth. The type 1 civilization draws it from the sun. So therefore, if you have a solar dish where you can get your light, your heat, your computer run, your television cameras, your televisions, whatever it is, runs on solar, then you have an inexhaustible source of energy. That you can fuel your life by this energy. Not only physically, but mentally and spiritually too. You will become a sun person. Okay, so we're not just talking about the physical manifestations, but the mental and spiritual manifestations of this same energy. Because we all are, by the way, pieces of the sun encapsulated in this temple. The type 2 civilization, after you got aware of the earth, you became so aware of the earth, you then tapped into the sun, our sun, Ra. Then, after tapping into the sun, our sun becomes like a satellite. Just like when you want to watch a show in, let's say, Africa. You don't have a beam that can take you directly to Africa, so you have a satellite. A satellite that will send a message from where you are to the satellite, and then the satellite down to where you're going on the Earth. Even if you're going on the other side of the Earth, you need to send that message to another satellite that will then send it to that part of the Earth. But a satellite will do it. The Kemites believed, ancient civilizations believed, that you could use the sun as a similar satellite. That in fact the Type 2 civilization was where you derived your power from the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. In other words, you use the sun as a satellite to draw other powers from the billions and billions of stars of our entire Milky Way galaxy. Imagine that kind of energy that you could have. For me, the evidence of that power rests in the sarcophagi of King Tut, that in fact Africans were on a Type 2 civilization by some of the pictographs of the relationship of stars to human beings. It's obvious that they knew something. Also, the Dogon clearly talk about a galactic power that they were able to derive. But now the final type of civilization, a Type 3, remembering the satellitic kind of power, is that the Earth and the human uses itself as the energy. Then the Type 1 is the human uses itself to get the solar power. Then the Type 2 civilization is that the human uses the sun, and the sun is the satellite that draws galactic power from billions.
We have 3 speakers this afternoon, and then we'll have our lunch. If you need a 15-minute, our dinner. If you need a break in between, I'm hoping that we can continue all the way through until 6 o'clock this afternoon. 6 o'clock is fine. If you do need a break, please indicate. You don't need a break. We can go right through. All right, if you do, okay. Now, I'm going to get started now. It's going to be talking to us on consciousness, language, communication, and the African-centered curriculum. He's Director of Cultural Education for District 9 in the South Bronx. He's also the Director of the Institute for Youth, which was an arm of ASCIAT. He has conducted several workshops on multicultural education for businesses and industries. He also established the Trained Parents for Leadership of District 9. He's a very dynamic speaker. We've heard him at the Slave before. And I'm sure you'll all agree with me that at this point in time, we do need to hear from these type of speakers. So please join me in welcoming to the podium Brother Booker T. Coleman. Let's give him a slave rock.
Hotep, my brothers and sisters. Before I begin Mass, can I move around, or am I structured here? Because I'm going to have to get to that board every so often. But I will definitely try to stay here as much as possible.
Oh yeah, for Brown, you have to stay there because you want to get. But you can go to the board and get ready. Okay.
Yeah, maybe we could do that.
Right. How about that? Now you see when 2 heads work like that, it's kind of beautiful.
Once again, Hotep, my brothers and sisters. Okay. First of all, the first thing I would like to do is I would like to thank all who made it possible to my sister, Dr. Esther Hyatt. Believe me, a lot of work has gone in to be able to get me here. I had 9 years ago yesterday, 8/12, we had a young daughter born to our family. And what was so interesting about this year was that in my family, we have 2 daughters. And both of my daughter turned 5 on March 5th. And my daughter turned 9 on October 9th. So I felt as if this was a very important year for us. Because this year, both of my daughters turned the age that they happened to be born on that same day. So I do want to tell you, all was not lost. We had a wonderful day yesterday. Only a birthday would have kept me from you, of my daughter. So I figure that we did 2 great things, but I do thank my sister, Dr. Esther Hyatt, for all of the work she did to get me here. So many different things was going to happen to get me here. But no matter, the ancestors watched out and I'm here, so let's move on because that's what we're about. Hotep, my brothers and sisters. Today I'd like to talk to you about consciousness, language, communication, and the African-centered curriculum. Because in moving around and discussing issues with our community, I've come to realize that what we have to do is we must demystify what it is that we're talking about. Because what is happening and what I see is that when an issue comes around, particularly an issue that we need to deal with, there is a cloud put around it. And when a cloud is put around it, then our perceptions of it take different forms. So what I'd like to do in the 2 hours that I have with you, with the time that we have, is I'd like to deal with some issues that might clarify what this is that we're talking about and what we can do in a realistic way to make a change. One of the things that's so very important is that there are 2 factors before we even go anywhere, is to understand the importance of what consciousness is. As Professor Clark has told us on several occasions, he may not have said it this way, but if I may paraphrase our elder, he has said that education, everything in life that deals with education, should come around one factor, dealing with the essence of power. Whether it be self-empowerment, power over your own destiny, power over someone else's destiny that might need your help. But first of all, we must look at it as power. Not only that, but consciousness is your window on the world. It's the way in which you view the world. And so it's important that we do 2 things before we move forward. Although this has been said, all of our scholars have proven it, don't need to get into it, but I want to say it again. Because as the pendulum swings to the left, so too must we swing it to the right. So for every time they have always told us that Kemites and Egyptians were not African, I must once again tell you that by far they had to have been African people, looking like the people that are assembled in this room right now. It is so important that that be a fundamental foundation that we don't even discuss this anymore. I'm at the point now where I don't show you my documentation to prove it. Show me your documentation that proves that they're European. Don't show me documentation showing me they're not African. I'm not about that. Show me your documentation that they are what you look like. And I guarantee you there is not one shred of evidence anywhere in the world. The only thing you will find is secondary sources being used as primary sources. Now when you're in the world of research, that's very important. Because there's a difference between what Pythagoras' students said about the Pythagorean theorem and where Pythagoras said himself he got it from. It's the secondary references that are used as primary sources. Why? Because the primary sources to date have been hidden, have been destroyed, have been changed. But this information now is coming to light, so we need not even discuss it. But just to give you, I'd like the number 7. There are many more. I'm going to give you 7 reasons why Egypt or Kemet had to be African. Number 1, the Kemites themselves wrote it in the Papyrus of Hunefa. Let me stop here, by the way, too, because we talked about Somalia this morning. I want you to understand Somalia is ancient Puanit. It is that the land where the Kemites said that they went back to visit the gods. Right now, where we are blowing up, was where Kemites sailed up happy. Up happy. Puanit is the land where Hatshepsut sent an entire fleet of people to meet with her cousin, who was the ruler of Punt. Somalia today was Punt yesterday, the land of the gods. So when we're talking about what Somalia is, if I could have caught them brothers before they got on that ship and told them, instead of shooting their brothers, they would have kissed the ground. They went back to our holy land, what Dr. Richard King calls Kui land, the land of everything and all. Consciousness came about in this area. Because please, we have to know that Africa as we know it today exists today only through 1885 and what was known as the Berlin Conference. Prior to that, Africa wasn't the nations that we see today. Somalia was related to, Punt was related to Kush, as you can see with Hatshepsut, and the queen of Punt at the time. They were related, they were cousins. That whole area was related. And we have to see this. There was a relationship between the Monomotapa Empire of South Africa and other parts of Africa. So we have got to look at this as an all-inclusive, an all-encompassing, holistic experience. But let's go back now, because I just want to say that about Somalia. Because I want you to understand what they're doing in Mogadishu.
That's the Holy Land. Okay, number one, in the Papyrus of Hunefa, the ancient Kemites themselves claim to have come from the foothills, have originated at the foothills of the Mountain of the Moon. In the central part of Africa, around Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, there are two mountain ranges. One, Kilimanjaro, and the other in Uganda, Rwenzori. R-W-E-N-Z-O-R-I. Both of them in the native language, in the indigenous language spoken, both of these words means mountains of the moon. That's reason number one, Kemites were African. They themselves said it. Number two, in Edfu, there is a nation or a city in Edfu, E-D-F-U. There is a temple of Heru, or temple of Horus, that tells a story of an African by the name of Horus, which was basically a symbolic name of Horus, the resurrected one, who moved north or down happy and colonized Edfu. Now that's written in stone. That's the second reason why Kemet was in fact an Ethiopian colony. Number three, Kustal. There is a book out now by James Brunson. It's called Pre-Dynastic Egypt. I need say no more. You thought that the gentleman, well, I give him all the credit in the world, who wrote the piece on Lost Pharaohs of Nubia, Bruce Williams. I respect it, but you need to see the book by James Brunson because he goes past Kustal. And so then you can see how in Kustal, which is south of where Memphis was, or the first Kemetic dynasty, prior to that there was to the south of that for 9 to 12 generations, and if you want to multiply a generation by 20 or 25 years, it would be between 9 and 12 times 20 or 25, rounds about near 200 years. Prior to the first Kemetic dynasty, there was the entire pharaonic system in place in Kustal. Number four, quite frankly, Kemet is a gift of happy. Egypt didn't exist. You telling me Europeans were standing in marshland, waiting for the land to get hard, so they could build civilizations that they never built in Europe? There has to be a flow of consciousness. You have got to show in the evolution or the life history of the earth, you have got to fundamentally be able to show how one sequence of events would lead to another sequence of events. And as Dr. Clark shows us, what the European scholars are saying is that Europeans left Europe and came to Africa and waited in the marshlands for thousands of years, built the Kemetic civilization, returned back to Europe, came out of their dark age, returned to Africa and said they built it. That's what they're telling you happened. As I told my brother, let's get down on that conversation. Next thing I want to talk about is I want to go down the road and warn Little Red Riding Hood not to go to Grandma's house because that's a fairy tale. Because if you could even think that I would believe that story, then let's get with Little Red Riding Hood and Hansel and Gretel and let's wait for Santa Claus on December 25th. Because it's a fairy tale. But Dr. Clark informs us one of the fundamental problems that we are facing is that we're in a civilization that cannot decipher the difference between myth and reality. The majority of them. The others know what the deal is, but the others follow along with them. So Kemet didn't exist. They could not have created something on a land that did not exist. It was water. And it was the thousands upon thousands of years of happy inundating and floodings and moving forward that silt would remain, the waters would recede, and then a little bit of land would remain. The next year the flood season would come back. So every year over thousands of years, Kemet was created. Kemet was created from south to north. Look at a beach. When you look at the erosion of a beach and you look at the way water will rise and then come back on shore, the water does not, the land does not assemble itself in the water. It assembles itself along the shore. So if in fact Egypt was created south to north, Kemet would have had to have been created going from south to north. So it would only be natural that the people who were living on the southern part of the land, all they did was move north, move north, move north. Why would they move north though? Look at Menes irrigation. Here's reason number 5. Menes himself, Narmer, writes of his ventures in Memphis. For Memphis, and this is Sheikh Anta Diop's work,
For Memphis to have been created, Menes had to redirect the waters of Happy and to create an L shape. And in so creating an L shape, diverting the waters of Happy, land was assembled here. I live in Co-op City, so I know what it's like to live on dumped up land, all right? I live on marshland, so I know what it's like. Here, in this area, he rediverted the waters so that the waters would go around and land, he dumped up land here, and that's how Memphis was created, and he then named it Hiku-Ptah. Hiku-Ptah meaning the land of Ptah or the spirit of Ptah. Number 6. There are clearly linguistical and cultural similarities between Kemet and the rest of the African continent. And then finally, number 7, there are physical artifacts. There are pictures and friezes and statues of Narmer and there is a sister in the 2nd dynasty by the name of Preshet, one of the finest, most brilliant doctors in Kemet during the 2nd dynasty. So there are pictures of Preshet. There are pictures of Hesi Ray. These are African folk. But now, let's put all of this together because, see, I need things to bring things together for me. I can't operate just from words and language. There is a place in northern Kenya, southern Ethiopia, and it's called Namuratunga. Namuratunga 1 and Namuratunga 2. When you're looking at why civilization would have been created, when you look at Namuratunga 1 and Namuratunga 2, right around this Great Lakes region, what you begin to see is that there is what is known as let's say it's astronomical but spiritual. Let me break down some ideas so we might look at it. When I was coming up here all of us coming up on the bus, we passed a lot of cemeteries. In these cemeteries, you saw what are known as headstones. In Africa, they are known as steles. Basically like this. If you put 2 of these together, I'm sure you've seen this before, right? 5 laws on that side, 5 laws on that side. I don't need to tell you what that is, right? In Africa, they would have had about, 21 on each side. They could only deal with the 10. They could only live up to 10. They could only live with 10. They didn't live up to none, but they could only live with. But in Namuratunga, what they're beginning to notice is this, and this is a tie between why there might be a relationship between burial mounds, pyramids, and astronomy. Let's look at the steles. What we see in Namuratunga, we are seeing Africans where they are saying approximately 300 BC, Africans were using these, what they call pillars or steles, as lines of sight, where they could focus in and catch the Sirius astronomical system. They could see the Pleiades star system. In other words, they use steles as lines of sight. I do it all the time to see if someone's messing with my room. I can sit in my room in a certain way, arrange my desk, and I'm sure you also. And you can put lines of sight on your desk. Situate yourself and look at things in front of you, and you can tell if someone's touched your desk or not by where things are in that room. Well, this is how astronomy started. They use these lines of sight to be able to gear in and then look further into the heavens. What they're seeing is that in the beginnings, before they were steles, they were just mounds. But they didn't bury dead people in the beginning. The burial of people came after. But now let me give you a little bit of consciousness thought. If you use steles or mounds to study the heavens, and in fact to look for God, because that's what we were doing when we were searching the heavens, wouldn't psychologically, if we were to bury our loved ones beneath the lines of sight, if these were direct routes to the heavens, symbolically speaking, to take our deceased and place them under might also give them a line of sight to the heavens. This is one of the things that we're working on in our minds to see why there is such a relationship and why there's such a debate about pyramids and burial chambers. Because the pyramids were not used as burial chambers. And we got to give that up. The pyramids were, there is absolutely, and it's not even called the King's and Queen's Chamber. The reason why it's called the King's Chamber is because it's on top. And the British, as British men do, they think men are on top. So the top chamber was called the King, and the bottom chamber was called the Queen. The little pyramids outside were called the Queen's pyramids. They are secondary lines of sight. That had nothing to do with burying people. They don't found nobody. There's not one pharaoh found in a pyramid. They're all found in the Valley of the Kings and Queens or in some other burial area. So we've got to begin to look at certain things to begin to develop a psyche as to why we know there is no reason on the earth why Europeans would have built the pyramids. I want to know why. I can trace in Africa why Africans built the pyramids. But I cannot fundamentally find a reason why they would, because I'm looking for pyramids in Europe. That's what I'd want to see. Don't tell me nothing about how great you are. Show me your sequence of events that would lead, even when you look at Happy. Let's say this is Happy. Please excuse my drawing. This is the delta that leads to the Mediterranean. As you go from south to north, you actually witness the perfection of the pyramid. At one point you have Saqqara. Here you have Medum or Seneferu. And then above that you have Khufu, who is the son of Seneferu. Seneferu could never finish his pyramid. He couldn't get it quite right. It took the perfection of mathematics that, by the way, Imhotep started. That's another thing. Imhotep just didn't build a step pyramid. He built all the pyramids. Structurally, he laid the blueprint for the pyramids. It just took a couple of 100 years or 100 years to perfect the mathematics that Imhotep had laid out. This is why, as an African people, before we get on the field, you got to have a blueprint. You got to have a plan. Every major ancient city was planned in quadrants. Not only in Africa, but in America. It was planned before it was built, and it was housed after it was built. Sequence of events, chronology, so that the community knows. People knew that they were being built, they were just waiting. The plan is the key, and we've got to begin to develop that concept. So we see a reason why. So Kemet has got to be considered to be the mouthpiece for African consciousness. That there is an African connection in culture, history, and language. The second piece that is very important for us to understand is that the world's consciousness is founded on the intellectual development of African people. And the reason why part of us are schizophrenic is because part of what we experience and we knew we created, but the other half we never heard of before. Because another perception has been laid out over it. See, when they brought Christianity back, one of the reasons why we accepted Christianity so readily was because we said, well, that's what we gave you. Of course, it kind of changed up a little bit since you brought it back to us. But last time we saw you, we were giving you this. So when they came back, it was not that difficult to embrace a faith system that had been developed on the African continent. You know how you know Christianity was created on the African continent? Because in America, the only people acting like Christians are African folk. Even the Asians are losing their consciousness. And it's so important to understand the fundamental principles of what's happening. Because the longer a group has been in possession of a consciousness, the deeper embedded it will remain in that group of people. And the less it's been in the people, the more it will go in and out. Cosmic consciousness is intuitive free will. It is the ability to tap into the ancestral line. We have not been able to tap into an ancestral line since Europe has taken over the world. We lost our ability for cosmic consciousness when we followed their route of doing things. They are not opposite African folk. They are inversions of us. The difference is one is the opposite and the other is turned inside out. There's a difference. They are inversions of us. When Africa's picture was taken, the negative was sent to Europe. Let's go back a couple of hundred, maybe millions of years when our ancestors walked the earth. What I'd like to work with you now is this is one way of looking at it. What I say that Atum is consciousness. Atum. We have a concept, and we'll draw some pictures afterwards. Nun, Ptah, and Atum. Atom comes out of the African concept of Atum. We're saying that Atum is consciousness, the creative word, calling into being, naming things. Consciousness. Dr. Diop teaches us that consciousness comes in two forms. Not only must you be conscious, you must be conscious that you're conscious. We in this room are conscious that we're conscious. Our brothers and sisters that did not make this trip are not conscious that they're conscious. Our job is not to make them conscious. Our job is to facilitate their becoming conscious of their consciousness. It'll take the weight off your shoulders. We are not messiahs. Paulo Freire, celebrating the Schomburg's 70th birthday last year. One of the most profound things I heard that brother say took the weight right off my shoulders. He said, our job is not to make it possible. Our job is to make it possible to make it possible. That we are part of the process. This is what the ancient Kemites were talking about when they talked about Kepler, or the process of becoming, or putting your eggs or your future or everything that you is going to be you later into dung, cow dung, Het Heru's dung, by the way. Don't lose sight of who Hathor is, the nurturer and the sustainer, queen mother of the world. And would roll the eggs in the dung along happy, and as they would go through the process, the sun shining, the dung rolling, these young ones would come forward today through the dung. Now what's dung? Dung are the challenges. I don't call them problems. Europeans got problems. We have challenges. Our perception of what we see must change. Problems are negative impacts that we must overcome. Challenges are challenges to be met. And once you meet them and you deal with them, you move on. Because remember, even Satesh had his place in Africa. Negative forces have their place in Africa. They are the balancing of the good. Okay. So Atum is consciousness, but now I'm going to break consciousness up into intellectual development. And what I'm going to say is that consciousness is the perceptual receptor that conceptualizes intuition. That's some heavy stuff, but in African stuff, I'm going to break it down. One of the things that I admire about Malcolm, and along with his process of becoming, one of the things that I most admired about Malcolm was that he was a true teacher in the sense that he was able to take extremely complex issues and make them very simple. He made you feel comfortable to be around him, as opposed to teachers who want to laud information, like I know everything and you know nothing. So our job as teachers are not so much as teachers as facilitators. So we are going to break this down into 4 different areas. We are going to say that consciousness has intellectual development, that intellectual development leads to consciousness. We are going to say that there are 4 intellectual developments. Let's call it, if I may abbreviate, please. Intellectual development comes in 4 stages. You have percepts, or perceptual world. Percepts are your sense perceptions. Sense perceptions in the sense of your eyes, your ears, your ability to hear, to smell, to touch, to taste. That's your first sense. Perceptual. Percepts. Sense. Now, this is what occurs. In the mind, a lot of different things occur. These sense perceptions begin to occur. Let's say you see a tree. This is a percept. You see a tree. You smell a tree. You can touch a tree. Now, you begin to put all of these sense perceptions together. They begin to become complex. By that I mean you begin to see fruit in the tree. You begin to see fruit fall. You begin to see leaves grow. All of these percepts begin to combine and to become complex. These percepts in their combined forms then become recepts. This is one way. This is one way of looking at the development of consciousness. Recepts are images. Your sense smells the fruit. Your eyes see the fruit. But when you close your eyes, you then can see the fruit and smell it, because you've created an image. An image has been created from what your senses are telling you. Now, when you look at the percepts and your recepts, and you begin to combine them, something begins to occur in your ability to see and be able to do, and what then becomes, which is the cornerstone to the African curriculum, you then begin to create concepts. Concepts is what we call motherwit. The ability to be able to put things, concepts, to look at something and be able to bring a lot of different information together. Your concepts are made up of advanced percepts and recepts. But more directly, what you're doing is you're balancing your senses and your images, and you're beginning to develop ideas. Let me give you just an example. Let's go back to this tree. You're walking along, you see the tree, you smell the tree, all sorts of things. You could use all your sense perception, but all of a sudden, you walk into the tree and you bang your head. Now, children do this all the time. Because see, they're on this level. A lot of children are on a level where they may not be able to totally express, so to them, they might think they could walk to a tree. However, all of a sudden, you bang your head, you fall back, you know and understand something has to happen. So all of a sudden, you create an image. And that image comes on many different areas. One thing is that you feel it comes mainly through your touch, through your skin, because you banged your head on that tree. So you will remember the same is true for our young people who are not afraid of fire. Now, you're not going to get me nowhere near a burner, but you're going to fight children to get away from fire. Let them get burned. They never come back because they have created not only a sense, they have seen the fire, they've heard the fire, they've smelled the heat and all that, but they've created an image. And that image is one of a grimace on their face. They know never. That's how we learn. So then we conceptualize and we say, don't touch fire. When you see a tree, it'd be better to walk around it. You're not going through it. So then you begin to build your concepts. But then all of a sudden, you begin to see that the tree is life. You begin to conceptualize and say that you can say that this tree is the tree of life. That Osiris, in all of his greatness, is buried in the tree. All of a sudden, you hook up that concept, that earthly essence, or whatever you have, with a cosmic essence. When you touch that cosmic essence, you then get into intuition. I call intuition somewhat like instinct free will. Think about it. Animals have instincts. Animals know to do the right thing through instinct. When human beings get to the cosmic or the intuitional level, you do the right thing because the ancestors are guiding you to do the right thing. In Star Wars, it was called letting the Force be with you. That's where they get that Jedi Knight from and all that other stuff from. So you have intuition, which let's call instinctive free will. Please know this is not written in stone. This is to be played with, to moved around, to have our brothers such as Amos and others who are into this area begin to develop the psyche, and to help the curriculum writers such as myself look at this in a more technical manner. Because this is something that I've begun to develop over the last year and a half. And that's because I needed to find a conscious reason why we needed a curriculum. Because you can say something, but unless you have the fundamental principles of what you're saying, it's not going to fly. It's not going to fly with them, and it's not going to fly with our people. And it's not going to fly with us. If we cannot make sense of what we're saying, we'll never be able to deal with it. If what you learn you cannot use, it was never worth learning. Anything that you're in the classroom learning that you never use, you don't have to learn it. It's a waste of time. I'll give you one example. Look at that powerful piece right there. What's that called? No, give it to me now. What they call it? There it is, the Pythagorean theorem. Make them feel good. Play with their minds. They're living in a pastime paradise. Okay. What the ancient Kemites said was this. I say to a young brother, what you going to do with this? They say, Mr. Coleman, what we going? How many of you have used this since you learned it? How many of you have used? Okay, I see 2 people. I see 2, 3, 4. I would imagine scientists, mathematicians. But let me ask you this. Do you know that when you came into this room,
and you sat down, you had to apply this? Because you couldn't sit down. When you sat down, you created 2 90-degree angles. In fact, 3 if you're sitting properly. The relationship between, oh, there it is. You know, I always get people to sit up straight. Always. A squared plus B squared equals C squared is the fundamental principle of what creates a 90-degree angle. Going back to these pyramids, what we have is what is known as mastabas. These mastabas are, in the Arabic language, means bench. In ancient Kemet and ancient Africa, all homes used to have something like this, and this is where they would entertain people. They would sit down on the bench. It was called mastaba. Africans then began to look at this and say, but if we built them bigger, then we could bury our dead in them. Now remember what this is. This today is called a mausoleum, by the way. Mastaba, mausoleum. That's where it came from. But what Imhotep said, and even the ancient mathematicians before him said, is that if I take this mastaba and build another one in a particular proportion, make it smaller, I will have an interesting structure. If I then took another mastaba, made it smaller, he did this about 6 times. Some have 7. It's according to which step pyramid you're dealing with. Step pyramid of Saqqara. However, there is a mathematical rule that is called the run to rise proportion. That says for what you run A and what you run B will decide. The run to rise creates the hypotenuse. Now let's spirituality. Anything of itself, in itself, times itself is a spiritual essence that comes out to the holisticness of the universe. So if you take A and you square it, if you take B and you square it, you automatically, by a spiritual mathematics. Now I have to be careful what I'm talking about, because I want you to understand I'm not talking about the Christian spirituality. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about how ancients could take a sacred science and balance it together and be able to touch the secrets of the universe. That was the purpose between Amenet and Amen. Amen was the hidden. Amenet was the revealed. What the consciousness said was that you will never see the hidden. By the nature of being hidden, you shall never see it. However, our Creator has made it possible to see the hidden, to feel the hidden through the revealed. So we can tap into the secrets of the universe only through what we can be actually revealed. This is what the Pythagorean theorem was dealing with, and this is why all of the Pythagoras was a priest. He was an African priest. He was a Greek, but he studied under the African priesthood. And this is what he learned. Now, let's look at this, and let's take it to this point. They said if you go this much, run this much, rise this much, use this, then you can create a 90-degree angle and then be able to build bricks that then will make a step pyramid the perfect pyramid. That's how you know Imhotep laid the foundations for the perfect, because he could not have laid for the perfect without knowing, he couldn't have done the step pyramid without knowing where he was going to go with the perfect. You see what I'm saying? Africans never did anything until they saw where they were headed. It's only now that we begin on the road and people say, where you going? We don't know. Africans never got on the road until they knew where they were going. Now, let's take this further. 90-degree angles. If we sit properly, as we always tell our young people, sit properly, and that's true, you know, it's scientific. If you sit properly with your feet flat on the ground, if in fact you create a 90-degree angle in your instep, which means that your feet have to be flat, okay? If you sit and then you have a 90-degree angle at your elbows, if you have a 90-degree angle in your lap, 3 90-degree angles, the electromagnetism of receiving information will be so powerful that you will be able to ingest and assimilate all the information. Isn't that right? If you take a hose, a water hose, and you bend it wrong, which would be equivalent to us slouching in our chairs, bend it, what will happen to the flow of water? As you begin to straighten that hose out, what happens? That's what happened to the human family as we began to develop our consciousness. Remember Homo erectus, 6 forms of human being. 2 Australopithecine line, 4 Homo lines. You have Australopithecine robustus, Australopithecine gracile. They led to
Homo habilis, which is the human of ability. Homo habilis led to Homo erectus, or the erect human. Erectus led to Homo sapien. Homo sapien led to Homo sapien sapien. What you have occurring in this process is the upliftment of the human being from a slouched position to a raised position that allows the electromagnetic current of consciousness to flow directly from the sun to the human being and then send out an aura, and that's what distinguishes us in the animal world, because we are animals. We must not separate ourselves into a separate entity. We are a higher form of animal that is still ascending. We're not finished. There's still other forms beside Homo sapiens sapien. The reason why Western civilization is so glued into Homo sapiens sapien, because they know that they can never rise further than Homo sapien. What I'm telling you is that in being caught above the 51st parallel, Africans, in their transformation into Europeans, not only lost their pigmentation, they lost their ability to become Homo sapiens sapien. All I ask you to do is look, forget about the fact that they can do all the things that we do. Put that aside. Look at consciousness. And look at Bobby Wright's work when he talks about the psychopathic personality. The Neanderthal, by nature, was not only schizophrenic, but he or she was at the same time unable to fathom the world around them, in the sense that human beings do. This is why they conduct themselves the way they do. Because they are not Homo sapiens sapien. What brought forward Homo sapien from Homo sapiens sapien was sharing. Sharing and handshake. That meant something. When two human beings can make a handshake, and that handshake is binding, that creates Homo sapiens sapien. When someone tells you they're going to shake your hand and we're honest, and they turn around and they break your neck, no matter how much they may be vibrating and telling you they're Homo sapiens sapien, they're acting on the level of a Neanderthal. One of the primary characteristics of Homo sapien was xenophobia. Fear of anything that didn't look like them. They just wanted to get rid of everything. Why? Because their environment got rid of them. We're talking about African folk now. It's very important that we understand this. What we evolved into, yes, is very different from who we are. But they are still African people who have lost their way. And it's very important that when we're dealing with them on this level that we understand what it is that we're confronting. Okay, now, what I'd like to, first of all, let me stop for a moment. Because I'd like to just encourage you to please raise your hand and make comments or questions now, because I tend to like to strike it while the iron is hot. Yes, my brother.
In that book that you just mentioned about Bobby Wright.
It's called the Racial Personality, I'm sorry, it's somewhere along, it's a little red pamphlet, The Racial Personality of the Psychopath, something along that line, and other essays, I believe.
Yeah.
It's a little red pamphlet. Brother from Chicago.
Yeah, Third World Press.
Third World Press? Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, my brother Lennox.
Psychopathic personality.
Psychopathic personality.
Right. Maybe because of lack of information, I think I see a little bit of a contradiction. Could you clarify?
Please.
And the whole consciousness of Atum,
Yes.
where we are within that microcosmic context of Atum, which would make us quote unquote God, how can you at the same time equate us with being animal?
Okay, now say that again, please.
Okay, you mentioned that we are animals and they're by ourselves. But within the consciousness of Atum, and we being the microcosmic expression of that macrocosm you're talking about, how could we be one the same at the same time? How could we be God and animal?
I believe plants are God. I believe cockroaches are God. Life is God. Energy is God. Energy. Let me show you something. I raise my hand. This is matter. But spirit raised my hand. Matter didn't raise it. A spirit raised it that I shall never see, I'll never know, and it's very hard to describe what it was. And the only time I can really describe it is when I lose it. When I become paralyzed and I can't raise I can tell you how it feels not to be able to do it, but I can't tell you I can't really put my hand on it. It's energy. What makes an animal run is God. See, what Western civilization did is that in creating departments of everything, it put things in sequential. And at the top of the rung is not God, it's the white man. God is right underneath the white man. You see, God answers to the white man. Even God says he answers to a higher authority, right? It is key.
Psychologically, this is what we're talking about. So in answer to your question, I do not. And when you look at Native American texts, they never separate themselves from nature. In fact, if it weren't for the plants, we wouldn't be here. So the whole living process is a cycle. And then we, giving off carbon dioxide, allow the plants to live. Because we needed to come on Earth to let the plants live. You see what I'm saying? Plants came on Earth and were able to deal at a time when carbon dioxide was pretty much all over the Earth. All of a sudden that began to deplete, and what was needed was something that could bring forward the carbon dioxide, and what came into play was the law of polarity, or the opposite of what the plant would need, and that was the animal kingdom. And then the animal kingdom went through grades of consciousness. We were supposed to be the highest form. We're supposed to be the crown jewel. We're supposed to be the masterpiece. The only thing out of sync in the universe is us. Everything is in sync. Everything is where it should be. The only thing not in place, even the cockroaches are in place. And we trying to kill them. It's true. Think about it. See, I mean, I talk to people about killing roaches. Don't you know that if you see a roach and the first word out of your mouth is killing, you know you're a murderer? No, really, think about it. When you want to take a life, you're a murderer. You want to take... Now, what's going to come out your mouth? Well, this is just a cockroach. This is just a cockroach. Well, that's what they said about us. This is just a... So you got to be careful who you... Because if we work by the concept that the bigger you are, the more right you have to live, or the stronger you are, then we move away from an entire Usirian drama story that deals with what is might and what is right. And there is a difference. Might and right are not the same thing. Because if might were right, might would be right. Right? But might's not right. Right? When you follow the pattern of thought, it can't be. One begins with an M, one begins with an R. Okay. Did I answer your question, by the way, my brother?
Yes.
Because I've never separated myself in terms of the God concept.
What it does seem is that just because of the inability of the English language, it just creates that duality between realities.
Oh, yes, man. Oh, listen, well, first of all, you go back to Malcolm's word in terms of the English language. English language is the language of liars. You have a word like burrow. In Africa, you couldn't have a word like that. You could have one word with 3 different intonations that would have 3 different meanings, but you would never have one word with 3 different spellings. Impossible. You cannot have a sound replicating and have different meanings. But you can have a sound that's replicated in different intonations, meaning different things. And the same is true with the Asian language. You can have a word like woo, and according to how you pronounce it, will be what that word means. And if you're not key into the intonation, you're going to miss it. People say, oh, that's so difficult. But what do singers do? A singer knows when they're off in tone. It's called, same thing happens in language. The development of language is a very key issue in terms of consciousness, because when you become conscious, self-conscious in particular, when you become conscious, you automatically develop language. And that's one of our problems. We are conscious, but we don't have a language to express that consciousness in. Because we are trying to be African, and we're trying to say it in English. It can't be done. So there's our dilemma. Our dilemma is to be able to take a consciousness and to transliterate it or translate it into English. Okay, so what we have here is the different areas in terms of the intellectual development. Okay, now, what I'd like to do now is take consciousness and divide that up into certain areas. What I'd like to tell you is this. Let's look and let's say there are 4 types of consciousness. Again, none of this is written in stone. You might have even heard it in different language. Might be called different things, but the way I'd like to present it to you is in a way that I can understand it. And these are the 4 categories that I look at consciousness in terms of education and curriculum. Your first stage, let me put consciousness. Let's call this the grades of consciousness. The first one is unconscious. You are unconscious. Unconscious. There's a difference, between being unconscious and not being conscious. You did know that, right? Because I know a lot of folk that are unconscious. I know some folk that are not conscious at all. Because in your unconscious state is where your perceptual world lives. For instance, someone who might be in a coma, someone who might be in a very, very deep sleep, might be on an unconscious level. Sense perceptions. You can see, you can feel in terms of your perceptual world. People who might be in a vegetal state could possibly, according to what level they're on. After unconscious, after you begin to develop all of these, your perceptual world joins with your receptual world, and you have what is known as simple consciousness. This is the level of the animals. Animals are simply conscious. Again, what's so important is the overlapping and the making of the complex percepts and recepts. After this occurs, there begins the development of consciousness, and again, these become, as you begin to develop and you get into your conceptual world, the moment you begin to conceptualize, you then get into self-consciousness. And that is where you join your percepts, your recepts, and come to conclusions and be able to develop concepts centered around it. Yes, my brother?
Yeah, this is a philosophical thing.
Okay.
How does one know if the unconscious level even exists? Did you understand?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. I think that what I look at is that at the level where you are not able to create the images that you need to survive, you remain on an unconscious. This is why some of our people are unconscious. We like our sneakers, we like good food, but we can't put all this together to do something with our life. That's unconscious to me. So there are so many different levels and grades, and this is what Africans were about. Africans never, they said the only thing that is absolute is that absolute doesn't exist. Let's keep it open. Life is open, and it is centered around one vital force, and that vital force is light and heat energy. Everything has a seed, and everything is impacted by that vital force, and that seed grows, whether it be a tree, a human being, an animal. So in answer to your question, it is very difficult to really say, because there are some people, I think that the president is unconscious. You understand? You see, we have a thing about psychology where in Western civilization, you literally have to be out on the street talking to yourself or doing something that is considered to be out of the ordinary or out of the norm before they think that you're mentally ill. And I'm telling you that I have known people who have, well, I've known every president that I've known has been insane. Fundamentally speaking, whenever you cause harm to another living entity, you are insane. That's the bottom line. For no reason. In the animal world, the only time an animal will really attack, for the most part, is survival or hunger. One of the most peaceful animals is the gorilla, yet one of the most feared. Someday I'd like to come and talk to you about the gorilla diet that I have.
Eating gorillas?
Yes. No, not eating gorillas. That's the first. It is what gorillas eat. For instance, if you were to take a Big Mac and throw it in a gorilla cage, the gorilla would keep the lettuce and tomatoes and throw everything else back at you while they wipe the mayonnaise off. That fundamentally is what gorillas eat. They are one of the strongest animals in the world. Now I know what we just ate for lunch. Okay, now, self-consciousness. When you move from self-consciousness and your concepts become so crowded in your mind that you're beginning to bust over with all of these different abstract and concrete ideas, and you're really touching what you consider to be the ancestral line where we will be in a few years. At that point of ancestral combination, you then touch something that's known as cosmic consciousness. And it is at that point that your intuition kicks in and that you can actually live and do things and repeat. Like, for instance, I'll give you a perfect example. Michael Jordan. Let's look at Michael Jordan not as a basketball player but as a scientist.
That's right. That's right.
Move him aside from basketball. This is what Africans say. Michael Jordan is on a cosmic level in science. To the point, a lot of people got upset with this commercial too, where they ask him, how do you do all that? And he just looks at the camera and goes like this. Now, some people got upset because they wanted him to explain certain things. But at the same time, what the message I got was cosmic consciousness. Because he can do what he does and not have to explain it. Let me give you an example. There are some people who have to think about how they can get up so high. He doesn't have to think about it. Now, let me tell you what he did. Michael Jordan does not defy the laws of gravity. He does not break the laws of gravity. In his magnificent melanated state, he becomes gravity. When you become the law of nature, you needn't defy or break what you are. You only have to be. You see? What they fear most about this curriculum is that our children one day will do in a classroom what Michael Jordan does on a basketball court. The reason why we are so great in sports and in acting and entertainment is because those are the only two fundamental areas where people of color have been allowed to exercise their melanin. We have never been encouraged to be smart. We have never been encouraged to be brilliant. We have never been encouraged to do the right thing. We've been encouraged to go on drugs, encouraged to leave our families, encouraged to do everything negative. But you can join my basketball team, and you can make me laugh. Have you ever noticed Broadway? Broadway very seldom, if ever, has anything on Broadway that's not a musical or a comedy. And that is because European Americans do not have the ability, the conceptual framework to view the world through another person's eyes. They don't have that ability to look. Let me give you an example. I remember my mother, and probably our parents too, during our days of getting ourselves together, we would go to the movies and look at Cary Grant. We would look at all of the actors and actresses, and our women and our men could actually implant what the lives of the people on the screen were. They could walk away from a Cary Grant and see themselves as being debonair. I'm just working on this issue, okay? They could see themselves as Cary Grant. They could see themselves doing the things that they watched on TV. Europeans can't do that. Europeans cannot stand to watch Wesley Snipes. One of the problems that they're having in basketball is that a lot of the people are saying, I don't want my sons looking to blacks as their heroes. I don't want my son to wear Michael Jordan's t-shirt. Because when I look at that t-shirt, I don't see me. So they know how powerful this is. Because when you open up an astronomy book, which I have done, any book, you'll be introduced to Copernicus. They're not going to tell you that the Mayans had the Populva, hundreds if not thousands of years before the European. They're not going to tell you that there was the Memphite text, the pyramid text, the coffin text, the book of the coming forth today by night, the Bremerin papyrus, and 77 other documents dealing with the Kemetic origins of the universe. Science stories. They're not going to tell you that. They're going to give you Copernicus, they're going to give you Lipschitz, they're going to give you Galileo, and the children's perceptual world is built on vision of Europeans. They smell Europeans. They taste Europeans, and they hear these words from a European's mouth. Their perceptual world is steeped in Europe. Let me stop here for a minute and entertain my brothers. No, brother, please.
Two things. Sure. One, I also read astronomy books, and what I'm finding is that under these guise of multiculturalism,
yes,
they are including, the Mayans, the Egyptians.
Yes.
But what they do is they put them like in a culturally isolated section in the book,
exactly,
and that their philosophies are fundamentally closed-ended,
exactly,
as opposed to Europeans are open-ended.
Exactly. And brother, let me just finish your point right there, because they do something visually with that. And what you'll notice when they do that is that they'll box it. And when they box it, psychologically, they put it into the area that you're saying. I'm talking about a curriculum book. When I go into a book and I'm looking at curriculum in the development of children's minds, what was just said is fundamentally what happens. When you have something on like brave people and they have a piece on Frederick Douglass, they'll have a picture of him and they'll have a caption. But they will enclose it. And it will not be part of the piece on the curriculum. It's not part of the general text. And they do it for every other culture. But one other thing they do, they don't get into the consciousness of it. They will present it, but they will not show you the train of thought that went into it. Because if they do, it'll knock Copernicus off. They can. If they show you where Copernicus got his information. I mean, if they tell you where Freud got his information, Jung got his information. If they told you that Volta, that great man Volta, got the credit for inventing the battery, Europe knew nothing about electromagnetism. Jesuit priests were about the only ones doing anything with electromagnetism. Even they couldn't deal with it. All of a sudden, Napoleon gets into Egypt, 1798, brings Volta with him. He brings Fourier with him. Fourier is the man who invented what is known as the sine wave. Okay, here's a sine wave. Right here, okay? This is giving credit to a European in mathematics. He's giving credit for the sine wave. Okay? Volta, that's where the word volt came from. He's giving credit for the battery. Yet both were unheard of prior to them going to Egypt. Then Volta gets a commendation for the invention of the battery in the early 1800s. He learned that from Egypt. The reason why England went and attacked Egypt and went after the French was because England was afraid that France was going to get a monopoly on science. All of that came out of Africa. Electromagnetism, but let's look at this sine wave right here. Have you ever seen this sine wave before? None. Electromagnetic wave, but hold on, let's take it a step further. You've seen it further, even this. Look. The serpent, Apep. And what happens when you slew Apep? And what have we isolated right here? The sine wave. You see, they don't teach us this. They don't teach us this. They don't let you know that Europe was in the dark in the 1800s prior to this. Mathematically, scientifically, they knew nothing. Before Europe could even get together on a Caesarean section, named it after Caesar, couldn't even get till they went to Uganda and watched the ancient. But they weren't doctors that did this. They were priests that were the doctors. You never went to Africa and went to a doctor, and the doctor, first thing doctor said to you, what was the last thing you ate? The second thing that occurred was that the doctor, upon completion or somewhere within the prescription, part of the prescription was healing, meditation, and music. Now, how many of us ever sat down and checked out some jazz with our doctor? Don't you know that if you listen to jazz at the right time under the right influence, it could fix what's wrong with you? I'm sorry?
That's what we do for mothers in labor.
Okay. Well, exactly. Music impacts melanin. When you hear that, when you're in a room, let's say you're in a hostile environment, okay? Let's say you're in a place that maybe you don't feel so comfortable in, and let's say someone starts playing Olatunji, and you hear them drums. Don't you change? Yes. Don't you feel something happen in your jet column? Immediately. Music impacts your melanin, and in fact, it can have an impact on your body's battery. But I have to come back and talk to you about that. Yes,
when mothers are nursing and the milk will not flow, this again is what I tell them to do.
That's beautiful. See, now these are things, and it's important because what I am doing, my job as curriculum developer and staff developer, I depend on brothers such as Amos Wilson. And what you're saying to me, mathematicians, because from their books and their knowledge, I take what they do and I breathe life into it for our children. I can't tell you, Brother Amos's book, I've told him on several occasions, that book, Psychology of the Black Child, is, although you don't see it flowing through curriculums I write, fundamentally, the reasons why our Brother Amos says this is occurring is what we have to put into the curriculum. Because I'm going to work on something, but let me entertain my brother's second piece.
Second one is also, I like playing with alternative universes and ideas. You know. And one of the things I like to know about, how does your ideas work with the boundaries between, like for instance, where do I end and my community begin? And where does my community begin and where do I end? Are there boundaries within your...
Yes and no.
Yeah.
You need some sometimes, but other times you don't. It's like the concept of being part of the whole and being the whole. It's very difficult. African people, it's very difficult to see where one begins and the other ends. And what is so...
And how does that, what I'm saying is that, how does that shape the psychology in the end, if one cannot determine, the boundaries?
Because you're on a different, I believe, from what I can understand and what I'm looking at, is that the way in which African folks set up their life, and Native Americans also, it was not about the end product. It was about the means to the end. Because there are proverbs that say, once you attain your end product, give it up and start the process over again. This civilization is end-oriented, future-oriented. They set a future date and they work towards everything towards that future date. When they say African folk had no concept of future, that's not true. African folks saw the future as a continuation of the present. Like when you asked your question, that was my past. However, when you asked that question, what I'm living right now was my future. I never projected my future, I just lived each present moment. In Kiswahili, it's called Sasa and Zamani. Sasa is the present and Zamani is the past. The concept of future in the English language is different. The reason why you have a future amongst Western civilization is because they know they don't have one. And you can only measure by which you know you're not going to get. They know they only have a certain amount of time on this earth. In another 500 years, brothers and sisters, there will be no more Europeans on earth. Let's break it down for what it is. 500 years. See, there's some folk that say, can you wait? 500 years. My brothers and sisters, may I tell you something? If we gave up half the meat we eat, we might get halfway there. At least 250 years old. Yes, well, no, but may I tell you something, my sister? The ancient Africans would tell you that you will always be here. You know, there's no such in Africa. See, you got to get off the consciousness of the Western civilization, and I'm working on it. I still got a lot of work to do, so I'm in no way anywhere near it. But what I'm beginning to realize is that the only way to move forward is to totally destroy what we know is reality. This is not consciousness for us. This is not consciousness. Why do I say that? Oh, I'll do a graph and I'll show you why, so we can understand. But I saw a hand.
Yes.
Yes, my brother.
Yes. You made a point that I tried to bring up earlier this morning, and I was trying to look at it as a science.